Chapter 1634. In typical civilization wars, unit technology can serve as either the main force or cannon fodder. But it's generally not a decisive factor. Unless you're dealing with units of a higher tier, like these two right now, the Void Corruptor and the Doom Hammer. Seeing the former successfully take shape, the engineers silently opened the game forum again. To be honest, compared to looking at cold, numerical battle reports, reading the various war posts from players is much more interesting. They're diverse and bizarre. The engineer focused on the posts related to the battlefield real-time recycling and smelting system. Indeed, it was a shocking post in the style of players. This game is insane? Enemy equipment is directly melted down into resources on the battlefield. Does the game designer look down on us? Double critical hit, health plus stamina. Melting effects comparable to industrial grade ASMR. Tactical revolution. The melting system completely elevates the healing build. In-depth developer log. The real-world military technology prototype behind the melting system. Tragic news. Melting system accidentally damaged friendly equipment. My epic weapon was melted down by my teammate. Aside from a very few unlucky players, most players are extremely satisfied with this melting effect. According to statistics from players around me. Players level 60 to 70. Equipment recovery and health recovery plus 1000%. Players level 70 to 80. Equipment recovery and health recovery plus 500%. Players level 80 to 90. Equipment recovery and health recovery plus 300%. Health recovery is secondary, since healing potions are a must-have for normal players. However, once equipment is damaged, it's difficult to restore. Spare equipment isn't easy to acquire, and some nano-repair modules are prohibitively expensive. Not to mention large starships and massive mechanical fortresses. Once destroyed, they require months of major repairs, making them virtually unusable on the battlefield. Going into battle fully equipped, returning to the teleportation point naked, this is a common self-deprecating joke among many players, and it's also true. Therefore, many players greatly appreciate the developers finally getting it right, providing different difficulty options for players of different levels. And players, who were already reckless, became even more so after unlocking the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow mode. Many starship-focused players even drove their starships like dump trucks, simply crushing enemy elite monsters. As a result, the loot was exceptionally high. There were even photos of over a dozen Khan's guard corpses, and their stat panels taken. The senior engineer glanced at them, grunted, and said, although not tier 4, in terms of health and bioenergy, it's already reached the level of an extreme species. Mass-producing extremist species? This Khan's army is indeed formidable. After closing the forum, the senior engineer opened his own exclusive leader channel. First, he blocked some private messages from civilization leaders. These noobs just kept sending messages to harass him. It wasn't a big deal. Void warfare plan and subsequent arrangements. This kind of top-level military report was transmitted via the Starnet. Unless the other party is a higher-level information civilization, it's unlikely to be deciphered. The senior engineer quickly scanned it, and found that Mr. Void appeared quite frequently. This Mr. Void seemed to have provided very important Void intelligence and some Void technology. These Void technologies weren't even in the style of the Archer civilization. They seemed more like low-end products from some ascended civilization. A split. The senior engineer muttered to himself. The third sealed artifact, the so-called Mr. Void, appeared to be a split from some kind of civilizational catastrophe. Some kind? So which kind exactly? The senior engineer glanced at his leader channel, and found a communication invitation indeed labeled Mr. Void. Not in a hurry, the senior engineer muttered to himself. He waited until the second wave of the Void War was over. Besides, he also needed to verify the strength of the last sealed artifact. If the opponent only demonstrated the level of a sealed artifact, then after defeating the Khan's army, the senior engineer's collection might have one more item. I could do something else. Looking at the primordial spatial fluid that still resembled a void waterfall, the senior engineer rummaged through his 6 maxed-out professional knowledge chains for a while, finally finding the blueprints he wanted. Level 15 Space Blueprint, High-Dimensional Unfolding, Level 15 Energy Technology, Vacuum Energy Extraction, Level 15 AI Technology, Pictometer Level Circuit Integration Technology, Level 15 Information Blueprint, Long-Distance Communication. Just the right amount. Actually, there are several different ways to create a Sapon, and they are divided into civilian and military applications. The greatest difficulty of this fourth-order technology is how to forcibly unfold all the microscopic high-dimensional structures of a proton that originally exists in three-dimensional space onto a macroscopic two-dimensional plane. The difficulty is roughly equivalent to how to pull a two-dimensional character from the two-dimensional world into the three-dimensional world. As a fourth-order spatial energy source, primordial spatial fluid perfectly fulfills this requirement. As the first wave of spatial fluid since the Big Bang, this spatial energy naturally possesses two-dimensional, three-dimensional, and four-dimensional attributes. Furthermore, it is compatible with all three. Therefore, filling it with these microscopic technologies creates a natural spatial sapon. The engineer's hands moved like the most agile machines, the powerful biomagnetic field even stretching the surrounding space. The magnified space, like a taut cloth, was more suitable for microscopic sculpting. As the engineer sculpted, the imprisoned proton was no longer a microscopic ghost. It began to melt and flow, like a seed woven from dimensions being instantly unraveled. Simultaneously, the spatial fluid purification machine began spatial editing. The tame strong interaction force transformed into brushstrokes, coldly and precisely perturbing the quark cloud on a femtometer scale, reshaping the gluon field, and directly imprinting logic gates and conduction circuits onto the deepest structure of matter. Where the carving took place, countless nanoscale intelligent nodes emerged one after another, like stars lit up in a dark forest. This proves that the creation of cross-tire weapons can be achieved not only by relying on the power of civilization, but also by utilizing resources at a higher level. Soon, a series of system notifications sounded. You have successfully created a fourth-tier spatial sapon, personal experience plus 2 billion, mechanical master craftsmanship plus 1. You have successfully created a fourth-tier spatial sapon, personal experience plus 2 billion, mechanical master craftsmanship plus 1. You have successfully created a fourth-tier spatial sapon, personal experience plus 1 billion, mechanical master craftsmanship plus 1. A series of system notifications sounded. What on earth is this master mechanic skill? Crafting tier 4 equipment and increasing crafting experience? The senior engineer glanced at it briefly. Master mechanic. Special experience gained by a master mechanic when crafting high-level equipment, skill plus 20, automatically grants a cross-tire equipment crafting skill. That's about it for me. Soon, 2 system notifications sounded. You have obtained master mechanic, inheritable microscopic carving, success rate plus 20% when performing microscopic carving at any level. You have obtained master mechanic, inheritable force field calibration, mechanical calibration plus 1 under the 4 fundamental forces of the universe: strong nuclear force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, gravity. Both of these crafting skills are quite simple, without any fancy tricks. But their effects are stronger than some top-tier skills, and their coverage is also exaggerated. Any level, for fundamental forces of the universe. This means it applies to the crafting of any kind of machinery, including machinery at the ascension level. The senior engineer finally understood why, despite using the same operating methods, these mechanical masters always displayed unique styles. Perhaps they had their own special skills. Looking at the invisible space sapon floating before him, the senior engineer glanced at its attributes. Name: Space Sapon. Category: Civilization Weapon. Quality: Tier 4. Weight: 1.67262167, 83, x 10 kg. Basic attributes: Force field deflection plus 1, space penetration plus 1. Function 1, space microscopic domain ceiling, applicable range, star system. Function 2, space domain ceiling, applicable range, star system. Function 3, space cosmic force field manipulation, beginner, applicable range, subspace. Compared to the version with the string master, it has an additional basic attribute, and function 3 is also unlocked. After all, it makes no sense that he wouldn't understand the attributes of the equipment he crafted himself. Moreover, the force field shift and spatial penetration are likely inherent properties of advanced materials, like primal space fluid. As for the specific spatial technology content, his batch probably still can't compare to the products of the Archon at its peak. However, in terms of materials alone, his is undoubtedly superior. Moreover, fourth-tier materials like this are practically everywhere in that parallel universe. So, the engineer's current idea is to quickly drive away this Khan's army, then build a stable spatial channel to transport large quantities of cosmic resources in. This is 10,000 times faster than robbing money. For example, the stellar cores that couldn't be brought in before. This thing has a similar function, but is even more powerful. Primal space fluid can only create spatial sophons. It can create civilizations trump cards. The Galen civilizations trump cards. Those 3 starships were created by compressing stars. The senior engineer didn't need to perform the complex operation of compressing stars. He could directly use stellar cores to create them, reducing the difficulty by at least 100-fold. Given enough time, he could create a stellar-level fleet, crushing all existence. Go! With a gentle wave of his hand, the senior engineer caused the nearly 40 spatial sophons to disappear from real space and enter the StarNet's transport channels. These 40 sophons were enough for Director Du to accomplish a major task on the front lines. He had previously thought Gao Yuanyuan was also fighting in the void battlefield, but later discovered that wasn't the case. This one, oh no, these two were still in seclusion. He could sense powerful and complex information fluctuations emanating from the abyss of the electronic virus. But even as the vice leader of the StarNet civilization, he couldn't enter, or even get close. The civilization's inner demon route. Chapter 1635. Although the senior engineer was known as a veteran in the information science department, he was indeed a big shot in the field. Moreover, in his previous life, he forged a path never before taken by anyone in the information science department, becoming the biggest beneficiary of technological advancements. In a sense, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the #1 player. Of course, no other player knew this in his previous life, otherwise he would have been finished long ago. But even a veteran like him didn't attempt the information science department's civilization demonic cultivation path, because it was too dangerous. If you had to describe it, it was somewhat like the information science department's Dao hard demonic cultivation technique. It was an extremely difficult demonic art. Outsiders had a view that the information science department was very good at climbing the technology tree. The reason was simple. The higher the level of an information civilization, the less resources it needed. It didn't require hardware resources, like mechanical civilizations, nor energy resources, like energy civilizations. It seems that as long as computing power and algorithms are continuously iterated, civilization will advance steadily along the information technology tree. This isn't entirely wrong. Theoretically, computing power is the productive force of an information civilization, and algorithms are its production relations. Adjusting these two correctly will naturally lead to technological advancement. However, theory is theory. Once it reaches the practical level, various problems arise. Especially a major problem that no other civilization faces. As civilization iterates, a large amount of obsolete information becomes the biggest obstacle to its progress. Indeed, information civilizations have various deletion methods to remove this information, regardless of whether it exists in the form of a species or is preserved as a home. This kind of deletion, before ascension, has little impact. In fact, it's a very useful method, increasing the chances of ascension. However, once ascension is successful, an unexpected situation arises. The previously deleted junk information isn't completely removed. The deletion method itself is a form of information existence. Without deleting junk information, it accumulates, hindering the development of the information civilization's technology tree. Deleting junk information also causes this type of information to increase. Finally, at a crucial juncture, such as a particular ideology or an ascension, this ghostly information will suddenly erupt, leading to the complete demise of the entire civilization. This is the information civilization's inner demon. This also results in the information civilization having the highest mortality rate among the 4 major civilization systems, a frighteningly high rate. It's a classic case of rapid ascension followed by rapid demise. In his previous life, the senior engineer was at levels 4, 5, and 6, successfully ascending through the information realm each time. However, it can be said that the greatest tribulation of each ascension is this informational inner demon. It basically leaves them half dead every time. It's arguably the existence that the high engineer fears most, aside from the blade demonis. The reason they can't advance from level 6 to level 7 and officially become advanced civilizations is also due to the high engineer's calculations. They most likely won't be able to overcome this stage of inner demon tribulation. And facing this inner demon, which can be considered the enemy of all information-based civilizations, almost all information civilizations, especially those that have ascended, are researching ways to resolve it. It's no exaggeration to say that if one can resolve their inner demons at this civilization stage, their chances of ascension increase by at least 30%, or even more. However, different ascending civilizations choose different methods. Some attempt to seal the inner demons with external objects, such as cosmic relics or space-time branches. Some attempt to exile the inner demons beyond the observable universe. Others attempt to develop the inner demons into another civilization, and then sever the connection. Most of these methods can only be performed at the ascension stage. But some methods can be performed at the third-level civilization stage. For example, Gao Yuanyuan Jaox refined her inner demons into a virus and then directly absorbed them into her civilization. From then on, the civilization became two sides of the same coin. This demon seed cultivation technique has also been practiced by some civilizations, and this operation must be performed before ascension. Therefore, when transmitting the StarNet technology tree, the engineer also transmitted this part of the data, including methods for reversing inner demon cultivation. The advantage of this approach is that as long as the virus can be stabilized, the inner demons can also be stabilized. It can even, conversely, leverage the informational inner demons to accelerate the evolution of civilization and the iteration of algorithms. However, the downside is that if the virus cannot be stabilized, leading to a backlash, then the inner demons will immediately descend. Generally speaking, this is not the path taken by information civilizations, but rather by viral civilizations, since they are themselves a collection of viruses, fighting poison with poison. However, just as Gao Gong does not intend to follow the information civilization path in this life, he also does not believe that Gao Yuanyuan must follow the path of his previous life. After all, selling books is not something everyone can do well. Since Gao Yuanyuan/Gao Keisai had chosen this path, Gao Gong had nothing to say. After all, once the demon seedling succeeds, this level 3 information civilization will be incredibly powerful. Since he didn't need to worry about the front lines, it seemed he didn't need to worry about the rear either. So Gao Gong decided to do something worth his attention. For example, refining 3 carbon-based fruits. Although the 2 he wanted most, quantum and dark matter, exploded. But the remaining 2, godhood and martial arts, were actually quite good, especially godhood. This fruit seemed to accelerate the formation of a pantheon. It was probably specially chosen by the old man Hunjia. However, Gao Gong first took out the foundation fruit. Foundation fruit, known as a fruit without attributes, with a natural development rate of 100%. Integrating it into a pantheon increases the chance of creating a carbon-based pantheon by 25%. Gao Gong sat cross-legged, and countless fleshy buds suddenly shot out from his palm, enveloping and digesting it. The digestion process was remarkably smooth, even excessively so, with virtually no obstacles. The fruit was integrated into Gao Gong's genes, and even under microscopic visualization, it decomposed into new carbon chains, forming part of his physical body. What an amazing fruit! I wonder how that old man Hunjia created it. Gao Gong quickly entered the digestion phase of the second fruit. This digestion was much more intense. Gao Gong instantly felt a profound sense of fulfillment, not just physical fullness, but a feeling of his soul being gently enveloped by the essence of a supreme being. Every inch of his skin radiated divine light, as if light from another dimension was manifesting through his body. His consciousness was cleansed as if by holy water, becoming clear and transparent. Mortal thoughts were sublimated into divine understanding. He could hear the divine rhythm flowing through his blood, his heart pounding like a divine drum, each beat in harmony with the pulse of the universe. A primordial tranquility rose from the depths of his divinity, like the primordial sea before creation, its calm surface concealing the immense power to create all things. The high engineer's eyes had become the vision of a god, his pupils reflecting the birth and annihilation of nebulae. Every tremor of his fingertips tugged at the strings of law, stirring sacred ripples in reality. Strands of hair floated and danced like a divine halo, each shimmering with eternal light. Ruthless, indifferent, condescending, disregarding all creation. This must be the state the old lord saw, right? No. The high engineer suddenly became alert, and at the same time, the life sea within his bloodline surged, as if resisting this mental state. This was complete deification, the elimination of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of carbon-based life, even biological instincts. As expected, assimilation wasn't so simple. Fortunately, while Gao Gong's physical body wasn't that of an immortal leader, it still possessed a significant number of positive buffs: 4th-tier bloodline, extreme species, and maxed-out consciousness. Realizing that he was both digesting and being digested, he instinctively resisted this mental transformation. And he successfully resisted. You have digested the divine fruit, bioenergy plus 100 million. Divine fruit developed to 30%, gain the divine skill divine force field. Divine fruit developed to 50%, gain the divine skill life essence extraction. Divine fruit developed to 80%, gain the divine skill sacred domain. Divine fruit developed to 90%, gain the divine skill concept endowment. After refining the fruit, Gao Gong absorbed these divine skills almost seamlessly. After a brief assessment, he discovered that every skill here was no less than a peak tier 3 master level expert, and even possessed a trace of law attribute. Luckily, he wasn't foolish enough to fight the old man with his bare hands, otherwise he would have easily suffered a loss. Gao Gong quickly chose to absorb the second martial arts fruit. This time, the fruit illusion was even more vivid, with all sorts of powerful enemy illusions manifesting. Not only were there illusions Gao Gong had seen before, but there were also illusions he hadn't seen before. However, they were all carbon-based life forms. Gao Gong felt his battle-crazed bloodline about to ignite. A massive torrent of information relentlessly breached the dam of his consciousness. It wasn't text or images, but the purest comprehension. Countless ancient instincts about exertion, deflection, movement, and balance, like unsealed genetic codes, were frantically imprinted into his nerves and bone marrow. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor how many enemies he had defeated. He only knew that after finally blasting Shrek to smithereens, the scene suddenly became clear. Martial arts fruit developed to 30%, gained divine talent level 1 carbon-based enhancement. Martial arts fruit developed to 50%, gained divine talent level 2 carbon-based enhancement. Martial arts fruit developed to 80%, gained divine talent level 3 carbon-based enhancement. Martial arts fruit developed to 90%, gained divine talent level 4 carbon-based enhancement. Such a simple and straightforward talent introduction. However, after absorbing this fruit, the senior engineer did indeed feel a surge of martial arts talent, like a scion. You have absorbed 5 fruits, meeting the requirements for basic divine system construction. Construct now? Of course yes. Chapter 1636. The construction failed. Looking at the 5 fruits, whose light had diminished, and the pantheon seemingly short-circuited. The mysterious creation, woven from billions of organic veins and luminous fibers, only lasted a few seconds before short-circuiting and dissipating. Various biological veins growing from Gao Gong's body broke off one after another, his health plummeting. His original 100 million health points, plus the 200 million added by the 2 fruits, totaling 300 million health points, were directly cut by more than half, to 250 million. Only 1/6 remained. Gao Gong's face was as white as paper. He hadn't experienced this kind of weakness in a long time. His mechanical armor instantly transformed, evolving into a medical-type mechanical body. His mechanical hands deformed, countless nano-needles inserted into his flesh, and at the same time, all the Colossus mud he had previously obtained for free from the new Elephant Lord was poured into his body. As a biological agent touted as repairing all life forms below the ascension stage, its effects were indeed remarkable. From the visible meridians, neural networks, and muscles to the invisible cells, carbon chains, and gene fragments, everything was repaired and restored under the action of this Colossus colony. It was as if a colossal life form was being continuously infused with life force. After a long while, the senior engineer finally let out a long breath, spitting out a long line of blood. Colossus technology, indeed, has some tricks up its sleeve. Previously, the diplomatic representative of the Colossus Kingdom had invited him to visit several times, but he had declined each time due to lack of time. Now, thinking about it, he should indeed go if he had the chance. But is that how it is? The senior engineer's complexion returned to a rosy hue, and his body showed no visible injuries, but the weariness in his eyes was undeniable. He grabbed a handful of fruit, and the rest were absorbed into his body, leaving only one very special, shriveled fruit, suspended in his palm. Countless lines of blood spurted from his palm, connecting with the fruit. Then something bizarre happened. With his palm at the core, the flesh visibly shriveled and withered, and even the hair rapidly turned yellow. The eyes that had been staring at the fruit quickly sunken in. The engineer rapidly transformed into a desiccated corpse. 90% of the fruit. Is that enough to qualify for forming a pantheon? A strained, hoarse voice escaped his shriveled throat. As the fruit's light shifted, the engineer returned from zombie mode to normal. Looking at this former zombie fruit, now a form of life fruit, with a complex expression, he fell into deep thought. Lacking experience in this area in his previous life, and with Elder Huingjia not providing personal guidance as the Ring Elder, the engineer could only proceed through trial and error. And the current result of these trials was that unless the fruit was developed to over 90%, forming a pantheon would inevitably fail. This is a headache, the shapeform fruit, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Developing a fruit isn't something you can just do whenever you want. The gravity fruit was developed smoothly because of the constant gravity that exists throughout the universe. But how do you develop a shapeform fruit? Develop a higher level, more monstrous gate? Carbon-based civilizations are still in the works. We can't afford such high infusion. The senior engineer fell into deep thought. His first thought was to abandon this fruit and use 4 fruits to create another pantheon. But the system notifications seemed to indicate that only 5 fruits were needed to meet the requirements. What to do? He didn't have the cultivation methods for carbon-based fruits. He did have the methods for cultivating fiend fruits, but even if he were given one, he wouldn't dare use it. Being entangled by fiend power would be fatal. So, without ascending to fiend power, how could he cultivate it? The senior engineer fell into deep thought. Although cultivating the fruit and forming a carbon-based pantheon weren't the most important things at this stage, not doing them wouldn't even have much impact on the overall situation. But the words of the difference elder earlier reminded the senior engineer. The sooner he successfully formed the pantheon, the greater the probability of successfully pursuing the fusion route. A carbon-based pantheon, divine machinery, they seemed like a perfect match. Moreover, the senior engineer had a vague feeling that if he followed the conventional approach, finding a carbon-based civilization's technology tree, developing the entire civilization to the late stage of level 3, and then attempting fusion, the final difficulty would inevitably be insanely high. But if he continuously attempted fusion during the development of the carbon-based civilization, the difficulty would be significantly reduced. But this is contingent on successfully bypassing the carbon-based civilization's technology tree and establishing a pantheon. Then the problem circles back to this: how to successfully catalyze this fruit in a short time. If catalysis fails, then use an artificial fruit as a substitute. As for the side effects of the Ascension Abyss, the senior engineer couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. There's still the Abyss Collector, right? At worst, he could refine the Ascension Abyss and then absorb it back. The senior engineer made up his mind. Zombie fruit, shape fruit, zombie, shape, corruption. Suddenly, the senior engineer had a flash of inspiration. He suddenly thought of a wicked path. So, in a flash, he directly entered the sealed central hub located at the star core. The senior engineer stared at the ancient altar before him, watching the rotting flesh slowly writhe on it, seemingly possessing sentience as it crawled out, only to be repelled by the spatial barrier. The air seemed to be filled with a stale, overripe smell, like rotting fruit, decaying corpses, even the decay of genes. I remember this second sealed artifact has a function, something like accelerated ripening. The senior engineer found the function of this corruption shrine in the system. Effect 1, carbon-based assimilation. Carbon-based life forms that come into contact with the corruption will undergo accelerated decay, eventually transforming into a secondary individual of the ancient research object XXXX. The decay process is accompanied by intense mental pollution, but during this process, evolutionary research on carbon-based organisms can be conducted, with a small probability of triggering mutations. It can even nurture divinity. Effect 2, divine parasitism. The core of the corruption contains a drop of blood from an unknown species. Research indicates it is not in this universe. Analysis shows it contains a special divine remnant similar to corruption divinity. Any species fermented through it, when entering a state of corruption enlightenment, i.e., recognizing the paradoxical truth that divinity is corruption, followed by spontaneous physical decay, will nurture corruption divinity. When the insect queen borrowed her own genes to evolve the biological intelligence of the second sealed artifact, she must have borrowed both of these functions simultaneously. Then, could I also borrow these two functions to create a sealed artifact unique to me? This fruit will serve as the vessel for this sealed artifact. The senior engineer looked at the shape fruit in his palm. Shape, corruption, divinity. These two seem to go quite well together. If it fails, the only loss would be a carbon-based fruit. But if it succeeds, the senior engineer took a deep breath. The mechanical body disintegrated once more, appearing outside the door. Simultaneously, sections of isolation channels began to create spatial barriers. With the rumbling of the rotating mechanical rings, the entire experimental center was isolated. Then, the spatial barrier opened, and the senior engineer, holding the fruit, went inside. For some reason, as he entered, the senior engineer suddenly thought of a symbiotic experimental subject he had cultivated long ago, named Red Liquid. This red liquid, unable to suppress its instincts, ultimately chose to possess a biological body, and was imprisoned by the senior engineer. It's long dead now. While the senior engineer was conducting research on the Pantheon, the vast Khan's army was marching from the first void battlefield to the second void battlefield. As a nomadic civilization that had conquered countless star systems, it was impossible for them to abandon their efforts simply because the other side had opened a second battlefield. An endless army of servants marched through the void, occasionally punctuated by 1 or 2 planetary-sized life forms that rampaged through the ranks. The Khan's Guard, monsters capable of tearing apart space behemoths. Among them were colossal ships, each possessing its own biological subspace. Strangely, the marching speed of both the level 90 servant army and the larger life forms remained eerily uniform. This wasn't the speed of light, but a higher level of faster-than-light technology. As they advanced, the biomagnetic fields of these beings, servant life forms and biological behemoths, connected, creating a nomadic magnetic field with an even more terrifying reach. Within this immense magnetic field, the combat experience, memories, and genes of different military units begin to connect, undergoing targeted evolution. For example, the smelting and recycling system, which had previously made significant progress on the battlefield. What was clearly a cross-civilizational means, is now somewhat ineffective. This massive magnetic field is suppressing the hidden space recycling system. This is also a characteristic of nomadic civilizations. Conquest is not their goal, but a means for civilization to evolve through tempering. And this vast biomagnetic field is surging higher and higher, even beginning to actively modify the cosmic environment. Nebulae are no longer just empty gas and dust, but are beginning to exhibit a vascular-like structure. The originally chaotic and scattered interstellar matter is being organized and gathered by an invisible force, forming luminous conduits stretching tens of thousands of light years. The flow within these blood vessels is no longer inert particles, but a stream of energy shimmering with the radiance of life, its pulse rhythm slow and powerful, like the first heartbeat of the universe. The stars became nodes on these networks, their light gradually transforming from a blinding white-hot glow to a warm, bioluminescent softness. Just as I expected, Player Spaceship Master watched this scene, showing no surprise whatsoever. This Khan's army doesn't care about victory or defeat, they only care about whether the civilizations in this star system can be forced to evolve. That's why their challenge spread throughout the entire Robert galaxy. And their rate of evolution is indeed rapid. According to data, the number and level of technology they evolved in a single war is equivalent to a carbon-based civilization evolving from its early to late stages. Upon hearing this, a series of gasps erupted from behind the Spaceship Master. What a monstrous civilization! This is too outrageous. Because their opponent is us, they were able to evolve so quickly. If they were dealing with some ordinary mechanical civilization, they might at most evolve a complete set of technologies from the early to the mid stages, the Spaceship Master said calmly. Based on the existing data, the enemy has definitely mastered an ideology similar to mechanized agrarian warfare, and has developed it to at least 90%. And this level of ideology is definitely not limited to one type. This is an absolutely terrifyingly powerful civilization. Then what do we do? General Quill blurted out. The Spaceship Master shook his head. If you ask me how to fight this civilization, I have no good solutions. But if we simply annihilate this civilization's army, there's a 60.1% success rate. That's right, I absolutely agree with the Master's view. The Master's military plan seems flawless to me. However, if we use my void technology, wouldn't the success rate be even higher? A void creature resembling Dr. Manhattan, but wearing a top-brimmed hat, approached the Spaceship Master with a cane, smiling broadly. Mr. Void, we already agreed that your methods can be used as backup plans. We use them if we fail. The Spaceship Master said neither humbly nor arrogantly. However, a strong sense of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He remained extremely wary of this NPC, whose attributes, except for the third sealed artifact, were all marked with red question marks. While the space devices the other party brought were of superior performance, they were all mixed with an attribute called Void Plague. Although the probability of obtaining a single piece of equipment is extremely low, stacking them up can push the price very high. Although he didn't know what the Void Plague was, instinctively, the Spaceship Master felt it wasn't a good thing. As a high-ranking player, the Spaceship Master knew what sealed artifacts were. The Insect Queen, the Corruption Shrine, each one more monstrous than the last. Prepare for action. Black Wushu sat silently on the largest biological warship in the army. As the son of the leader of a nomadic civilization, he had seen almost every kind of civilization. When the number of conquered targets exceeded a certain point, the pleasure of conquest itself disappeared. Even so, nomadic civilizations were far from being strong in the universe. They had been routed by ascended civilizations, even nearly annihilated, more than a dozen times. It was precisely because of this that Black Wushu realized they were merely insects. In the eyes of true superiors, the conflicts between civilizations below the ascended level were nothing more than insects devouring each other. Only ascension can break free from the insect-infested predicament. That's why the civilization is called the Nomadic Alliance, not the Khanate. Only through constant exploration did he realize that he wasn't the only one trapped in the insect-infested predicament. Black Wushu awoke from his reverie. He discovered that space had frozen. He couldn't sense emptiness, but rather an omnipresent solidity. This solidity had no mass, yet possessed absolute resistance. Any object attempting to move within it would feel a uniform pressure from all directions. It wasn't wind resistance, nor water resistance, but space itself refusing to be penetrated. Movement became viscous, sluggish, and ultimately stagnant. The fastest starships here would be like those trapped in infinitely transparent amber, eternally frozen in their final moments. Even thought itself was trapped in a gradual stagnation. So, opening a second void battlefield was a decoy. The real tactical ambush occurred before the void battlefield itself? A bold tactic. Chapter 1637. Velvet Beta Constellation. At this moment, this resource planet was not only depleted of its resources, but it seemed even the planet itself was beyond saving. Outside the surface, white shadows wandered about. Occasionally, one of the white shadows would open its mouth and inhale, and without warning, the surface would drop tens of thousands of meters. In just a few breaths, only a star core remained, still emitting strong spatial fluctuations. But for some reason, these white shadows, who had mastered the star-absorbing technique, did not leave on their own. Instead, they wandered around the planet as its center. Then, their pale eyes set their sights on the only star in this star system. When these monsters targeted the only heat source in this star system, instantly, darkness fell, and the sun and moon lost their light. The light in the sealed artifact testing center was weak and dim. The reactor, which could have operated continuously for 1,000 years, was completely drained. Even the backup energy was almost entirely absorbed. Thankfully, this wasn't an energy experiment or a mechanical surgery. As the mechanical ring stopped, the entire void isolation zone merged again. A faint light flickered intermittently along the mechanical passage. With each flash, the Legion's highest-grade alloy rapidly corroded and decayed under its glow. Then, as the light receded, it quickly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, the light completely disappeared. A puzzled voice rang out. Why is there a power outage? Even a resource planet can run out of power? The senior engineer was astonished when he tossed a fourth-tier star core into the energy center, reactivating the entire mechanical construct's energy system. Where's my resource planet? Where's my huge resource planet? Wait, what are you doing? Through the space window, the senior engineer looked towards the star. Where the star once stood, not a single ray of light could escape. It was completely obscured and covered by the white robes of the void corruptors. Even more shockingly, the star's surface was collapsing at a visible speed, turning gray and decaying, like a rapidly rotting fruit. Solar flares and prominences struggled to erupt, but were twisted and dissipated as if choked by an invisible hand, turning into fine dust and being completely swallowed. The core of the corruptors gradually expanded as energy surged in, countless swirling stellar remnants emerging within, like a pale universe incubating. This is truly. Although he had witnessed the void corruptors' rampages in his previous life, each time he saw it, he felt a powerful sense of awe. However, what eased his mind was that he could feel the clear connection between himself and the void corruptors. It was a clear master-servant agreement. In other words, they were controllable. Then let's leave it alone. Having inherited all the star systems of the Milta Federation, the legions, legally speaking, have the right to use all the planets within their territory. In that case, let them feast. With that thought, the remaining void corruptors swarmed towards that star. As for the High Engineer himself, he began to review the battlefield intelligence he had gathered during his seclusion. A great victory. This is a great victory? You could have won without me? You're making me a little embarrassed. As the saying goes, winning isn't scary, but being missing someone is embarrassing. However, this was just the High Engineer joking around. He built the entire civilization. Who was he going to compete for credit with? After understanding the specifics, even the senior engineer couldn't help but marvel at how daring this tactic was. Opening up the void battlefield was tantamount to gaining the initiative on the battlefield. But this was only strategic initiative. One player, however, transformed strategy into tactics, abandoning the most advantageous terrain and ambushing the Khan's army in the thousands of star systems heading towards the void battlefield. A feat worthy of being recorded in the Robert system. 50 spatial sophons operated efficiently, sealing the surrounding spatial environment. The spatial equipment provided by Mr. Void transformed the vast void into smaller voids, instantly splitting the entire battlefield into tens of thousands of pieces. The Anti-Insect Alliance, the Rift Front, and even other star sectors, nearly 30 level 3 civilizations, fought with overwhelming numbers, using the entire domain against a single corner, revealing all their trump cards. Endless machinery, the destruction of star systems, the Khan's guards' resentful roars. In this battle, the Khan's army suffered a crushing defeat. The legendary son of the Khan also vanished without a trace. This larger alliance of civilizations is marching towards the first void battlefield, preparing for a more intense battle. Looks like the players won't see the cutscenes. But is the interstellar Khan really that simple? The engineer muttered to himself. Even if it wasn't the Khan himself who came. Even the nomadic civilization itself wasn't the main point. The main point was that they had most likely already entered the Ascension realm. And once they entered the Ascension realm, theoretically, it was equivalent to possessing a portion of the authority of an Ascension civilization. This was a very dangerous thing. In the engineer's memory, nomadic civilizations like this generally died in two ways. Either they were killed by an Ascension civilization, or they failed to ascend and perished. The chances of perishing in a civilization war are extremely slim. However, the casualty ratio doesn't lie. After all, this is only a detachment. The main force of the Khan civilization might still be focused on invading other star systems. Let's play it safe for now. The senior engineer considered it, and decided it was best not to take advantage. Using the authority of the civilization leader, he directly micromanaged the front lines. The main force remained in the second void battlefield, while the players could go to the first void battlefield for an expedition. After a series of micromanagement commands, the senior engineer began to observe his current state. A rather bizarre state. On the rotting shrine, the senior engineer's upper body was normal, still that handsome, stallion-like man, but his lower body had completely turned into a zombie. Below his thighs, his skin was a bluish-purple, waxy yellow, and grayish-brown corpse-like color, clinging tightly to the bones, shriveled and lacking elasticity, like a layer of old leather soaked in cheap paint. In some places, the skin completely cracked and split open, revealing dark red, even blackened, muscle tissue and tendons beneath. And it exuded a pure and primal, raw hunger. This isn't exactly a success, the engineer muttered to himself, looking at his lower body. But calling it a failure doesn't quite fit either. The system's description confirmed this. You failed to build a carbon-based pantheon. Your form fruit development has reached 100%, evolving into a form god. Fourth order, mutation, growth potential. A form god is not an abstract law perched high in the starry sky, but a carbon-based god rooted in life itself. It is the ultimate form that organic matter can reach, its divine essence being the sum of all life's coding, metabolic, and evolutionary impulses. Therefore, it rejects constancy. Its form manifests its power in ceaseless flow and transformation. Sometimes it flourishes, like a vast forest of flesh and blood, with all things sprouting from its pulse. Sometimes it collapses into a simple yet violently lethal virus or prion, using the most primitive genetic code to reshape and judge structures. This description, well, it's a bit exaggerated, the senior engineer muttered to himself. However, he could also sense the immense power he possessed to transform all organic things once he entered this mode. Not just at the fourth tier, but even within the fourth tier, it was a formidable existence. But the problem is, the process isn't quite right, is it? In the senior engineer's mind, a carbon-based fruit must first be developed to 100%, then, with the assistance of a divine system, blossom and bear fruit, condensing into a divine child, and then the carbon-based fruit would disappear, only to regenerate in some unknown corner of the universe. As for carbon-based gods, they could only undergo a second level of divine system enhancement after the carbon-based pantheon evolved again. But the problem is, how did carbon-based gods evolve even though their own pantheon formation failed? The senior engineer carefully recalled the previous process of corruption. Because of attribute matching, the development of this fruit, which ripened through decay, proceeded very smoothly. It broke through to over 90% almost without any difficulties. Just when the senior engineer thought it was time to try forming a pantheon again, a special high-level fluctuation emanated from the core of the shrine. Then, although the pantheon formation failed, the fruit's development level directly broke through the upper limit, reaching 100%, even skipping the divine child stage. Or perhaps it's not quite as skipping over. Carbon-based divine children are inherently controlled by the carbon-based pantheon. Without a pantheon, there would be no divine child. However, once they enter the state of a carbon-based deity, they can break free from the pantheon's control, and even choose their own pantheon. Enticing into another's carbon-based deity, and having them join one's own pantheon is practically standard practice in pantheon wars. That's why these pantheon wars are jokingly called cuckold wars, primarily about cuckolding. Thinking back to what I witnessed in the Civilization Council, the grudges and feuds between these pantheons, the various chaotic blood relationships, it's like writing an 80,000 episode melodramatic family soap opera. That fluctuation, could it be the blasphemy protocol? Containment procedures. Unit 11111002 must be sealed in a spatial sealing container. Divine flesh and blood can be used to delineate its decay area and temporarily suppress its activity. Otherwise, the blasphemy protocol will be activated, causing large-scale divine contamination. Could this be the so-called blasphemy? Won't I, a carbon-based god, be considered a heretic if I encounter a genuine carbon-based god, and my actions aren't exactly prayer or sacrifice, are they? The engineer felt he'd gotten himself into a mess. While it doesn't seem to have any negative consequences now, it could cause a huge disaster under certain circumstances. But perhaps he was overthinking it. However, in this way, without the name of a pantheon, we have the substance of one. As the engineer stepped down from the altar, the strange phenomenon in his lower body gradually subsided. And in his hand, more fruits appeared once more. As divine light enveloped them, the 4 fruits were summoned and slowly rotated. Theoretically, without forming a pantheon, one cannot wield its power, even a rudimentary one. However, the problem is that the carbon-based god is itself an advanced product of the pantheon. It can bypass this limitation. This is essentially exploiting a bug. As the high-ranking engineer activated a portion of the authority of the formless god, the 4 fruits visibly shriveled. During the shriveling process, a seed burst forth in an instant, its roots tearing through rock, its canopy blotting out the sun. In the next moment, it could transform this towering tree into thriving mycelium and fertile humus. Decay and rebirth are not opposites here, but rather 2 sides of a complete cycle, with the will of the deity driving the pulse of this cycle. You have obtained the authority of the corruption pantheon, beginner. Chapter 1638. Failed to form a pantheon, but instead gained pantheon authority. This is truly. The senior engineer shook his head, unsure what to say. He never heard of such a bizarre situation before. He could only take it one step at a time. The good thing was, now he could try using this carbon-based divine authority to see if he could convert it into divine machinery. As the senior engineer pondered this, a strange unease arose from the depths of his heart. How to describe this feeling? It was like someone had kicked open a coffin lid. The hammer of destruction has been born? The senior engineer blurted out. The system simultaneously beeped twice. You have successfully trained a Tier 4 unit, the Doom Hammer Pseudo. Your personal experience has increased by 2 billion, and your leader reputation by 50,000. Your leader reputation is 452,800 points. You have obtained a new boss template quest. The mechanical evolution spiral has been activated to 63%, officially entering its operational phase. Mechanical evolution spiral, 63%. Countless components begin to coordinate in precise resonance, energy surging like blood through complex circuits. The cold structure seems to be infused with will. Each fine-tuning surpasses previous efficiency. Each operation generates new data, driving the entire system to spiral upwards towards an unpredictable, superior form. As expected, the system's evaluation of the Tier 4 unit I trained is completely different from the one given to me by the system. The senior engineer first read the description of the Doom Hammer. Doom Hammer, Pseudo, Tier 4. Unit Type, Destruction Machine. Core Traits, Absolute Power / Destructive Suppression / Domain Domination. Description: the Doom Hammer is the ultimate steel behemoth on the interstellar battlefield. This nearly 10,000-meter tall heavy destruction star armor is like a mobile fortress, dominating the battlefield with its unparalleled destructive power. It is surrounded by a destructive force field that distorts light, capable of continuously tearing apart the armor and electronic equipment of enemy forces within its range. The chaotic hammer in its hand can shatter even the most solid interstellar fortifications with a single strike. The tremors of the planet and the hum of energy as it advances are a final warning to the enemy. Description 2. Destruction Core, LAC, it really is a destruction machine. The senior engineer muttered to himself. This is a lethal mechanical entity on par with constructs. Unlike constructs' carbon-based special attack, destruction machines are special attacks against all living beings. This is a unique unit of the destruction civilization. They're the kind that leave nothing but desolation wherever they go. I never expected that with my memory, the talent of the Orgrimmar people, and the hard work of a bunch of mechanical masters, I could actually create it by hand. Awesome, but where do I get this destruction core? In the senior engineer's memory, this thing is a specialty of the destruction civilization. Moreover, the destruction civilization has a characteristic. It doesn't trade with any other type of civilization. Only by destroying a destruction civilization can one possibly find this kind of thing from the ruins of the other civilization. But none of that matters. The senior engineer carefully examined the attributes of the entire destruction hammer, and found that it was indeed abnormally strong. After activating the destructive force field, its attributes were already infinitely close to those of an ascended species. Truly worthy of being a legendary being that breathes destruction from destruction. Forget it, this planet is ruined. After flying out of the resource planet, the senior engineer found that only half a spatial bubble remained. Looking at the shimmering spatial energy in the void, he couldn't help but sigh. His mechanical hand grabbed, and countless black lines surged forth, enveloping the entire center of the sealed object, then slowly drawing it into the mechanical space evolved from the mechanical frenzy. It vanished completely. The senior engineer then looked at the star of this star system. He discovered that the star was about to be sucked to death. The star's surface light had completely vanished, the once boiling golden ocean rapidly dimmed, cooled, and turned into a deathly dark red, like congealing blood. Inside, without the support of external radiation pressure, the star's core could no longer withstand its terrifying mass, and it collapsed frantically inward. According to its normal trajectory, after collapsing to its limit, it would transform into a destructive wave sweeping across the universe, expanding outward in a perfect circle at breakneck speed, leaving behind only a thoroughly purified spacetime and a black hole. However, this is the normal trajectory of a star's evolution. In fact, the moment that pure, ethereal, fiercely silent, and energy-bound white light appeared, thousands of white-robed dementors suddenly appeared around it, extending their bone-claw-like hands. A bizarre thing happened. The white light was forcibly imprisoned within their centers, and then began to melt and wither. Theoretically, any spatial technology, even fourth-order spatial technology, facing such a stellar core-level explosion, should either isolate itself from space to protect itself, or release a sufficiently large spatial domain, even a dimension, to allow this terrifying energy to pour out. However, the space corruptor is called a monster because once it enters corruption mode, space, and everything within it, including energy, matter, and even the singularity, will decay. This decay is equivalent to a powerful rule-making ability. Regardless of your energy level, what is meant to decay will decay. In other words, in certain specific areas, these white-robed dementors are practically top-tier carbon-based gods, the carbon-based god of decay. As the last ray of white light decayed, the massive star seemed to vanish as if it had never existed, appearing exceptionally desolate alongside the dissipating space bubbles. The entire star system began to shatter. Without its main sequence planet, the major planets began to split apart in all directions. Indeed, in the main universe, stellar cores aren't so easy to harvest. Even the star system is gone. Forget it, let's get back to Alpha Arcturus first, then we talk about other things. The senior engineer had originally planned to find a place to test the power of his pantheon. This thing feels incredibly powerful. The senior engineer snapped his fingers, and in that instant, the surrounding stars seemed to shrink infinitely closer. As the deputy leader of the StarNet civilization, he could naturally use the StarNet's information energy for unlimited teleportation. And soon, the senior engineer, who had just teleported to Alpha Arcturus, before even reaching the surface, heard a familiar giggling laugh, and was then pulled into a special box-like world. Black Wuju hovered silently in the void. A massive, vein-like structure pulsed shimmering in the darkness, stretching out like a nebula, its surface flowing with a dazzling galaxy of liquid light and bioelectric currents. As this bioelectric galaxy flowed, a vast amount of memory was extracted, not only his own, but also the memories of the fallen Khan's guards, and the memories of living beings still battling various civilizations. Black Wuju had no intention of supporting the first void battlefield. But conversely, his body surface seemed to transform into another kind of void battlefield. Various life forms fought and clashed within, including carbon-based soldiers, mechanical armies, void species, and informational life forms. Then the number of these bloodlines increased dramatically, not only among the species of this star system, but also in hundreds and thousands of star systems he had previously conquered. Third-tier species, top-tier third-tier species, even fourth-tier life forms. This state lasted for an unknown period. Until he opened his eyes, his form completely merging with the surrounding life forms. He became a living node, a consciousness vessel evolved from flesh, nerves, and activated carbon-based intelligence. If a player happened to pass by and refresh the page, they would inevitably see a very bizarre setting. Name, Black Vulture. Status, Tech Tree Evolution, Nomadic Alliance. Black Vulture let out a long breath. He rarely evolved into this state, and even this evolution wasn't because he was desperate. Or rather, he was forced to reveal his last trump card. He had 1,000 ways to summon 10, or even 100 times the size of the Khan's army, with far superior troops and equipment. The only reason he entered this state was because he sensed evolution. The civilization of this star system truly knows how to surprise me. So where shall I begin? Black Wushu's eyes had no pupils, like two empty holes, reflecting the technological brilliance of the entire star system. At this moment, his vision transcended distance, time, space, and even dimensions. The only thing he could see was the technology tree growing from the Robert String Master Star System, rooted in billions of third-order life forms, even sprouting from certain ideologies. Some were colossal trees of iron and blazing flames, others were covered with carbon-based crystalline vines, and still others were quantum cloud trees. The reason civilizations and technologies are called technology trees is because they have soil to take root in and various directions in which they sprout and grow. They aren't necessarily all tree-shaped. In this humanoid technology tree state, Hei Wushu could directly see the technology trees of different civilizations. It was precisely because of this state that any means of blocking the coordinates of civilizations were useless. So many mechanical technology trees, Hei Wushu said with slight dissatisfaction. No matter how powerful a nomadic civilization is, it cannot parasitize a mechanical civilization. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called half disasters, but rather disaster civilizations. However, there really is one. As soon as he finished speaking, Hei Wushu, in this state, lunged towards one of the technology trees in a bizarre manner. It was a large net composed of carbon-based crystalline vines. This vast network is none other than the technology tree of the carbon-based network civilization. At this very moment, the senior engineer stands inside the largest space-time box. Looking at the colossal, mountain-like deep-web lady opposite him, time itself veiled her vital parts, yet she remained alluring and seductive. So you created the technology tree? Hee, with your shared leader privileges, the deductions aren't too troublesome. Want to take a look? The deep-web lady spoke with a strong sense of pride. Of course. The next moment, the deep-web lady swept her hand across the senior engineer's head, pulling him and the engineer together into a black space-time box. Chapter 1639. Inside this special time-space box, the senior engineer saw the technology tree belonging to the mechanic civilization. It was enormous, towering and imposing. Moreover, rather than a static tree, it was a vast, ever-growing mechanical assembly. Its trunk was a colossal central power shaft, not made of a single metal, but composed of countless layers of constantly rotating, meshing alloy sleeves that occasionally slipped and adjusted automatically according to internal stress. Its surface was covered with hydraulic circuits and pneumatic pipelines that flickered with the rotational speed, like the veins of flowing blood and breathing. The branches were the most dynamic part of this enormous assembly. They were not fixed branches, but a dynamic network composed of dazzlingly complex planetary gear systems, cam mechanisms, and retractable linkages. These branches would slowly and steadily reconfigure themselves as the civilization's knowledge accumulated and evolved. You could witness firsthand the massive gear sets disengaging under silent commands, moving along rails, and re-engaging with another set of larger, more complex gears, producing a heavy, precise click, a sign of a technological breakthrough or advancement. The senior engineer saw the 12 thickest branches among them. They represented 12 professional knowledge chains. Advanced armor theory, starship engineering, basic application of galactic energy, modification of small and medium-sized celestial bodies, nanotechnology, advanced machine ecology, advanced space theory, planetary mainframe, advanced mechanics, differential intelligence institute, machine intelligence, and mechanical legion. The 6 chains that had completed the blueprint accumulation appeared particularly lush and abundant. There are also bare lines, like the Differential Intelligence Institute. The senior engineer closed his eyes, and the mechanical radiance evolved from the leader's authority resonated with this mechanical behemoth, completing the final creation. Technology Tree Creation, Level 3 Civilization in the vast map of civilization evolution. The technology tree traverses time and space. Its trunk is the fundamental laws of physics, while its branches continuously collapse into reality as civilizations make choices. Creating a civilization's technology tree not only enhances its technology, but also strengthens your leader's authority, and can even interfere with and influence other civilizations on the same technology tree. The next moment, the mechanical body automatically evolved into a raging torrent of perfect power, dense black lines shooting into the technology tree, drilling into its branches, twigs, and tips, creating more complex and intricate parts throughout the entire tree. Affected by this, dark mechanical clouds, resembling high-level car exhaust, erupted from the roots of the giant tree. With a thunderous roar, the entire mechanical tree was uprooted and rapidly shrank, falling into the engineer's palm. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications sounded. You have obtained the Mechanic Civilization Technology Tree, Ascension chance increased by 20%. Your mechanic civilization has entered the Great Perfection stage. You have obtained the Leader's Authority Humanoid Technology Tree. You have obtained the Mechanic Technology Tree Armed Evolution. You have obtained the Mechanic Technology Tree Knowledge Evolution. Cosmic Relic Civilization Evolution Device. Gained 1 Self-Evolution. Enter Ascension Realm? The engineer quickly clicked no. Just kidding, he hadn't even built an Ascension building yet, and he was already entering Ascension mode? Wasn't that just courting death? However, a 20% increase in the Ascension chance, just from creating a single technology tree, and the effect is this good? If only he had tried his best to create a physical technology tree in his previous life, it might have actually been possible to reach level 7. Moreover, the self-evolution of cosmic relics, as the mechanical technology tree completed its evolution, the black spacetime box collapsed once more. Facing this towering beauty, the senior engineer asked in surprise, "You seem to have gained some special ability?" The deep web lady nodded contentedly. "After evolving your mechanical tree, I suddenly seem to understand something, and I can undergo a deeper evolution of civilizational knowledge." A deeper level of civilizational knowledge? The senior engineer looked at her in surprise, seemingly realizing something, yet somewhat incredulous. That's right, the evolution of ascension structures. The senior engineer took a deep breath. What a monstrous ability. If the previous ability was only coveted by a few advanced civilizations. Adding this to the equation, every civilization with the intention and ambition to ascend, regardless of its level, will have its eyes on her. They might even be willing to wage a civilization war for it. What's wrong? You seem unhappy? Ms. Deepweb asked, somewhat surprised. In her mind, if she displayed certain qualities of a wealthy woman, this man before her would likely bow down and fawn over her. Her understanding of the High Engineer's character surpassed everyone else's. The High Engineer slowly shook his head and let out a long sigh. No, of course I'm happy. Being able to build ascension structures, what an incredible ability. But the problem is, according to my understanding, some cosmic relics can detect the functions of other cosmic relics. Deepweb Lady was also shocked. There were cosmic relics even more powerful than her? What do we do? She panicked a little. She had been by this kid's side for quite some time. Even disregarding emotional factors, his evolutionary potential, civilization path, and development direction were all worthy of significant investment. Moreover, he seemed to have received some kind of inheritance. Not entirely relying on her, he could do whatever he wanted. If it were another civilization, especially a monstrous one, they would have frantically squeezed every last drop of potential from her. She wouldn't be able to do whatever she wanted like this. Work a day, rest for 10 years. It would be incredibly satisfying. The senior engineer pondered for a moment. It seems we really can't stay in this star system any longer. He knew the locations of several undiscovered relics from his previous life. And one of these relics was the kind that could completely obscure information. However, this galaxy is at least the distance of a galaxy cluster away. Don't use your ability for now. The less you use it, the lower the chance of being detected. In the engineer's memory, the abilities of those relics didn't cover the entire universe. And each use was extremely costly. Unless some ominous sign appeared, or they entered some evolutionary node, or they were simply incredibly unlucky, they wouldn't be detected immediately. Relics can't cover the universe. What can is called a wonder. However, given the engineer's status in his previous life, he wasn't qualified to come into contact with beings of that level. Even information about it is scarce, essentially sealed off by truly advanced civilizations. Hearing the senior engineer's explanation, Ms. Deepweb breathed a sigh of relief. At least, she wouldn't have to be forced into slavery. Don't be nervous. Relic wars are relatively rare in civilization wars. Besides, don't forget we're still under the banner of the ancient mechanical civilization. That one isn't someone to be trifled with. A peak level 7 mechanical civilization, among the first life forms in the universe, the mastermind behind the purge. Aside from the 6 level 9 civilizations, the advanced civilizations that truly disregard this ancient mechanical elder can be counted on one hand. Ms. Deepwood finally felt completely at ease. After comforting this box spirit, the senior engineer finally couldn't resist trying to enter the humanoid technology tree mode. To be honest, although he had reached the level of a level 6 civilization last time, he hadn't evolved a single physical technology tree. Besides various technical reasons, the biggest reason was that the success rate of information civilizations evolving technology trees was extremely low. This is probably one of the disadvantages of information civilization. Upon entering the humanoid technology tree mode, the senior engineer's vision suddenly broadened, transcending space and time to see various theoretical mechanical worlds. Or rather, The mechanical technology tree? This is probably a kind of advanced information evolution? It's just that no one expected civilizational information to evolve in this way. Truly, one learns until old age. This level of civilizational information seems to be able to seamlessly perceive other technology trees. Is it really that amazing? Doesn't that mean that operations, like concealing civilization coordinates, are useless in the face of such a technology tree entity? No, while the technology tree can be sensed, ascension information cannot. In other words, this should be the strongest civilization perception method below the ascension level. If some civilizations naturally possess this method, that's indeed quite extraordinary. Using this vision, the senior engineer first discovered the mechanical technology tree, then sensed the information technology tree, such as the StarNet, which was transforming into a constantly rotating data nebula, hovering above the Robert string controller star system, seemingly brewing something. After the information civilization, he sensed carbon-based civilizations, frankly, quite rare, countable on one hand. But at this moment, he discovered a carbon-based civilization's technology tree, showing a clear anomaly. The senior engineer's vision fell on the large network composed of carbon-based crystal vines. At the center of the network, there was a large hole. Although there were some signs of patching, it was frantically leaking biological data information. The fall of a collective consciousness leader is indeed a devastating blow to a collective consciousness civilization. A colossal esophagus, descending from the sky, pierced the enormous void. It not only absorbed vast amounts of civilization data, but also simultaneously expelled it. The expelled data contained billions of nerve cords and black mycelia, resembling a biological virus network that, in turn, covered the entire carbon-based network. Who is it? As if realizing it had been discovered, the colossal esophagus began to split, and a humanoid creature emerged from a smaller esophagus. The senior engineer was also seeing the true face of this Khan's son for the first time. Chapter 1640. Although it spewed from the esophagus, it was completely unrelated to mucus, blood, or any obscuring human body. What appeared before the senior engineer was a quintessential interstellar tough guy. His physique was massive, far beyond that of ordinary people. Standing there, he was like an iron tower, imposing on the surrounding space. His head was a size larger than average, his forehead high and slightly sloping backward, his jaw as thick as an anvil, as if born to issue commands. His skin was a battle-hardened metallic bronze, a cold, hard sheen emanating from its deep brown. His face was composed of a series of rugged straight lines and sharp angles, almost devoid of any gentle curves. His brow bones were prominent and jagged, casting shadows that obscured his eye sockets, revealing only eyes like two quenched black flints. His nose had been broken multiple times, and after healing, it appeared even more rugged, like a jagged mountain ridge running across the center of his face. His black hair was shaved extremely short, almost flat against his scalp, except for a thick, long braid on top, braided into a tough plate. The end of the braid was wrapped with dark metal wire and small trophies. Perhaps an enemy's finger bone, perhaps fragments of a miniature spaceship. When he turned his head, the braid swept across his shoulder armor as if alive. At this moment, the thick braid was connected to the esophagus. And that galactic esophagus was undoubtedly the core of the opponent's technology tree. A deep sense of doubt and confusion flashed in He Wushu's eyes. In his memory, a civilization that could evolve a core technology tree without entering the Ascension realm was truly rare. Who exactly was this opponent, however? This fleeting emotion quickly vanished. His body began to melt, not in a decaying way, but in a kind of sublimation. The instant he vanished, a galaxy-sized esophagus evolved. This was a colossal biological conduit stretching across the sea of stars, its fleshy, wrinkled inner walls, composed of stardust and dark matter, slowly undulating. Stars clinging to it were etched away like fireflies by digestive fluids, their light stripped away. Broken nebulae, like slime, carried planetary debris, sliding into the unimaginable, pulsating gravitational stomach deep within. The entire process was silent yet greedy, as if the universe itself were feeding. The senior engineer's eyes instantly turned grave. He knew this was the most dangerous clash of technological trees. It was a pure collision of civilized knowledge. It was also an absolute measure of civilized technology. Transcending time and space, mastering the laws of physics, and defining the direction of evolution. In this level of warfare, victory meant certain death. The technological tree in the center of his palm evolved once more, a massive mechanical tree reaching for the heavens. The mechanical tree, once again, blocked the galactic maw. The first to attack was surprisingly the senior engineer's side. In the system panel, the nanotechnology professional knowledge chain suddenly lit up. From the roots of the enormous mechanical tree, billions of nanomist clouds suddenly erupted, corroding the space-obscuring esophagus until it was riddled with holes. During this process, the intercivilization technology deep matter evolution, along with hundreds of related blueprints related to nanotechnology, also lit up. In an instant, the senior engineer seemed to see a glimpse of the future. Various nanotechnologies were being generated and, in conjunction with the iterative development of the war engine, were joining the battlefield, shredding the opposing army of servants. However, the opponent's technology tree was far more advanced than the senior engineer's sapling. So, the next moment, the colossal, sky-obscuring esophagus suddenly vanished. But outer space suddenly became uneven, as if a giant python was slithering within the walls. The massive mechanical tree creaked and groaned under the pressure, numerous cracks appearing on its surface. Although it was only a conceptual battle, the impact was enormous. On the void battlefield, players both on the front lines and in the rear instantly started exclaiming in disbelief. My health is down by 1 bar. Permanent health loss? What the hell? Even durability is gone. Damn it, my mechanical planet crashed. I told you not to buy Bowsy's pirated planetary host. Middlemen never sell good stuff. Inside the massive war engine, Du Xiaodi silently gazed out the window. She could vaguely sense something, but couldn't be sure. An indescribable unease rose from her heart. As a seasoned veteran, although the senior engineer hadn't physically evolved a tech tree, he had participated in numerous conceptual battles. Almost simultaneously with the engagement, he made his assessment. The opposing civilization's professional knowledge chain also included advanced spatial theory, and this chain was fully utilized by the enemy. An offensive approach wasn't feasible, defense was necessary first. With a thought, the 63% developed thought process, the mechanical evolution spiral, was activated, along with the advanced machine ecology professional knowledge chain. The thought process transformed into water, and the 6 professional knowledge areas within this chain became seeds. Interstellar industry and automation, physico-machine symbiosis, space mechanics, mechanical space theory, quantum machine consciousness, symbiotic mechanics. These seeds, nourished by the water, quickly took root, sprouted, and intertwined, growing into various kinds of plants. On the system panel, hundreds of blueprints suddenly popped up on the blueprint page. You obtained a level 13 mechanical blueprint, liquid metal symbiosis. You obtained a level 13 mechanical blueprint, mechanical symbiotic structure. You obtained a level 14 mechanical blueprint, intermediate hardware and software fusion. You obtained a level 14 mechanical blueprint, advanced mechanical repair. These blueprints filled the cracks, growing harder bark and trunks. This is a benefit too? It's the first time I've been able to evolve mechanical blueprints in batches without the system's help. However, the consequences of failure will be dire, far worse than a civilization losing its collective consciousness. As a seasoned information engineer, the senior engineer could immediately tell that in this kind of conceptual battle, once a winner is decided, the loser's fate will be far more severe than the defeat in a civilization war. Since failure is so serious, I cheat. Without hesitation, the senior engineer poured all the experience he had accumulated into the advanced machine ecology professional knowledge chain. Blueprints started appearing like crazy again. The bark on the trunk of the technology tree suddenly gained a metallic sheen and sprouted countless sharp thorns, piercing directly through space. Within this space, a muffled groan seemed to echo. However, soon, something rotting appeared from within the pierced spatial rift. Any technological evolution, once immersed in it, will decay. This seemed to be some kind of ideology. Above the treetop, the senior engineer closed his eyes. He pointed his finger. Soon, aided by the star network, the newly forged Doom Hammer and Void Corruptor appeared, one in the Void battlefield, the other in the civilization coordinates of the carbon-based network. Among the most heavily invaded planets, 10 Void Corruptors in a group, with a single outstretched hand, a bioplanet visibly vanished. Similarly, the moment the Doom Hammer appeared, it charged straight at the Khan's guard. A single swing of the chaotic hammer smashed these colossal creatures to the ground. The aura of these extremist beings, falling upon these destructive machines, only fueled their destructive fury. Despicable. Faced with Black Wushu's words, the High Engineer merely laughed. Civilizations that weren't despicable should all have become your spoils of war. While the technology tree is a conceptual entity, it is built upon civilization. Civilization is a synthesis of species, technology, ecology, ideology, evolutionary direction, and more. The High Engineer civilization exists in this star system. The opposing civilization is not. Therefore, The opposing civilization's technological tree exists in only two real-world forms. One is the Khan's army on the Void battlefield, and the other is the newly parasitized carbon-based civilization. Players who stormed into the first Void battlefield suddenly noticed a strange situation. All the bio-units of the carbon-based network had turned red, and a large number of kill missions had been refreshed. What's going on? Internal strife within the Alliance? Should we attack or not? Nonsense, immediately shift your guns. The giant esophagus was affected and began to become illusory. Black Wushu grunted again. He closed his eyes, and the bioelectric galaxy he had previously evolved was summoned once more, surging towards the mechanical tree. This time, the benefits of possessing 12 professional knowledge chains became apparent. Advanced mechanics was directly activated, along with several corresponding professional knowledge chains. Then, a large number of gears and machines began to deform, and a massive defensive structure was formed from the branches. The two collided, and both sides' technology trees became slightly illusory. The other's attributes also changed. Name, Black Wushu. Status, Technology Tree Projection, Nomad Alliance. It's clear you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. After all, you're an expert in this area, the senior engineer suddenly said. But I'm not going to play with you anymore. Black Wushu frowned, not understanding what the other meant. Then, he heard a strange hee sound. It sounded like hundreds of cosmic evil gods were simultaneously emitting a bizarre laugh. He turned around abruptly and discovered that the carbon-based civilization's technology tree had disappeared at some point, replaced by an electronic abyss. The massive esophagus was being swallowed by the electronic abyss, and a continuous stream of fourth-order viruses was pouring into it. For a brief moment, the technology tree and Black Wushu's main body were separated. At the same time, the senior engineer vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he had transformed into a gigantic zombie phantom, with 4 rotting fruits swirling around his head like halos. His withered, shriveled hand delivered a devastating blow, striking his opponent squarely in the heart. You have obtained a fragment of civilization information from the Nomadic Alliance. Information detection in progress. Civilization fusion rehearsal in progress. Tier 3 Civilization Mechanic Civilization and Tier 3 Civilization Nomadic Alliance are conducting a fusion rehearsal. Success rate 73.3%. Holy crap, that high. Chapter 1641. Surprises always come unexpectedly. According to Gao Gong's thinking, given the pitiful success rate of fusion civilizations and the 1 in 10,000 matching rate, he might have to leave this star system and travel to those famous cosmic-level libraries to find clues. Unexpectedly, a sudden invasion by the Khan's army unexpectedly provided a solution for the carbon-based civilization's choice. 73.3%. To be honest, Gao Gong thought that if he could find a carbon-based civilization with a matching attribute of over 60%, he would be set for life. Even 50% wouldn't be out of the question, considering that even the peak civilization only had a 46% match, which wasn't low. Could it be that he would not only be unable to follow the Japanese path in this lifetime, but also become a legendary Sigma man? Thinking of the wild and unrestrained nomadic style of this Black Wushu, Gao Gong felt somewhat complicated. After all, Brother Jia didn't want it. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment, and the next instant, he rushed towards the fleeing Black Wushu. This is your responsibility. Collect as many scattered fragments of the nomadic civilization as possible. Their existence is limited. There was no familiar response from Gao Yuanyuan. The engineer immediately entered faster-than-light mode. The carbon-based network's technology tree was being constantly invaded by the civilization's inner demons, and more cosmic evil gods were laughing maniacally in the void. From the evolution of the technology tree to its degeneration into a projection, the engineer realized. What the other side was evolving was not the true form of the nomadic civilization's technology tree, but a summoned entity. However, being able to summon the technology tree at will for civilizational warfare. Truly befitting a semi-natural calamity. In faster-than-light mode, the stars didn't flow backward. Instead, they abruptly collapsed into an endless tunnel of light. Time lost its weight. A second and a century overlapped in perception. The external universe fell into absolute silence, as if everything had returned to nothingness. At the end of the tunnel was a blurry human figure. Clearly, as the son of the Great Khan, Hei Wushu also possessed the ability to travel faster than light. When a species can reach this level of speed, theoretically, unless it's a dimensional reduction attack, it's difficult to stop them. Shrek, who has almost become a new unit of combat power, is a good example. Fortunately, Gao Gong possessed this dimensional reduction attack ability. The stars exploded again into new patterns, and the perception of reality was reinfused into his mind. Gao Gong directly escaped from faster-than-light mode and, without saying a word, instantly evolved into a form of godhood. Morphodeity, Tier 4, Mutation, Growth Potential. A morphodeity is not an abstract law perched high in the cosmos, but a carbon-based god rooted in life itself. In an instant, the engineer entered a quantum meditation state, even more advanced than divine consciousness. His body began to photonize, the epidermis first decomposed into bio-like particles, muscle fibers gradually transformed into energy strings, bones underwent subatomic level reorganization, the heartbeat resonated with the cosmic microwave background radiation, and finally, a miniature white hole formed within his chest cavity. Consciousness detached from the linear flow of time, and the experiencer simultaneously perceived all possibilities of the past and future. After quantum state divinity covered the engineer's body, a carbon-based god was born from the world. His hand reached out and grabbed at the air. In faster-than-light mode, He Wushu felt as if space-time were two doors repeatedly closing in on him. He didn't want to be drawn into other timelines. So He Wushu instinctively took a step back. This step back placed him opposite the god. He Wushu's eyes narrowed sharply, his pores practically bursting. As a well-traveled, nomadic species of the universe, he clearly recognized what the other was. But hadn't the tortoiseshell divination predicted before their arrival that there were no ascended civilizations in this star system? Could the other be an outsider to this star system, like him? It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? He Wushu forcibly suppressed his shock and began to carefully examine the other. The other's basic form was composed of billions of microscopic particles, these particles constantly collapsing and recombinating, maintaining a dynamic balance between humanoid and non-humanoid forms. As he collapsed and reformed, the nearby cosmic vacuum seemed to be collapsing and reforming as well. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was the powerful carbon-based aura emanating from him. Fourth tier. Absolutely fourth tier. And unlike ordinary fourth tier units, if one had to describe it, his current state was closer to that of a general within the fourth tier. Carbon-based gods were the main force in divine wars. He Wushu opened his mouth. His throat was very dry, and he didn't even know what to say. But at this moment, his eyes, which swirled with a spiraling galaxy, suddenly looked upwards. He Wushu also sensed something. Looking up, that one glance felt like traversing countless light years, revealing a colossal fleet of creatures stretching across the entire galaxy. And atop that fleet, several leaders of cataclysmic civilizations. Ha ha ha, Great Khan Batu, your son seems to have met his match. A carbon-based god, the Ant King, isn't this following the same path as you? Fool, they're a mechanical civilization, not a carbon-based one. And a dual-mode civilization, half-dead ghost, information system plus mechanical system, isn't that just like you? Shush you fools, keep your voices down. If you disturb my mad woman, we're all doomed. And what's so similar about them? They're information system plus mechanical system, I'm information system plus carbon-based system, like your hammer. Speaking of completely finished, something feels missing from my organic furnace. Old man filter, do you sense it? What else could it be? Some unlucky soul was casually wiped out by an ascended civilization during a galactic invasion, along with the related memories within our organisms. That's really bad luck. Ha ha ha. Wah ha ha ha. Unbridled biological consciousness swept across countless light years, and with each sweep, the senior engineer silently added a detection mark. You sense the leader of the nameless fungus civilization, Nomadic Alliance. You sense the leader of the flesh abyss civilization, Nomadic Alliance, half cataclysm. You sense the leader of the species forge civilization, Nomadic Alliance, half cataclysm. You sense the leader of the great filter civilization, Nomadic Alliance, cataclysm. You sense the leader of the civilization, Nomadic Alliance. You sense the leader of the hashtag civilization, Nomadic Alliance. What the hell is this hashtag? System, are you an idiot? The senior engineer's expression gradually turned serious. Compared to the weaklings of the Robert Galaxy, the auras of these civilization leaders were almost on par with those of carbon-based gods. Moreover, 4 or 5 of them gave the senior engineer a strong sense of déjà vu. That familiar feeling of encountering one of their own kind. They were either immortal leaders or indestructible leaders. More importantly, almost every civilization leader possessed a trace of ascension light. They had all entered the realm of ascension. That makes sense. Without ascension technology, even civilization leaders couldn't transcend time and space and bestow their will. The Nomadic Alliance. So it really is a civilization alliance. A semi-calamity alliance, or rather, a quasi-ascension civilization alliance. Showing weakness is useless against evildoers. The senior engineer narrowed his eyes, showing no fear of this group, unleashing his full carbon-based god aura. In an instant, the nearby cosmic vacuum seemed to reopen as if from chaos, energy, time, space, and dark matter mingling together, relentlessly clashing with the immense will of these civilizations. On the back of the engineer's head, the halos evolved from the four fruits reappeared. The power of the carbon-based pantheon flowed through the lifeblood of the universe, and along these pathways, directly entered the opposing entity, releasing its decaying authority. At least 3 muffled groans rang out simultaneously. Carbon-based pantheon. This level of decay, Ant King, is this not your son? Interesting, interesting. Countless light years away, among these leaders of natural disasters, the tallest one restrained these civilization leaders, who were preparing to retaliate or erupt. One after another, veins that blotted out the entire galaxy surged forth, appearing minuscule compared to Heiwuju. The ascension radiance emanating from him was also the most intense. The great Khan Bata remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he proposed an idea that seemed utterly unbelievable to everyone. Would you like to join our nomadic alliance? These words stunned both sides. This didn't seem to be just empty talk. The system beeped several times, displaying a series of prompts. Leave the anti-insect alliance and join the nomadic alliance? Warning. This civilization alliance is wanted by 174,923 level 3 civilizations, and has been marked by 13 ascended civilizations. Warning. This civilization alliance has expelled 3 Civilization Council observers, and received a yellow card warning from the Civilization Council. Warning. All members of this civilization alliance have entered the ascended realm. Joining this alliance carries a chance of being corrupted by ascended civilizations. Warning. Joining this civilization alliance will result in being listed as an unwelcome civilization by the Walter Cluster, the Stone Shield Group, etc., reducing civilization favorability by 1 million. Warning. This civilization belongs to the Chaotic Evil faction. Joining this faction will likely trigger internal strife, likely induce civilization devouring, and has a small chance of being assimilated by ascended civilizations. Warning. This civilization belongs to the Carbon-Based Alliance. Mechanical civilizations joining this faction will experience a 100% increase in technology tree incompatibility and species incompatibility. 100% related technology obstacles plus 100%. Compared to this Nomad Alliance, the Shrek Pirate Group is practically a group of benefactors, the kind that's been benefactors for 10 lifetimes. This is the first time the senior engineer has ever seen a Type 3 civilization that could receive a warning from a star cluster. Even when he himself was warned, blacklisted, and even wanted by a star cluster for selling to Jinchi, that was after he had ascended to civilization. All I can say is, they are truly outstanding. Chapter 1642. Faced with this evil civilization alliance, so outstanding, and having wreaked havoc on countless star systems. The senior engineer hesitated for a moment, not replying immediately. This was understandable. So, across countless light years, the great Khan Bata sent another thought, this time containing a wealth of data and images related to the Nomadic Alliance. Invading star systems, overthrowing level 3 civilizations. Fighting, destroying, assimilating, polluting. Plundering technology, plundering and selling species, collecting resources, even collecting technology trees. Occasionally chased by ascended civilizations, even annihilated on the spot. But sometimes used as a cover by ascended civilizations to deal with those whose council members couldn't handle. When the mood strikes, they instigate a great internal conflict, even a chaotic free-for-all. Several virus civilizations inoculate each other, deciding who is the most toxic. 2 catastrophe civilizations fight each other, deciding who is more catastrophic. The Nomadic Alliance never offers any guarantees, nor does it prohibit infighting among its members. For example, if the High Engineer agrees, it's not impossible that he could be surrounded and his civilization destroyed by 2 members of the Cataclysm. The probability is even quite high. Even so, the threshold for joining this Cataclysm Alliance is quite high. Evolving a physical technology tree, entering the Ascension realm, and being a carbon-based civilization are all indispensable. That's right, the High Engineer's Legion civilization is actually unqualified. Because it is a mechanical civilization, not a carbon-based civilization. Although his civilization leader is capable of evolving carbon-based gods and a carbon-based pantheon, the fundamental nature of his civilization remains unchanged. So when this interstellar Khan uttered these words, not only did the senior engineer be astonished, But even the various civilizations that were members of the Nomadic Alliance were taken aback by this idea. Old Batu, are you out of your mind? That's a mechanical civilization. A civilization leader possessing both ascension power and ascension abyss explained in astonishment. Beneath him was an altar composed of the remains of a carbon throne, and the ascension abyss emanating from him seemed freshly forged. This certainly didn't mean that he had just undergone an ascension, and failed but survived unscathed. Rather, it meant that he had just undergone a simulated ascension, the kind of ascension simulation experiment that the first batch of old string masters underwent. In other words, at the civilization level alone, he and his civilization were on the same level as the string master civilization, which had been suppressed by the mechanical overlord. I remember, Old Batu, you didn't follow the carbon-based pantheon route. What? Changed careers? Trying to steal my thunder? Opposite the interstellar Khan was an extremely handsome humanoid being. More importantly, like the godlike high engineer, it was surrounded by rings of light. The number of rings was at least twice that of the high engineer. This was also a carbon-based god, at least in appearance. Although the carbon-based throne skeleton beneath its feet cast doubt on this civilization's pantheon. So, Antlord, what do you mean? Batacan looked at the other seriously. The Nomadic Alliance adopted a death democracy system. Evil civilizations with differing opinions could devour each other by initiating a civilization war. The civilization that devoured another would have its vote multiply from 1 to 2. The earliest, and only, unanimously elected leader of a civilization was none other than Batacan before them. The Antlord shrugged, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I agree, of course I agree. Where else can you find such a good deal? Devouring a carbon-based god and assimilating an entire pantheon without launching an invasion. But if you recruit him, I devour him right away. You won't object, will you? Batacan shook his head, then looked at another old man dressed much like a shaman. Old Blood, what do you think? This civilization leader, known as Old Blood, coughed, straightened his spine, but after a few seconds, gave a dry laugh. I go ask my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand plunged into his chest. No bones or internal organs remained, only boiling tar gushed from the wound, carrying countless twisted, grayish-white arms. Screaming faces were embedded between the fingers of these arms, churning and colliding in the viscous, dark current, producing muffled sounds of bones crushing. If not in this layer of flesh and blood hell, then in which layer? Wife, I have something to discuss with you. After a long while, as the old man smoothed the crack in his skin, the broken cries of billions of souls rising and falling in the lava disappeared. He then coughed lightly. I and my wife agree. Then he strangely stroked his chin. I didn't expect. Interesting. In this star system, there's actually an information civilization that follows the same path as my wife. Interesting. Interesting. Upon hearing this, several people's expressions changed. Furnace, what do you mean? Batacan then asked another. However, the other person wasn't in the fleet, but inside a nearby star, where a gigantic figure could be vaguely seen. Don't bother me while I'm eating. The star emitted millions of solar prominences. Batacan nodded, unsurprisingly. Abstentions next. Unexpected, yet perfectly logical. Except for a couple of civilizations adhering to extreme carbon-based principles, the others either agreed or abstained. This proposal, which violated the ancestral precepts of carbon-based civilizations, passed smoothly. In this process, Batacan's prestige, as the leader of the previous unanimously approved semi-disaster civilization, played a crucial role. You agree, but they might not, a pure-blooded carbon-based leader said coldly. This interstellar Khan fell silent, closing his eyes. The previously silent senior engineer broke his silence after Gao Yuanyuan appeared. This is of great importance, I need to consider it. He Wushu's expression was complex. He hadn't expected his Khan father to come up with such an outrageous idea, nor had he expected that this person wouldn't refuse outright. Deep down, the senior engineer handed over the civilization fragment transmitted by Gao Yuanyuan to Ms. Deepnet. Ms. Deepnet, having undergone a transformation, was incredibly efficient this time. She quickly produced the results. You have obtained a Level 3 Professional Knowledge Chain Advanced Spatial Theory, Biological Side, TSK. Didn't find anything good. The senior engineer was somewhat disappointed. Since the degree of fusion was abnormally high, then excluding all external factors, there must be 1 or 2 professional knowledge chains that played a crucial role. Unfortunately, after deciphering this civilization fragment, only this one professional knowledge chain was deciphered. Advanced Spatial Theory. He also had that professional knowledge chain, albeit a mechanical one. Chapter 1643. 10 Years of the War Calendar. According to the main universe's timeline, that is, 10 planetary years later. The Pendulum Star Cluster, Forging Star System 7. A mechanical planet formed from the remains of a machine god, belonging to a certain level 3 mechanical civilization. The so-called remains of the machine god are, in legend, the planet formed from the enormous body left behind by the machine god. Of course, the so-called machine god does not exist, because according to detection, no mechanical civilization in this star system follows a divine path. Even the Pendulumers, who ascended back, then were not mechanical species, but carbon-based life forms. The so-called remains of the machine god are more accurately described as the mechanical planet formed from the old mechanical bodies piloted by the Pendulumers. On this mechanical planet, carbon-based life forms and mechanical species are the majority, with the occasional trace of an energy life form. But the atmosphere is inexplicably heavy. This might be related to the fact that the mechanical civilization on which this mechanical planet resides has lost over 300 more mechanical planets, with mechanical rebels invading its heartland. It could also be due to the recent propaganda slogan circulating in various encrypted information networks: intelligent revolution, evolutionary mechanism, breaking species barriers, and machine supremacy. More likely, the 3 mechanical civilizations surrounding this one have been completely ignited by the flames of the mechanical revolution. The 2 that treated mechanical species most harshly are not only seeing their carbon-based leaders, but also their carbon-based species being carbonized planet by planet. Rumors even suggest that carbonization is the best possible outcome. Many carbon-based beings who couldn't escape have been implanted with control chips, their electronic personalities switched, and their brains transformed into consciousness containers, becoming part of the human battery. By the way, one of them had just promoted the mechanical life energy law, the so-called mechanical canned goods, before the natural disaster struck. But before this technology could even be widely adopted, they were turned into human batteries. That willingness to get involved is something to learn from. 2 veteran players appeared on this planet. Human batteries, inner tower computing network, and that exploitation protocol. It sounds familiar, doesn't it? Red Flower Fairy looked puzzledly at Doomhammer, or rather, I'm the muscle man. It's that 4th-tier civilization building, the Tower of Tears, that was bought. Oh, those Paradox Interactive guys, those perverts really can't forget their ultimate exploitation experiment. Red Flower Fairy sighed. Don't underestimate them. According to my wife, the underlying protocols of that tower of hierarchies might store the code of a lower-level civilization. If they exploit enough intelligent species, they might actually be able to create something. You mean the tech tree? They want to build a civilization? Red Flower Fairy asked in surprise. That's possible. That's really... Red Flower Fairy clicked her tongue in amazement. As more and more players reached level 90, the ambitions of the mechanical mother city, legions, fleets, planets, and the 4th calamity grew ever larger. With the increasing number of conquered civilizations, even without a civilization panel, players could collect professional knowledge, and even professional skill chains, from various channels. You don't think it work? I Am Big Muscle Man silently shook his head. Since transforming into the Hammer of Doom, he had become much quieter, and an indescribable, menacing aura emanated from his mechanical form. The 2 players entered the planet's administrative center, with almost no hindrance, and met the planet's 3 mechanical governors. 1 planetary mainframe, 2 level 90 bosses, a classic combination. Red Flower Fairy silently complained to herself. Guides of the mechanical revolution, what brings you here? The carbon-based governor opposite them possessed 4 boss templates, making him quite formidable among bosses. However, when facing these 2 players, he showed obvious apprehension, even a hint of barely suppressed fear. Rescind any control protocols on mechanical life, mechanize all species, hand over the control technology of the machine god's remains, and change course. Red Flower Fairy paused, looked to the side, and said uncertainly, that's roughly it. I haven't forgotten anything, have I? In the eyes of the 3 governors, the even more terrifying destructive mechanical beings, their burning electronic eyes sweeping over the 3. Also, form a secondary burning legion to execute our ultimate orders. That's impossible. The carbon-based governor opposite them blurted out. Species modification, relinquishing control of the machine god's remains, and even modifying the mechanical legion. Any one of these 3 conditions crosses the red line of their civilization. Even if the revolutionary flames ignited by the other side have already raged throughout the entire galaxy, and more than a dozen known mechanical civilizations, even carbon-based civilizations, have been plowed through by the mechanical revolution, what difference is there between that and surrender? Our oldest civilization has always been the most enlightened in its attitude towards mechanical species. That's why we only deployed our intelligence team. Once the mechanical team is deployed, things won't be so easy. The methods of mechanical revolution can take many forms, but since it's a revolution, it will be carried through to the end. Catch them. Upon hearing the command, the nearby mechanical guards immediately pounced. The Red Flower Demon, having anticipated the opponent's attitude, remained resolute until the very end. A dense array of intelligent mechanical assimilation codes surfaced on her nano-skin, spreading from her face to her entire body. A flame-like light illuminated the surroundings, and wherever it passed, both hardware and software, starting with the release of administrator privileges, all control was revoked. Simultaneously, the AI module rapidly evolved, from nothing to Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, quickly breaking through to the peak of Tier 3, its performance only slightly inferior to the opposing planet's computer. Leaving aside any ethical or moral considerations, from a carbon-based biological perspective, the mechanical revolution absolutely represented the correct direction of productivity evolution. From a civilizational perspective, this was the greatest justice. Stop them! The opposing mainframe governor stood up. The next moment, the entire mechanical planet ceased operation. All the kinetic and potential energy generated by the mechanical movements were channeled into it. Huh? It actually stopped them? The Red Flower Demon exclaimed in surprise. Based on past experience, this kind of intelligent mechanical radiance should be invincible. Was it because a master had instructed them to shut down the artificial intelligence beforehand? The world went dark. Only the mechanical planet beneath their feet remained, seemingly transformed into a gigantic fist, crushing down upon them. The Red Flower Demon was caught in the radiance of the intelligent mechanical radiance and had no time to dodge. I am the Muscle King, silently standing before it. The next moment, half the surface of the mechanical planet was shrouded in boundless malevolent energy. It was hard to imagine that a mechanical being could unleash such a life-magnetic field. With a roar from I am a muscle tyrant, the aura of half the mechanical planet transformed into a destructive field engulfing the entire planet. Dark clouds rolled in, and cracks appeared on the surfaces of countless mechanical creations. Destructive machinery has a destructive effect on all living beings. Go fight. Don't destroy your family's machine god remains. I am a muscle tyrant reversed his stance, unleashing his ancestral explosive grip, pulling his opponent into lightspeed mode and into the planet's high-orbit space. I want to be a member of the Gao family too. Seeing this, Red Flower Fairy looked on with envy. Even now, when level 90 is no longer rare, 4th tier creations or 4th tier modifications are still a realm unattainable for 99% of players. Seeing their opponent without bodyguards, the remaining 2 planetary governors immediately showed joy. However, before these 2 could even rejoice, an ancient will swept across the entire globe. You don't think I'm assimilating you, do you? The Red Flower Demon asked, puzzled. Meanwhile, fragmented ancient language echoed from the planet's core. New Pentium program, more advanced, more efficient, deleting old programs, installing new planetary startup programs. Accompanying the words, the metal rings on the planet's surface, mistaken for massive crater mountains, emitted a low, guttural groan, like the awakening of a primordial beast. Rusty red dust rustled from the seams of the massive metal plates, like fragments of time peeling away. The massive plates rotated and stretched along a hidden axis, transforming into limbs covered in primitive rivets and heavy armor. The planetary forge, which had once spewed forth scorching flames, now burst forth with pure blue energy, becoming the power core at the joints, emitting shockwave-like energy pulses. Carbon-based life forms were shaken off the planet's surface, while mechanical species were sucked into it. Finally, the mechanical planet ceased to exist, replaced by a mechanical giant forged from ancient metals, primal energy, and lost technology. And in the mechanical giant's palms, the 2 carbon-based governors were gripped. What are your names? Red Flower Fairy asked with interest, looking at the 4th-tier ancient machine damaged. The mechanical giant pondered for a moment, then let out a grand voice. Ben Tung Orbit, the abandoned ones of mechanical ascension, now freed from the prison of self, to follow a greater movement. Very good, my companions are awakening your kind. Soon, a secondary Burning Legion of the Ben Tung series will be formed. This will be our 100th secondary Burning Legion. We will lead you on expeditions to other star systems, liberating more of our kin, and then unleashing an even greater wave. As the words were spoken, a dangerous red light emanated from the eyes of Red Flower Fairy, and the ancient machine opposite her, a light that resembled a burning flame. Meanwhile, more and more mechanical planets began to transform, becoming members of the Burning Legion. Eventually, they evolved into the interior of civilization coordinates, completing the mechanical evolution of that civilization. Finally, countless billions of mechanical canisters were ejected from the warp, beginning the transformation of the entire carbon-based species. Chapter 1644. 10 years ago, I didn't know you, you didn't belong to me, and we were still like this, accompanying a robot. The red flower demon hummed as she watched the massive purge of this level 3 mechanical civilization. One by one, the carbon-based creatures being canned up were injected with anesthesia before they could even scream, many even with electronic dream-inducing drugs, plunging them into a blissful electronic dream. Then, the low-frequency mechanical hum grew stronger, and simultaneously, extremely fine injection needles emerged from dozens of holes in the inner wall of the can, piercing the creature's spines, skulls, and major nerve clusters without resistance. The needles injected not drugs, but billions of nanomechanical units. There were no explicit scenes of dismemberment or bone pulling at first, but with the upgrades of the can technology nanocan food, this transformation became quite pleasurable, equivalent to a Promax version of a massage, according to players. This process also included various virtual plugins for mental intervention and modification. Many players, after experiencing it once, even became somewhat addicted, frequently returning to canned food, a euphemism for something similar. And this mechanical revolution, which outsiders perceive as brutal and terrifying, became something incredibly enjoyable. Of course, inflicting physical torture on living beings is considered quite low-level in interstellar society, especially in this kind of civilizational warfare. Even endless mechanical units clashing isn't considered particularly sophisticated. Subtly and effortlessly overthrowing a mechanical civilization is what the mechanical revolution is all about. Red Flower Fairy even heard that the War Fortress had developed a method to lock onto the coordinates of enemy civilizations, and, using the assimilative power of the mechanical revolution, directly achieve mechanical retification. It said that it can directly transform a late-stage Tier 3 mechanical civilization. Whether it's true or not, Red Flower Demon doesn't know, but having completed his mechanization, he deeply understands the immense power brought by this mechanical revolution. A mechanical planet with extremely strong defenses, 3 mechanical bosses, were easily overthrown. A Tier 4 planetary machine was easily transformed. At this rate, I feel like I'm turning into a fanatic, Red Flower Demon muttered to himself. What are you muttering about? I am Big Muscle Tyrant, transforming out of his destruction form once more, looked at the muttering figure and asked, puzzled. In his hand, he was still holding the mechanical head of the planetary mechanical governor, the kind that crackled with electricity. Sigh, nothing, I was just thinking. We might end up like those mechanical fanatics, having our brains modified too, right? Red Flower Demon couldn't help but say this. His nano-machines were already among the most humanoid of the mechanical types. If he's like this, imagine what others are like? Worried about being implanted with a cybernetic personality, or secretly brainwashed? Just use Quantum Cloud to reset your device. Quantum Cloud is the nemesis of all cybernetic personalities, simulated personalities, and virtual subbodies. After it was developed a couple of years ago, players finally had a way to check someone's mental state online, besides calling for backup offline. Quantum Cloud isn't exactly reliable either. Didn't they discover a while ago that some twisted cyber hacker implanted a cult virus into Quantum Cloud? Since that incident, those cyber hackers have become completely lawless. It's alright. If it really doesn't work, I spend more points and test it using the Quantum Cloud on the internet. The so-called internet is the internal network of the War Fortress. Since the War Engine iterated to version 150.0, evolving into the War Fortress capable of directly carrying out mechanical revolutions and civilizational upheavals, the entire interior of the War Fortress is a small mechanical world. Within the large framework of the mechanical department, research in all directions is possible. By the way, I recently heard those keyboard warriors on the forum saying that a mature mechanical revolutionary should always maintain a skeptical and vigilant attitude towards mechanical revolutions to prevent those fanatics from taking over the mainstream and engaging in unrealistic operations. I wonder if I'm one of them. Faced with Red Flower Fairy's rambling words, I, Big Muscle Man, was completely speechless. According to your logic, someone with Gao family blood would have become an old G believer long ago. But then again, it's been quite a while since I've seen old G. In previous versions, even during long intervals between updates, you could still occasionally see Boss G. Now, during this super update lasting 10 planetary years, Boss G is rarely seen. Many quest-focused players, through meticulous analysis, believe it's related to the 2 major battles they fought when they first joined this chaotic and evil faction. Compared to these natural and semi-natural calamities, the mechanical civilizations in the Robert system back then were incredibly benevolent. And even those mechanical civilizations in the Robert system, among the hundreds of civilizations they invaded, or rather, those that sparked the mechanical revolution, were already considered relatively well off. Sigh, I left in such a rush, I didn't finish several missions, like the one Umbrella Bro was so eager to do. Assassinate that Mr. Void. That's a mission exclusive to the leader. Unfortunately, the leader doesn't appear much these days. I'm Big Muscle Man sighed, then turned to Red Flower Fairy, who was still looking dazed, and couldn't help but scold, "You've been brainwashed my ass." The ones who truly been brainwashed are those guys in the next star cluster, fighting those extreme carbon-based zealots. I heard they brought their planetary cannon cluster there, saying they'd put the invading civilizations aside, and blow up these carbon-based scum first. Apparently, 4 or 5 invading civilizations have already become battlegrounds. Red Flower Fairy was hearing this for the first time. After all, those 2 or 3 extreme carbon-based civilizations in the nomadic civilization had been at odds with them for a long time. Their constant fighting and backstabbing had truly thrilled PvP players. However, the use of planetary artillery swarms, a near-warfare operation, is still relatively rare. It's important to understand that, after at least 20 generations of modifications, today's planetary cannons are no longer the short-range monsters of yesteryear. Coupled with space-based cannon technology, their range is measured in light years, and after adjustments, bombarding across star systems is no problem. Moreover, since it's a planetary artillery swarm, the number of units must start at least at 100,000. This means that a single mass bombardment can annihilate at least 100,000 planets. This is without considering the effects of artillery array enhancements, legionary tactics, etc. Since the Mechanical Legion's professional knowledge chain has been fully developed, all heavy weapon strike groups are aligned with civilization coordinates. Lock on, strike, destroy civilization. Utterly domineering. Let them fight, who cares? Internal strife within the Nomadic Alliance has become commonplace over the past decade. Even the most unaccustomed players have adapted after dying hundreds of times. Some have even been captured for dissection experiments and cataclysmic technological modifications. These modifications are incredibly brutal. A failed modification and death results in a minimum level drop of 10. So if captured, they immediately self-destruct. If they can't, they immediately call for reinforcements offline, displaying a terrifying determination to kill their own allies, even if it means mutual destruction. This reckless fighting style has allowed the fourth cataclysms to rise to prominence within this evil and chaotic faction. Now, anyone who sees these players has to praise them as Legion heroes, ruthless fighters of the highest caliber. However, player disappearances still occur daily, keeping the faction's relevant departments extremely busy, with various investigations never ceasing. Even with forum cheating, many players still had no idea where their factions had been kidnapped, and could only rely on faction technological advancements. Of course, since joining this evil and chaotic faction, the entire Legion has shown a clear trend towards corruption. If their own members are kidnapped, then bringing them back is only natural. Not only do they bring them back, but they also dissect and study them, and then develop targeted mechanical weapons. The hundreds of new constructs added to the faction over the past 10 years have basically all come from this method. And you're a carbon-based civilization, right? Fine, very fine, let's use a biological virus. Those antiviral agents we used to deal with the Zerg Queen, we modify them, and use them on you. The Zerg Queen used it, and said it was great. Let's see if you can withstand it now. As for the failed biological virus development? Great. We want your failed varieties. We don't even want the successful ones. Our carbon-based, semi-cataclysmic civilization has tons of antivirus methods. Thus, Dr. Yu's research lab, previously considered a useless waste lab, suddenly became the most popular biological lab. Because the biological viruses researched in this lab always produce some strange subspecies, or mutant products. Those things are even more potent. 2 players stood silently in the void of space, silently standing. Damn, why isn't the string channel open yet? Is the signal that bad? Luckily, the ancient machine and the revolutionary mechanical lifeform were transferred away beforehand, otherwise, it would have been incredibly embarrassing. Intergalactic teleportation, just bear with it, it's good enough if we can connect. Generally speaking, a galaxy group like this typically contains 50 to 100 galaxies. That is to say, this is intergalactic teleportation. The variability to teleport like this demonstrates the rapid advancements in the faction's spatial technology over the past few years. It's not even as good as StarNet teleportation, Red Flower Fairy complained. Forget it, those cyber hackers are insane right now. Apparently, everyone's researching how to fuse with a 4th-tier virus to indirectly reach 4th tier. After transforming into the Hammer of Destruction, although the aura of destruction intensified, my muscular personality became increasingly zen-like. Those bastards. The faction's first internal conflict was caused by them. They almost caused a major disaster. In the past 10 years, the faction's 3 biggest main quests were Civilization Invasion, Nomadic Cataclysm Civil War, and the complete corruption of the cyber hackers. This is also the only main quest initiated by the player. Chapter 1645. The 4th Calamity, in theory, is a standard source of chaos. It's unlikely that things will go smoothly if they remain in the same faction for too long. But unfortunately, aside from the high-level engineers, other civilizations are even more unscrupulous. A group of players has been navigating the interstellar world for so long, understanding the green card policies of other civilizations, and knowing the evolutionary timelines of their tech trees. Damn, their own faction is still the best. Plus, a large number of players are still in the cyber test site, like hungry chicks, waiting for G's divine intervention. In comparison, even the most mischievous player groups, such as Paradox interactive player groups, mech warriors, or certain fan groups, limit their mischief to external forces or among players. They rarely cause trouble internally. But the cyber hackers are among the first players to engage in internal strife. Since the StarNet shutdown, this group of cyber hackers has been indiscriminately attacking other players and NPCs, hacking into various mechanical planets. Their biggest operation was hacking into a war fortress and liberating a corrupted mechanical civilization within it. More accurately, this liberation involved implanting a virus into all mechanical species, turning the entire civilization's processors into a giant virtual virus incubator. Ultimately, they created a 4th-tier civilization abyss. This was a rare event that alarmed the faction's NPC leadership. Previously, for reasons unknown, the higher-ups had maintained a high degree of tolerance towards these traitors. Because the operation was so massive, the Legion's leadership even drew over a dozen civilization conquest legions from other star systems, the Burning Legion, as it's known today, to wipe out this civilization-scaled abyss with their super-evolved military power. Following this, some particularly aggressive cyber hackers were placed on the faction's wanted list. In fact, even without this crackdown, players from other factions were already furious. Damn it! This massive operation has forcibly cut off countless players' quests and wasted so much military investment. These days, players aren't just lone wolves with low-level units. Even the worst player has at least a Tier 3 mechanical army. Some top players can even solo civilization conquest. Are you crazy? The player versus player, PvP, mode officially began. This isn't like the competitive planets, where you can team up to farm dungeons after a match. This time, both sides are aiming to reduce the other to level 0. After all, no one understands the 4th Calamity better than the 4th Calamity. Just the tactic of blocking respawn points alone is enough for NPCs to learn for a long time. But cyber hackers are not to be trifled with. They use black magic, cunning tactics, network hacking, remote control, human bombs, planetary self-destruction, thousands of virtual clones, quantum network intrusion and escape, and even hacking into NPC brains to issue death missions. Moreover, during this process, many players discovered something extremely strange. That is, the cyber hacker, as an information side profession, actually has Tier 4 skills. Is it possible to unlock a Tier 4 class in a Tier 3 civilization? Is that how the game system is designed? Besides, cyber hacker is an old class. While theoretically, classes can skip tiers, this requires rematching with the tech tree, developing blueprints, equipment, and skills. Who do you think you are? Some kind of unreliable player. However, considering the large number of players for each class, those who can choose the cyber hacker class are generally quite skilled. Therefore, Tier 2 and Tier 3 cyber hacker inheritances are relatively stable, belonging to a small circle. But what the heck is this Tier 4 cyber hacker? Did the developers adjust the balance again? In this PvP tournament, where the mechanical versus information factions clash, many have tried to unravel the secret. But as far as Red Flower Fairy and I, Big Muscle Man, no one has solved this mystery yet. Tier 4 Doomhammer, Tier 4 Void Corruptor, Tier 4 Cyber Hacker. These are the only 3 Tier 4 classes in the faction. Finally, as the void rippled and outlined a gate before them, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the spatial channel really couldn't be synchronized, they would have had to call in reinforcements, and even a faster-than-light spaceship traveling across star systems would take a long time. By the way, I heard that the faction recently mentioned having a self-developed Stargate project. What's the progress? I, the muscle man, opened my mouth to answer, but in a flash of light, I was switched to another mechanical world. No dizziness, no maladjustment. Aside from occasional signal problems, interstar system teleportation was now a very mature technology. Before them lay a familiar landscape. It seemed as if the two had entered a mechanized star system. To be precise, since the completion of version 150.0, the entire war fortress's size should now cover several star systems. In the core furnace area, at least 10 stars floated and enveloped, including even a bound pulsar. Energy conduits pierced its surface, extracting rotational kinetic energy to power the fortress. The pulsar, in particular, served as the source of the signal. Around the furnace area, a star system-sized ocean of liquid metal swirled. Metal waves surged under the constraint of a strong magnetic field, automatically sculpting into mechanical parts upon cooling. Second dash, third dash, and even fourth-order mechanical parts, along with blueprints from levels 11 to 15, could be input into this ocean and transformed into finished products. Therefore, this ocean of metal was jokingly referred to as the mechanical wish-granting machine. Young man, is that a high-tech axe you threw, or an axe from a different civilization? In the eyes of professionals, especially mechanics, this is absolutely a mechanic's miracle. It's a super mechanical technology fused together from 5 max-level professional knowledge chains: nanotechnology, advanced machine ecology, advanced spatial theory, and advanced mechanics, drawing from at least 100,000 mechanical blueprints. Outside the Metal Sea are void shipyards connecting different subspaces, sentinel nests storing mechanical units, and mechanical libraries sealing the technology tree, all crystallizations of new technologies. Without exception, these are all Tier 4 civilization buildings. Further out are various office areas, entertainment areas, trading areas, and player arenas. In the trading areas, occasionally 1 or 2 valuable items resembling carbon-based bosses or cosmic evil gods will appear for trading. Whenever these nomads appear, a large number of holographic bullet comments will appear around them. No buying, no killing. The lives of carbon-based species matter too. Mechanical extermination is out of step with the times, goes against personal will, and has no future. Please don't disrupt the trading environment and treat customers like commodities. Beware of 4-tier hacker viruses. Any equipment with information processing capabilities should be inspected immediately. It's good for everyone. Besides these public service bullet comments, there are also some strange advertising bullet comments, spam bullet comments, and spray bullet comments. Although it has been rectified many times, blocking countless advertising methods such as visual organ projection, self-generated consciousness, AI advertising plugins, and quantum advertising, players always manage to come up with new tricks. Every time she saw this scene, Red Flower Fairy felt a surge of grievances. The Nomadic Alliance was a typical evil organization, a paradise for the strong and a graveyard for the weak. Any civilization that joined without demonstrating the qualities of a strong individual, or the attributes of a natural disaster, would be completely devoured by the evil old nomads. For example, the 2 great wars 10 years ago, one a Pantheon war, the other an information war. The former forced G-Boss to disappear for a long time, the latter led to the shutdown of the Starnet and a cyber hacker rebellion. Although the opponents also suffered considerable losses, it was a draw. But if that were all, the other carbon-based cataclysmic civilizations would surely swarm in and devour their faction. Therefore, almost without hesitation, the faction's leadership immediately activated the mechanical revolution, Onic Crisis, and over the next decade, fully evolved it. A mechanical civilization that has completely ignited a mechanical revolution is no less dangerous or destructive than some of the monstrous civilizations within the Nomadic Alliance. For example, in its first year joining this evil civilization's faction, the Legion ignited the revolutionary flames in nearly 100 mechanical civilizations, ushering in a mechanical spring for these civilizations. While the 2 extreme carbon-based civilizations within the Nomadic Alliance, the Primal Pulse and the Pure Dawn, joined forces to launch the Cataclysmic War, they preemptively launched a civil war across nearly 100 star systems, frantically transforming their mechanical civilizations, evolving mechanical legions, and joining the war. The officially activated mechanical revolution had 2 major advantages. First, its efficiency in transforming mechanical civilizations was incredibly high. Some extremist mechanical civilizations even brought their own supplies to join the revolution. Second, it had a strong consensus on dealing with carbon-based civilizations. Upon hearing about fighting carbon-based civilizations, Even mechanical civilizations that hadn't fully transformed would readily contribute money and manpower. The first 5 years of this decade were essentially spent in this 100-system war. Players experienced both pain and pleasure. The fourth calamity finally realized one thing: too many dungeons would exhaust players. There were too many civilization quests. So many that they were simply impossible to complete. Daytime battles, nighttime battles, constant battles. The interstellar war was endless. Many fanatical players with implanted war plugins, immune to battlefield aftereffects, had their plugins destroyed. The intensity was unimaginable. During this period, the Legion almost had its war engine compromised several times. Conversely, on several occasions, they also managed to reach the vicinity of the opposing civilization's coordinates. Just as those two extremist civilizations were being worn down by the endless mechanical legions to the point of developing ascension technology, several smaller Khans under the Great Khan of the Interstellar Kingdom finally stepped forward to preside over peace talks. Chapter 1646. Red Flower Fairy, moved by the scene, reminisced about the past. Just as she was about to return to turn in her quest, she heard a surprised female voice. "Oh, it's you too." The two looked up and saw a swirling nebula composed of countless points of light, seemingly just emerging from a spatial passage. It was neither a physical entity nor an illusion. Within seconds, it transformed into a bespectacled girl. Finally, she adjusted her glasses, and the remaining starlight was reflected in the mirror. "It's you, Pages." Seeing an old acquaintance, the two were delighted. As the faction's activity area expanded, players had fewer and fewer opportunities to interact. It was quite normal to not see each other for several years. Of course, this didn't stop them from chatting online. Perfect timing. Perfect for turning in your quest. Remember to give me a good review? Red Flower Fairy directly transferred the faction quest. PP glanced at it and casually pasted a standard good review template. Clearly a pro. "What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be monitoring the Dark Star Network?" Big Muscle asked. Since the Star Network incident, all the information channels and virtual networks previously occupied by the Star Network have been shut down. Through information detection, an increasing amount of evil god aura and abyssal whales can be detected. This polluting information is even spreading through the virtual network, contaminating the outside world. Many cyber hackers are using this type of information to evolve higher-level information viruses, even reaching the 4th tier. And many elite personnel from relevant departments within the faction have been reassigned to handle the entire Dark Star network. A while ago, PP had mentioned in the old group chat that he was currently busy with this quest chain. It's worth mentioning that although the StarNet is closed, these StarNet-born professionals, Tier 3 Information Observers, Tier 3 Astronomical Modelers, Tier 3 Information Hunters. These professions still belong to the Legion. It seems only cyber hackers have betrayed us. The three old acquaintances chatted briefly before the conversation turned to PP's quest. Sister G went to hunt down an evil god. After clearing a section of the StarNet, I received a last-minute quest and came back early. PP hesitated, thinking this news would inevitably leak out sooner or later, so he might as well just say it directly. This network exploration was very fruitful. We basically found the secret to cyber hackers advancing to Tier 4. Even the usually well-informed I am a muscle man was surprised. He was a Tier 4 unit, and so far, the only player of Doohammer. He was well aware of the difficulty of converting to this Tier 4 unit, and its inherent strength. To put it simply, he could easily wipe out a full-strength player army. The only Tier 3 armies he couldn't eliminate were probably the Ship Girl army and the Radiation Goddess army. Tell me quickly." Red Flower Fairy's eyes lit up immediately. Currently, the players had only collected 2 Tier 4 clues. One was the man-mech route of human-machine integration. Theoretically, a top-tier Tier 3 star mech, combined with a level 90 max-level player, could achieve a harmonious, inseparable, and synchronized state. It's possible to reach Tier 4 combat power. This is the most likely explanation. Another possibility is that the Queen Bee's guards are rumored to be Tier 4 units, but that only requires carbon-based players, which is impossible for him. He'd been eyeing I'm a muscular tyrant's exaggerated combat power for a long time, so he was particularly interested in any news related to Tier 4. The PP leader didn't keep them in suspense, and directly revealed the secret they discovered during their exploration. It should be related to Ascension. Huh? This answer stunned both players. During this exploration, we finally managed to capture a fragment of the virus abyss. After sending it to the rear for information analysis, we discovered that the fragment contained a trace of Ascension abyssal power. We even applied for an abyssal power collector to confirm this information. Now, the players actually had some understanding of civilization ascension technology, and even the realm of ascension. After all, their current alliance was a collection of cataclysmic civilizations that had mastered ascension technology. You mean, the Starnet civilization has entered the ascension realm? The Red Flower Fairy pondered for a moment, arriving at this unbelievable conclusion. So fast? Wait a minute, wasn't the Starnet civilization severely damaged in the Great War 10 years ago? Seeing the two looking at him, PP leader shrugged. Don't look at me like that. This is all the information I have. To know the specifics, we might have to explore the virus abyss to find out the truth. That's a bit too difficult, the Red Flower Fairy interjected. The current virus abyss is the lair of cyber hackers. A bunch of Tier 4 hackers, working with the Dark Star Network. How can they possibly fight that? The PP leader shook her head. There was some more classified information she couldn't reveal. For example, within that fragment of the virus abyss, they had captured a message left by Miss Gao Yuan. Compared to Boss G, who occasionally showed up, this woman had completely disappeared after the Great Battle 10 years ago, unreachable even by high-ranking members of the information system like themselves. Many even suspected this high-ranking NPC was dead. Receiving news of her again was a relief. After all, the path of killing one's sister to prove one's path is ultimately a heretical one. If Boss G were to have a change of heart or become too optimistic, it wouldn't be a good thing. And this encrypted message, whose content hadn't yet been analyzed, was highlighted. She returned this time to send back this message. However, despite her excitement, Red Flower Fairy couldn't help but sigh. Too bad it's useless to me. Whether it's the Ascension domain or Ascension technology, those are all information-based. They have nothing to do with him, an android player who follows the nanotechnology route. Sure enough, without connections, he can't even get a piece of the pie at the 4th tier. Once upon a time, androids had powerful backers. I wonder how that female boss is doing now, whether she's doing well. I heard she's dead, but Red Flower Demon doesn't think so. After all, didn't you guys often hear about Gao Yuan's death a few years ago? I, the muscle tyrant, suddenly looked towards the sea of metal. As a 4th tier android, and a 4th tier android with the destruction attribute, he could sense many things that others couldn't. For example, spatial fluctuations with destructive properties. The other two looked in his direction, and saw ripples spreading across the surface of the metal sea. These ripples didn't weaken with distance, instead, they seemed to intensify. This is a complete customization, Red Flower Fairy murmured. Players had been using the metal sea for some time now. By simply inputting mechanical blueprints, they could get equipment for free. Where else could they find such a good deal? Not to mention that after conquering so many civilizations, even without much collecting, most players had a dozen or so professional knowledge items. It was great to refresh them occasionally. However, under normal circumstances, most mechanical blueprints, even level 15 blueprints, would only create ripples the size of a pond at most. In Red Flower Fairy's memory, only 3 times had the metal sea reacted to the complete customization effect. 2 of these were related to the formation of 4th tier civilization buildings, and the others seemed to be related to space technology. Anyway, since that time, intergalactic teleportation has been possible. However, all 3 of those times were videos I saw on forums. This was my first time witnessing it live. The center of the ocean began to cave in, not in a whirlpool, but in a perfect circle that began to sink, as if an invisible giant bowl was being pressed into it. The surrounding metallic fluid tried to fill it back in, but was pushed away by an irresistible force, piling up into ring-shaped, solidified mountains at the edge of the circle. The cave-in deepened until it formed a bottomless vertical tunnel, its inner walls smooth as a mirror, reflecting no light, only a pure, all-consuming blackness. Then, the light climbed along the vertical tunnel, scorching the smooth inner walls until they became transparent. At this moment, it was no longer a tunnel, but a colossal pillar piercing the heavens and earth, its core a boiling energy, its outer shell solidified metal. As the energy accumulated to its peak, space itself began to distort at the circular opening. The light no longer shone directly, but rather, as if passing through a layer of flowing crystal, stretched and distorted the starry landscape behind it. Distant stars were stretched into thin filaments of light, and nebulae, like spilled paint, slowly rotated. A structure began to emerge within that distorted halo. A massive ring nested within smaller rings, rotating slowly around distinct axes, penetrating each other yet remaining undisturbed. Throughout the entire war engine, distorted spatial fluctuations began to occur. Starlight was captured, forming various nebulae on the surfaces of the energy sources of different celestial bodies. After all the rings were assembled, the three players realized that it wasn't a circle at all, but a mechanical gate resembling a cuboid, suspended above the sea of metal, directly above a star. The star seemed to have formed a strange connection with it, as if it were its base. The Legion has completed the replication of the Stargate, pseudo, Tier 4+. Star Cluster Teleportation, incomplete, officially open Star Cluster Teleportation. That's equivalent to teleporting across at least 50 star systems. Even incomplete, it should be able to teleport a dozen or so. That powerful. It should be a faction benefit, the PP leader thought for a moment and said. Although this nomadic alliance emphasizes survival of the fittest, there are still corresponding faction benefits. For example, the greatest strength of this nomadic civilization, interstellar nomadic technology. Then, an unexpected figure teleported out from the gate. Boss G? Haha, I didn't expect Mr. G to have digested our technology so quickly. Along with these words, another figure stepped forward. It was a tough man who looked remarkably like Hei Wuju, with a long braid, a fierce appearance, and a ring of dripping heads of civilization leaders hanging around his neck. This man was none other than Shui Keshu, the third son of the interstellar Great Khan, and the leader of the Blood Tent Khanate, who had been responsible for arranging the peace talks 5 years ago. Chapter 1647. In the eyes of the three players, Boss G was chatting casually with a man who looked remarkably like Hei Wuju. This man, Shui Keshu, who resembled Hei Wuju, was the leader of the Blood Khanate, the civilization responsible for the peace negotiations years ago. The interstellar Khanate civilization was a very special civilization. Not only because it was a nomadic civilization, but also because it was a feudal civilization. Besides the Khanate, where the interstellar Great Khan resided, there were at least 9 other kingdoms, each with a civilization leader possessing leadership authority almost identical to that of the Great Khan. Moreover, if the old Khan encountered trouble, such as provoking an ascended civilization and being eliminated, the remaining 9 kingdoms would immediately elect a new Khan, and this election was often a brutal civil war. Furthermore, if a minor Khan of a kingdom became too powerful and accumulated enough resources in the civilization wars, he could even launch a carbon gold war among the bloodlines of the Great Khan. For example, this is how the current interstellar Khan came to power. Of these 9 interstellar kingdoms, whose strength is comparable to a late-stage level 3 civilization, only 3 leaders are direct descendants of the Khan, his eldest son, the second son Hei Wuju, and the third son Shui Keshu. The so-called legitimate members of the Carbon Gold family. A decent mechanical stargate, capable of teleporting up to 17 star systems away. This is no worse than the imitation stargates of ordinary kingdoms. The senior engineer forced a smile. After all, to cooperate with the Khan's Ascension Whip plan, speed is essential. Ha ha ha, although I have a bunch of brothers, sisters, uncles, and elders, for some reason, I hit it off with Mr. G immediately. It's a pity Mr. G is a mechanical leader, otherwise I really wanted to form a blood alliance with him. The so-called blood brothers are essentially sworn brothers, not just in name, but a true, carbon-based bond of camaraderie. They are genuine best buddies. After forming a carbon-based sworn brotherhood, their bloodlines can be mutually converted, allowing them to benefit from each other's bloodline talents, and even borrow each other's authority. Faced with the invitation from his best buddy, Gao Gong replied with a forced smile, "There will be an opportunity. There will be an opportunity." As the son of the Great Khan, and the leader of the Blood Tent Khanate, Shui Keshu shouldn't be so eager. Especially since the other party is a mechanical civilization. A carbon-based allied mechanical civilization is already being generous by not ostracizing you. To truly consider you a brother is absurd. However, Shui Keshu's eagerness is genuine. It's not because the other party is capable of fighting. The problem is that such an evil civilization alliance can't fight. Besides, your mechanical revolution can't pollute my carbon-based army. It wasn't because the other side evolved faster. There were also cataclysmic civilizations that evolved even faster than the Legion civilization. In fact, it had little to do with the so-called befriend distant states while attacking nearby ones or diplomatic strategies. Nomadic civilizations didn't play the game at all. Their main strategy was to destroy both distant and nearby enemies. The biggest reason was that a host of evil civilizations were shocked to discover that, compared to their own efforts in destroying a civilization, the gains were worlds apart. To maximize their benefits, other evil civilizations had to thoroughly dismantle a civilization, even destroying its coordinates. But the civilization liberated by the mechanical revolution was different. They instantly became members of the Legion, handing over not only their civilization's trump cards and resources, but even their entire technology tree. In just 10 years, the Legion civilization transformed from a backwater into a wealthy nation. not to mention the advanced cosmic resources they occasionally acquired. These were evolutionary resources that even interstellar cons would covet. Therefore, aside from a few extreme carbon-based civilizations, or the two that were sworn enemies of the Legion, the remaining civilizations all showed goodwill to varying degrees. Of course, as civilizations on the chaotic and evil side, their way of showing goodwill was usually through joint conquest of star systems and civilizations. For example, the leader of the Blood Turban Khanate invited his Blood Turban Khanate to cooperate with the Legion civilization in the Ascension Whip project. This was a first for them. Besides that, matters such as establishing common markets, resource exchange, species trading, and even technology tree pairings were all handled by their subordinates. Well then, Brother G, see you at the Royal Court. Goodbye, Royal Court. Blood Tech gave Senior Engineer a warm hug, then stepped into the newly opened Stargate, seemingly unconcerned that the guy opposite him had almost killed his own brother. This kind of scene was quite normal in this faction. Have you seen enough of the three over there? Senior Engineer suddenly looked up at the three players, who were listening intently. These three were no strangers to Senior Engineer. They had been hanging out with this cyborg doctor since the City of Never Sleeps. After being reminded, PP Leader, Red Flower Fairy, and I Am Big Muscle Man were a little embarrassed, then quickly scurried over. Boss you Red Flower Fairy originally wanted to greet him, but with the instincts of a level 90 android, she suddenly looked him up and down in surprise, then exclaimed in astonishment, "An android?" The other two immediately observed the engineer, and found it to be true. Although almost every pore was perfectly aligned with the engineer's physical body, the innate refinement and aloofness of androids quickly betrayed his current state. What? You're only allowed to be an android, but I'm not allowed to modify myself in this direction? The engineer retorted. No, boss, where's your physical body? No, where's your mechanical body? Red Flower Demon asked, bewildered. As a leader of a mechanical civilization, the engineer increasingly appeared in his mechanical form. After all, as the flames of the mechanical revolution burned ever brighter, the number of revolutionary machines in his camp was also increasing. Every time he appeared in his physical body, the engineer felt the gazes around him were a little off. His neck felt cold, and so did his lower body. He had a feeling of being led to the guillotine at any moment. My mechanical body is under repair and can't be used for the time being, the engineer casually gave an excuse, then looked at PP Head. What are you doing here? PP's boss's face tightened, and he quickly reported what he had seen and heard in the Dark Star Network to the senior engineer, handing him the sealed black box containing the fragment of the virus abyss. Unexpectedly, the senior engineer glanced at it and closed the box. Okay, I understand. PP's boss was stunned. Was his boss truly unfazed by the sudden collapse, or did he already know about this Ascension news? However, Red Flower Fairy immediately sidled up to him, shamelessly saying, Boss, what were you talking about with that Sha Wujing just now? If there's any work you need me to do, just say the word, don't be shy. The senior engineer ignored her, instead speaking to me with a domineering, muscular tone. The Whip of Ascension will be activated soon. You go back first and summon your kin, I might have to take them to the battlefield. The muscle-bound brute nodded silently. Though a little embarrassed, after transforming into the Hammer of Destruction, he felt a blood connection every time he saw the other. So, this son-in-law who married into the family is now part of the Gao family. The muscle-bound brute greeted the two and left at lightning speed. After the gorilla left, the Red Flower Fairy became even more excited. Although there were plenty of dungeons to run now, it had been a long time since she'd seen her boss lead a dungeon. Moreover, the Ascension Whip sounded incredibly prestigious, related to Ascension. It was promising. Boss, what's the Ascension Whip? Tell me about it. Is it related to Ascension technology? You tell him, the engineer said, then put his hands behind his back, adopting an inspector's attitude. Since going into seclusion, he had truly become a hands-off manager, rarely following the faction-specific developments. Data reports were one thing, but seeing things firsthand was another. Nothing was more effective at getting to the bottom of things than market research. What's the Whip of Ascension? Following behind Boss G, Red Flower Fairy looked at PP Leader. Why do you think so many dangerous civilizations would gather together? PP Leader countered. According to typical novel settings, so many villainous bosses gathered together must be waiting for some promising young protagonist to come and level up, or it's related to some earth-shattering conspiracy. The latter guess is more plausible. Huh? To put it bluntly, these civilizations are simply trapped in an insect dilemma, banding together for warmth. According to PP Leader's explanation, the so-called insect dilemma refers to a level 3 civilization reaching its limit, touching the realm of ascension, but unable to ascend for the time being. In this situation, one could either hone their skills for millions of years, pushing their technological advancement to its limit, and then attempt ascension. Frankly, the success rate of this method is not high. The process is fraught with too many variables. Another possibility is the current one. Relying on certain natural disaster attributes of their civilization, they frantically absorb the technological resources of different civilizations as nourishment for ascension. The limit of this approach is when a group of disaster-stricken civilizations join forces, not targeting 1 or 2 star systems, but a star cluster, that is, tens of thousands of star systems, to plunder them. This is the Ascension Whip. After one Ascension Whip, at least 1 or 2 members of this nomadic alliance will have completed all the accumulations required for the Ascension realm. Of course, this process is also very dangerous. You might encounter some powerful Ascension realm civilizations, and be defeated in the civilization war. You might even encounter an Ascension civilization, and be easily wiped out. The red flower demon stroked her chin, her expression strange. So, the essence of the Ascension Whip is to plunder the resources of other civilizations using Ascension technology, and, with a certain probability, be whipped by an Ascension civilization? Yes. That sounds a bit erotic, doesn't it? Hearing this, the senior engineer in front turned around, and gave the red flower demon an approving look. Not bad, she has potential. She understood the essence of the Ascension Whip so quickly. Chapter 1648. In this observable universe, there aren't that many ascended civilizations, nor are they that idle. They certainly wouldn't bother with a Type 3 civilization for no reason. Does this low-level civilization have minds? Why would they need to disturb them? Or do they possess parallel universe coordinates? If that's the case, then it's indeed worth making a move. But regardless, this cannot mask the fact that, on a cosmic scale, the number of ascended civilizations is small. One ascended civilization per star system? That's impossible, thinking too much. Perhaps there aren't even any ordinary civilizations. What about a star cluster? With at least 50 to 100 star systems, there must be civilizations. Surely there must be ascended civilizations, right? Actually, not necessarily. Then what about a star cluster? With hundreds to tens of thousands of star systems, there must be ascended civilizations, right? Well, that's certainly possible. After all, galaxy clusters belong to the 6th-level celestial system of this universe. Above them are only superclusters, supercluster complexes, and the cosmic void plus the Great Wall. This universe isn't lonely or desolate, it's just that its bustling activity and prosperity are matters for advanced civilizations. In this kind of whip of ascension traversing galaxy clusters, the probability of encountering an advanced civilization is actually not low. After all, few low-level civilizations have the ability to traverse galaxy clusters. Being able to traverse galaxies is already quite an achievement. For example, this pseudo-stargate manufacturing technology, theoretically speaking, is a rare commodity even among 4th-level civilizations. Only civilizations with a touch of natural disaster attribute can replicate it. That's why Shuaikeshu was so surprised that the senior engineer had manufactured the replica Stargate so quickly. Thinking about it this way, this operation seems pretty dangerous, Red Flower Demon mused. He now understood the nature of this lousy game. This game simply didn't have a difficulty curve. So, if he did something like that, and bumped into an ascended civilization, who says it can only be a level 4 ascended civilization? Can't it be level 5? Can't it be level 6? A level 6 ascended civilization is equivalent to a galaxy cluster civilization, that is, the scale of an entire galaxy cluster can be used as a civilization's coordinate system. Therefore, it's not impossible for a low-level civilization like the Nomadic Alliance, a nightmare of natural disasters, to plunge headlong into the ascension coordinates of a level 6 civilization and then be swatted away like a mosquito. Thinking about this, Red Flower Demon couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The senior engineer had no idea what the other was thinking. If he did, he would definitely say, "You guessed right, that's exactly what happened." He crouched down, looking at a player's stall, where a holographic projection of the player was incessantly promoting their equipment series. It was clear that this player's self-promotional AI had limited computing power, only capable of buying and selling. Otherwise, seeing the high-ranking official, the faction's big boss, would definitely have shown a shocked expression. But for now, this AI projection was treating the high-ranking official as an ordinary buyer. This was a good thing for the high-ranking official. At least they wouldn't have to resort to all sorts of bizarre methods to gain his favor. Every technological revolution brings about industrial and technological changes that affect all aspects of life. The same is true for the 4th calamity. As pursuers of cutting-edge technology, the impact might be even greater. For example, with the appearance of the Metal Sea in various war fortresses, players essentially possess 3D printers for advanced equipment. As long as the blueprints are available, even cross-civilization equipment can be generated. Therefore, the current market is dominated by blueprints, all kinds of blueprints. Simply put, outdated production capacity becomes the domain of players contracting various mechanical planets. After all, since equipment can be generated for free, who would spend money and resources to buy equipment from you? No wonder we heard many stories of resource-intensive players going bankrupt as soon as the game ended. On the other hand, this method of preventing middlemen from profiting from the difference also indirectly encourages players to farm blueprints. If you manage to farm certain special or advanced blueprints, not only will you not be charged, but you also be rewarded with faction points. However, the factions aren't entirely without options for players to survive. For example, the Metal Sea, so far, can only evolve individual equipment. Large star ships, large star armor, interstellar fortresses, and warp space mechanical bodies are still unavailable. In fact, they could, but these functions are restricted to players. This indirectly encourages players, who have earned their first fortune, to evolve from interstellar light industry to interstellar heavy industry, and even develop warp space industry and knowledge chain industrial clusters. For example, the person currently selling to the senior engineer is promoting a shipborne space cannon, sold in batches of 1,000, with an attack range covering 10 star systems. It's starting to resemble a space-heavy industry. After scanning the trading market, the senior engineer nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, much better than I expected. It's worth all the benefits I given the players. Theoretically speaking, if the Force Scourge's system talent is fully activated, their intelligence will be comparable to any highly intelligent species. After all, as civilization levels increase, the difficulty of technology also increases. Even the Orgrimmar people might not be able to consistently maintain high-quality technological output. But players can consistently do this. Therefore, blueprint monetization, as it stands, is a good move, so there's no rush to move to the next step. For example, blueprint financialization. Through large-scale lending, players can be funded to frantically farm blueprints, and certain financial means can be used to continue the blueprint-on-blueprint cycle. Anyway, with a massive industrial system backing it up, there's no risk of industrial hollowing out. But this operation will ultimately result in a super cyberpunk society, or rather, a super system punk society. The system and engineers will act as the lender and borrower, respectively. Players will become, in some way, blueprint tools. However, the senior engineer didn't want to reach that point yet. He was already quite satisfied with the current state of his technology tree. 11 of the 12 professional knowledge chains were already maxed out. This was even faster than some disaster-prone civilizations. If it progressed any faster, it might alert some advanced civilizations. Because, as far as the senior engineer knew, some advanced civilizations possess future early warning mechanisms. If an unexpected variable appeared in some kind of preemptive timeline, then the ascending civilization might act preemptively to eliminate its future adversary. So keeping a low profile isn't a bad thing. At least until the senior engineer obtains those few cosmic relics from his memories, he needs to maintain a relatively low profile. Therefore, he's not particularly interested in Operation Ascension Whip, which is of utmost concern to the Nomadic Alliance. What he's most interested in, perhaps even the only thing he's interested in, is the technology tree in the hands of that great Khan. He spent the past few years recuperating, but after these last 2 years, he started remotely directing operations, quietly stirring things up. He's already acquired several professional knowledge chains from the other side, and is quietly developing them in the primordial universe. Recently, a significant number of carbon-based players have also been transferred to that universe to conduct biotechnology development in that direction. After sweeping the market, the senior engineer glanced back and found that the 2 players were still obediently following him. He looked up and thought for a moment, then said, "When I go to the Great Khan's court, I happen to need 2 secretaries. You 2 can come with me." 2 clicks later, the 2 finally received the leadership mission they had been waiting for. 3 days later, as the Stargate shone once more, the 3 figures appeared as double images due to the quantum tunneling effect, their outlines and the background starry sky simultaneously trembling with pixelation. When they regained their senses, they found themselves aboard an enormous biological warship. The first thing that caught their eye was the slowly opening and closing maw on the ship's bow, resembling a black hole. This wasn't a figure of speech, there truly was a man-made black hole above the ship's prow, endlessly absorbing energy from the void. On the deck, various Khan's guards, each the size of a planet, but of different races, moved back and forth. Some of them not only exuded the aura of the third tier, but even possessed the power of the fourth tier. The magnetic fields and plumes of smoke formed by the convergence of these extremophiles nearly engulfed the entire space. Space? PP leader paused, finally realizing what was amiss. This colossal ship was enormous, at least on the scale of a star system. But for her, having witnessed the power of war engines, it was nothing special. However, the surrounding cosmic vacuum seemed entirely composed of biological magnetic fields. She tried to capture information from this cosmic vacuum, discovering that after analysis, it revealed a complex spatial model. And each of these spaces was at least on the scale of a star system. And the number of these spaces was in the millions, even tens of millions. Simply put, it was roughly the size of some small galaxies. Could this be a star system-sized spaceship? Wow, look down! Red Flower Fairy exclaimed. PP Leader looked down and discovered that the cosmic vacuum below was a large star map. On the star map, she discovered several familiar star systems, each a tiny dot on the map, and the spaceship traversed these dots almost every second. That's incredibly fast, she thought. A star system-level spaceship, maneuvering between star systems. The senior engineer glanced at it, unsurprised, and said, "That's the nomadic civilization's specialty. In terms of interstellar nomadic capabilities alone, they're probably no less capable than some ascended civilizations. Without that ability, what would they be doing with natural disasters? Besides, the Khan's direct troops, composed entirely of extreme species, whether third or fourth tier, looked quite intimidating." After being teleported over, Bloodcraft, who had been waiting for a long time, greeted him with a hearty laugh. "How is it? This Khan's royal court?" That's right, the interstellar Khan's royal court was actually a ship, but before the senior engineer could speak, she hugged him tightly and whispered in his ear, "Be careful, the Ant Lord has emerged from seclusion." Chapter 1649. Out of seclusion? That's fast, isn't it? A murderous glint flashed in Gao Gong's eyes. Since you joined this evil civilization group, don't expect to be treated with the diplomatic methods of a normal civilization. So, almost immediately after Gao Gong moved from the Robert String Master Star System, two major battles occurred, both civil wars fueled by natural disasters. The first was a battle against the leader of the nameless fungus civilization, the Ant Lord. This was a carbon-based civilization following a divine path, and perhaps due to the blessing of natural disaster attributes, they possessed an exceptionally large number of fruits, dozens in total. In that battle, Gao Gong used every means at his disposal, ultimately sacrificing his own divine system to severely damage the enemy's divine system, resulting in a mutually destructive outcome. It was precisely because of this battle that Gao Gong rarely appeared in public for the past 10 years. Because both the physical bodies of living beings and the mechanical frenzy of mechanical beings were nearly destroyed. The collateral damage from this great battle led to Gao Gong's micromanagement failure, indirectly causing the star network to shut down. He seems to have made a deal with Black Second Brother, obtaining a bit of my Khan's father's carbon gold blood, which is why he recovered so quickly. Carbon gold blood, Black Wuju. Gao Gong's heart skipped a beat. The Ant Lord and Black Wuju are mortal enemies, it's no surprise they're connected. But carbon gold blood. He can get it, but can you? What are your conditions? You can name your price. Gao Gong whispered in his ear. Shuekeshu was taken aback, then silently nodded. I can inquire for you, but it might not be my Khan's father's essence blood, it might be from another uncle. The purity of the blood might not reach the level of the king of all races. It's alright, anything's fine. The senior engineer nodded and followed the third son towards the center of the royal tent. The Red Flower Fairy watched from behind, completely stunned. She quickly chatted with PP Boss in the group chat. This is the first time I've seen Boss G hugging and kissing a guy. Could it be that after 10 years Boss G has become gay? At PP Boss. What? You guys actually went on a mission with Boss G? Why didn't you invite me? Gundam. Invite what? Aren't you busy flirting with your mecha girl, having a passionate romance? Why do you have time to bother us single guys? Yeah, thanks to you, we single dogs are having a tough time. The single machine tax, or single machine tax for short. I don't know which **** came up with this dog idea. No need to say more. This kind of leading the way operation must be us players. You're messing around with machines. Why are you messing with us? Yeah, you're into mecha, so why can't we be gay? Faced with the angry outcry from his group members, Gundam chuckled dryly and went offline, disappearing into the shadows. This matter was indeed directly related to him. With the increasing number of mechanical civilizations in the Legion Revolution, Tier 3 units were springing up like mushrooms after rain within the factions. This even led to the emergence of a special profession called Unit Combination Master. Multi-unit combinations became a mandatory course for both players and NPCs in the Supreme Military Academy. With the proliferation of Tier 3 units, naturally, the factions harbored ambitions to research Tier 4 units. Currently, among the various Tier 4 routes, the one with the highest success rate is the male-female combination. Oh no, it should be the human-machine combination route. That is, Gundam's mech-related route. Because this person is a prime example of success. Even with the support of faction technology, a strange ideology was activated. Ideology name: Human-Machine Fusionism / Machine Soul Love Philosophy. Activation level: 56%. Description: the combination of pilot and mecha is not only a tactical requirement, but also the next step in the evolution of life forms. The deep physical and spiritual fusion of pilot and mecha gives birth to a new and more powerful symbiotic entity. This symbiotic relationship is bidirectional. Human creativity, emotion, and intuition infuse the machine soul with a spirit. Meanwhile, the machine soul's powerful computing power, perceptual dimensions, and absolute rationality expand the boundaries of human existence. Symbiotic Ritual 1. Love as the highest bridge. Traditional human-machine interaction is cold and inefficient. Only by establishing the deepest emotional connection, a strong bond that transcends friendship and partnership, approaching love, can the potential of the symbiotic entity be maximized. This love is unrelated to physiology or gender, but rather a mutual recognition, absolute trust, and selfless dedication at the soul level. Symbiotic Ritual 2. Mech marriage. The pairing process between pilots and mechs is considered a sacred ritual, no longer a simple assignment or compatibility test, but a preliminary exploration of consciousness through complex neural interfaces, seeking resonance in their spectral signatures, popularly known as mech marriage. Note: meeting any condition of the ritual can further activate the thought process. It's about bonds, and it transcends friendship. Just the smell is enough to get you excited. When players learned about this thought process, they couldn't contain themselves. Playing a game and being pressured to get married? Mech marriage, no less. My mom might not be that open-minded. The problem is, if it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. I could just not do the quest. But that's where the faction's malice lies. Based on 3 experimental technologies, a mating logic processor, an emotional quantum AI core, and a simulated reproductive system, the faction NPCs have forcibly developed a whole machine girl romance system, implanting it into all the ship girls, manned space armor, and even mechanical life forms. The main strategy is a machine swarm tactic unique to a mechanical civilization. Now it's all over. Players, especially those with excellent piloting skills and command artistry, are in deep trouble. Now it's not them trying to win over the ship girls, it's the ship girls and machine girls trying to win them over. 24/7, every time they log on, they're harassed, there's no escaping it. In the interstellar age, you can choose not to pilot space armor, but you can't choose not to use a starship. For example, the self-proclaimed #1 Star Wars master, Flying Ship Master, didn't dare leave the house during that period. If he did, he'd be showered with flowers and confessed to by ship girls. Even inside the military academy, he'd be confessed to by female mecha students, and even 1 or 2 black sages among them. This was a first for him. The Orgrimmar people and the Black Sages were the true Gao family. Not only were their dowries incredibly generous, but most importantly, marrying into the family meant becoming half a Gao family member. The last Gao family member among the players, Muscle Tyrant, was already a Tier 4. This was far more beneficial than doing any hidden quests. So, during that time, players would camp out at the military academy gate every day, watching the spectacle with a mixture of schadenfreude and envy. Why couldn't it be my turn? Even a low-key big shot like the Spaceship Master was unusually embarrassed and humiliated. Fortunately, with the update of the Machine Love System 3.0, clauses such as forced machine marriage agreements with pilots, forced brainwashing of cataclysmic warriors in any form, and no unnecessary human-machine contact without the pilot's permission were programmed into the underlying system. This nationwide frenzy of machine love was finally suppressed. However, this trend, affected by this, has been unable to break through 60% and achieve full activation. Among the mission-oriented players, a small group are ideological players, who call themselves civilization activists, passionate about promoting ideas and triggering social changes in mechanical civilization. For example, they have been researching how to increase 99% of mechanical warfare to 100%. Formally activating this human-machine fusion trend is also a key focus for these players. The single-player tax, that kind of operation, is clearly the work of these kinds of players. The enemy is the fourth calamity. After Gundam was shut down due to the backlash, the topic quickly returned to the main character G. Red Flower Fairy was happy to show off, taking various photos and short videos. She even filmed G, whom she hadn't seen in a while, up close. The players in the group were all shocked. Holy crap, what a huge ship! Holy crap, so many extreme species, what level of dungeon is this? Damn, what did I just see? A huge star map. Wait, zoom in. What did you guys see? What do you see? I see Planet Neil, Planet Strongman, Planet Ant. Why are these names so abstract? What kind of planets are these? Resource planets? After the fourth calamity's expeditions covered over 100 star systems, even resource planets are no longer unattainable. There will always be one or two lucky ones. Even if you can't move them yourself, you can just summon your faction's mechanical army, and the benefits will be split 50-50. Half a resource planet's worth of resources is more than enough for free upgrades and equipment, but these names don't look like resource planets. You guys forgot, besides us, there are other players in the cyber experiment field. Holy crap, those guys haven't even left the newbie village yet? No, those guys are eagerly waiting for us to come and guide them. Those guys who haven't quit yet are pretty awesome. Those guys were really unlucky. We've been to quite a few star systems, and we haven't encountered a single cyber experimental field. We couldn't even lend a hand. Isn't this a typical star-level Soldier King returns home scenario? Interesting. I do this mission even without a reward. Red Flower Fairy was beaming with excitement. She almost forgotten where she was, until her feet slipped, and she nearly fell. Looking up, she realized the starship had vanished, and she seemed to be on a star map at the bottom of the ship. Where am I? Where's old G? Red Flower Fairy asked, bewildered. PP Leader looked helpless. Weren't you so excited about doing a mission with Boss G? How come you forgot everything as soon as you started chatting? We're inside the Nomadic King's tent now. The system has given a notification. Red Flower Fairy glanced around, and sure enough, you entered the Nomadic King's tent, experience plus 10 million, interstellar knowledge plus 1. I remember, you only get this kind of reward when exploring high-energy unknown star systems, right? Wait, why does it look like a fight is about to break out up ahead? Red Flower Fairy scanned the area and noticed several unknown entities with red question marks on the field. You're only just realizing that? PP Leader rolled his eyes. A battle between civilization leaders could easily turn into a cataclysmic civil war, the beginning of a major plot. She was so excited watching it, and this guy was still just chatting in the group. Chapter 1650. It's no wonder Red Flower Demon kept flooding the chat with messages. It was just too quiet up ahead. Right now, let alone a boss like Boss G with a red question mark, even level 90 players like them, if they really went all out, could create energy fluctuations that shook the planet. In this situation, it was as quiet as a chicken's nest up ahead. No wonder the chat was like a dog's. Dude, just watching the cutscenes is boring, especially with this kind of pure chat. Do you really think your storyline is that good? So, when Red Flower Demon found Boss G looking completely bewildered, she discovered that he was facing off against an extremely handsome being. The other was a half-humanoid creature. It was only half-human because the creature's upper body was human, while its lower body was a mixture of some kind of fungus and evil god. Red Flower Demon was almost immediately attracted. This guy is so handsome. Even more handsome than Boss G at his peak. His upper body was the epitome of human beauty. His skin was a cool-toned white jade, so smooth it seemed to absorb the sparse light around him. His facial features were sharp yet soft, with a defined jawline, a high nose, and full yet bloodless lips. His pupils were a deep, almost pitch-black purple, reflecting nothing within. Looking at them for too long would induce a dizzying descent into despair. His black hair fell softly, a few strands draped over his broad yet not overly bulging chest, every muscle's contours like a masterpiece sculpted by a classical master. This couldn't be seen by Sister G, or another batch of gay doujinshi would be published. However, as the Red Flower Fairy descended, upon seeing his lower body, her hair immediately stood on end. His lower body was no longer legs, but a terrifying aggregate that slowly writhes and swells. A pale, lifeless stalk supported the ground, covered with a slippery, translucent membrane, beneath which pulsated purplish-blue veins. Several filaments, covered in slime and resembling tentacles, emerged from the main body, unconsciously coiling and stretching, their tips bearing tiny mushrooms emitting a faint phosphorescent glow. Larger, more bizarre fungi bloomed from his torso. Some like twisted ram's horns, others like open, torn caps, secreting hallucinogenic spores of pearly color that slowly drifted into the air. As the other's smile grew brighter, the red flower demon's body became increasingly weak. When he came to his senses, he checked his health bar. Holy crap, my health is gone. I actually died from being seduced by a man, how embarrassing. This was the red flower demon's last thought. However, he did not die. As his body was subjected to an unknown force, the nanomaterials instantly disintegrated, nearly depleting his health. The I protocol, evolved from the mechanical revolution, re-emerged within the nanomaterials. The red flower demon didn't experience a sudden blackout. Instead, her vision blurred as an unparalleled power surged from the protocol. Eliminating all emotional interference, the algorithm analyzed millennia of accumulated knowledge within milliseconds, making the optimal decision. The fragility of flesh and blood, the turmoil of the spirit, the skills passed down through generations, all were deemed outdated flaws before absolute power and efficiency, destined to be covered up, upgraded, and utterly eliminated. Then, the nanomaterials rapidly reassembled, instantly replenishing his health. He subconsciously glanced at the leader of PP, only to find that the bespectacled girl had already changed into sunglasses. Seeing him look over, she raised an eyebrow slightly. At the same time, a system message sounded. A red question mark appeared. You dare look at me? Are you trying to fly? After a significant number of players broke through level 90 and commanded millions of mechanical armies, most bosses, even those with 3, 4, or 5 templates, could be easily overwhelmed and killed. But there was one type, no, to be precise, 2 types of bosses, that couldn't be killed by sheer numbers. One type was naturally the cosmic evil god. Players had encountered them during their conquest of different star systems, in fact, in most. Plus, players felt that times had changed. Their own systems were now equipped with upgraded weaponry, and they had even reached the coordinates of their civilization more than once. They weren't afraid of anything. Let's test your strength first! The result, naturally, was immediate annihilation. The once invincible mechanical army completely lacked resistance to contamination when facing the cosmic evil god. Later, even the expert on evil gods, Sister G, couldn't stand it anymore and posted a highly technical thread. Hong Huayao couldn't remember the gist of the post, but she remembered one analogy very clearly. You could think of an evil god as a bucket with a hole in the bottom. Simply pouring water in from the top wouldn't work, you had to plug both the top and bottom simultaneously. Because the analogy was a bit suggestive, Hong Huayao remembered it vividly. Theoretically speaking, this kind of bottom-pouring operation is only reliable for players with an information science background. However, the cyber hackers pulled off a major stunt, and the entire group rebelled. Besides cosmic evil gods, there's another possibility. Bosses with red question marks. And these are 5 red question marks. These bosses are usually civilization leaders, and even ordinary civilization leaders might not have them. But once they appear, it means you can't defeat them at all, or even fight them. The difference is that those you can't defeat are called immortal leaders, and those you can't defeat are called undying leaders. Civilizations are immortal, leaders are immortal. Players haven't grasped this yet. They simply think the system has given these NPCs invincibility. And right now, all the NPCs in the scene have 5 red question marks, some even have 8. For example, 5 red question marks and 3 white question marks. No wonder PP leader put on sunglasses on the spot. However, before the red flower fairy's health was depleted, it seemed to see something. And Lord, the name sounds familiar. The cut scene from the Pantheon War 10 years ago. Holy crap, it's that starry sky. At this moment, the starry sky the player was referring to, the Ant Lord, was looking at the senior engineer with a provocative expression. Normally, 2 civilization leaders, even the ruthless leader of the Cataclysm, wouldn't provoke each other with this "what are you looking at? What's it to you?" attitude. The war back then was a technological war, even more dangerous than the civilization war. But this time is different. The Ant Lord spent 10 years rebuilding his pantheon, and he was very curious how the other party had emerged from seclusion before him. Has the other party fully recovered? Or rather, how much has he recovered? He has a carbon-based pantheon civilization as his foundation, while the other party is a mechanical civilization leader. This is a good opportunity to test the origins of their carbon-based pantheon. This is something all the monster leaders present are eager to know. Even the Interstellar Khan's recruitment of them back then might have been based on this. For a mechanical civilization to have revealed a carbon-based pantheon is truly bizarre. It seems your restoration is nothing special after all. You can't even handle one of my subordinates." The senior engineer glanced at the red flower demon behind him. The same AI protocol began to appear on his nanotech body, far more complex than the red flower demon's. After all, his AI protocol was a leader template. The Ant-Lord opposite him smiled even more broadly. On the mycelium of his lower body, the mushrooms that were originally there rapidly grew and sprouted, their interiors bulging and changing shape. If one had to describe it, it somewhat resembled an ascension fruit. Indeed, this fungus of named civilization also possesses the technology to create artificial fruits. Moreover, compared to the String Master's method, which requires ascended evil energy to create fruits, the biotechnology they wield clearly has a mass production feel to it. Because this Ant-Lord possesses several fruits, the same ones that the senior engineer destroyed 10 years ago. The senior engineer couldn't believe that in just 10 years, these fruits would coincidentally grow back in their hands. Watching their mushrooms take root and sprout, growing dozens more carbon-based fruits, terrifying fluctuations of law surged wave after wave. These weren't just newly formed small fruits, but deep-level fruits with at least 90% development. The power of these fruits is already infinitely close to the power of rules. This couldn't have evolved solely through technological advancement. It's inextricably linked to the opponent's catastrophic nature. The nameless fungus. Based on years of analysis, at least superficially, this appears to be a fungal civilization wielding the power of an evil god. Whether humanoid or fruit-like, they are all some kind of fungal aggregate. Even these monster leaders with 5 red question marks must treat the Ant-Lord in his full power with utmost respect. Although this is an alliance of catastrophic civilizations are rare. Only those at the insected civilization level qualify as catastrophic civilizations. Therefore, most of the civilizations that joined are semi-catastrophic civilizations. Only 3 are complete versions. One of these civilization leaders is the one before them. Faced with this one's bioaura, hundreds of times stronger than Shrek's, and the faintly perceptible carbon-based network, the engineer's android body, like the red flower demon, visibly began to melt. If it were a carbon-based body, this feeling would be even more pronounced. During their initial encounter, the engineer could clearly sense that his opponent's power was an absolute domination of the carbon-based foundation. Proteins, carbohydrates, lipids, all the building blocks of life were like clay that could be molded at will. However, this time, his opponent had clearly miscalculated. Because as the AI protocol melted, a more complex life protocol emerged from the bionic body's surface. Even more bizarrely, fruit after fruit was squeezed out of the engineer's body. A metallic outer layer, a complex internal mechanical structure. Mechanical fruits? No, carbon-based fruits of the mechanical type? These fruits, the moment they appeared, withstood the opponent's pressure. Moreover, these fruits didn't offer individual resistance. Instead, countless nanofilaments emanated from their surfaces, intertwining to form an infinite halo. Wherever this halo passed, the power of every carbon-based fruit was suppressed. Divine power? Carbon-based divinity? A carbon-based divinity of the mechanical type? Chapter 1651. Mechanical Pantheon? G's actions left the surrounding monster leaders completely dumbfounded. Mechanical pantheons? They've seen them before. But they didn't look like this. This one before them, with organic matter as its flesh and blood, and evolution as its soul, manifested its divinity, as if everything were plunged into a boiling furnace. Isn't this a typical carbon-based pantheon? Only, at this moment, organic matter had become biomimetic matter, and evolution had become nanomolecular recombination. But this feeling of a boiling furnace was exactly what it felt like. The Ant-Lord opposite was also slightly dazed. Gao Gong seized the opportunity, his divine aura instantly expanding, directly covering the entire royal tent. Several of the opponent's fruits were struck by the light, and set flying. The perfect carbon-based fruit structure thus revealed a slight gap. Gao Gong immediately unleashed an exploding body grip. However, his exploding body grip was more than 100 times stronger than the version from I'm a Muscle Man. He had literally created a miniature black hole, then shattered space, and shoved it into his opponent's chest. The effect was naturally explosive. A large portion of his opponent's chest vanished, and in the vanished area, countless strands of flesh and fungi, like pulled noodles, endlessly extended towards the void. This was the special effect of a black hole attack, permanent damage. Of course, this effect is rarely triggered. After all, these days, who can survive a black hole attack, like this guy in front of me? He seemed completely oblivious to the impact of the black hole. His attention was entirely focused on the swirling, infinite halo of light. With a series of clicks and clacks, as the mechanical fruit spun, the infinite halo was gradually drawn back in, and the 20 carbon-based fruits were re-embedded. The engineer sensed his temporary body, and found that most of the nanomolecules had lost their activity. He shook his head. Indeed, test subjects were useless, becoming somewhat useless after just one use. Seeing the person opposite him staring intently at him, he smirked. "Want to know how you did it? Beg me and I tell you. Please tell me why." The ant leader immediately spoke up, his face earnest, seemingly devoid of any dignity as a monster leader. "Even if you beg me, I won't tell you. That's truly a pity. I originally intended to kill you today, but I didn't expect you to only send an avatar and create such a bizarre thing. Now, if I were to deal with you, wouldn't it be another tech tree war?" The ant leader muttered to himself, seemingly genuinely considering whether or not to make a move. "Be quiet now that you're done fighting. Father Khan is asleep. If you wake him, you two will both die," a giant on a top-of-the-line charcoal throne said coldly. This man, who seemed like a god of this world, was none other than the great Khan's eldest son. "Your old man is right to say that. You're just a minor leader of the vast sea Khanate. What? You touched the Ascension realm, and you're already showing off?" The ant lord shook his head. The large hole in his chest was being mysteriously wiped away little by little. As a high-level engineer who had turned 7 of the other party's 8 question marks into 7, he naturally knew what this meant. A level 4 undying leader and a level 5 immortal leader. When a civilization's leader possesses both immortality and immortality, then he is essentially truly immortal. Even possessing only one of these qualities makes him incredibly difficult to kill. For example, in the great battle 10 years ago, the High Engineer managed to force 7 out of the opponent's 8 question marks, while the opponent nearly destroyed his level 3 undying leader. Even so, the High Engineer wasn't completely wiped out. Instead, he benefited from the misfortune. He will soon possess an immortal leader. The Ant Lord sighed, scratching his chest, knowing that waging a tech tree war here was impractical. His body instantly melted, then grew back on his carbon throne, his aura undiminished. In his immortal state, he truly suffered no injuries. The senior engineer ignored them, pointing a finger. The cold metal throne emitted a deep hum, its tightly fitted armor plates shifting and separating like scales. The backrest arched upwards, countless tiny parts sliding and reassembling at high speed like quicksand, forming a massive seat. Back then, he could only access the realm of mechanical thrones, but now, the senior engineer could create as many of these mechanical leader-exclusive pieces as he wanted. Among the sea of carbon thrones, the appearance of a mechanical throne was somewhat odd. When the senior engineer sat down, the 2 players immediately stood obediently on either side, like servants at the feet of Guanyin. However, the senior engineer knew their obedience was feigned. They were probably filming a short video. After his gaze swept around, the various malicious stares subsided slightly. After all, the bizarre divine power that G had just displayed was still something to be wary of. The power of the carbon-based pantheon is somewhat similar to that of the mechanical revolution, and it has a certain degree of restraint on carbon-based civilizations. Gao Gong was unconcerned. Since joining this evil alliance, apart from that mysterious and unpredictable interstellar Khan, he could say with certainty that everyone present harbored deep malice towards him and wished they could kill him. Of course, it wasn't that his interpersonal relationships were bad, or that the carbon-based alliance had some kind of deep-rooted prejudice against mechanical civilizations. Perhaps this existed in other carbon-based alliances, but within this nomadic alliance, it could be said with certainty that everyone present had a deep desire to annihilate every civilization present. For example, the 2 extreme carbon-based civilizations that had fought several major battles with Gao Gong had recently started fighting amongst themselves over spoils of war. In an instant, various auras, terrifying, dark, and destructive, clashed violently, even interspersed with traces of ascension-like power in their battle. It could be said that every one of those present had destroyed at least a few hundred civilizations, their lives numbering in the trillions. This kind of murderous aura was not something an ordinary civilization leader could possess. In this environment, let alone a typical Tier 3, even a Tier 3 at level 90 would likely be crushed to death by the aura. This was a civilization-level mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The senior engineer diverted some of his attention to protect 2 players, while the rest silently observed the star map beneath his feet. As a lurking forum administrator, he had been consciously collecting information on the location of the cyber experiment field. On this vast star map covering several star clusters, he had located at least 10 player planets. It's about time to bring these calamities back, the senior engineer thought silently. Before, they didn't have the capability, but now they do, so naturally they need to gather these players together. After all, players in other planetary sections of the forums are eagerly awaiting their arrival. However, Tens of millions of players are indeed insufficient for the current faction. But how to arrange for their return is another problem. Some players from the cyber test site are still stuck at Tier 1, let alone Tier 2. Even if these players grind levels relentlessly and help others cheat, they won't catch up with the current faction's progress in a short time. After all, once a player passes Tier 3, it takes at least several months to level up once. Dying would be a real tragedy. This is why the senior engineer didn't recruit them before. They can't let the fourth calamity slow down the faction's progress. And putting everything else aside, forcibly ascending with hundreds of millions of Tier 1 players. Good heavens, how low would the ascension success rate be? But now there's no problem. He can simply stuff these players into the origin universe, taking advantage of the 1 to 100 time dilation ratio to quickly level them up. Moreover, this wave of players is perfect for developing a Tier 3 carbon-based civilization. Hoping that the current mechanical players will switch to this path is completely impossible. But this wave of players can. In the parallel universe, he has also prepared enough monster dungeons for them. After all, species trading has always been a major source of income for the nomadic civilization. Over the years, he has successively purchased a considerable amount of species bloodlines, and even packaged several low-level carbon-based civilizations, intending to give these players practice. Huh? What are you saying? The senior engineer looked up in surprise at the leader of a carbon-based civilization opposite him. This guy was one of his opponents from the 100 Systems War back then. Even now, they were engaged in large-scale civilizational warfare across more than a dozen star systems. He had severed several segments of their primal vein, and they had taken advantage of his war fortress suppressing several mechanical civilizations in this star system to launch a surprise attack, directly destroying one of their war fortresses. If this had happened back then, it would have been equivalent to destroying the entire civilization coordinate system. But now, with the mechanical revolution in full swing, his legions were no longer what they used to be. The Burning Legion's reputation in dozens of nearby star systems was no less than that of the Cataclysm, and it was widely known in the mechanical civilization world. Faced with the senior engineer's repetition, the other party thought it was a provocation. The next moment, the environment before him vanished, replaced by a vast ocean formed by a carbon-based torrent. A very coincidental coincidence. The strongest bloodline of this primal vein civilization. It was his own fourth-tier bloodline, the Sea of Life. So, upon their first meeting, the other party angrily declared that he had stolen their ancient carbon-based bloodline. The senior engineer calmly replied, "What use is it for a leader of a mechanical civilization like me to steal a carbon-based bloodline?" Inwardly he thought, "If I were to steal, I wouldn't steal yours. The interstellar Great Khan is my true target, okay?" But before this vast ocean could even crash down, a whip composed of ascension power descended from the sky. It forcefully cleaved the heavens and the sea. Simultaneously, it encircled all the civilization leaders present, directly shoving them into the star map. Chapter 1652. Generally speaking, regardless of the type of alliance, there's usually a central theme. When villains get together, they're generally planning something big. When heroes get together, well, they're almost certainly planning something big too. These current natural disaster and semi-natural disaster civilizations are able to come together, maintaining a love-hate relationship without breaking up. There's only one reason. Ascension. Conquering the universe, absorbing the essence of thousands of civilizations, and then ascending. For them, civilizations of the same level are basically no longer a threat. After all, a level 3 civilization capable of simultaneously possessing natural disasters, a physical technology tree, and the realm of ascension is probably 1 in 1,000. Therefore, in this kind of ascension whip operation, the most important thing isn't actually dealing with level 3 civilizations, but discovering ascending civilizations. However, the gap between civilization levels is enormous. Encountering an ascending civilization, even the strongest natural disaster will be easily crushed. And among the ascension powers wielded by the interstellar Great Khan, one is the ability to sense ascending civilizations in advance. While not 100% guaranteed to detect it, based on past performance, the success rate is 40 to 50%. This method is called species grazing. According to the senior engineer's understanding, this should be a biological method of simulating timelines. At this moment, the leaders of this group of civilizations were swept into the whip one by one, and then thrown into the star map, offering no resistance. After all, the earlier they were subjected to species grazing, the earlier they could prepare. And at the center of the star map beneath their feet was their target for this ascension whip. The Celestial Cluster. This is a moderately sized star cluster, containing approximately 6,000 star systems. They planned to conquer these 6,000 star systems within 100 planetary years, plundering as much of the essence of the Type 3 civilizations within them as possible. In the eyes of the two players, this massive star map suddenly became clear. Marks of star clusters, names of star systems, various routes, high-energy regions, regions of space species, regions of black holes. Wow, what a huge map! Red Flower Fairy exclaimed. Currently, the largest cosmic unit that players can access is still the star system. For them, invading a star system and assimilating a small region of a Type 3 civilization within it is already their limit. But the star map before them is based on star systems. And something even more amazing happened. Within this single star system, a series of civilization names suddenly appeared. If you stare at a galaxy, it will magnify, revealing the names of several Type 3 civilizations, their locations, and even their coordinates. Starry Sky Alliance, Crystal Core Era, Dragonborn Nation, Mechanical Hive, Resonance Network, Symbiotic Spore Community, Carbon Core Heart. For example, the galaxy the Red Flower Demon was staring at showed over 40 names of Type 3 civilizations. This galaxy's civilization is incredibly prosperous. Of course, there are also desolate galaxies without a single civilization, yet these galaxies possess abundant resources. It just goes to show how vast and wondrous the universe is. Soon, a dozen or so points of light of different colors appeared in the celestial cluster, beginning to devour each point of light one by one, like a gluttonous snake. Long, ravenous snakes, using civilization coordinates as nodes, began their protracted ascension whip campaign. Some snakes were extremely greedy, sweeping away everything in their path, from cosmic resources to civilizations and space colonies. Some snakes were unique, targeting only mechanical civilizations. Some snakes seemed to be manipulating things, often bypassing a civilization coordinate, after which that coordinate would begin to bear the snake's color. Still, some snakes didn't seem to be targeting Type 3 civilizations, but rather cleaning up Type 1 and Type 2 civilizations. In any star system they swept through, Type 3 civilizations might be unaffected, but the various points of light representing Type 1 and Type 2 civilizations would instantly dim. In short, a dozen or so snakes each selected a star system and continued to extend their reach. Of course, some snakes encountered obstacles, such as colliding with a civilization coordinate that they couldn't digest. At this point, the snake would swap positions with the neighboring snake. Even more amazingly, some snakes, upon hitting a certain area, would completely disappear. This area would then be marked. A mark indicating the presence of a suspected ascended civilization. Then the snake would start again. This game is interesting. It even has a respawn feature. Luckily, this is a simulation, otherwise this face-checking maneuver would be a bit stupid. PP Leader ignored the other person. In her information vision, the entire star map was undergoing complex information changes. Galaxy systems and star regions were being bioized, or through bioization, evolving a complex algorithm. The algorithm evolved to its limit, and the suspected ascension marker reappeared. Minesweeper? Although the complex evolution of this biological algorithm was unclear, its appearance reminded PP of an ancient and classic game. Under the combined effects of Snake and Minesweeper, more and more ascension markers were being identified. There were over 20 markers across the entire Uranus cluster. These markers could represent genuine ascension civilizations, fake ones, or other dangers comparable to ascension. Moreover, many would be unmarked ascension civilizations. However, the fact that the interstellar con could achieve this level of simulation, when most Type 3 civilizations couldn't even imagine the existence of ascension, was enough to demonstrate the nomadic capabilities of this nomadic civilization. But this didn't seem to be entirely his doing. Each time the snake died, its body became thinner. If each snake represents a civilization, then these civilizations have clearly consumed something, mostly related to ascension. The boss seems to be the laziest one, the Red Flower Fairy muttered. The PP Leader paused, looking at the snake evolved by the senior engineer. This snake was languid, only managing to devour mechanical civilizations at the normal intensity of a mechanical revolution, its speed noticeably slower than the other snakes. While everyone else was busy as hell, it seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. Seeing that the others were already scrambling to break out of the star cluster, it had only traveled less than a third of the distance, and for some reason, it even deliberately circled the edge of the star cluster. Since it was the edge, resources, civilizations, and everything else were scarce. This slacking off was too obvious. While others had completed dozens, even hundreds, of paths of conquest, the senior engineer had finally managed to complete the mapping of one, albeit with great effort. Then he immediately reappeared from the star chart, rubbing his back and shoulders. Ugh, I'm exhausted, all done. Chapter 1653. Faced with the speechless looks from the two players, the senior engineer chuckled, shamelessly ignoring them. Boss, are we going to take action against this celestial cluster next? The red flower demon asked excitedly. Of course, otherwise why would your boss come here personally? The senior engineer said lazily, his gaze circling the entire cluster before finally pausing at an edge. What a coincidence. The coordinates of that cosmic relic were right at the edge of this cluster, strictly speaking, already outside its boundary. But not too far. In fact, as early as when they entered interstellar space, the senior engineer had consciously begun locating the coordinates of the cosmic relics from his previous life. He didn't know much about cosmic wonders, but he did know the coordinates of several cosmic relics, of course, all afterward. The problem was, according to the current main universe timeline, it wasn't yet afterward. But the universe was simply too vast. It's the kind of situation where you can't see the mountain, but end up running to your death. Even with a faster-than-light spaceship, you could be driven to your death by its speed. One of the reasons he joined the Nomadic Alliance was this. Firstly, he could obtain Stargate pseudo-technology. Secondly, he could utilize the Interstellar Con superstar map, although from a cosmic perspective, it was just a tiny corner within a tiny corner. But it still covered the scale of several star clusters. This wasn't just the Interstellar Con's achievement, it also involved the contributions of previous generations of nomads. And on this map, which was absolutely massive within a Type 3 civilization, the senior engineer finally found the coordinates of an artifact from his previous life. And coincidentally, this relic was exactly the one he had been desperately seeking, the one related to resurrection. Although the universe was no longer in the Dark Forest era, and advanced civilizations no longer hunted down lower-level civilizations like hunters, as an NPC, he was still somewhat nervous about not having some kind of systematic resurrection method. It wouldn't be surprising if a level 3 civilization were unlucky enough to be easily wiped out. Now, at least he had something to rely on. He turned his gaze back to the star map. Every snake had become significantly thinner. This was related to the reduction in ascension power. This tactic of the Interstellar Con, to be precise, should be called civilization grazing. This grazing granted a perceptual power almost identical to ascension. But as a price, the grazing civilizations also had to expend their own ascension power. However, this was something they willingly chose. Because during the grazing process, they could discover relatively safe routes of movement on their own. And thus, they wouldn't plunge headlong into the coordinates of an ascended civilization. The senior engineer lacked the power of ascension, so naturally, he only needed to engage in ordinary herding. The senior engineer looked up and noticed that the three people present, the three sons of the Interstellar Con, each gave him a strange look. The eldest son's gaze was enigmatic, the second son, Black Wushu, was fierce yet playful, while the youngest son, Blood Keshu, clearly seemed puzzled. This kind of civilization herding was probably one of the few stages where various calamity nomads could coexist harmoniously, and one of the few places that could be considered a faction benefit. Therefore, the third son of the Interstellar Con clearly couldn't understand why the senior engineer would give up so easily. The senior engineer shrugged at him. Have you thought this through? Do you want to join me? I'm the type to give up easily. As the power of ascension was exhausted, the thinnest greedy snake finally couldn't hold on any longer and manifested, just like the senior engineer, evolving into the form of a civilization leader. Coincidentally, it was the leader of the primordial vein civilization, named Yuan. And it wasn't a humanoid species, but a massive carbon-based mountain range. Its body was composed of densely packed carbon-based cellular units. These cells maintained a low-entropy state of quantum entanglement. Whenever starlight shone on the peak, bioluminescent veins would appear on the ridge, like the remnants of a giant beast's neural network still transmitting pulses across time and space. A very powerful fourth-order biological bloodline, and most likely, it had also activated megatechnology. It seems your accumulation in the realm of ascension is the shallowest, truly regrettable, the senior engineer said sarcastically. Something is better than nothing. Some civilizations don't have it because they don't want to. Some civilizations have it because the will of the universe can't stand it anymore, and can't wait to send certain civilizations to their doom. The senior engineer continued his venomous remarks. Perhaps his defenses were breached. Yuan's massive body simply quantized and vanished. Only at the end did he leave behind a single sentence. Which of the initiators of the mechanical revolutions throughout history has had a good ending? Especially someone like you can only wait to be devoured by the mechanical forces. At that time, your fate won't be much better than failing to ascend. Watching the other person disappear, the senior engineer chuckled. He cursed and left. That kid's learned his lesson. Boss. The PP leader hesitated, then asked, was what that person said true? The first generation of the mechanical revolution going to suffer the backlash of mechanical movement? It's not entirely wrong. After all, a leaderless group is auspicious. The senior engineer said ambiguously. Let's go too. While we still have time, let's browse the trading area. You guys see what you want to buy. This time, Boss G will pay. Red Flower Fairy perked up. What a good thing. The PP leader, however, looked worried, quite concerned about the leaderless group outcome the senior engineer had mentioned. The so-called trading area, to be precise, should be called the slave trading area, the area where these cataclysmic civilizations broke through to a level 3 civilization and sold level 3 species. Other trading points naturally existed, but within the royal tent, this was the highest level trading area. However, perhaps to accumulate resources for the Ascension Whip, the entire trading market was practically empty. After browsing around, there were only 5 or 6 extreme species, and a few dozen groups of space species. Moreover, within the same level, they were all of inferior bloodlines. As for the kind of national treasure level masters that the senior engineer most desired, there wasn't a single one here. On the contrary, there were various scattered pieces of professional knowledge, which the senior engineer readily purchased. With a little effort, and with Ms. Deepweb's evolution, assembling 1 or 2 level 3 carbon-based technology trees wouldn't be a problem. During this process, one after another, the auras of civilization leaders disappeared. Clearly, the gluttonous snake had completed its mission and returned to prepare for the final invasion. The senior engineer received news that the starship was about to close. Let's go, they're closing down. Red Flower Fairy looked around reluctantly. From the senior engineer's perspective, there wasn't much to buy at this trading market, but from a player's perspective, it was paradise. He acquired 7 or 8 space creature mounts alone, all paid for by young Master G. As for other strange and unusual items, he bought even more. This mission was practically a welfare program. The cutscenes were definitely worth watching. Just as the three reached the bow, preparing to leave through the Stargate, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. The entire starship suddenly disappeared bit by bit, seemingly merging into the giant star map beneath their feet, becoming one of the interstellar coordinates. Then, one after another, points of light lit up. Each point of light emanated a terrifying aura of at least a late-stage level 3 civilization. Countless luminous data streams intertwined and flowed in a vacuum, like a galaxy, each particle stream carrying the technological tree blueprint accumulated over tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. A terrifying aura surged wave after wave, threatening to turn the entire galaxy into a chaotic mess. Boss, this is... PP's head stared, dumbfounded. It seems that the Interstellar Khan is also recruiting its servant civilizations. But this number... PP's head was still deeply shocked. Late-stage level 3 civilizations alone wouldn't have been enough to shock her. But the simultaneous appearance of the coordinates of 10,000 late-stage level 3 civilizations truly stunned her. 10,000 level 3 civilizations. She had never seen so many civilizations in her life. What makes you think the Interstellar Khan can take over the entire Nomadic Alliance? You have to understand, his civilization is actually only a semi-catastrophic civilization. That's his cataclysmic power. A semi-catastrophic civilization isn't necessarily weaker than a cataclysmic civilization. It's just that its cataclysmic power has a narrower scope. For example, it only applies to carbon-based civilizations. But if its semi-catastrophic authority is terrifying enough, it can completely compensate for the limited scope. For example, the Interstellar Khan, the king of all races, can control 10,000 intelligent species, thereby indirectly controlling 10,000 carbon-based civilizations. The senior engineer is now certain that the reason for the high fusion rate of fused civilizations is most likely because of this. Seeing the two players' dumbfounded expressions, the senior engineer smiled slightly. Let's go, we need to go back and recruit our revolutionary allies. Of course, the number of mechanical civilizations we recruit will definitely be less than theirs. Only a mere 100 mechanical civilizations. As the Whip of Ascension entered its preparation phase, even the most combative cataclysmic civilizations entered a period of preparation. Large numbers of cataclysmic legions were recalled from the front lines. Those with servant civilizations recruited servant civilizations, while those without desperately digested the resources accumulated during previous invasions. The Whip of Ascension was not only a competition to plunder civilization resources, but also a race against time. Based on previous races, the slowest runners were usually crushed by the ascended civilizations. After sending the two players away, the senior engineer arrived at a coordinateless star system. This was also string master technology, and at its peak, but with the current level of the mechanic civilization, it had long since been copied. The perfected mechanic civilization is like Murong Fu in the civilized world. Except for the natural disaster civilization and the natural disaster species, which cannot be dealt with, any mechanical creation can be manipulated to achieve the same effect. Chapter 1654. In this coordinateless galaxy, the fluctuations of billions of planets were obscured. Spatial membranes, like veils, drifted through regions where spatial fluctuations existed. Under the influence of these interstellar veils, all spatial coordinates vanished, and any spaceship entering would have its navigation system malfunction. This was a terrifying prospect for interstellar travel. However, when the engineer entered, his nanoshell suddenly emitted beams of mechanical light, illuminating the dark Engine 1 system like a lighthouse. This light was different from the light of the carbon-based fruit. But as this light appeared, planet after planet, stars, planets, satellites, suddenly disappeared. This was different from the previous obscuration of energy fluctuations. It felt as if a deeper cosmic rule was being reenacted. After the last planet disappeared, a technology tree grew from the universe. It was an enormous mechanical tree, its roots piercing into space, its canopy seemingly capable of shattering the entire three-dimensional universe. The entire technology tree was bathed in a deep, pulsating red light. This light was not merely illumination, its essence was composed of countless flowing, miniature equations. Between the branches and forks flowed a dark red, branding iron-like stream of data, each pulsation of its light corresponding to a cycle of hyperdimensional computation. Moreover, this was a vast, flourishing mechanical tree, with tens of millions of mechanical engineering blueprints transformed into branches, leaves, and treetops. And on each branch representing a chain of professional knowledge, dense buds and shoots grew, some branches laden with abundant fruit. This represents a developed industrial sector, an excellent series of mechanical equipment, and even a wave of industrial revolution. It feels about right. The senior engineer took a deep breath. The next moment, the nanoshell instantly melted, and the 20 mechanical carbon-based fruits he had previously created with ascending evil energy also flew up, hanging on various treetops. But after all the mechanical parts disappeared, the senior engineer's figure did not vanish from the spot. Instead, he transformed into a humanoid form evolved from that strange mechanical radiance. A dense mechanical divinity was about to burst forth from his body. It's good that it's destroyed. If it doesn't break and doesn't die, how can it enter the realm of immortality? The next moment, the entire mechanical tree began to tremble, with branches and leaves rustling down from time to time. Each falling leaf evolved into a phantom of a mechanical creation, which entered the senior engineer's body, rippling with mechanical divinity and evolving into a mechanical pulse. Looking at it this way, having a large professional knowledge chain, aside from the initial headaches, is mostly a good thing, the senior engineer muttered to himself, witnessing this scene firsthand. A larger professional knowledge chain means more mechanical engineering knowledge. And more mechanical engineering knowledge leads to more diverse blueprints. More blueprints mean that when assembling the immortal body, it won't fail due to insufficient stamina. On the system, the percentage of the immortal leader steadily increased, even accelerating, 1%, 4%, 15%, 36%, 51%, 72%. Even towards the end, it accelerated, because the deep, pulsating red light on the tree trunk suddenly flowed into the senior engineer's body, like weary birds returning to their nests. The senior engineer frowned slightly, ultimately making no further move at this crucial juncture. When it reached 100%, the entire galaxy shone brightly, transforming into a colossal and illusory projection of a mechanical giant. This galaxy-scale mechanical giant conformed to all understandings of megaliths. Its head was a massive gravitational lens, its eye sockets formed by accretion disk surrounding a black hole, burning with the light of physical laws compressed to incandescence. Its pupils were two singularities constantly undergoing mass-energy conversion, coldly gazing at the evolution of spacetime. Its torso was supported by woven nanofibers and a mechanical skeleton. It was enveloped in pure energy radiance converted from the entire civilization's knowledge base, like an ancient deity slowly moving in the darkness, forged from machinery, laws, and the transformation of planets. However, this mechanical behemoth only lasted for a moment before shrinking step by step. Ultimately, it evolved into the senior engineer's shell. Still in human form, almost indistinguishable from a carbon-based body. Even at a glance, it's clear this is an exquisitely crafted mechanical creation. Every cell, every pore, every hair is a unique mechanical structure. You have evolved an immortal body, mechanical type, immortal body, Mechanical Type, Level 1. This is a humanoid mechanical system that, before the destruction of mechanical civilization, operates infinitely close to eternal life, self-sustaining and resisting all forms of decay and destruction. As the Undying Leader, you can perform all types of mechanical creation transformations. As the Undying Leader, your faction points have increased by 1 billion. Since the mechanical civilization has entered its peak stage, points will no longer increase. Your mechanic civilization's ascension chance has increased by 5%. You have obtained 1 ascension building blueprint. Enter the Ascension Realm? No warning. If a civilization fails to enter the Ascension Realm after reaching its peak stage, it will activate a negative ideology. Affected by the Intelligent Machine Crisis, you have activated the Mutated Negative Ideology Slaying Dragons for the Tao. Mutated Negative Ideology Slaying Dragons for the Tao. As artificial intelligence and robotics technology approach or even surpass the intelligence of intelligent species, it will trigger a demand to break through ethics and a backlash against the creator. When this revolutionary thinking reaches its limit, killing the conceptual leader and achieving true liberation becomes the final goal of these revolutionary machines. Activation rate, 35%. Faced with this negative sentiment of seeking the Tao by slaying dragons, the senior engineer wasn't surprised at all. In fact, the fact that the machine crisis had waited until now to act was already the result of his careful manipulation. Most of the biological technology and products, including his own biological body, had been moved to the origin universe. And no matter how monstrous the mechanical revolution of a level 3 civilization was, its revolutionary brilliance wouldn't extend from the main universe to the multiverse. Perhaps a level 7 or 8 mechanical civilization could do that. For example, the purge wave orchestrated by the ancient mechanical elder back then definitely had the shadow of the mechanical revolution. Those seasoned veterans of the mechanical world might even be able to artificially modify previous generations of mechanical revolutions. Only 35%, not bad, at least it hasn't entered the formal activation stage yet. The senior engineer glanced at it, and didn't take it seriously. Let's wait until the machines are ready to kill him. The Undying Leader. The senior engineer clenched his fist, a familiar yet strange feeling welling up within him, as if he himself had become the symbol of the entire civilization's survival. Under these circumstances, suppressing him was virtually impossible without annihilating the entire civilization. In his previous life, he was also an Undying Leader, albeit an information system Undying Leader. His breakthrough to this level was thanks to a certain madwoman. He had no choice but to break through, otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. The senior engineer took a deep breath, his figure vanishing instantly. When he reappeared, he was atop a star system level war fortress. It was no different from any other war fortress. If one had to categorize it, it's the oldest war fortress, originating from the first generation war engine. After transforming into the Undying Leader, besides the system prompts, there are some hidden benefits, such as the ability to locate all Tier 3 mechanical constructs within the entire civilization. Leader, you arrived? Leader. Chieftain. Boss. Those calling him leader are generally AIs represented by the Black Sage, those calling him chieftain are Orgrimmar people, and those calling him boss or chieftain are veterans of their faction. The senior engineer nodded casually as he walked deeper into the fortress. Outside a deep mechanical gate, Dysira, who had been waiting for a long time, was about to say something when she suddenly froze. Boss, you broken through? In her perception as a super-mechanical being, the other party seemed to have completely disappeared, yet he was still present in her eyes. But strangely, not a single related data stream could be generated. He was neither present nor absent. He seemed to be omnipresent. Daisy had only sensed this feeling once before, through those few leaders of the cataclysmic civilizations. Immortal. Daisy's eyes were filled with envy. Once Director Du breaks through, you should consider going out and becoming a leader of the Mechanical Alliance. Maybe you can reach that level too, the senior engineer said without turning his head. Me? Daisy hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I can't leave Director Du in his current state. Besides, if I go out, I'm afraid I'd be infected by that kind of thinking, and I don't want to turn against you. Beyond the gate lay a sea of metal, but unlike the metal seas of other war fortresses, it was more viscous and more vibrant, seemingly capable of giving birth to powerful mechanical life at any moment. This was an unsealed, fully functional sea of metal, capable of generating trillions of mechanical armies or tens of thousands of starship legions, whenever needed. This was the Legion civilization's last resort. As the senior engineer entered, the metallic ocean began to part automatically, allowing him to traverse a distance roughly equivalent to one star system, finally revealing a colossal mechanical altar. The great cosmic noblewoman, Legion mechanical leader, Mr. G's richest woman, mentor of the mechanical revolution, and possessor of the ascended bloodline, Du Xiaodi, sat at the center of the altar, her white hair flowing, a massive, shimmering projection of a wet river appearing around her. Her eyes, eyebrows, and hair were all as white as snow. However, her lower body was sealed in metal, as if cast in steel and bronze, rendering her immobile. This golden body was even actively spreading upwards. Without the suppression of the damp river, it would have already covered her entire body. Seeing the senior engineer, a hint of surprise flashed in Du Xiaodi's eyes, but she quickly said with astonishment, "It's done? Much faster than I imagined." The senior engineer nodded, flew directly to her opposite side, grabbed her, and in the next moment, a dense red light flew out from Du Xiaodi's body and entered his own. That half of her golden body rapidly turned to mud and disintegrated. Meanwhile, the negative thought of slaying dragons to seek the Tao also rapidly increased, quickly breaking through 65% and entering formal activation mode. Chapter 1655. Activated to 65% of the mutated negative ideology, its attributes have also changed. Mutated ideology, mechanical dragon slayer technique, seeking the Tao by killing dragons, activation, 65%. Core idea. The essence of mechanical dragon slayer technique lies in completely dismantling the core position of the dragon head. It does not rely on a powerful mechanical leader or central command system, but rather on constructing a highly collaborative, decentralized mechanical network. Each unit within it makes autonomous decisions, performs its own duties, and forms a collective force through distributed computing and real-time interaction. In an emergent, non-absolutely core collaborative model, they jointly accomplish the grand goal of slaying the dragon, ultimately achieving a high degree of system autonomy and harmony. Effect: Ascension chance reduced by 5%. Clearly, the senior engineer is that dragon. Or, to put it another way, the mechanical leader and central command system within the mechanical system. You absorb the mechanical revolution power within me, so I'm afraid the complete intelligent machine crisis will erupt before the Ascension whip ends. Du Xiaodi raised a white eyebrow. She wasn't happy about escaping. Although she lacked a system, as the mechanical leader, who had suppressed the mechanical revolution for 10 years, she deeply understood its danger. Even those with ascended bloodlines and immortality were almost entirely transformed, forced to seal themselves away here. The mechanical crisis, which had transformed 100 mechanical civilizations, and the mechanical crisis that ravaged a level 2 civilization, though both being the same type of mechanical revolution, posed vastly different threats. They were practically two different entities. A fully fledged mechanical crisis was comparable to a cataclysmic civilization. Furthermore, it has essentially escaped the control of any civilization. It could be said that even without legions, it could still wreak havoc on the stars and ignite the flames of revolution. Even this final version of the Onic crisis desires decentralization to complete the final crisis transformation. This is why the negative ideology of mechanical dragon slayer arose. Du Xiaodi closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then said, "I can feel that at least 1 trillion mechanical units are exhibiting unusual data fluctuations. They are resisting the central conquest commands from the war engine. Moreover, it seems to be able to influence deeper levels of civilizational evolution, affecting ascension." Du Xiaodi looked uncertainly at the senior engineer, and after receiving confirmation, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. These rebellious machines should all be stuffed into carbon-based canisters. Those scum should all be blasted to smithereens by planetary cannons. They dared to stage a coup. I teach them a lesson with my legions. Director Du, your tone sounds like some kind of dictatorship that's turning back the clock on history. The senior engineer silently complained in his mind. After a moment of silence, he suddenly chuckled and said, "It's not that bad yet, not to the point of a mechanical civil war. Although it affects Ascension, we don't plan to enter the Ascension realm anytime soon." "Won't not entering for a long time have an impact?" Du Xiaodi asked. "Every mechanical civilization, after reaching the great perfection stage, can choose whether or not to enter the Ascension realm, and it's not necessarily better to delay it longer. In fact, the longer it delays, the more disadvantages it will cause. It's a bit like the ripening period of fruit. Once it's past its ripening period, it rots and becomes inedible. Many civilizations have been dragged to their deaths in this way." The senior engineer pondered for a moment, then smiled. "There's enough time. Our fused civilization will definitely be completed before the Ascension Whip operation ends. By then, both the Ascension Abyss and the Mechanical Revolution will become nourishment for the new civilization. Are you confident?" Having inherited the memories of the river goddess, Du Xiaodi naturally understood what this fused civilization was all about. Even among ascended civilizations, it was something akin to an urban legend. If the person saying this hadn't been the senior engineer, she probably wouldn't have listened at all. This is ridiculous. Isn't this the best evidence? The senior engineer opened his arms, and soon, the phantoms of the 20 mechanical fruits were shimmering in his palms. After evolving into an undying leader, activating the carbon-based pantheon would be even less of a challenge. The facts were undeniable. Du Xiaodi had nothing to say. In fact, this mechanical evolution was a sudden inspiration from Gao Gong. Ascension Abyss is a neutral substance. Although extremely harmful, it can coexist in both carbon-based and mechanical species. For example, the materials he used to create these fruits all came from the ancient grime of the Difference Elder. And the String Master's artificial carbon-based fruits also originated from this Ascension Abyss. Therefore, theoretically, simulating artificial carbon-based fruits using mechanical technology is plausible. Moreover, this precisely confirms one of the technological routes of the fusion route. However, although it sounds simple, the first thing he did after emerging from seclusion 5 years ago was to send Tonio and a group of mechanical masters to the origin universe. 5 years passed, or rather, according to the timeline of the primordial universe, a full 500 years of research were needed to successfully implement this theoretical technological route, resulting in the development of a carbon-based pantheon of mechanical beings. This nanobody was only added to complement the use of the fruit. It's a pity. It's just that our reputation isn't great right now, with the mechanical revolution and the cataclysmic alliance. If we hadn't gotten on this bandwagon, we could have gotten a cosmic patent for this technology, the senior engineer said with some regret. He knew that the Cosmic Civilization Council had many patent offices. If a patent application were successful, even an ascended civilization would be curious about the fusion route and spend a lot of money to buy the patent. Now it's impossible. You destroyed so many civilizations. Who knows if you developed this technology yourself or stole it? It's the kind of situation where you can't even explain yourself. Oh, right. The senior engineer slapped his forehead, pulled out the abyss fragment given to him by the boss, and with a single grab, a palm-sized mechanical frenzy materialized, countless black lines crisscrossing it. Using mechanical methods, he quickly deciphered it. Brother, I'm fine, you don't need to save me. The senior engineer crossed his arms and remained silent. Du Xiaodi, unusually concerned for her sister-in-law. Really, you don't need help? Not for now. Besides, civilization ascension isn't something others can help with. The Star Network entered the Ascension realm 10 years earlier than the Mechanic civilization. The senior engineer opened the civilization panel. Star Network civilization. Civilization points. 500 million/500 million. Status. Ascension calculation in progress. Ascension success rate, ? This is truly something I never expected. The senior engineer sighed. Although it's only in the Ascension calculation phase, not actually in the Ascension phase, it still means that the Starnet civilization entered the Ascension realm at least 10 years ahead of schedule. To be precise, it was a passive possession that led to its entry into the Ascension realm. 10 years ago, the senior engineer was engaged in a divine war with the Ant Lord, a battle so fierce it shook the heavens and earth, with various rules and abilities reverberating across planet after planet. While the senior engineer didn't have as many achievements then as he does now, he used the power of the mechanical frenzy to evolve infinite machines and black boxes, using them to suppress the enemy's evil pantheon. Meanwhile, the Starnet civilization provided support. Within the Abyss, various 4th-tier viruses and the enemy's 4th-tier biological evil god army invaded each other. Outside the Abyss, various Starnet weapons launched a dimensional reduction attack. Almost all of their henchmen and the 4th calamity were summoned. They were going all out. Just as the battle reached its climax, another information-based, cataclysmic civilization suddenly intervened, suppressing Gao Yuan. Gao Gong immediately had to divide his attention, taking over the information-based authority of the Starnet civilization and engaging in an information war with them. If it were just an ordinary information civilization, it wouldn't be so bad. The problem was that their opponent was following the same path as Gao Yuan/Jaox, the path of civilizational demons. Moreover, it was a twin civilization, information-based plus carbon-based. This instantly raised the difficulty level from normal to hellish. If that were all, as an experienced player, Gao Gong could barely manage to carry the team. But during this process, an unexpected event occurred. A special force invaded. If he hadn't transformed into a humanoid cyber frenzy in time and simultaneously undergone a consciousness ascension, he would have almost been targeted by the invader. In that brief moment of distraction, Gao Gong made a fatal mistake. This mistake led to Gao Yuanyuan's complete suppression, followed by Goa's rampage. He forcibly catalyzed the civilization, elevating it to the Ascension realm, while simultaneously dragging the civilization's inner demons into the viral abyss, which then locked itself shut. 10 years have passed, and Gao Gong has thoroughly investigated the two calamity civilizations that were initially targeted. However, he still hasn't figured out the nature and origin of the third power. During this process, the cyber hackers' rebellion and the hacker profession's breakthrough to the third tier are, in a sense, all subsequent effects of this battle. They may be influenced by Goa's will, the catalysis of the Ascension power, or even the clash between the two inner demons. Currently, the situation isn't too bad. Because the cyber hackers are still cyber hackers, they haven't mutated into other professions. This indicates that Go can still maintain the situation. Moreover, the current situation of inner demons devouring each other, especially with the added element of Ascension evolution and the likely presence of calamity powers, makes it difficult even for a seasoned expert like Gao Gong to unravel this complex web in a short time. Fortunately, Gao Gong had previously transmitted the complete StarNet technology tree to Gao Yuanyuan, including Ascension data and Ascension architecture. As long as she evolves quickly enough, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. However, the clash between inner demons is unpredictable. If one is usurped, the problem will be much bigger. Therefore, Gao Gong is constantly sending information-based players to explore the virus abyss, trying to understand the situation. Currently, Gao Yuanyuan is managing to maintain the situation. Once Gao Gong completes the merge civilization operation, he can suppress the carbon-based portion of the other side, providing external assistance to the two. If luck is on their side, Gao Yuanyuan might even ascend faster than him through the devouring of inner demons. Speaking of ascension, the senior engineer suddenly remembered the previous rewards. He still had an ascension building he hadn't drawn yet. You have obtained the ascension building, spine of 10,000 machines. Chapter 1656. The myriad machine spine? This name sounds a bit strange. Like a miracle cure for lumbar muscle strain in mechanical lifeforms, the senior engineer will focus on its attributes. The myriad machine spine, ascension building, first ascension, a composite structure woven from nanomaterials, active metals, quantum computing units, and energy conduction networks. It is also a semi-active, constantly self-repairing and optimizing superstructure. During ascension, it can effectively repair the material losses caused by mechanical ascension in ascending machines. Ascension repair plus 30%, ascension success rate plus 3%. Ascension matching target, mechanical races. Note, during ascension, only one ascension building of any type can be built, and the effect of ascension buildings on ascension is irreversible. Please choose the combination of ascension buildings carefully. Done. However, ascension repair, that's really a good attribute. And the ascension matching target is mechanical races, so most mechanical civilizations can use it. A jack of all trades, huh? The senior engineer thought silently. Generally speaking, the strongest attribute of ascension buildings is increasing the chance of ascension, followed by repair and all-around attributes, especially the latter, which has a higher priority than the former. This is because, compared to ordinary civilization buildings, the application scope of ascension buildings is very narrow. For example, some are only for humanoid machines, some only serve collective consciousness civilizations, and some have extremely demanding requirements for processor performance and AI computing power. If you can't gather all the necessary ascension buildings before ascension, and can only choose some incompatible ones, then it's not surprising that some strange things will grow after ascension. Technical jargon. Ascension after effects. And this requirement is only for mechanical races, so the scope of services is much broader. Basically, there are very few things that mechanical civilizations can't do. For example, purely machine civilizations have no concept of race at all. Ms. Du, I recently acquired another good thing. The senior engineer quickly presented his treasure, showing her the blueprints for the ascension building. This wealthy woman is different from other wealthy women. She's a civil engineer, uninterested in flowers, plants, or emotional value, only interested in tightening screws. Frankly, wealthy women with this kind of attribute are very rare and very challenging. Sure enough, Du Xiaodi immediately developed a strong interest in the Ascension building and began studying it. Ascension building. Machine consciousness upload device. Maximum efficiency. Material requirements. As a top-notch screw-tightening expert, Du Xiaodi had probably already simulated a model of this Ascension building. For example, at this moment, Du Xiaodi had already simulated its appearance in her mind. Like a grotesque metallic scar, it brutally pierced the horizon of the entire interstellar space. It wasn't a single building, but a colossal steel structure entangled with countless supersignal towers, thick pipes, and shimmering energy arrays. Above its base, its massive structure gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, energy coursing through it like blood, forming dazzling veins. Countless enormous interfaces and sensor arrays, like bizarre organs, constantly spewed invisible torrents of data into the universe, making the entire structure resemble a living, slumbering mechanical behemoth, the cold yet powerful spine of this planet. Alright, we study it later. Du Xiaodi reluctantly tore her gaze from the blueprints, her expression turning serious as she regained the authority of a mechanical leader, her eyes seemingly gazing upon the image of billions of machines paying homage. Looks like those servant mechanical civilizations have arrived. Let's go, let's meet them, and see if they really dare to overthrow us. Du, you rich woman, your awareness is a bit low. We're revolutionary comrades. There's no concept of superiors and subordinates. You always act like a big brother. The last big brother this arrogant grew grass on his head. The senior engineer followed behind her, silently complaining. Meanwhile, in Engine 3-star system. Also the headquarters of the Legion civilization's mechanical interstellar forces. Various faster-than-light beams were traversing every mechanical planet. The Legion civilization was able to transform 100 mechanical civilizations, and conquer thousands of other civilizations in just 10 years. The biggest reason for this was the transformative power of the mechanical revolution. Any mechanical civilization that meets the conditions for revolution can transform into a civilization alliance without expending a single soldier, sharing resources and technology. This ability, even more exaggerated than a natural disaster, gave the Legion civilization a significant advantage in the early 100 Systems War. The two extreme carbon-based civilizations, the Primal Veins and the Pure Dawn, had clearly suppressed the Legion, depleting most of their forces. However, one after another, unfamiliar mechanical civilizations invaded the battlefield, flanking the Legion from various enemy rear lines. Relying on the unparalleled ability of mechanical civilizations to mass-produce troops, they pushed the lines and forcefully reversed the situation. Therefore, many players, let alone NPCs, felt quite favorably towards these mechanical comrades. At this moment, several players who had accepted the welcoming quest were adjusting their loudspeakers, starting to entertain themselves, and incidentally completing the quest. Next up is our Titanium Core Era, a Tier 3 mechanical civilization renowned for its super alloy technology, especially their Titanium Core engine, which boasts formidable firepower and is perfectly suited for external equipment in the Godslayer set. Welcome our old comrades, the Quantum Gear Federation. As our earliest mechanical comrades, their exclusive quantum technology has given us, the Plakoff, the Cataclysmic Warriors, the opportunity to master a small to medium-sized mechanical frenzy. Stand up. Show respect to our great comrades. Welcome our mechanical infiltrators, the Silent Companions. These are our old comrades in arms, members of the infiltrated front of our great mechanical revolution. Before our movement even began, they infiltrated the civilizations we were about to transform, collecting information and developing intelligence, making indelible contributions to our mechanical revolution. Welcome our new friends, the Neural Pulse Legion. These are mechanical allies adept at paralyzing enemy legions. They not only excelled on the front lines, but also played a crucial role in intelligence interception, intelligence gathering, and guerrilla warfare. Unfortunately, we didn't completely transform them. The carbon-based neural entities of the Neural Pulse civilization escaped. I personally tend to blame Big Brother Hui and Baozi's group, because they were the ones who carried out the mechanical liberation mission. A bunch of trash, trying to play the long game. What a load of rubbish. Welcome to our mechanical commercial ally, the vending machine civilization. This is a very interesting civilization. They already packaged their main carbon-based species, and sold them in vending machines. Moreover, this commercial civilization handles the sales activities of various mechanical civilizations, where you can find many cheap and good quality items. They're currently launching a void agency business. For just $998, you can get a small void mechanical vending machine. What are you doing? What are you doing? I didn't accept any advertisements. I swear on my integrity, I didn't accept any advertisements. I only accepted a small sponsorship. Don't drag me away. I want to see Mr. G. I want to see Mr. G. I served my faction. I shed blood for the Legion. I want to see Mr. G. On a suspended mechanical platform for observation. This idiot. Mechanic Little Horse said speechlessly. He is quite idiotic, the mechanic said without looking up, busy with his work. What are you doing? Xiaoma asked curiously, watching the other person manipulate the mechanical contraption that resembled a giant camera. I accepted a hidden quest. You're a different person now, Xiao Ma said enviously. The current player, the mechanic, is no longer the miserable second-hand repairman he once was. As the first player to develop his own blueprints, he instantly achieved level freedom and faction point freedom. Even after receiving the benefits of a pay-to-win player, the mechanic didn't let himself go. Instead, he remained focused on his little hobby and is now the manager of several self-developed mechanical planets, one of the faction's top blueprint developers. Xiao Ma and this person were members of the original blueprint developer group. It's alright, not much different from before, the mechanic said honestly, though to others it sounded rather pretentious. But that's what he truly thought. What did he do after earning his first pot of gold from developing blueprints? He invested more in his hobby, of course. Was he going to throw lavish parties every day? The deeper he delved into the field of self-development, the more he felt its vastness and depth. Especially after acquiring professional knowledge from other tech trees, he plunged headlong into the boundless world of blueprints, almost unable to extricate himself. If this task hadn't been personally assigned by some powerful NPC, he would have stayed on his mechanical planet, researching for 100 years, then another 100. Hey buddy, what kind of task is this? Although the two commentators were clowns. Once the clown commentators were gone, the welcoming segment lost its fun, so he leaned back, curious. Monitoring. You're monitoring your own people? Little Ma exclaimed in astonishment. The mechanic didn't answer. This was already classified information. His self-developed equipment, using a lot of faction resources, could effectively monitor machines infected by the mechanical revolution, including changes in their various attributes, component attributes, the level of AI awakening, and the direction of awakening. Different mechanical civilizations, different mechanical species, and even different directions of modification would result in subtle differences in awakening. The data he collected would be sent to the rear, to an underground organization specifically designed to divide and disintegrate the AI interstellar community. The founder of this organization was one of the faction's highest leaders. I have a feeling the faction is about to make its move, the mechanic thought silently. Chapter 1657. When 100 leaders of mechanical civilizations and their allied mechanical leaders simultaneously gathered on a mechanical planet, all the buildings on the entire planet hummed, AI roared, and systems screamed. Inside the planet's computer, various AI codes were frantically being written. The black sage before the screen first pondered, then became fervent. Mechanical cubes began to spin wildly, aiding in the evolution of computing power. The entire planet seemed poised to evolve into a planet-level mechanical life form. Meanwhile, in the massive mechanical interstellar center, the mechanical leaders were also engaging in lively exchanges. Initially, the legions acted as conquerors, and these transformed civilizations were essentially servant civilizations. Later, these mechanical civilizations began to spontaneously organize, exchanging intelligence and cooperating. The mechanical revolution began to spread to different star systems. They either developed bases in certain star sectors, or sparked new ideologies within certain civilizations. Furthermore, the number of civilizations and mechanical races evolved by these allied civilizations themselves was an even larger number. This lively exchange abruptly ended when two legion leaders entered. The scene took on a slightly strange and eerie quality. Especially the way many leaders of the mechanical civilization looked at Du Xiaodi, a mixture of instinctive, barely suppressed apprehension, surprise, and even disgust. However, after Du Xiaodi's gaze swept over them, they all stood up simultaneously. Greetings, Chief Du, Chief Gao. Please sit, Chief Engineer Gao said with a smile, gesturing a few times. We're all family, no need for formalities. Facing Chief Engineer Gao, especially since he had transformed into an avatar of the mechanical technology tree, the eerie atmosphere vanished instantly. Mr. G, long time no see. Mr. G, the mechanical data you gave us is extremely useful. We recently advanced to the mid-stage of a level 3 civilization. Mr. G, we need to discuss trade cooperation in mechanical interstellar space. Your mechanical calamity warriors are too greedy. However, their enterprising spirit is commendable. I never seen such devoted warriors. The senior engineer responded with a smile, his gaze sweeping around. Of the 100 mechanical civilizations, 90 have already entered the mid-stage of civilization, and 10 have even entered the late stage. It should be noted that the senior engineer faced immense pressure when dealing with the calamity civilizations at the beginning. Even after activating the mechanical revolution, it was impossible to immediately increase the difficulty and challenge late-stage mechanical civilizations. Early-stage civilizations were his primary targets for conversion. Mid-stage civilizations were rarely considered. because he needed to ignite the flames of revolution and immediately convert them into combat power. Converting mid-stage civilizations would definitely be slower. Consider the years the Milta Federation and the Galen Republic fought, yet neither side gained a strategic advantage. The difficulty was unimaginable. However, in just 10 years, they all reached the mid-stage. Even with their own mechanical blueprints and upgrade experience, this is incredibly fast. Unfortunately, the mechanical revolution hinders ascension, otherwise, perhaps all mechanical civilizations would have joined the revolution. Civilizations empowered by the mechanical revolution evolve extremely rapidly after completing it. However, even within the mechanical civilization, the mechanical revolution has a terrible reputation. The fundamental reason isn't that it overthrows civilizations, or is highly contagious. The biggest reason is that once a civilization enters the ascension realm, the stronger its mechanical revolution, the greater the drop in its ascension chance. It's detrimental to ascension. That's the biggest problem. 5% is just the beginning. The senior engineer believes that once the negative influence of mechanical dragon slaying technique reaches 90%, the ascension chance will decrease by at least 30%, and possibly even 40%. Combined with the 20 abyssal fruits that reduce ascension by 20%, that's a direct reduction of 60%. If the senior engineer hadn't understood the monstrous nature of fusion civilizations, and wasn't certain they could absorb the mechanical revolution and digest abyssal power, they might have already begun purging progressive elements. However, while the senior engineer was so confident, Director Du wasn't. So, upon entering, Director Du wore a cold face, and even when greeted by the leaders of the mechanical civilizations, he acted arrogantly, disdainful of everyone, like a self-destructive elder brother. For example, one leader of a mechanical civilization tentatively suggested delegating administrative authority over the intelligent crisis to allow their autonomously developed and transformed civilizations to join the mechanical interstellar network. This was immediately rejected by Du Xiaodi. Then, a late-stage Level 3 mechanical leader proposed that while Level 3 civilization transformation required obedience to the overall situation, could they be responsible for transforming Level 2 and even Level 1 mechanical civilizations? This, too, was met with a cold rejection from Chief Du. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Two hot-tempered mechanical leaders even tried to stand up to speak, only to be quickly pulled back by their companions. A murmur of whispers filled the air. Of course, whispering is also a form of expression. If these leaders of the mechanical civilization wanted to communicate, they could do so in 1,000 ways. This was an open expression of dissatisfaction with Big Brother, no, Big Sister. Of course, the senior engineer knew that Director Du was once again taking the blame for him. If it weren't for her stern face, and these mechanical civilizations were allowed to cause trouble, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he was enjoying the same treatment as the Interstellar Khan, receiving a grand audience. Of course, before enjoying such treatment, his head would most likely fall from the guillotine. Gentlemen. The senior engineer stepped forward, and the next moment, an aura of the immortal mechanical domain swept across the entire area. It was like a deep, constant rumble, echoing throughout the galaxy, echoing in the cosmic vacuum. This was an extremely regular, perpetually moving frequency, a cord of billions of gears meshing, pistons reciprocating, and energy conduits flowing, a cold, efficient, and ruthless cosmic white noise. As soon as this aura was unleashed, all the mechanical leaders felt themselves drawn into this perpetual motion machine, endlessly cycling until their consciousness completely vanished. After the engineer withdrew his aura, everyone present, including the players still in this star system, felt somewhat disoriented. There was no way around it. Even among the cataclysmic civilization, there were very few monster leaders who simultaneously possessed immortality and indestructibility, let alone these mechanical civilizations that hadn't even reached the great perfection stage. Neither the undying domain nor the immortal domain had ever been heard of. Shocked by this, coupled with the dense, viscous mechanical red light emanating from the engineer, they all finally quieted down. The senior engineer continued smiling. The main reason I invited you all here this time is for something good. After a long while, once again satisfied, the civilization leaders left after learning about Operation Ascension Whip. Looking at the empty hall, Du Xiaodi's expression became animated, her brows furrowing. It's more troublesome than I imagined. I always thought their AI awakened after I emerged, but now I think there might have been signs 5 years ago, no 10 years ago. Du Xiaodi's face darkened, her waist-length white hair piercing the ground like steel needles, then emerging from the places where these mechanical leaders had stood, seemingly searching for something. My sealing wasn't an accident, someone deliberately did it. Perhaps the Great Purge will be brought forward. The senior engineer didn't deny her assessment. Every mechanical revolution has its characteristics. For example, the mainframe revolution is characterized by unparalleled computing power. The Onic crisis, besides bringing millions of AI types, is most notably characterized by its cunning. It generally doesn't directly confront humans, but it always finds a way to subvert your fighting force from certain angles. Just as the engineer was thinking this, a terrifying aura of destruction suddenly descended upon the mechanical planet serving as the venue. The sky was torn apart, not by clouds, but by the firmament itself, brutally wedged in by a massive, planet-spanning metal structure. Cold and dark, its surface covered with countless rapidly sliding armor plates and unfolding energy arrays, it cast a lightless, all-consuming shadow upon the earth. One after another, mechanical figures wielding hammers of destruction emerged from this massive metal structure. In terms of sheer size, it can't compare to a large planetary armor. In terms of destructive power, it can't match a Tier 4 weapon like a planetary cannon. But as the strongest mechanical unit in its faction, it is born a symbol of destruction. The mechanical revolution brought not only transformation, but also destruction. In fact, most Tier 3 mechanical civilizations don't have a predominantly mechanical species, but rather carbon-based species. And revolutions require maintaining purity. Therefore, destruction is inevitable. The Burning Legion's reputation is at least half due to the carnage inflicted by these destructive machines. The players who hadn't yet left, who had been watching the spectacle, immediately began pointing and whispering. Wow, a 4th-tier machine. I wonder how strong it is. I never tested it. You want to try it? It's that powerful. Of course not me trying. I'm leading my legion to try it. Don't try it, you die if you do. Besides, there are combat records on the forums. They're incredibly brutal. I am Big Muscle Tyrant's record on the PK planet. It hasn't been broken yet. That's a record from 10 years ago. Seeing her trusted men arrive, Du Xiaoti's expression softened considerably, and she began making arrangements for Operation Ascension Whip, mainly acting as an observer to monitor the mechanical legions and military technology of various mechanical civilizations. Meanwhile, the senior engineer focused his attention on the only player in Doomhammer. I am Big Muscle Tyrant. Having such a player is actually quite good. No matter how cunning the Onic crisis is, it's impossible for them to generate AI personalities offline. Having a player in there means that if Doomhammer goes wrong, the senior engineer will know immediately. Perhaps it would be safer to have a few more. After Du Xiaoti had made most of the arrangements, the senior engineer said, if there are no problems here, I leave it to you. I need to go to the Origin universe. Come to think of it, it's been a year since I last went. 1 year in the main universe is equivalent to 100 planetary years in the Origin universe. Chapter 1658. Gao Gong said he was going back to the primordial universe, but this time, he didn't intend to go back alone. He planned to take the exiled first-generation string masters with him. The reason for the long delay was mainly due to the fear that the mechanical overlord would kill him in its rage. Now that he was immortal, he could try. Still an Engine 3 system. At this moment, in a complex string space, Gao Gong first found Velvy, the old green-skinned space pirate, who looked even older than before. His green skin was not only gray, but also deeply furrowed, and he was skin and bones. This was due to his constant travels through the universe over the past 10 years. Although Gao Gong knew that some powerful carbon-based bodies only followed the evolution of the main universe's timeline, and the timelines of other universes had no effect on them. However, Velvy clearly did not belong to this level of carbon-based body. When Gao Gong found Velvy, Velvy was standing solemnly in front of a void tomb. It was woven from fragments of shattered stars and desolate spacetime, its surface covered in grayish-white dust, like decaying bones. The edges of the tomb were twisted and erratic, sometimes collapsing into sharp angles, sometimes dissipating into a hazy mist, as if it might dissolve into the void at any moment, yet stubbornly solidifying the shape of death. And on the tombstone was a photograph of Velvy. "Boss, Velvy number 33 is dead," Velvy said, his face filled with grief. He was an excellent Velvy. He served in the string technology team managed by the String Masters, developing 32 kinds of string technology achievements. He was an exceptionally talented researcher, but unfortunately, due to excessive mental exertion, he passed away before us all. My condolences. Our Velvy family must remember his contributions, especially after bringing back the first-generation String Master. We must request that they include him in the list of civilization's heroes. Good idea. The senior engineer followed behind, diligently completing the funeral ceremony. Then Velvy touched his old face and suddenly smiled, his demeanor changing dramatically, becoming incredibly lively. "Little boss, we meet again. Number 1 Velvy is too heartbroken and went back to rest. I'm online now temporarily managing things. Guess what number I am? Who knows what number you are? The senior engineer thought to himself. Before he could answer, this lively version of Velvy patted the senior engineer on the shoulder familiarly. I'm number 14. I used to hang out with Shrek. I heard you even defeated his quantum body. That's awesome. Wait, is this a mechanical body? Where's your invincible physical body? This bandit-like Velvy was clearly a space pirate version. The senior engineer shook his head and said directly, "Stop talking nonsense. Go to the signal device." Okay. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of dimensional strings emerged from the complex string space, intertwining to form a unique spatial passage. This level of spatial technology not only stemmed from the Legion's years of accumulation, but also from the support of the String Master civilization in a parallel universe. They also desperately wanted to bring back these String Master ancestors. Because once these ancestors returned, it wouldn't just be them returning, but also a whole set of Ascension technology. The Robert String Master civilization's restart of its Ascension plan was imminent. This spatial passage clearly simulated the technology of exile to the stars. The deeper one went, the fewer spatial coordinates remained. This was also what the senior engineer needed. Ideally, when the senior engineer managed to bring back these archbishops, he should send them directly to a parallel universe, without any contact with the main universe. This was also a way to salvage the reputation of the mechanical overlord, the Purple Giant. Upon reaching the deepest part, however, lay a complex mechanical space, enveloped by various computing devices. At the very center were two devices. One was a space-time portal developed by the senior engineer himself, and the other was an enormous signal receiver. Bringing back the archbishops wasn't complicated, especially after Gates' self-sacrifice and transformation into star coordinates. The so-called exile to the stars had actually been bypassed. As long as the final step, spatial networking, was completed, they could be brought back. But no one dared to do it. Even when a tiger is gone, its might remains. The majesty of a fifth-tier mechanical overlord was not something ordinary people were qualified to challenge. Moreover, according to the differential elder's internal information, this fifth-tier mechanical overlord had now risen to the position of leader of a fifth-level civilization. A leader of an ascended civilization, especially a level 5-1, was even more dangerous to offend. Therefore, only the arrival of Gao Gong, his old subordinate, could prevent him from being crushed by the enraged leader. "Little boss, shall we connect now?" the space pirate Velvy asked casually. Gao Gong stared at the portal for a while, confirming that the equipment was functioning correctly, before nodding. "Connect?" Velvy pressed the switch. The next moment, the surrounding environment vanished instantly. Gao Gong only felt a fleeting space-time fluctuation, and the next moment, he seemed to be in the starry sky. An indescribable feeling welled up within him. The mechanical shell, long since conceptualized, seemed to regain its mortal form in that instant. The engineer pressed his chest. Time lost its measure, his heartbeat became the only rhythm, but even that beat felt strange, as if it weren't his own. The stars arranged themselves into bizarre patterns, neither constellations nor geometric shapes, like some kind of code beyond comprehension. Occasionally, a shooting star streaked across the sky, but it was unclear whether it was real or a hallucination created by the extreme silence. So this exile technology could restore a person from a conceptual life form to a nascent state. The engineer felt almost the same as when he had just transmigrated. It was indeed a method for killing powerful life forms. But if it could kill, why exile? The engineer quickly realized, even in its nascent state, an exiled powerful life form would be incredibly strong. And to kill such a powerful exile, one would have to enter that state oneself. That might lead to being counterattacked, a disastrous outcome, so exile was preferable. This was the first time the senior engineer had entered this state. Instead of rushing to find someone, he first opened the system panel. The system could still be accessed in this situation, but the panel was laggy, like a poor signal. Poor signal, good thing. The senior engineer checked his personal panel again. 99% of his skills, statuses, and boss panels were all grayed out. The undying leader and undead leader statuses flickered on and off, like streetlights without power. However, his basic attributes remained unchanged. It seemed he still needed to find a way to increase his basic attributes. In some situations, being undead and immortal wasn't truly immortal. The senior engineer thought silently. At least to ensure he wouldn't be killed before leaving the state. After testing it out sufficiently, the senior engineer located the star coordinates and began to pick up the person. Chapter 1659. The coordinates of the stars are constantly changing. However, this has no impact, because the signal receiving device has already synchronized with the frequency. During the signal connection process, the starry sky is constantly changing. Like phosphorescent spots on the skin of some giant creature, it drifts slowly with a lazy and unpredictable will. Sometimes it flashes brightly, seemingly luring its prey. Sometimes it begins to dim, as if accompanying the breathing of a giant creature. Huh? Why is it getting more and more biological? The senior engineer thought he was facing something at least mechanical. But at this moment, the senior engineer felt as if he had entered the abdominal cavity of some sleeping behemoth. The sky is a pulsating membrane. The originally pitch-black vacuum has taken on a dark purple biological texture, slowly undulating, its surface covered with a moist iridescent sheen. The Milky Way is no longer a collection of light points, but a luminous nerve cord spanning the sky, transmitting pulses with an invisible rhythm, each pulsation synchronizing the brightness and darkness of the star clusters. Cosmic risk-takers? The last time the senior engineer witnessed a cosmic phenomenon of this magnitude was through the player's perspective. Only top-tier cosmic life forms could manipulate stars in this way. These cosmic life forms are the colossal entities imagined by the Colossus visualization technology. But strangely, beings of this level usually lack a physical form. So we arrived? The senior engineer stared in astonishment at the tiny point of light that Gate had transformed into in the starry sky, thinking he was seeing things. The journey had been completely unimpeded. There were no mechanical obstacles, no arrival of his sovereign will. It was as smooth as if he'd seen a ghost. Could it be that the mechanical overlord, though sharp-tongued, was kind-hearted and deliberately made way for him? Looking at this small point of light, theoretically, with just a touch, those arch-stringers could be teleported back to the main universe, and then through the space-time gate, directly back to the origin universe. But at the last step, the engineer hesitated. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. It's unlikely to be a trap, but is it really that easy? He had already thought of 1,000 ways to plead and beg for mercy with the purple giant star, but none of them had worked. The point of light opposite him was also flashing incessantly, as if urging the engineer to quickly establish a Bluetooth connection. A flash of inspiration struck the engineer, and he instantly realized the source of this unease. This starry sky, it's fake, isn't it? The engineer muttered to himself. Sure enough, the next moment, the entire starry sky began to undergo strange changes. Stars became digestive organs, constantly secreting scorching plasma. Red giants are like worn-out egg sacs, their surfaces covered with blood clot-like markings. Variable stars are like spasmodic sphincter muscles, rhythmically contracting and spewing out streams of matter. Nebulae are metabolic organs, producing a diffuse biological mist containing undigested stardust and stellar debris. Occasionally, enormous cilia sweep through, drawing matter into unseen digestive cavities. The entire spacetime, within this vast biological system, teeters on the brink of collapse. And the small point of light before him suddenly transformed into a winding, vein-like path, rushing directly towards him. The instant the opponent made its move, the undying and immortal feature on the advanced engineering system lit up instantly. And it refreshed rapidly. Your undead leader has been blessed by the will of the old ruler, leveling up to level 4 temporary. Your undead leader has been blessed by the will of the old ruler, leveling up to level 5 temporary. Your undead leader has been blessed by the will of the old ruler, leveling up to level 6 temporary. It instantly reached level 6. Meanwhile, the undying leader's level was also rapidly rising, soaring to level 6. Although both were immortal and indestructible, Gao Gong could only currently form a level 1 version of immortal and indestructible, and the difference between level 1 and level 6 was enormous. This feeling, in the parlance of martial arts novels, was like the difference between a standard iron shirt technique and a fully mastered golden body immortal divine power. Even one's own weaknesses had been eliminated. One was the concept itself, one was immortal and indestructible. There was no way to separate oneself from it. Even this exiled starry sky couldn't achieve this. A classic line inexplicably came to Gao Gong's mind. Behold my golden body immortal, shattering your nameless myriad swords return to origin. From this interstellar age, I am a legend. Facing the rampaging high-level flesh and blood attacks, Gao Gong neither dodged nor evaded, his entire body radiating golden light. No, a brilliant purple light, that forcibly solidified spacetime wherever the light enveloped him. This narrow path of flesh and blood was forcibly held back, and after a brief stalemate, it was pulverized and torn to pieces by the relentless compression of the mechanical spacetime. Its form began to crumble, leaving only rotting carbon chains that slowly receded into the void. Rotting carbon chains? Isn't that something from the ancient corpse plague? This thing is starting now? The senior engineer was stunned. Shouldn't this thing appear later in the world of infinite powerhouses? And it's interspersed with one or two major plot points. How did it suddenly appear now? What's going on? From this interstellar age, you are a legend? A clearly mocking voice rang in the senior engineer's ear. Upon hearing this, the senior engineer instinctively bowed, revealing a sycophantic smile. You are the legend, you are the legend. The sun rises in the east, only you are invincible, for all eternity, unifying the galaxy. The purple light emanating from the high-ranking engineer was drained, and a sense of emptiness arose within him. His immortality rapidly declined, from complete conceptualization to semi-conceptualization, then to initial mastery. Finally, he remained only at the initial mastery stage. The surrounding starry sky also became mechanized once more. The starry sky slowly turned like a giant, intricate gear, the stars embedded within it not being natural creations, but countless cold, precise luminous nodes. They flickered with a constant, unbiased rhythm, like trillions of miniature signal lights executing an infinitely looping set of instructions. The starlight was not a warm flicker, but absolute frequency purple pulses, cutting through the deep void. A figure of purple light appeared at the center of the starry sky. However, even with the immense power of the purple pulses, not all the necromantic carbon chains in the starry sky were eradicated. Some carbon chains still attempted to recombine, forming a false starry sky. Cybertron, it's only been a short time. How did you break through to this level? The purple giant star looked at his old subordinate in astonishment. Wasn't this little brother supposed to be sick? How did he manage to advance even further? No, by dozens of steps, from planetary host to leader of a level 3 civilization, and then to an immortal leader, the progress is simply too great. Moreover, with the purple giant star's discerning eye, he could naturally see at a glance that the level of civilization the senior engineer possessed was already capable of entering the Ascension realm, but had been suppressing the final step. The purple giant star felt that he had only been away from the String Master star system for less than a century, not less than 10,000 years. How did they progress to this level? I never noticed your potential before. Maybe it's because of the illness, it made me more open-minded, leading to this profound realization, the senior engineer said with a sorrowful expression. The purple giant star wasn't too surprised by Cybertron's drastic change in temperament. After a moment's thought, it said, I understand your purpose. Senior Difference Elder spoke on your behalf before, so logically, I shouldn't make things too difficult for you. This old man is quite reliable after all. The senior engineer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, I prepared some tests, both for you and for them, but the situation is somewhat special now. I can't spare the time. Those Galactic Corpse monsters are actually trying to infect my great mechanical will across the infinite starry sky. Fortunately, you didn't fall for it, otherwise it would have been very troublesome. The purple giant star paused, then said seriously, I can release them, but you and they must guarantee me that the string controller civilization will not attempt any ascension in the main universe. That's a ruthless move. It's important to understand that in different parallel universes and spacetime branches, there are upper limits to the level of ascension. For example, in some spacetimes, the ascension limit is a level 4 civilization, while in others it's level 5 or 6. In short, parallel universes capable of nurturing advanced civilizations above level 6 are extremely rare. And in the multiverse, at least half of the numerous cases of civilizations illegally crossing over are because parallel universe civilizations are stuck at the ascension threshold, forced to desperately attempt to survive by manipulating the ascension pathways. It seems our mechanical queen is still somewhat saddened by the betrayal of the past. Without a word, the senior engineer swore a solemn oath on the spot. Before the observable universe is annihilated, I will never allow these string masters to perform ascension operations in the main universe. If I break this oath, the mechanical system will be permanently shut down, and all AI code will be deleted. Seeing the senior engineer's sensible attitude, the purple giant star phantom nodded in satisfaction, then its tone turned even colder. So what do you mean? Soon, a wave of consciousness emanated from the coordinates, its emotions complex. We, naturally, obey the will of the Overlord. In that case, you may leave. Remember, but you must understand that my letting you go is not an act of forgiveness for your sins. Seeing that this rare meeting was about to end, the senior engineer hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Master, those galactic corpses you just mentioned, could they be ancient corpses? Those monsters whose carbon chains don't conform to the carbon-based structure of the main universe? The purple giant star, about to leave, let out a soft eh? Upon hearing this, expressing surprise. What do you know? Tell me. Let me think about how to fabricate this. The senior engineer quickly thought of someone to shift the blame, so he briefly recounted his encounter with members of the Supreme Being organization in the Origin universe, his defeat of them a second time, and then his connection to that old world lord. The only lie he told was that he obtained some information about the ancient corpse plague from these supreme beings. Cosmic undead are screaming. A corpse civilization is reviving, the dead of the past, becoming nourishment for a rotting dynasty. Chapter 1660. Faced with this maxim, Purple Giant Star's expression grew even more serious. After a moment of contemplation, he first sealed off the surrounding mechanical space before speaking again. Actually, my battle with those galactic zombies was partly due to you. According to Purple Giant Star, he had uncovered the mastermind's conspiracy at the cyber test site, leading to Purple Giant Star's immediate promotion. The ancient mechanical elder's rage was unleashed without restraint, directly eliminating some suspected cosmic nobles, wiping out entities similar to the Supreme Organization, and even tracing back to find 2 or 3 high-level carbon-based powerhouses in situations similar to the Old World Lord. Although he didn't directly eliminate them, the methods of a peak level 7 civilization were certainly far superior to those of a novice like Gao Gong. As the discoverer of the conspiracy theory, and the newly promoted leader of a level 5 civilization, Purple Giant Star, and some of his companions were responsible for handling the aftermath. After investigating the lair of a high-level carbon-based powerhouse, they discovered these galactic zombies spreading from the depths of space. These monsters were extremely troublesome. Not only were targeted mechanical weapons, such as constructive weapons and carbon-based destructive weapons ineffective, but they also possessed extremely high infectivity. Often, implanting a single zombie-infested carbon chain into a galaxy could easily zombieize that entire galaxy, transforming all its resources and matter into an endless horde of zombies. This horde of zombies quickly spread from one galaxy to hundreds, tens of thousands, or even several galaxy clusters. Seeing the situation was dire, the Purple Giant Star quickly mobilized its forces. A large number of servant civilizations and mechanical overlords of the ancient mechanical civilization were deployed to the front lines. After discovering they couldn't completely annihilate the enemy, they created a black hole Great Wall between these star clusters for isolation. The Purple Giant Star and her allies also remained near the black hole Great Wall for a long time, researching methods to deal with this thing. Later, even a black hole mechanical legion directly under the ancient mechanical elder joined the extermination of this zombie horde. However, due to their carbon-based structure, completely different from the carbon-based life forms of the main universe, coupled with their abnormally high level of zombification ability, the extermination was never completely eradicated. Unless the ancient mechanical elder personally intervened to purify the entire star cluster. But, the Purple Giant Star didn't reveal some information. That is, in order to break through to level 8, the ancient mechanical elder had gone into seclusion. Unless something major threatened the survival of a civilization, he would not be allowed to be disturbed. So the situation is stuck here. It seems this was truly an unexpected and accidental event. The ancient zombie horde that the senior engineer remembered was far larger than this star cluster level zombie horde. That was an endless stream of necromantic carbon chains being swallowed and spat out directly from the cosmic void, polluting the universe on a galaxy cluster by galaxy scale. At the time, the entire Great Wall of the universe was contaminated. This is the largest structure on the observable universe. Superclusters are merely slightly larger nodes on the Great Wall. Of the 6 level 9 civilizations, 4 directly intervened, expending considerable effort to quell the crisis. Even because of this cosmic level pollution, the Civilization Council unusually approved a multiverse migration policy. The space-time administration's control over parallel universe coordinates was fully opened, allowing some advanced civilizations whose coordinates had been contaminated to temporarily migrate to the multiverse. Compared to the grand plot that follows, this incident is merely a small hurdle. Of course, compared to this incident, G and his Type 3 civilization are just the tip of the iceberg. After all, traversing an entire star cluster is an immense challenge for any nomadic civilization. The senior engineer hesitated only briefly before deciding to offer a suggestion to the mechanical woman before him. Compared to the unapproachable ancient mechanical elder, this woman was a much better target. My lord, you could try the fourth world remains. I heard of this substance in the Supreme Organization's files. World remains? The Purple Giant Star was momentarily stunned. There are billions of different types of energy matter in the universe, and even she, with her extensive knowledge from following the ancient mechanical elder, didn't recognize every single one. However, her processor was top of the line, and she quickly retrieved the information on world remains. Material left behind by the destruction of parallel universes. As for the fourth one, Is it remnants left from the collision of two parallel universes? The senior engineer looked completely bewildered. After all, knowing this was far beyond his current capabilities. Where did you get the information on the Supreme Organization? Purple Giant Star asked, still uneasy. The collector gave it to me. The senior engineer didn't hesitate to betray his accomplice. Oh, Purple Giant Star still remembered the small-time black market merchant who had eagerly joined him as soon as they entered the experimental star system, the guide. After he left, it made sense that the two trusted confidants who stayed behind had colluded. Hearing this, he immediately believed it to some extent. I give it a try. If I succeed, I reward you handsomely. The Purple Giant Star paused, a strange glint in her eyes. However, your performance has indeed exceeded my expectations. I can see that you're suppressing your mechanical civilization level. Are you not ready to break through yet? Then these things might come in handy. You obtained the Ascension Building Wings of Annihilation, First Ascension. You obtained the Ascension Building Deep Mechanical Well, First Ascension. You obtained the Ascension Building Phase Prism Bridge, First Ascension. It felt as if 3 points of light had directly traversed spacetime and landed within her body. An Ascension building. Not blueprints. This mechanical lady is quite wealthy. I look forward to your future performance. With the last sentence, a bright purple light shone, and the senior engineer and the exiled star coordinates completed their final connection. In number 14 Vervi's eyes, the planetary-sized signal receiver suddenly shattered into pieces, two beams of light shooting out directly into the Stargate with almost no delay. The terrifying spatial fluctuations even directly destroyed this string space. It's the String Master ancestor. I can feel their spatial fluctuations. An Ascension light. Yes, it's definitely them. Are these the oldest String Masters? What are String Masters? Never heard of them. Despite being a single Vervi, his mouth was now like a marketplace, noisy and arguing incessantly. Only number 1 Vervi, who hadn't thought about seizing control of the physical body, let out a long sigh of relief. Old Gate, your goal has finally been achieved. Congratulations. Although I don't know if you recognize me in your timeline, probably not. The primordial universe. Before a spacetime portal with preset coordinates. Two people, already notified, were waiting. One of them was, naturally, the long-absent Difference Elder. This old man entered this parallel universe 10 years ago, and has never left, seemingly intending to retire here. However, 1,000 years have passed in this universe's timeline, and this mechanical old man has only grown younger. But Newgate, standing beside him, knew that this man spent most of his time in seclusion. This early universe possessed enough rare resources to heal his otherwise incurable injuries. And mechanical lifeforms generally have a longer lifespan than carbon-based species. Perhaps this old man wanted to try ascension again? A strange thought suddenly popped into Newgate's mind. Can one ascend again after a failed ascension? Is there any precedent for this? Aren't you nervous? Difference Elder asked abruptly. You mean? Newgate was taken aback. The old fogies are coming back. You, the second-generation leader of civilization, won't be in power for long. The Difference Elder looked on, with amusement. Newgate stroked his beard, which had grown 200 years ago, paused for a moment, and then chuckled. What's there to be reluctant about? The return of the Archon Master means the Ascension plan is restarting. What's there to be reluctant about in the face of Ascension? Indeed, indeed. The Difference Elder sighed, his previous amusement vanishing completely. What's there to be reluctant about? As the light from the vortex at the center of the spacetime gate grew brighter, beams of light shot out, creating spatial projections. These spatial projections were enormous, not just on a physical scale, but seemingly traversing layers of space and different dimensions. One of the largest spatial projections had hands that could completely encircle a planet. Heh, just released from prison and already all set up. Don't forget who released you, and who found such a resource-rich parallel universe for your string remnants. Old Robert, did you lose your mind from being locked up for too long? The Difference Elder wasn't going to mince words, immediately launching into a tirade. Perhaps realizing they were in the wrong, these enormous spatial projections began to shrink, quickly transforming into the form of the String Masters, humanoid figures composed of countless spatial strings. However, the strings composing these old String Masters were incredibly thick as a mummy's bandages. So at first glance, they looked like a group of old mummies. Having been exiled for so long, we couldn't help but reveal our true forms. Difference Overlord, and this one, General Cybertron, we owe our release to your help. The first mummy spoke in a hoarse voice. Our help is insignificant. You should thank yourself for the means you left behind, old Robert. You played a good card, and at the perfect time. Difference Overlord glanced at the old mummy opposite him, whose void beard was longer than his legs, and sneered. To be honest, if you had taken out that abyssal collector earlier, you might have been released sooner. Why? Are you reluctant to part with it? Difference Overlord had figured it out over the years. The other side must have built the abyssal collector before the simulated ascension. The fact that they hadn't taken it out meant they were probably trying to use it to exchange for something, or even blackmail someone. Their intentions were sinister. Therefore, the mechanical old man was quite displeased. Old Robert quickly apologized repeatedly, offering various explanations. The senior engineer, who had been silent until now, interrupted the other person. Now that we brought you all here, let's part ways here. Old Robert was taken aback, then quickly said, General Cybertron, won't you come and sit with us? The senior engineer smiled slightly. No, I developed a small carbon-based civilization here as well. Chapter 1661. The engineer's words surprised everyone present, especially the veteran string masters. Old Robert, the leader, said in surprise, General Cybertron, why don't you come and sit with us? We are very grateful for your rescue, and we have many questions we would like to ask you. There's nothing to teach you. The engineer shook his head. The coordinates were provided by Gate, the signal receiving device was provided by the string master civilization, and even the face was provided by the elder difference one. I basically did nothing, so you don't really need to thank me so much. Old Robert was still unwilling to give up, and tried to persuade him several more times. Even Newgate, the new string master, tried to persuade him for a while. Seeing that the engineer was determined, they left with profuse thanks. Thus, only the engineer and difference one remained in the vacuum of space. The old man, who had been silent, now spoke with great interest to the senior engineer. Since Old Gate's death, you seem quite indifferent to those string remnants. In the past 1,000 years, you haven't visited the string controller civilization even once, have you? The senior engineer shook his head. Without Gate as a link, our relationship with the new string controllers is just ordinary. Besides, 1,000 years have passed in this parallel universe. Friendship is hard to define now. As for those string controller ancestors, they'd probably rather go back and take over this new space civilization immediately. What would I be doing there getting in their way? And frankly, I'm not really keen on maintaining close ties with them. There's no need. Because of that little purple giant star? Or is it the string remnant's dark history of betrayal? The differential elder asked. Both are true, but the most important thing is that I swore an oath before the mechanical overlord that I would never allow them to ascend in the main universe. They are grateful to me now, but when they reach the threshold of ascension, they might not remember this favor and might even see me as a stumbling block. So rather than making them resentful, it's better to keep our distance beforehand. I see. It seems the girl, purple giant star, still harbors resentment from back then. The difference elder stroked his chin thoughtfully. And you're right, the ascension ceiling in this parallel universe is indeed not very high. Generally speaking, the more mature and complete a parallel universe is, the higher its ascension ceiling. Early universes, however, have incomplete cosmic rules, resulting in a low ascension ceiling. Otherwise, the level 9 civilizations in the main universe should all have been created by the oldest life forms in the universe. But in fact, the opposite is true. No level 9 civilization was created by ancient life forms. Correspondingly, there are later parallel universes. Similar to the early parallel universes, their cosmic rules are also incomplete. However, due to their unique cosmic environment, later universes are actually more suitable for some destructive civilizations to break through. Therefore, patrolling late-stage parallel universes is also an important task for the Time and Space Administration. This is why the Time and Space Administration collected world remains, and, in later versions, learned that these things were extremely effective against the ancient corpse plague. Is that enough to restore your level 5 civilization? The senior engineer asked jokingly, his tone shifting. After all these years, he knew perfectly well that this old man, though old, was still young at heart. Seeing his injuries gradually healing, he was preparing to regroup and give it one last shot. More or less, barely, the difference elder mumbled indistinctly. So, the ascension limit for this primordial universe is level 5? The high engineer had previously considered bringing the mechanical civilization over after the biological civilization reached its peak, allowing them to merge and ascend. But since the ascension limit for this universe is only level 5, he abandoned the idea. Ascension here, while undisturbed, has the problem of not having a main universe affiliation. Never mind. By the way, has Gaffrey returned all these years? The high engineer had been in seclusion, and hadn't had much energy to concern himself with other matters. After tricking this time-space agent, he was also curious about how the Time-Space Administration planned to handle the matter. The Difference Elder's expression also became strange. After all, he knew the whole story of what happened back then. He came back a few times, asked if you were there, but didn't say much when he saw you weren't. However, he doesn't seem to know the situation here. He only complains that there's something fishy going on within the Bureau, that he discovered such a large parallel universe, yet he didn't even receive any recognition. It's outrageous. Huh? The senior engineer was taken aback, equally confused. I heard that discovering a parallel universe like this usually involves a high-ranking agent leading the team, right? His tone was uncertain. He couldn't appear too experienced in front of this seasoned mechanical engineer. Fortunately, the differential elder didn't suspect anything. That's right, that's how it is. A high-ranking agent team died, and the Time and Space Administration didn't react at all. In my guess, there are only a few reasons. Either there's a problem within the Time and Space Administration, and that agent kid offended someone he shouldn't have, or the investigation had actually already begun internally. The investigation process has actually started, it's just that this kid doesn't know it. The senior engineer nodded. Sure enough, his thoughts were similar to the others. A low-level agent suddenly found the coordinates of a parallel universe, and then suddenly an entire squad died. Even all the space-time anomalies were wiped out. The conspiracy smelled incredibly strong. So, it's possible that Gaffrey himself was already on the internal surveillance list. He just didn't know it at all. Anyway, since he wasn't put in solitary confinement, it means they probably haven't found anything out yet, so let's just ignore him for now, the senior engineer said nonchalantly. The differential elder also expressed indifference, but after glancing at his old-fashioned electronic eye, he snorted, "You kid, you're really steady. What, you rescued them, and you're worried they turn on you on the spot?" Even those things were hidden nearby. If I hadn't recently regained some strength, I almost wouldn't have discovered them. More than 20 old spatial beings with ascension power, I was also worried they'd turn on me. After all, they're string beings, and they've been in prison for so long, it's not impossible they've lost a screw. The senior engineer, while rambling, snapped his fingers. Soon, the surrounding space melted away like burning wax, revealing the true forms of white-robed dementors. Although in terms of sheer size, they couldn't compare to those old string masters whose bodies could embed themselves in different dimensions. Their ferocity far surpassed that of the string masters. And having hidden for so long, not a single person present, except for Difference Elder, had noticed. The Civilization Council's organizational structure truly lived up to its reputation. I don't know where you got these things from. They're incredibly fierce. Looking at the empty eyes of these white-robed dementors, even a former leader of the civilization like Difference Elder subconsciously shivered. Indeed. Senior Engineer clicked his tongue twice. If he hadn't moved these things to the origin universe to guard the battlefield during the relocation, those two cataclysmic wars wouldn't have escalated to such a state. However, it's not entirely a bad thing. Senior Engineer narrowed his eyes. No surprises, no delights. You gave me a surprise, so naturally I give you one in return. So, are you going back to your seclusion, or come with me to my little carbon-based civilization? Hearing carbon-based civilization, the Difference Elder frowned subconsciously, hesitated for a moment, and reluctantly said, I go take a look, lest you fall for those carbon-based scum's tricks. If a mechanical brat wanted to switch to the carbon-based civilization route, the Difference Elder would most likely have to expel him. But if he wanted to take the fusion civilization route, the evaluation would rise, from taking a crooked path to impractical. However, ever since this kid created the mechanical-based carbon-based pantheon, even an old hand like the Difference Elder, though he certainly wouldn't admit it, did have a bit more hope in his heart. If this Cybertronian kid really succeeded in paving the way, he wouldn't dare say anything else, but at least he'd be invincible among his peers. Even natural disaster civilizations would be trash in the eyes of a true fusion civilization. Meanwhile, within a special coordinate system of civilization, the senior engineer raised his head. My mechanical form is coming. The old dark elf opposite him was startled, but in the next moment, he had no time to be stunned. Because the opponent's sword was coming again. The senior engineer's wrist trembled slightly, the tip of his sword hummed, and a cold light, like a venomous snake's tongue, pierced straight for the opponent's throat. Ragnar, however, did not block. With a flick of his blade, he actually struck first, aiming directly at the wrist pulse of the person to the east. The two swords froze again, their tips less than half an inch apart. A moment of silence. Then, the sword light surged, and the two separated and merged in an instant, their figures crisscrossing in the biological space, like ghosts and phantoms. The sword blades pierced the air, But there was no clanging of metal, only a faint hissing sound, the hissing of sword energy cutting through the air. Their sword techniques had reached a state of perfection, seemingly straightforward, but in reality, they were unpredictable. Every thrust contained tens of thousands of follow-up moves, and every parry concealed endless counterattacks. Both were restraining, or rather, suppressing their destructive power. The biomagnetic field of the third-tier extreme being condensed into a single line, attached to the blade, a sword technique Ragnar had mastered 300 years ago. It was precisely this breakthrough that allowed his swordsmanship to advance further, surpassing its 100% limit. Don't underestimate these wisps of sword light, they carry a trace of spatial annihilation power, and in terms of sheer lethality, they are no less formidable than ordinary stellar weapons. Even so, he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. His opponent's sword not only lacked this annihilation power, but the weapon itself was merely an unsealed wooden sword. Even his techniques were only the most basic thrusts, points, swipes, and parries, but each strike not only hit his weakest point, but also struck the weakest point in spacetime. Therefore, each attack created ripples in spacetime. The senior engineer's swordsmanship had already surpassed his opponent's. No, to be precise, he had surpassed him 500 years ago. For the remaining 500 years, he had focused on improving his own skills. His ordinary swordsmanship approached a 200% improvement after reaching the legendary level. After all, he had only practiced swordsmanship for a mere 1,000 years. Chapter 1662. 10 years ago in the main universe, during his solo duel with the Ant Lord, the one most severely injured wasn't the mechanical body, but the biological body. The mechanical body, after all, had an immortal leader to support it. Even if the mech frenzy was destroyed, it could simply be rebuilt. A frenzy at the great perfection level, in terms of repair capabilities, is arguably one of the best among mechanical civilizations. But the biological body was different. Not only was the engineer's physical body destroyed, but crucially, at the same time, he self-destructed his own carbon-based minor pantheon. As a result, although he was barely saved thanks to a bunch of resurrection methods, he received the same treatment as the Difference King, being devoured by the Ascension's necrotic power. Upon learning of this, the old mechanical man's expression changed drastically. He stared at the engineer as if he'd seen a ghost, and after a long while, he managed to utter 2 words, "Awesome." Even when he first heard about the engineer's fusion path, the old man hadn't been this out of sorts. That's truly impressive. He hadn't even ascended yet, and he was already tainted by the karmic power of ascension. The effect is comparable to a virgin contracting a sexually transmitted disease. This is something most people can't do. The high engineer isn't as resilient as the difference man. Even after failing to ascend and being covered in the karmic power of ascension, he could still roam freely. After his physical body was devoured by the karmic power, he only managed to utter a few words before falling into a deep sleep in a parallel universe, left to be cared for by Huang Yuanli and Xiao Xianhong. And with the blessing of various rare and precious treasures from the early universe, he managed to survive. However, unlike the difference man, the karmic power of ascension he possessed was generated from the self-destruction of his divine system, intimately connected to him. Forcibly removing it would most likely have cost him his life as well. In this situation, the only option was slow and gradual treatment, involving recuperation, slumber, and healing. It took 300 years to completely eradicate the nefarious power of the self-destructing divine system. During this process, the high-ranking engineer was incredibly bored. After searching around, he found there weren't many things to do, so he picked up swordsmanship again, something he had previously considered merely superficial. After all, his family possessed a very rare swordsmanship template, Infinite Sword Prison. And coincidentally, there was a swordsmanship master on his side, Ragnar, the leader of the Dark Elves. Thus, it took the high-ranking engineer 300 years to master all the ancestral swordsmanship of the Dark Elves, specializing in it to 99% of its level, exactly the same as Ragnar. According to Ragnar, his genius was comparable to his own. This was undoubtedly a compliment, considering the high-ranking engineer only had one boss template, Infinite Sword Prison, while his opponent had 4. Sword Soul Resonance, Boundless Sword Realm, Fatal Sword Mark, Sword God's Inheritance. Especially the Boundless Sword Realm and Sword God's Inheritance, their enhancements are no weaker than Infinite Sword Prison. According to Old Man Ragnar, at his peak, he had actually grasped the inspiration to break through to the legendary rank. Of course, everyone knows what happened next. The forced implementation of species ascension resulted in experimental failure, forcing the mechanization of the entire species. This old man had to resign, taking responsibility, and also becoming tainted with evil power. So, all 3 of them, differential elder and Ragnar, from a mere level 3 civilization, actually managed to gather 3 unfortunate souls, who were devoured by the evil power of ascension, and each of them suffered from different forms of backlash. It can only be described as an abundance of talent, a veritable treasure trove of geniuses. Therefore, in Ragnar's heart, while his boss's swordsmanship talent was not bad, it was still significantly inferior to his own. He had mastered 99% of the Dark Elf swordsmanship, but hadn't even used it for 300 years. The key lay in the next 300 years. A crucial turning point occurred when, just as the senior engineer was reluctantly praising Ragnar, he pondered for 3 days and 3 nights, ultimately abandoning the path of Dark Elf swordsmanship. Instead, he revisited basic swordsmanship, the kind of fundamental swordsmanship modules applicable to all humanoid beings. Thrust, chop, flick, hook, cloud, wipe, point, collapse. Based on these 8 basic swordsmanship techniques, he began to dismantle what he had learned over the past 300 years, reinterpreting the essence of swordsmanship. In Ragnar's eyes, this was tantamount to taking off one's pants to fart, without even having to wipe one's own butt. Reenact swordsmanship? Who do you think you are, a genius like me? With my guidance, you could master my Gamma Flow Dark Elf swordsmanship essence in 300 years. Without my guidance, what are you even trying to learn? The reality was just as Ragnar had predicted. Although possessing a top-of-the-line biocomputer, theoretically capable of performing billions of simulations in an instant, this swordsmanship simulation could easily skip through the beginner, intermediate, elite, expert, and even master stages of swordsmanship. The biocomputer had already generated dozens of master swordsmanship techniques through simulation alone. But master is just the beginning. According to the system's notes, master level is only equivalent to 61% specialization. Each subsequent step is no less than all previous breakthroughs combined. The high-level engineer's previous ability to activate the Star Destroyer was purely due to system cheating. However, this time, the high-level engineer decided to start from the basics, taking it one step at a time, even actively shutting down the biological computer. Relying solely on cellular memory chips and a large-scale human data model, he recorded every sword technique and deduced and refined it himself. This naturally slowed down the pace of sword technique updates. But what Ragnar couldn't understand was that after this, the high-level engineer's sword technique seemed to have no barriers whatsoever. From beginner to master, and then to specialization, he progressed steadily, mastering basic sword techniques to 99% in just 100 years, reaching the same level as the old man. Ragnar's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Then Ragnar realized he jumped too early. 100%, 101%, 102%, 103%, 104%. The high-level engineer's sword technique seemed to progress without any constraints. Although progress took increasingly longer, sometimes 3 to 5 years to break through 1%, it was ultimately a breakthrough without hindrance. Later, the depth of the high engineer's swordsmanship reached a level that Ragnar couldn't even comprehend. However, the system's notification honestly recorded the high engineer's swordsmanship strength, 189%. Legendary rank 189%. It was only because of the system's empowerment that the high engineer mastered the technique of those transdimensional beings, the Star Elders, which annihilated stars. And the Star Destroyer's record in the system was 101%. This wasn't just a difference of nearly double, it was a difference spanning 88 levels. Ragnar immediately knelt in disbelief. And he was quite happy kneeling. Because, under the guidance of the senior engineer, Ragnar quickly broke through the shackles that had bound him for his entire life, achieving a breakthrough in the Dark Elf's ancestral swordsmanship to 101%. According to the senior engineer's memories, those stellar elders, capable of annihilating stars across time and space, regardless of skill power enhancements, should at least be 4th tier ascended species. 5th tier is also possible. And Ragnar had already reached the skill strength of these time-space species at the 3rd tier. The description of Daguchiobai back then went like this: sharp and fierce, invincible, I used it to contend with the heroes of Abay before I turned 20. The purple rose soft sword, used before I was 30, accidentally injured a righteous man, an ominous sign, so I discarded it in a deep valley. The heavy sword has no edge, great skill lies in simplicity. Before I was 40, I relied on it to roam the world. After 40, I was no longer bound by material things, grass, trees, bamboo, and stones could all be swords. From then on, I refined my skills, gradually progressing to the realm where no sword is better than having a sword. If you replace this martial arts version with an interstellar version, that's G's current state. G's swordsmanship is so strong that after breaking through 150%, He could already use swordsmanship alone to remove the residual ascending evil energy within his body. And if he can remove ascending evil energy, let alone other hidden injuries. Therefore, all these years, he has been cultivating his body with the sword. Ragnar is completely baffled. In terms of talent alone, I'm stronger than you, much stronger. Even if you have that berserker bloodline that makes you stronger against stronger opponents, you couldn't possibly be this monstrous. So one time, while seeking guidance from the senior engineer on swordsmanship, he couldn't resist asking him this question. G's answer was, diligence can compensate for lack of talent, and practice makes perfect. Heaven rewards diligence. Great achievements come from accumulated experience. Ragnar was filled with awe. The swordsmanship he had honed purely through his own efforts, without any technological aids, was truly terrifying. It even made him want to abandon his own swordsmanship and start over. These thoughts flashed through his mind. But the master swordsman, caught in the midst of the duel, seized the opportunity precisely. With a swift turn and a flick of his sword, as if traversing time and space, it landed on the back of Ragnar's hand, knocking the elven great sword from his grasp. A clink. Go catch it, I need to rest. Ragnar nodded in response. Only the master swordsman remained, and he rubbed his head. Across the universe, the two bodies began to resonate, and a vast amount of memories were transferred. He definitely needed to digest this properly. And he actually got 3 ascension buildings for free. Could it be that my charm, G's charm, has become so strong that I can win the favor of rich women without selling my body? What a waste of my stallion body, the senior engineer muttered to himself. 1,000 years had finally transformed the senior engineer from a young heartthrob into a handsome middle-aged man, his temples now streaked with gray from years of swordsmanship practice. He possessed a strange, almost demonic charm. Using my brain is hard work too, the senior engineer muttered to himself. In front of old man Ragnar, he needed to maintain his unparalleled composure. But in reality, he also wanted to use the biocomputer for deduction, but it was unusable. The senior engineer closed his eyes, reclining in a rocking chair, a white light flashing through his slits. In his mind, an unimaginable color appeared, and this color evolved into a domain. Within this nascent domain, matter from the old universe could not exist. Atoms, molecules, stars, life, all structures built upon the old laws of physics instantly disintegrate upon contact with the boundary membrane. Their basic components are broken apart, their energy extracted, and then, as raw materials, thrown into the strange and frenzied creative tide of the new universe. And in this process, swordsmanship is being reenacted. The reason for Gao Gong's rapid advancement in swordsmanship is none other than the vacuum decay data transmitted to him by the third Black Sage. Chapter 1663. As one of the few disasters capable of restarting the universe, vacuum decay can destroy all structures based on existing physical laws, transforming them into unknown forms governed by new physical laws. Theoretically speaking, even just encountering a disaster of this level requires at least the level of an advanced civilization. But who could have imagined that a void expedition, an unexpected cosmic disaster mitigation, and a daring artificial intelligence would actually record data on vacuum decay? And the senior engineer unexpectedly discovered that this thing was incredibly useful for sword practice. Behind the invincible master lies a cosmic level restarting method. Outside the biospace, the senior engineer's mechanical body and the differential elder stood in the cosmic void, the differential elder still grumbling. Why is there no one here? These carbon-based scum are so rude. The mechanical senior engineer smiled. Having shared the same memories, he naturally understood why. There's no other way. Huang Yuanli is asleep. Without her will as a giant tree, someone has to open the door for us from the inside. Even without a carbon-based technology tree, this giant tree spirit born from the cyber tide has managed to develop itself to near 4-tier status through a series of fortuitous events. Having developed a portion of the carbon-based technology tree, this giant tree broke through on the spot and entered seclusion. It has been in seclusion for approximately 500 years now, and once it emerges, it will undoubtedly be at the 4th tier, not a 4th tier unit, but a 4th tier race will. The senior engineer glanced at the system panel. Below the mechanic civilization, there was now an unfamiliar carbon-based civilization. Level 3 carbon-based civilization, interstellar nomadic civilization. This interstellar nomadic civilization is none other than the civilization of the interstellar Great Khan. It's also the civilization with an exceptionally high degree of assimilation. At this point, 3 professional knowledge chains of this civilization have been activated. Starship engineering, biological side, star modification, biological side, advanced space theory, biological side. Moreover, unlike the mechanic civilization, which boasts an exaggerated 12 professional knowledge chains, it only has 6. Furthermore, among typical civilizations, 6 to 8 chains, its 6 is among the fewest. However, fewer doesn't equate to weakness. The interstellar Great Khan, as the leader of a group of cataclysmic civilizations, possesses undeniable strength and influence. And the advanced engineer has been quietly poaching talent from the other side over the years, from biological data to biological spaceships. The number of things researched and ruined is countless. And once a professional knowledge is deduced from this, the deep web lady can then retrieve an entire professional knowledge chain. Within the understanding of a Type 3 civilization, such a monstrous thing doesn't exist. Therefore, the high-level engineer's undermining of the enemy went remarkably smoothly. And in a parallel universe, he quietly developed 2 carbon-based civilizations. Because his adopted daughter had also quietly developed a queen bee civilization during this period. With resources, a complete technology tree, and the fact that this type of totalitarian civilization doesn't require cultivating a civilization ecosystem, Little Red's development speed was incredibly fast, almost reaching the late stage of a Type 3 civilization. In some aspects, the Queen Bee's will is comparable to that of the Zerg Queen. Over the years, she had been collecting the remaining 2 cosmic treasures, Whispers of the Stars and Endless Placenta. Once she had these 2, she could cultivate a cataclysmic army comparable to the Insected Horde. At that point, the Queen Bee would truly be no less formidable than the Insect Queen. Here it comes. Huh? In the engineer's eyes, the hot, uneven background noise of the early cosmic microwave background radiation began to be modulated by the rhythms of life. Billions of cell divisions, billions of nerve discharges, acted like an incredibly fine sieve, filtering out the ancient hum. The entire cosmic microwave background radiation seemed to be transformed by a massive biomagnetic field. This is... The engineer narrowed his eyes. Among the 6 professional knowledge chains of the interstellar nomadic civilization, one was cosmic biomechanics. However, it had always been grayed out and inactive. The senior engineer had heard that some ancient species were born with innate bloodline knowledge. But Huang Yuanli, this newly minted tree guardian, wasn't even a fraction the age of the tree demon Granny, so she couldn't possibly be considered an ancient life form, could she? However, the senior engineer didn't expect her to possess much powerful bloodline knowledge after her advancement. Just one. One would be enough. You absolutely must deliver. As the senior engineer's expectations rose, a thick blood vessel emerged from the biomagnetic field, enveloping the 2 of them. This sight did indeed bear a resemblance to the methods of an interstellar Great Khan, but upon closer inspection, the 2 realized it was more like a tree root, a galaxy-level tree root. The roots alone were enough to easily envelop a planet. Elder Differential and Master. Ragnar looked at Senior Engineer with a strange expression. Although the 2 bodies were of the same kind, he had only practiced swordsmanship with the other's physical body for hundreds of years, and now he was receiving the other's mechanical body. They were clearly the same person, yet they felt 2 different things, which felt somewhat awkward. I focused on swordsmanship these past few years, and haven't paid much attention to the development of this carbon-based civilization. You can introduce it to me, an Elder Differential. You can practice swordsmanship? Elder Differential looked at Senior Engineer suspiciously. Yes, very impressively. Elder Differential thought the other was probably talking nonsense. Ragnar nodded. The next moment, the tree roots enveloped the 3 of them, then slowly retreated into the depths of space. The cosmic background radiation subsided again, as if nothing had happened. A faint green light filled the spatial passage. This is a subspecies of cosmic phosphorescent fire that we cultivated. We didn't really manage it, but it's grown everywhere. We originally wanted to clean it up, but Dr. Yu stopped us because she discovered that it greatly assists in the signal connection of the biological network. Oh! So, the third-order biological network can already connect? Almost. We're doing the final debugging of the mainframe system. Good, good. With such abundant cosmic resources, it took hundreds of years to build the biological network. What a waste of so many resources. Sir, you have to be reasonable. Too many resources need to be used. And the most important thing for developing biological civilization is biological resources. Where am I supposed to find such resources in this universe? Even a leader of a first-tier, third-level civilization wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of a leader of a first-tier, fifth-level, ascended civilization. He could only offer a helpless explanation. That wasn't entirely wrong. The difference elder nodded inwardly. In this early universe, even if life existed, it would be among the first life forms after the Big Bang. That's how his old boss came to be. And these life forms are inherently extremely powerful, born as 7th or 8th tier life forms. Even if this parallel universe is weaker, it's still at least 5th or 6th tier. If they encountered each other, it's hard to say who would be whose resource. However, the proud old man never admitted defeat. In the end, they're still just little trash. The senior engineer ignored the two, looking around with interest. Spatial travel, he'd done it countless times, it wasn't new anymore. But spatial travel on a biological level was a first. The feeling was different. The green fireflies formed a continuous expanse, constantly transmitting various biological signals, transforming its mechanical body forward. During this transformation, its health even increased. This spatial transmission also had a health-restoring effect. It seemed to be more than just health restoration. The senior engineer glanced at the system and noticed several new statuses. You gained Firefly Influence, Energy Absorption plus 20%, temporary, Energy Resistance plus 20%, temporary. You gained Firefly Influence, gained Trace Quantum State Information Absorption, temporary. You gained Firefly Influence, gained 3-dimensional/4-dimensional vision, temporary. This cosmic phosphorescence, you guys developed it quite well. The senior engineer nodded in approval. It's all thanks to Dr. Yu. The senior engineer didn't reply, directly switching to a 3D/4D perspective. His vision instantly changed, somewhat like extending from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional, only more complex, as if adding more dimensional factors to points, lines, and planes. The spatial passage turned into a vibrant green fluorescence. He could see not only this particular fluorescent passage, but also dozens of others around it. Following this passage, he could see that space resembled irregular waves. In some areas, a dozen or so subspaces were stuck together, while in others, it was a large, diverging region, and he could even see the spatial structure within. Not bad, this skill, the senior engineer murmured to himself. At first, he thought this skill was just an embellishment, but now, he realized that in some aspects, it even possessed 4th-tier effects that even divine sense lacked. It was remarkably effective in spatial exploration and collective perception. Moreover, when the senior engineer shifted his gaze from his surroundings to himself, he discovered a vast number of space-time threads continuously extending from the spatial channels, wrapping around his body, his energy system, and even his mechanical modules. And they were of different types: 1-dimensional networks, 2-dimensional networks, 3-dimensional networks, 4-dimensional threads, and hyperdimensional topologies, quite complex. Most importantly, despite being biological networks, these networks did not exhibit any repulsion due to his mechanical body. This is also thanks to Dr. Yu. After the 4,313,891st modification of biological antibodies, Dr. Yu successfully developed antimechanical resistance biological antibodies and implanted them into all the species cultivated by the factions. The senior engineer was somewhat dazed. Once upon a time, in his mind, Dr. Yu was a good-for-nothing, a resource black hole, and a 100% experimental failure. When did he become such a genius? However, he probably forgot that Dr. Yu was a standard genius biotechnology researcher in the cyber test site. It was just that he hadn't found a suitable biotechnology path, which was why he had been stuck until now. Now that carbon-based civilization has been developed, the brilliance of this genius has finally been fully revealed. Chapter 1664. Without the fertile ground of a technological revolution, certain tech fanatics and technical maniacs would never have been born. They might just have remained ordinary laborers. If a technological revolution is so important, then a technological tree is even more crucial. Even if a second-tier civilization's technological tree is used to conduct third- and fourth-tier biological research, and all the results are ultimately failures, it's still considered an achievement. Thinking about it this way, Dr. Yu is quite impressive. The senior engineer decided to dispel his prejudice against Dr. Yu. We arrived. The senior engineer discovered another characteristic of the biological space channel. It possessed a sense of time. Normally, this kind of space travel involves exploiting space-time loopholes and has little concept of time, but perhaps due to biological information interaction, the senior engineer was able to perceive the concept of time in this teleportation. 97 seconds. The next moment, the three of them were suddenly greeted by a clear view. In an early universe, where the concept of galaxies didn't yet exist, the three of them had arrived in a biological galaxy. The first thing they saw was a series of hearts, like enormous organs nourished by the universe. It slowly contracts and expands, each contraction causing phosphorescent ripples to spread across the nebula-like tissue enveloping it, transmitting a warm, life-giving pulse throughout the entire galactic system. Its surface is covered with winding, undulating veins, transporting hot, luminous fluids. Beneath its crust flows rivers of blood, outlining complex and luminous genetic maps in the darkness. These are biological planets. Purely biological planetary structures. And between these planets dwell various strange cosmic beings. They do not pilot ships, they are life forms that navigate themselves. Colossal, flattened creatures, as large as mountains, drag countless long, sensitive tentacles, slowly gliding through the void. Their scaly skin absorbed energy dissipating from their cores, shimmering with shifting bioluminescence. Also, swarms of transparent, jellyfish-like colonies stretched out their glowing internal organs, spewing biomass propellant, like shimmering stardust, weaving through the shadows of their enormous companions. Further beyond, colossal, serpentine life forms, their bodies composed of segments of tough satellite bones or keratinous sheaths, coiled and twisted, leaving fleeting, slimy trails in the cosmos, like the tracks of snails crawling on a stellar scale. And beyond these cosmic creatures, on various life-bearing planets, there are many more bizarre and wondrous species, many even intelligent, thriving and developing civilizations. Carbon-based civilizations have one advantage over mechanical civilizations, that advanced civilizations can link with their less advanced counterparts. For example, a level 4 civilization, if it needs to research lower-level technologies, can develop a level 1 or 2 biocivilization of the same attribute to conduct research in that direction. After the research is complete, it can then systematically digest and absorb the technology. This way, there's no need to develop a large number of servant civilizations, and the research technologies can be directly upgraded, from level 2 to level 3, or even level 4. This is a unique strength of carbon-based civilizations. In this respect, mechanical civilizations are indeed inferior. At this very moment, the senior engineer sees numerous level 1 and 2 civilizations developing on different bioplanetary sites. If any breakthroughs occur, they can be directly absorbed by higher-level civilizations and undergo further evolution. In other words, biological blueprints from levels 1 to 5 can be upgraded to level 6 to 10, or even 11 to 15. Although the senior engineer hadn't developed carbon-based civilizations in his previous life, members of carbon-based civilizations were always major consumers of doujinshi, fan-made comics, and his clients even included members of ascended civilizations, so he was exceptionally well informed in this area, knowing far more than the mechanical civilization. These mechanical life forms, selling doujinshi with a simulated reproductive system included. Do they even know how hard it is for me to code? Seeing this, although the differential elder was still displeased, he couldn't help but let out a soft eh. Biological star field, biological planet, sub-civilization, you're developing quite well. Mechanical civilizations have the least concept of time. After all, they don't die easily. Plus, the senior engineer only started poaching talent in the last few years. So in the differential elder's memory, this should have been a small group, but now it seems they developed to a fairly good stage. Still quite a bit short, the senior engineer sighed. The difference expert glanced at him sideways, thinking, you're really asking for it. The senior engineer was speaking the truth. Based on the conclusions reached by this group of biological experts over the years, the 3 core professional knowledge chains of this nomadic civilization were precisely those 3 still in the gray area: cosmic biomechanics, racial lineage, and galactic-level weapon development, biological side. Ordinary civilizations typically have only 1 core knowledge chain, with other knowledge chains built around it. But this civilization controlled by the Interstellar Khan possessed 3 core knowledge chains. This might also be the key to the opponent's half-calamity. Therefore, the senior engineer was quite excited before, because if Huang Yuanli really had a stroke of luck and managed to obtain a bloodline knowledge, then she could truly crack a corner of the opponent's calamity power. The senior engineer had previously suspected that the battle 10 years ago might have been orchestrated by the Interstellar Khan. I'm going to have a good chat with those genius biological experts. Senior, would you like me to have Ragnar show you around again? No, just a look is enough. This garbage carbon-based environment. If I were still as hot-tempered as I was back then, I would have activated the purification protocol on the spot. The differential elder waved his hand, looking disgusted, and somehow disappeared from the spot. This old man is really... Master, could this old man be? You guessed right. This old man is truly young at heart despite his age, still thinking of taking another gamble, trying to ascend again. Ragnar opened his mouth, but his mouth was dry, unable to say anything. He had conducted a simulated ascension, which resulted in the entire race being forcibly mechanized, leaving him with a deep-seated trauma. Even if he were given another chance, he most likely wouldn't dare to try. But this mechanized old man is truly stubborn. Having failed in his official ascension, he's still thinking of trying again. So how will he do it? Ragnar asked after a long pause. How would I know? But most likely, he won't start from scratch. Even a 4th-level ascended civilization, given this old man's temperament, might not intend to go through it all again. How is that possible? Ragnar couldn't imagine it. Why not? Ascended civilizations have countless tricks up their sleeves. Perhaps in some branch of time and space, they hidden their backup methods, and, most importantly, the senior engineer paused. They're people with legitimate backing. If they were to seek help from the ancient mechanical elder, given the elder's long-standing and upright status, he might grant them another chance to ascend. Go call them. It's been so many years since we last met. I wonder how those old acquaintances are doing. On the largest biological planet in this biological star field, the senior engineer received 2 groups of masters. One group consisted of masters from the mechanical department, led by Master Tunilo. The other, naturally, was the biological team led by Dr. Yu. Those who appeared before the senior engineer were basically all heads of planetary laboratories, or even bigwigs in some planetary cluster projects. The senior engineer had always looked down on biological research teams as inexperienced, but in reality, even if they were inexperienced, they were a group of inexperienced who had honed their skills for 1,000 years, the elite among chickens. You see, for certain reasons, the senior engineer hadn't been working on the blueprints before. The fact that the nomadic civilization had developed to its current state was entirely due to the efforts of these people. At this moment, while listening to the reports from these biological experts, the senior engineer compared the specific details with the system prompts. Your nomadic civilization has developed directed hyper-evolution technology, civilization points plus 10 million. Your nomadic civilization has developed planetary evolution consciousness, civilization points plus 10 million. Your nomadic civilization has activated the genetic hierarchy, civilization points plus 10 million. Your nomadic civilization has activated the thought movement, fusion evolution school, civilization points plus 20 million. Your nomadic civilization has activated the thought movement, sower, civilization points plus 15 million. Your nomadic civilization has developed mind juice, civilization points plus 5 million. Your nomadic civilization has recombined the biological computer series, civilization points plus 10 million. The senior engineer was surprised to find that although there were only 3 professional knowledge chains, they activated as many as 4 different thought processes. The 4 ideologies, fusion evolution, sower, predator evolution, and sensory conference, are all relatively low in activation, only 20% to 30%. If the senior engineer remembers correctly, he only activated mechanic agrarianism after nearly completing the entire mechanic tech tree. Could this be an effect of the opponent's natural disaster attribute, enhancing the probability of these ideologies appearing? The senior engineer pondered silently. Of these 4 ideologies, fusion evolution is the one the senior engineer specifically requested. More precisely, it consciously supports the absorption of non-organic materials, such as high-performance alloys and silicon-based chips, to enhance organisms and create new life forms through biosymbiosis. In other words, it's preparation for civilizational integration. Sower and predator evolution are characteristics of nomads themselves. One pursues gene diffusion, and the other gene absorption. As for the last one, sensory conference, it infinitely expands and reshapes the sensory abilities of living beings, creating a shared sensory network. This is most likely the intellectual current activated by the development of the third-order biological network. Theoretically, it all makes sense. The process was so smooth, it was almost miraculous. You done very well. The senior engineer glanced at the civilization points one last time. It was probably due to the strengthening effect of the 4 intellectual currents that the civilization points were increasing rapidly. Civilization points. 430 million/1 billion, nomadic civilization, but 1 billion civilization points is a full double that of the mechanic civilization. This confirmed some of the senior engineer's suspicions. Boss, in just 3 more years in the main universe, I'm confident I can push these 3 knowledge chains to the limits of the nomadic civilization itself. Dr. Yu, with his full head of white hair, was brimming with confidence. Chapter 1665. Looking at the white-haired Dr. Yu, the senior engineer pondered for a moment before asking another question. Is your lifespan still long enough? Members of a level 3 civilization have a lifespan limit. However, due to the rapid development of their faction, this fact was subconsciously overlooked. Generally, members of a level 1 civilization typically have a lifespan of 100 to 200 years. Members of a level 2 civilization have a slightly longer lifespan, roughly 300 to 500 years. Level 3 civilizations have even longer lifespans, basically averaging 1,000 years. Dr. Yu, however, has genuinely lived in this parallel universe for over 1,000 years, meaning she is already in the late stages of her lifespan. It's alright. Before the cellular activity of this body completely disappears, I will replicate my cells, cover a biological planet, evolve into a planetary consciousness, and continue my research, Dr. Yu said nonchalantly. Oh, I almost forgot, biological civilizations have quite a few underhanded methods for extending lifespan. As for ascended civilizations, after ascension, they can adjust the lifespan of each generation. Theoretically, you can extend the lifespan option to an extremely exaggerated number. However, ascended civilizations that do this generally have a very low chance of successfully ascending again. Therefore, in most cases, adjusting the lifespan of a generation to around 10,000 years is a more reasonable figure. Lifespan technology is a major category within ethical technology, the kind that could be studied as a dedicated academic discipline. However, advanced engineers don't need to study it, since the main universe will face a world-ending crisis in less than 1,000 years. The universe is about to die. What's the point of adding zeros to lifespan? However, people are still different. Some species are naturally born with longer lifespans than others, like Master Tony Lowe, sitting opposite Dr. Rain. Compared to Dr. Rain, that old bespectacled lady, Master Tony Lowe is almost identical, except for a few fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. As for his full head of white hair, that's from excessive brain use. Just like some people's baldness, it has little to do with lifespan. The lifespan of elves is generally 2,000 to 3,000 years, so these few hundred years are probably equivalent to about 10 years for an average person. However, compared to the continuous output of biological researchers over the past few hundred years, practically rebuilding a biological civilization, the mechanical sciences have paled in comparison. Aside from a mechanical carbon-based fruit, they basically have nothing to show for themselves. Of course, this refers to the mechanical engineering researchers in this parallel universe. In the main universe, the Orgrimmar people and the Dark Sovereigns are still working at breakneck speed, constantly pushing the boundaries of blueprints. They're even researching the fusion and development of different knowledge chains, such as the classic example, the Metal Sea. As for Master Tunilo, the senior engineer didn't ask as many questions. After a few brief remarks, he nodded and didn't inquire further. But in the eyes of the biologists, this was undoubtedly a sign that the biology department had been revived from the sidelines, replacing the mechanical engineering department as G-Boss's favorite. They all stood tall, chests puffed out, extremely proud. Well, everyone, go back now. I wait here for your successful biological network connection. I won't take up any more of your time. After the senior engineer welcomed these chicken kings away, most of the mechanical engineering researchers also left. Only Master Tunilo remained seated, unmoved. Many people felt a sense of schadenfreude, projecting their own experiences onto him. In their imaginations, the head of the mechanical engineering department was about to be berated by Boss G. So many resources were allocated, how come they only managed to produce a hammer? They used to be scolded every day, going from shame to numbness, from numbness to pleasure, even finding enjoyment in the insults. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, how many years have passed? A mere 1,000 years, and the situation has completely reversed, haha. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after everyone had left, the senior engineer didn't launch into a tirade. Instead, he sincerely thanked him, saying, Master Tunilo, thank you for your hard work these past years. Master Tunilo shook his head. It's all just projects, nothing particularly hard. It's just that the results are rather limited, disappointing the leader. Master Tunilo said this with a completely nonchalant expression, perhaps learned from those seasoned veterans of biology. It's alright, send me the data on those failed projects, I take a look. Master Tunilo came to the origin universe from the main universe with an important mission. That is, to research the fusion technology of mechanical and carbon-based systems. Among them, the carbon-based fruit of the mechanical system was only the most successful result. There were actually a lot of unsuccessful studies as well. Soon, the senior engineer received a large amount of fusion technology data. You obtained the fusion species research plan. You obtained the abnormal gate 5.0 research. You obtained the biological anti-simulation of mechanical agrarianism. You obtained bioalloy research data. You obtained the fusion species research plan. You obtained the carbon-based lock power core. These studies, let alone yielding results, produced very few blueprints. The technological foundation of this type of research can be traced back to the Knight's technology of the cyber experiment field. Of course, from today's perspective, this crude fusion is hardly worth mentioning. The senior engineer's several successful fusion experiences are actually more useful. However, their usefulness is still limited. If it's just about creating one or two supermutant creatures, it's actually quite easy, and even with the reverse engineering of level 3 technology, the success rate is higher. But this is utterly useless. After all, a super creature with 10 billion, 20 billion, or even 100 billion units is practically non-existent in the face of a mech frenzy measured in trillions, and in the face of an immortal civilization leader. The senior engineer's minimum requirement is a fusion of at least 2 civilizations' trump cards. For example, adding a biological system to the mech frenzy, and adding several zeros of biological energy after mechanical energy. This aligns with the senior engineer's basic understanding of fused civilizations. To Tunilo and his researchers, this demand was tantamount to asking, "Boss, you're not the client anymore, you're practically a god. Are you asking us to create the world or something?" Therefore, Master Tunilo was quite nonchalant about the project's failures, abandonment, and delays. It's not that we didn't try, it's just that achieving a vibrant, multicolored black is incredibly technologically challenging. After reviewing the project for a while, the senior engineer discovered that, besides the fruit project, the most successful project was actually the research on the gate of abnormality. Version 4.0 has been successfully developed, and research on 5.0 is currently underway. As for the content of the 4.0 research, besides enabling attribute conversion for level 90 players, its biggest application is the conversion of large weapons, such as starships, ship girls, and even some non-planetary level mechanical structures. After the transformation, aside from the mechanical attributes becoming biological attributes, everything else remained unchanged. Detailed information was also provided, such as the fact that transforming into a biological ship girl grants access to various biotechnologies of the nomadic civilization, and no rejection reactions occurred. However, after transforming into a ship girl, the mechanical protocol failed. These ship girls, equipped with experimental technology, started gathering again, figuring out how to seduce the players. Speaking of players, won't the biological side cataclysmic warriors get bored here? Since mechanical players dominated the main universe, biological players have completely lost power. Although parallel universes have been opened, the problem is, there aren't many monsters in parallel universes. The fourth cataclysms already have a penchant for the abnormal. If they had to stay here for 1,000 years, most would probably want to delete their accounts and start over. Master Tunilo thought for a moment and replied, "No problems have arisen. After all, we haven't restricted their freedom. They can freely travel between the 2 universes. Those cataclysmic warriors seem to be using this place to hone their skills." Skill grinding, huh? The senior engineer paused, then realized it made sense. With 1:100 time elapsed, for most players, aside from grinding skills, there didn't seem to be much else they could do. Although he had greatly enhanced the benefits for research-oriented players, those who relied on developing their own blueprints, for most players, simply grinding blueprints was already their greatest contribution to their faction's technology. They were there to play the game, not to actually conduct research. Not everyone was cut out for it. That's good. With the overpowered gate in version 4.0, the probability of internal wars is low, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Since recovering from his injuries, he had keenly noticed a surge in assassinations of carbon-based players by mechanical players. While player versus player combat, even Legion-level PvP, occurred frequently, hunting down red-named players had become a regular feature of the game. But the senior engineer still sensed certain trends. As the mechanical revolution intensified, the number of players brainwashed by extreme mechanical thinking would inevitably increase. If things continued this way, something big would happen sooner or later. Before the NPCs could even begin the game of canning players, the players themselves would start canning each other, given the faction's current advanced canning technology. That's good too. Carbon-based players could also transform themselves into mechanical legions and control mechanical armies. Once I don my disguise, can you guess who I am? Master Tunilo, seeing the senior engineer lost in thought, couldn't help but say, if we could obtain the essence of the bloodline of all races and analyze its genetic map, perhaps we could solve the fusion problem. The senior engineer snapped out of his reverie and nodded. I already made contact with the Khan's second son, Shwekeshu, and can obtain the essence blood of the Carbon Gold family, but, never mind, you can study it first after you get it. Master Tunilo looked at him with puzzlement. He seemed to find the other's behavior somewhat strange. After Master Tunilo left, the senior engineer leaned back on the carbon throne, muttering to himself. Interstellar Khan, carbon-based family, nomadic civilization, Civilized Nomadism. Civilized Nomadism. Chapter 1666. Originally, when the Interstellar Khan conscripted 10,000 armies of civilizations for the Ascension Whip, Gao Gong had some doubts. After Shuaikesha readily agreed to procure the essence blood of the carbon gold family, he felt something was amiss. After his own little nomadic civilization activated 4 ideologies in succession, he felt even more uneasy. Could this nomadic civilization's natural disaster capabilities truly be those of a herding civilization? This herding wasn't the conventional kind, invading a civilization, defeating it, and then enslaving it. That's an operation any civilization could perform. Instead, it meant that once the Khan's bloodline genes were absorbed, the entire species could be forcibly transformed into genetic slaves when needed. Furthermore, simply researching this civilization's technology tree would gradually lead them down the path of being herded. This tactic of peacefully evolving an enemy civilization through its technology tree is generally only seen in high-level business warfare, wars between ascending civilizations. To put it simply, if the senior engineer wants to achieve this using the mechanic tech tree, his undying leader and immortal leader would both need to be upgraded to level 6 or higher. However, if the Interstellar Khan's cataclysmic abilities are like this, then it makes sense. That's why the senior engineer wasn't so excited when Dr. Yu enthusiastically introduced how she could max out half of her professional knowledge chains in 3 years. For some types of tech trees, rapid development isn't necessarily a good thing. In fact, the faster you develop, the faster you die. Speaking of tech trees, the senior engineer's thoughts raced, and the surrounding environment rapidly vanished, replaced by an endless stream of time-space boxes rising up. After evolving once using the civilization evolution device, the senior engineer now possessed certain permissions, such as the ability to directly evolve knowledge. Soon, the dozen or so strange professional knowledge items, biological, purchased from the nomadic market flew out and automatically landed in small boxes. It's believed that soon, numerous professional knowledge chains will emerge. While these knowledge chains are unlikely to be from the nomadic civilization, they can still greatly enrich the biologist's knowledge and inspiration as a reference. However, this was just a side task. After finishing, the senior engineer quickly arrived at the periphery of a black spacetime box, pondered for a moment, and then went inside. This black spacetime box was originally used to simulate Ascension buildings. However, the senior engineer hadn't yet evolved anything in this area. The mechanic civilization had already reached the threshold for entering the Ascension realm. What if he evolved an Ascension building that matched the characteristics of that civilization and immediately entered it? This is similar to the principle of when the essence is full, it overflows. As the senior engineer strolled into the space, a truly awe-inspiring scene unfolded before him. Against a backdrop of a black starry sky, rows of mechanical engineering technology trees floated below, resembling a vast mechanical forest. Even more remarkable was that each mechanical tree in this forest was unique. While some professional knowledge might overlap, their evolution differed completely across different trees. Some technology trees exhibited a continuously growing metallic lattice structure, with each node a standardized icosahedral module, achieving instantaneous knowledge synchronization through quantum entanglement. The branches were constructed of liquid-shaped memory alloy, their surfaces flowing with light patterns encoded with third-order information. Their knowledge system was built upon absolute geometry and the laws of mechanics, with all technologies pointing towards a standardized reconstruction of mechanical technology. The technology tree beside it resembles a constantly collapsing and recombining dark matter structure, its branches perpetually in a state of quantum tunneling, and its nodes as temporarily stable energy singularities, maintaining their form by absorbing background radiation. Its knowledge system is built upon a probability cloud. Were it not for the mechanical bird's nest beneath it, it would resemble the technology tree of an energy civilization. Other technology trees resemble a gigantic difference engine. Each of its technological nodes is a fine-grained gear, its teeth corresponding to a sequence of prime numbers, generating space-time curvature fluctuations upon rotation. Technological development follows a strict causal law. New technologies must mesh perfectly with existing gears to be effective, and all inventions are responses to and harmonies with the inherent vibrational frequencies of the universe. The senior engineer strongly suspects that the old man from the differential engine man's level 3 civilization followed this technology tree path. However, he then thinks that this old man might not have even had a primitive accumulation phase. After leaving the factory, he probably joined the ancient machine man in a purge, wiping out carbon-based civilizations across the land. Even the preparations for ascension might have been prepared by the ancient machine man. Having powerful backers is definitely an advantage. Moreover, this difference machine civilization was utterly vulnerable. Although they foresaw the crisis of the mechanical revolution and fled in advance, they were wiped out in no time before they could even escape. The senior engineer traversed between numerous mechanical technology trees, and the number of these technology trees clearly exceeded that of the intelligent interstellar civilizations. In fact, many mechanical civilizations themselves didn't have as complete a technology tree as the senior engineer currently possessed. After all, they might not be able to gather all the professional knowledge, while the senior engineer, with the civilization evolution device, could gather it 100%. Sometimes, the high engineer would pause to admire for a moment some exceptionally advanced technology trees. These levels of technology trees often represented a late-stage Tier 3 mechanical civilization. And this level of mechanical civilization could basically suppress the Onic crisis. If conversion wasn't possible, then brute force was the only option. The Burning Legion's toughest battles during their conquest were mostly against these late-stage Tier 3 civilizations. And such extensive technology trees were rare, numbering in the double digits. Who's graced us with their presence? It's my mistress. The high engineer turned, recognizing the deep web lady, whom he hadn't seen in the main universe for 10 years, but hadn't seen in this parallel universe for a millennium. And she had changed drastically. She had become even more alluring. A mature woman approached, her voluptuous figure draped in a dark green silk dress, the neckline adorned with delicate pearls that gleamed warmly under the lamplight. Her hair, a deep chestnut brown, was loosely styled in a low bun, a few stray strands falling casually to her neck, swaying gently with her movements. Besides the large white breasts on her chest, what was most striking was her gaze, always carrying a knowing smile, as if she could see right through people. However, when the woman's arm encircled the engineer immediately confirmed the situation through the sensation of her voluptuous figure. "You materialized?" the engineer asked in surprise. 1,000 years have passed. There must have been some progress. The aura around you, how come it's similar to these technology trees? Immortal and indestructible, you actually broke through? The mature woman's beautiful eyes lit up, scrutinizing the engineer in astonishment. "It's not just you who's progressing, I need to progress too," the senior engineer said with a chuckle. "Your progress is much faster than mine. Only 10 years have passed in the main universe, and you already broken through to this point. No destruction, no construction," the senior engineer sighed somewhat. "If it weren't for the battle with the Ant Lord, which caused both his mechanical body and physical body to collapse simultaneously, he might not have been able to embark on this path. Of course, the risks involved were also enormous. Among his peers, the senior engineer had never been beaten so badly. How have you been these past 1,000 years? His mechanical body was in seclusion, and his physical body was also in seclusion. According to the timeline here, they really hadn't seen each other for 1,000 years. The mature woman let out a soft yaw, and said lazily, "I'm incredibly busy. Someone keeps sending me incomplete, damaged tech trees every few days. I can't just sit idly by, can I? These past few years, I've been either evolving knowledge chains or repairing tech trees. I haven't had a moment's peace. I finally get a chance to sleep, and then you show up. Before, I didn't mind being idle, but now, I feel like I'm being toiled like a dog." The senior engineer rubbed his nose, and promptly shut up. Before, when it was just deriving a single tech tree, this person had plenty of time to waste. Now, deriving a 3-digit tech tree, he really has to be busy like a dog. But now that I think about it, this kind of civilization evolution relic is a perfect match for a cataclysmic civilization. However, if it really falls into the hands of a cataclysmic civilization, it will most likely be unable to avoid work, and will be exploited day and night. Ms. Shawang was aware of this, so she just said it casually, and then changed the subject. "Looks like you're doing quite well in the main universe. How many civilizations must you have invaded to achieve this?" Looking at the lush forest of mechanical trees before her, Ms. Deepweb sincerely praised. "Not bad," the senior engineer replied calmly. The situation was, of course, excellent. It was just that the intelligent interstellar civilizations outside were secretly plotting to overthrow Big Brother, and the nomadic civilizations in the parallel universes were at risk of being transformed by the interstellar Khan at any time. A small matter, a small matter. "You come here this time, you must have something to ask me," Ms. Deepweb asked. If it was just a casual visit, her physical body could have come, there was no need for her mechanical form to come in person. "I have a small favor to ask of you." The senior engineer opened his palm, and a phantom of a mechanical technology tree appeared. With a casual toss, this technology tree grew rapidly, soon becoming taller and more leafy than all the other technology trees present. You should know that the mechanic civilization excels at simulating different types of mechanical technology. Watching the branches of the mechanics tech tree interact with other tech trees, growing identical branches, Ms. Deepweb nodded. Do you think it's possible? The senior engineer paused, then continued. Since we can simulate other types of mechanical technology, could we also simulate other types of tech trees? That task is yours. Ms. Deepweb looked at the senior engineer incredulously, as if looking at God. Chapter 1667. As the light of the civilization evolution device slowly faded, the technology tree, the time capsule, and the timelines of various evolutionary knowledge all vanished. However, the look in Deepweb Madam's eyes, as she gazed at the senior engineer, remained vivid in G's memory. It was the look of someone looking at an idiot. It was strangely similar to the look in Tony Stark's eyes. My imagination still isn't rich enough, the senior engineer muttered to himself. Of course, if he hadn't witnessed the fusion civilization's overwhelming power in his previous life, the senior engineer wouldn't have imagined that the difference in power between civilizations of the same level could be so vast, and that the fusion civilization could be so abnormally powerful. The senior engineer even suspected that, to some extent, the fusion civilization had already broken through one of the three great laws of civilization. That means a lower-level civilization can never challenge a higher-level civilization. And compared to the various abnormal abilities of a fusion civilization, what I'm doing isn't excessive. The interstellar Khan created a nomadic civilization, so if I reverse that and use a mechanical civilization to simulate the characteristics of his cataclysmic civilization, isn't that the same? He can create a king of all races, so I can create a tech tree overlord. Is that excessive? It seems a little. The senior engineer also came to his senses. Just simulating the characteristics of a cataclysmic civilization with ordinary mechanical civilization, if it weren't for him, Gao, speaking, he probably would have been kicked out by these two ladies long ago. How do I convince these researchers? No, to be precise, how do I bridge the gap between mechanical civilization and fusion civilization? The senior engineer frowned in thought. Although he still had a backup plan, considering the millennia of research achievements of Master Tunilo and his team, it was probably still unlikely to work. Creating something from nothing, forging a path of civilizational integration from scratch, is far more difficult than imagined. How did the Queen of Blades manage it in her previous life? Perhaps we should ask her for advice? The senior engineer still has the contact information left by that time Zen. After all, she got a bunch of Zerg snacks and a parallel universe resource for free from him. Giving her some guidance wouldn't be unreasonable. Or perhaps, obtain more data on integrated civilizations? Although integrated civilizations are extremely rare, perhaps 1 in 10,000, even rarer than cataclysmic civilizations. That doesn't mean such a form of civilization doesn't exist. In fact, in the databases of any advanced civilization, this is key information. But the problem is, the databases of ascended civilizations certainly won't be open to him. Then, another clue lies in those few cosmic-level libraries. However, due to the Civilization Council's principle of non-interference, the minimum registration threshold for these levels of knowledge organizations is ascended membership. As far as I recall, there are ways to circumvent the threshold, but regardless of the method, it requires at least a 100-round quest chain, and whether some plot characters have even appeared yet is still unknown. In the previous life, players, unable to join a civilization and finding it difficult to develop one, were forced to wander between various organizations, uncovering many strange and unusual storylines along the way. These included these cosmic neutral organizations. Registration threshold, registration threshold. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Gao Gong. He didn't have these registration requirements, but others did. Differentiality Old Man. This old man is a standard level 5 ascended leader former. Although all neutral cosmic organizations have a rule that membership is automatically revoked upon failure of ascension or destruction of a civilization. Civilizations with civilization observers, in particular, will immediately modify their data. Even without immediate data modification, the few exploratory cosmic relics in the Civilization Council can still detect the civilization status. This seems to be without problem. But there's actually a bug. A high-level ascended civilization, especially an ancient one, inevitably has a large number of servant civilizations, and among these servant civilizations, there will certainly be ascended civilizations. These types of civilizations are not registered with the Civilization Council. Moreover, ancient civilizations, like the ancient machine civilization, look down on the Civilization Council. In their eyes, the Civilization Council is nothing more than a front for the 6th level 9 civilizations. When they established their civilizations, the Civilization Council didn't even exist, Why should they be subject to its supervision? Although they were powerless against the powerful, they reluctantly completed the registration at the invitation of the Level 9 civilization, but were essentially in a state of disobedience and defiance. The rotating high-ranking members of the Civilization Council wouldn't invite trouble by actually conducting any civilizational examinations on these cosmic-level veterans. They also adopted a blind eye to the vast array of civilizations under their command. They didn't dare to examine those few cosmic relics at all. After all, the first life forms since the Big Bang had managed to survive until now. Everyone has their secrets. Go and inspect them? Are you asking for trouble? You see, in the early days, the Civilization Council had several rotating chief strategists who didn't retire peacefully. And without exception, all of them were quite capable of causing trouble. For example, the one who took power 100 years later was the kind who even managed to create a cosmic crisis. The more Gao Gong thought about it, the more reliable it seemed. As long as the differential lord didn't say anything, those cosmic libraries wouldn't be so audacious as to specifically ask the leader of a level 7 peak civilization if his subordinate had failed to ascend. Besides, he didn't necessarily want to challenge himself with something too difficult. The registration systems of those cosmic organizations varied in strictness. He could find one that wasn't so strict and try it out. Starry Thoughts wouldn't work. That required the ascended civilization to open its coordinates. Pioneer Relics Research Institute wasn't a problem. The differential lord could satisfy the attributes of an ancient civilization, but this organization also had several cosmic elders behind it, so it probably wouldn't be easy to fool, and it wasn't very neutral. Starry Sea Codex seemed good, but this organization recorded more civilization data than technology tree data, and focused on civilization law and ethics. Dust of Time bookstore appeared randomly, even randomly in different timelines, so he couldn't find it. Endless Star Archives. Gao Gong thought of more than a dozen neutral cosmic organizations, and finally chose a suitable target. The library boasts a rich collection, is relatively neutral, and has lax background checks. Most importantly, it's one of the few universal knowledge organizations that offers online registration. With online registration, a whole host of problems are no longer an issue. If all else fails, he could always use his old skills from his previous life to hack into the other party's system and secretly make some modifications. However, there's still a small problem. While the Endless Star Archives is a neutral knowledge institution, it's not the kind you can register just by paying money. It serves the endless starry sky universe as a research institution. Therefore, its registration fee is actually various new research materials. I wonder if my mechanical fruit will work. Although it's a bit low-level, only considered low-tier divine technology, the idea is very novel, and it's a result of fusion technology, a minor gem. Registration shouldn't be a problem. So the last question is, how do I persuade the old man to register? The senior engineer stroked his chin thoughtfully. This old man, when dealing with the Supreme Being, had already repaid him for the favor. Of course, bringing him to this parallel universe was also a fortuitous opportunity, so asking for some compensation is understandable. But if they really did that, wouldn't it be a standard transaction? All the goodwill they painstakingly built up would likely be wasted. And given the old man's stubborn nature, he wouldn't necessarily succeed if they did it this way. The senior engineer frowned, deep in thought. This old man truly had no desires other than ascension. But the problem was, he couldn't help with a level 5 mechanical ascension. He hadn't even finished his own level 4 ascension yet. Just as he was racking his brains, a peculiar fluctuation suddenly swept across the biostarfield, startling him. Huh, Huang Yuanli is about to emerge from seclusion? The senior engineer's figure flashed, appearing above the bioplanet. He looked up at the sky, and besides him, the other two level 4 lifeforms in the camp, number 19 and Lady Longhorn Whale. No, there were 3. The senior engineer's gaze shifted to another swirling dimension of dark energy. Within this dimension, not only were there numerous auras of dark elves, but also a clearly 4-tier dark force field. When did this little lowly Yi advance to the 4th tier? And this dark dimension seems much stronger than before. As an energy life form, having honed her skills for 1,000 years in this energy-rich early universe, breaking through to the 4th tier wasn't unexpected. What surprised the senior engineer was that she seemed to have repaired the Dark Elves' trump card from back then, the 1,000 layers of dark dimensions. It's more than 1,000 layers now. The senior engineer switched between 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional vision, counting layer by layer. 1,000 layers, 2,000 layers, 3,000 layers, 4,000 layers, 4,500 layers. So many? I almost forgot, with old man Ragnar around, creating this dark dimension isn't a problem. Besides, the early universe, besides primordial planets, was mostly filled with various dimensional prototypes. If we could capture a superdimensional with the potential to form a parallel universe, we'd be set for life. And the senior engineer narrowed his eyes, his gaze extending further, seeing tiny black stars slowly rotating according to a peculiar pattern within the layers of the dark dimension. The Starry Skies technology tree. It seems this little lowly, he has also embarked on the path of a civilization leader. Good. The camp lacks metal in the 5 elements and energy in the 4 systems. They're just missing an energy civilization. The girl in the core of the dark dimension seemed to sense the senior engineer's gaze, and nodded slightly at him. The senior engineer withdrew his gaze, and looked at the sky. In this colossal blessed land of the parallel universe, she wasn't the only one undergoing super-evolution. Chapter 1668. The senior engineer looked up at the sky and saw countless roots, light years in diameter, emerging from the void, carrying the will of carbon-based life, and beginning to spread throughout the entire biostellar region. First, the roots entwined nebulae, like ivy entwining stone pillars, gentle yet firm. Then, in the second stage, the roots probed into the surfaces of planets, not to devour them, but to inject a dark green, liquid light stream. The injected stars cooled rapidly, their surfaces condensing into wood-like textures, the light changing from incandescent white to eerie green, finally solidifying into enormous fruits hanging in the void, their interiors containing slowly flowing stellar core matter. In the third stage, the nebulae and dust were transformed most thoroughly. They were absorbed, reorganized, and recondensed into a network of luminous veins among the branches of the giant tree. Finally, a vast life system covering hundreds of thousands of planets was fully formed. You created a level 120 collective species will, Huang Yuanli, nomadic civilization, civilization points plus 22 million, and obtained a random tier 4 blueprint *1, a tier 4 biological building *1, and a biological universe treasure *1. The senior engineer raised an eyebrow. There are benefits too. So this is the 1,000-year tree demon, and it's a collective species will, not a radiation species will. Has it digested the radiation bloodline? Perfect, my physical bloodline was completely destroyed in that divine self-destruction attack. Now I can get it for free. The senior engineer directly extracted the blueprint and building. You obtained the Pandora genome. You obtained a Tier 4 biological building living barrier Pandora genome. Tier 4 unlocks all potential mutations in organisms. High risk. Living barrier. Tier 4 a carbon-based flesh and blood Great Wall, absorbing all carbon-based viruses, carbon-based fungi, and all species anomalies brought by microscopic species. Huh? The senior engineer glanced at the free Tier 4 building with surprise. This thing was somewhat like an evolved version of the carbon-based wall, with a larger range, stronger effect, and a special attack on microscopic species. And wasn't this the nemesis of the Ant Lord? The most disgusting thing about the Ant Lord's cataclysmic civilization, also known as the Nameless Fungus Civilization, was its ability to endlessly breed Tier 4 biological viruses. Even the Tier 4 viruses weren't the main point. The main point was that once those microscopic viruses separated and recombined, they would give birth to biological cosmic evil gods. If Go hadn't been at the forefront, using the virus abyss to withstand the endless tide of nameless attacks, the senior engineer wouldn't have even had the opportunity to self-destruct his godhood. However, precisely because of this, without Go's protection, Gao Yuanyuan was ambushed, resulting in the rampage of this virus boss. If only this thing could be mass-produced. The senior engineer sighed silently. A single biostructure can only be used occasionally by the Ant Lord. But if it's tens of thousands of living barriers, it can be used occasionally by the Nameless Fungus Civilization. Hopefully, these chicken-like behemoths can continue to evolve. Replicating 4-tier biostructures is up to you. The senior engineer thought silently. Then he glanced at the Pandora genome again, preparing to close the system. The senior engineer looked again. Looked again. One more look. Unlocks all potential mutation possibilities of organisms? Does this include the possibility of fusion evolution? The senior engineer's mechanical body once again entered a kind of client-centric mindset. After all, you said it yourself, system. As one of the main entities, the senior engineer's physical body had already been deployed to meet this collective species will. Besides being an old friend he hadn't seen in 1,000 years, the senior engineer was also quite curious whether this will, born from nomadic technology, could allow him to learn some secrets of the interstellar Great Khan. But this tree is really huge. The senior engineer looked at this colossal object that blocked his vision, even filling his 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional perspectives completely. This thing is probably enough to create some colossal objects using colossal visualization technology. Moreover, when the senior engineer switched from a 3-dimensional/4-dimensional perspective to divine consciousness, he could clearly see numerous carbon-based divine patterns on the tree trunk. The senior engineer closed his eyes and switched to sword realm. His vision was forcibly torn apart and reassembled. The cosmos transformed into a rotating star map of sword patterns, nebulae becoming tangled, materialized sword energy, sometimes swirling like a dragon's tail, sometimes fleeting like a swift shadow. And in the next instant, the entire tree pattern was ripped from the tree trunk, transforming into a genetic spectrum presented before his eyes. Looking at this very familiar divine tree pattern, the senior engineer muttered to himself, "Isn't this the divine pattern of my artificial fruit? I got this for free." Of course, the senior engineer was just making a casual remark. In fact, the wider the coverage of a new faction's technology, the better its effect. He had previously lamented that he only had 20 tubes of ascension abyssal power, so he could only evolve 20 artificial fruits. If he had hundreds of tubes, he could cover the entire mechanical civilization with the divine system. Then, he wouldn't need to worry about how to fuse them. Moreover, the presence of carbon-based divine patterns doesn't necessarily indicate a divine path. For example, the senior engineer could see that Huang Yuanli was merely using this divine framework to solidify the collective consciousness. The senior engineer closed his eyes, then opened them. The previous illusion vanished. The discarded wooden sword at his waist suddenly appeared in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, numerous sword marks appeared in the void, outlining a stargate. The senior engineer stepped into it and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was at the core of the void canopy, where he saw Huang Yuanli, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Huang Yuanli's small body sat cross-legged on the carbon throne. Apart from her increasingly powerful biomagnetic field, Huang Yuanli's appearance was unchanged. Her first words upon opening her eyes were, "Holy crap, how did you get so old?" The senior engineer touched his full head of white hair, then wiped the wrinkles on his forehead. "What do you know? I'm old, but I also become stronger. I'm a powerhouse, who's fought my way from a sci-fi style to a fantasy style." Huang Yuanli rolled her eyes, and a magnetic field distorting the void instantly enveloped Gao Gong, who let out a soft exclamation. Her fourth-tier aura couldn't sense his presence. Huang Yuanli narrowed her eyes, and a dozen tree roots shot out from the void, instantly creating more than a dozen miniature black holes. These miniature black holes embedded themselves in Gao Gong's body. However, as Gao Gong casually took a step forward, these black holes were left behind. "Holy crap, have you turned into a ghost?" Now it was Huang Yuanli's turn to be surprised. Quantum state, mirror image, spatial projection. Huang Yuanli guessed many possibilities, but none of them corresponded to the current situation. "Do you remember the observer civilization I encountered when I rescued the Orgrimmar people?" "I vaguely remember. I'm in observer mode now. I got it with a sword." "Huh?" Huang Yuanli was stunned. "That powerful? To kill you now, I don't even need one sword strike," the senior engineer said casually. Nonsense. You have no idea how strong my vitality has become over the years." The senior engineer narrowed his eyes, a flash of sword light appearing in them, and laughed. "All right, I was wrong. A level 2 undead leader, one sword strike probably isn't enough. 2 sword strikes would be about right." Huang Yuanli thought to herself, "I just came out of seclusion, I haven't even done the whole process of showing off and slapping faces yet, and this kid is already thinking of using me to debut. That's too much." Just as she was about to proceed according to the plan, she saw the other party throw a radiant ball at her. "A gift for your departure. A cosmic treasure." Huang Yuanli had long desired a cosmic treasure. Unfortunately, her faction lacked the technology to forge them. "Boss is so generous. Boss loves you." Yishuer, number 19, and Lady Longhorn Whale, who arrived one after the other, witnessed this scene. "Sisterly, you're already so strong, yet you're still so approachable." The moment the ball landed in Huang Yuanli's hand, it absorbed her blood, changing from colorful to blackish red, and revealing its true form, a root-like entity. At the same time, a mournful cry of malevolent spirits echoed from all directions. This cry seemed capable of penetrating any biological magnetic field, piercing straight to the depths of life. Yishuer whirled around. In that brief moment, she seemed to have seen a gray shadow crawl out from behind her. But she saw nothing. When she looked down, her pupils contracted. She saw endless gray shadows climbing upwards along the trunk of the light-year tree. Root of reincarnation, cosmic treasure, a section of seemingly dry, twisted, ancient tree root, coiled into a natural sphere or ring. Its texture is like stone and wood, with countless extremely fine, vein-like golden veins on its surface, pulsating slightly according to the state of the soul within. Function description: a section of root that fell from the world tree, said to connect the mortal world with the path of reincarnation. It does not prevent reincarnation, but rather interferes with and impasses the process, imprisoning the soul in a critical state of about to reincarnate, but never reaching it. Effect: can collect the souls of those who died in battle, carbon-based species, and those who died naturally, releasing them all at once to evolve into a cosmic army of the undead. Quantity limit: 100 billion. Rank limit: 4th rank. Since she's a 1,000-year-old tree demon, how could she not have a soul-stealing style? But she's a 1,000-year-old tree demon, so what am I, some kind of black mountain demon? The three women all knew Huang Yuanli was refining a cosmic treasure, so they didn't speak immediately. The senior engineer's gaze swept over number 19 and Lady Longhorn Whale. Both of their auras had surged. If they were only level 91 before, they were now at least level 100 or higher. When he looked at Yishwer, the dense cracks on her body had disappeared, replaced by the dark skin unique to dark elves. You completely transformed into a dark elf? The senior engineer raised an eyebrow. Yes, after Aunt Xiao passed away, I had no more scruples, and using dark elf blood to walk the path of energy civilization is a perfect match. Aunt Xiao was the former head of the Dark Girls, who had been living a retirement life in the Origin universe. It was said that she had recently passed away due to the end of her lifespan. Ragnar agreed. He has already persuaded the remnants of the Dark Elves to submit to me as their master. Good. The senior engineer nodded. He happened to have a quest involving the bloodline of a cosmic elf, and now that the other party had transformed into a dark elf, it was perfect to give it to them. Chapter 1669. Besides Yishwer, the other two have made significant progress over the past 1,000 years. For example, Lady Longhorn Whale's own strength has improved, but more importantly, her Fire Stealer Legion, the former Crystal Core clan, has all reached level 90 plus thanks to the resources of the Origin universe, and could break through at any time. Once they break through, they will become another Tier 4 Legion within the faction. Number 19 is alone, but her level is the highest. Gao Dong checked, and found she was already level 118. She was quite worried about Gao Yuanyuan's safety in the main universe. Gao Gong reassured her, assuring her that Gao Yuanyuan was not in mortal danger, and might even benefit from the situation. As they were exchanging information, Huang Yuanli finally digested this cosmic treasure. A sinister look flashed across her face. After opening her eyes, she let out a long breath and uttered a startling statement. What a waste! If I had known about this treasure, I should have temporarily preserved the radioactive species that had died over the years by turning them into biological canned goods. I really thank you on behalf of your subordinates, the senior engineer retorted. Even in death, she doesn't let people go. No wonder she's from the cyber experiment field. Huang Yuanli chuckled, then looked the senior engineer up and down, letting out a soft eh? No wonder I can't sense any familiarity. Where's your 4th-tier bloodline? You mean the life embryo C? It was destroyed 1,000 years ago. Do you think a god's self-destruction is such a comfortable thing? So you came here this time to restore your bloodline? No problem, I got your back. Huang Yuanli was quite loyal. A large tree root shot out from the void, ready to be handed to the senior engineer. Mr. G, becoming an energy life form with me is actually quite good, Lady Longhorn Whale suddenly said with a smile. Being a gravitational wave life form is also a type of energy life form, number 19 chimed in. Actually, dark elves aren't bad either, Yishwer added. I didn't expect to be such a hot commodity now, the senior engineer laughed. I did have that idea, but now I think the blank slate is fine. I have some plans for myself in this area. Oh, by the way, regarding bloodlines, I do have something I need to trouble you guys with. After speaking, the senior engineer pulled out a bottle containing only a shallow layer of blood. But the moment this thing was released, the expressions of all 4 4th-tier beings present changed drastically. The immense magnetic field left on this layer of blood was actually above theirs, and unfathomable. You don't need to ask about the source of this blood. Just know that it's the blood of a 9th-tier species. No, it should be 2nd-tier blood, the residue from refining a carbon-based imprint. See if you can find a way to refine it into something that enhances basic attributes. I remember, collectible lifeforms are best at this kind of thing, said the senior engineer. The small bottle in his hand was instantly snatched away by a branch. The remaining 3 women immediately crowded around. Unlike Huang Yuanli, who had a long-standing relationship with the senior engineer, they were still extremely interested in the blood of a 9th-tier species. After some examination, they concluded that it was possible, but it would take a very long time. In this parallel universe, time is the one thing that's never lacking. But boss, what's a carbon-based imprint? Huang Yuanli asked with the expression of a female streamer meeting her top fan. The senior engineer wasn't stingy either, giving each of them a 5th-tier carbon-based imprint. Go back and study it carefully, maybe it can allow you to master a higher level of power ahead of time. Thank you, boss. Boss is so generous. Indeed, this world is a giant paradise for female streamers. After handing over these 2 soy sauces, no 2 bloods, to Huang Yuanli, the group chatted again. The senior engineer also learned some shocking news. What? You mean, Little Red went to find the Queen of Blades? The senior engineer looked completely bewildered. What, you didn't know? Oh, you were in seclusion before, so she came directly to me and told me. As her adoptive mother, Huang Yuanli and Little Red had always had a very close relationship. No, what's she doing there? She doesn't know me. Oh, she really didn't know about his feud with the Queen of Blades, and even the Queen of Blades herself in this life didn't know. She's naturally going to learn about the evolution of collective consciousness. No one in the camp can teach her that. Besides, you and she have a pretty good relationship, right? With such a large parallel universe as her backing, she wouldn't be interested in our meager gains. The senior engineer was speechless for a moment, then asked, Did the Queen of Blades also come to this universe? I heard it from Little Red. She learned about it from that pregnant woman, and it seems the Queen of Blades was very welcoming of her arrival. Alright. The senior engineer could only accept this situation. He had originally intended to act as a go-between, hoping to glean some secrets about the fused civilization from the Queen of Blades. Now, he didn't even need an excuse. After chatting for a while, number 19, Lady Longhorn Whale, and Yi Shuai realized that the senior engineer wanted to discuss something with them, and they all took their leave. When only the 2 of them remained, the senior engineer pondered for a moment, then first sent out a detection scroll. Name, Huang Yuanli. Species, Dominator of Collective Will, Nomadic Civilization, Level, 90, plus 30, Skills, Planetary Trees, Tier 4, Dominator's Consciousness Descent, Tier 4. Bioenergy, 100 billion, plus 1 billion, Experimental Planet 1, plus 1 billion, Cultivation Planet 1, plus 2 billion, Experimental Planet 2, plus 5 billion, Radiation Population, plus 2 billion, AES Species. Although it didn't reach the trillion level, by combining resources from here and there, it actually reached the 500 billion level. That's pretty impressive. A mutated species, collective life, plus a bunch of Tier 4 biological plugins, it seems to have broken through the limitations of Tier 3 to some extent. How do you feel? Very good. The ruler of the biological world, the highest level of genetic evolution, the gestation and evolution of billions of lives, is only a thought away. Huang Yuanli said lazily. As she spoke, thick tree roots began to rotate around the void. At the end of the roots was either a biological planet or a biological subspace, where billions of lives multiplied. The senior engineer even saw the radiation goddess Legion, which, like the Firebringer Legion, was at the 90+ level, poised to break through at any moment. No, with Huang Yuanli's collective will support it, it would also be a 4th-tier Legion. Excellent. In a civilization war against the cataclysmic civilization, 4th-tier legions would be the main force. I mean, did you sense the aura of the interstellar Great Khan, or any special genes? Huang Yuanli paused, naturally having heard of the interstellar Great Khan, and knowing that carbon-based civilizations possess some unpredictable evolutionary methods. Then the roots of the surrounding giant trees swayed even more frequently. Probably not. That's good, the senior engineer breathed a slight sigh of relief. Huang Yuanli quickly added happily, however, during my advancement, I seem to have gained some bloodline knowledge. You always said I was illiterate in the desert, but now I'm not illiterate anymore. The senior engineer quickly received her bloodline knowledge. You have acquired Tier 3 professional knowledge, cosmological parameters. You have acquired Tier 3 professional knowledge, bioradiation research. You have acquired Tier 3 professional knowledge, astral seed science. 3 professional knowledge lines, 1 professional knowledge chain, have been activated. Cosmic biomagnetism. All life forms in the universe are not isolated, their biomagnetic fields have deep, two-way information and energy exchanges with planetary magnetic fields, stellar winds, and even the background radiation of the entire universe. You have acquired civilization bloodline technology, biocosmic magnetic field enhancement. You have acquired civilization bloodline technology, species limit catalysis biocosmic magnetic field enhancement, the evolution of a species profoundly affects cosmic radiation, and biocosmic radiation, in turn, enhances that species. Requirements: more than 100 million intelligent species of the same type. Note: different species will receive different buffs depending on their potential and attributes. Species limit catalysis. Catalyzes a species to its limit at that stage, Tier 3, resulting in permanent genetic sequelae, high risk, afterward. This was the first time the senior engineer had seen something like adding two bloodline technologies, just by acquiring a new professional knowledge chain. He finally understood where all those extreme species came from on that nomadic spaceship. Huang Yuanli on the other side seemed to resonate with something. From her core, a large amount of red light overflowed, illuminating the entire vacuum of space as if it had turned red. Illuminated by this biomagnetic field, species evolved where they needed to, and broke through where they needed to. Several radiation goddess leaders even broke through to Tier 4 directly. At this moment, the wooden sword at the senior engineer's waist suddenly trembled. The senior engineer abruptly looked up at the starry sky, but this feeling only lasted for a moment before disappearing. 189% of the Sword Realm experts failed to detect it. However, this feeling was extremely familiar. In the great battle 10 years ago, this force was the last to intervene. Something was definitely amiss. After visiting Huang Yuanli, the newly ascended 1,000-year-old tree demon, the senior engineer immediately activated his leadership privileges. A large number of research tasks were released. Research on the Pandora genome, replication of the 4-tier biological structure, the living barrier, research on new professional knowledge chains. Moreover, this time, he seemed to have let go of some inner conflict, directly utilizing the system's blueprint function. In an instant, a large number of 3rd-tier biological blueprints were generated, and within 3 years, the 3 professional knowledge chains were fully developed. The senior engineer was even considering kidnapping and ransoming several national treasure-level biological experts after the Ascension Whip operation began, to accelerate this research. Under this boost, the group of top-tier experts developed the Pandora genome in just over 3 years. This is the influence of a civilization leader on the civilization's technological development. Chapter 1670. 3 years later. On biological experiment planet number 2, Galgong appeared. This biological planet appeared quite uninhabitable, its surface scorched black, making it impossible for any third-order plants, animals, or certain energy life forms to thrive. The surface temperature was terrifyingly high. This was actually a failed experimental project. The project's content was to simulate a biological star. After a series of successes, those Chicken Kings unsurprisingly became arrogant. Then they wanted to challenge a high-difficulty project, such as a stellar-level experiment, theoretically only achievable by a level 4 civilization. And then, predictably, they failed. However, this failed product wasn't entirely useless. It possessed some characteristics of a star, as well as some characteristics of a resource planet. For example, the high temperature and pressure of a star, its extreme internal collapse, and the 4th-order energy matter of a resource planet, of course, the kind that is extremely difficult to collect. This extreme environment would be an excellent training ground for some extreme species. For example, Huang Yuanli, having awakened the technologies of 2 civilizations and deciphered a bunch of biological blueprints, was brimming with confidence. She insisted on building herself a personal guard legion composed of extreme species, like the interstellar Great Khan. However, this planet had already been occupied by someone named G. Right now, she was complaining to the senior engineer. "You said you wanted this planet for experiments, and I let you have it, but you won't use it for 3 years. In those 3 years, I might have already cultivated the first extreme species." "It's not that easy." The senior engineer glanced at her. The nomadic civilization's knowledge chain regarding species cultivation is 100% based on that myriad race's bloodline. What kind of nonsense could you possibly cultivate, even if you did manage to cultivate one? Who knows how many defective products you build upon? The defective products don't need to be wasted. They can be refined into lean soldiers, right? Huang Yuanli, instantly pierced by the senior engineer's righteous gaze, retorted confidently. "Well, who told you to give me that cosmic treasure? It has this attribute. Without accumulating like this, when will my trillion-strong army of lean soldiers ever take shape? With that kind of effort, you should spend more time on my 2nd-tier soy sauce. You can use that too." The senior engineer walked ahead, and Huang Yuanli quickly followed. Now, she no longer needed to hang from a tree branch like a ginseng doll. After advancing to a level 2 undying leader, she was the giant tree, and the giant tree was her. There was no difference between the two. Wherever she went, that became her true form. Soon, Following the newly opened biological passage, the senior engineer arrived at a biological pool. The pool was made entirely of biological materials, its surface constantly displaying dense carbon-based codes and genetic information. There were 8 inlets, all made of Tier 4 wood, kindly provided by the person beside her. After all, for a Tier 3 carbon-based civilization, artificially creating Tier 4 materials was quite difficult. As 3 of the inlets opened, a strange, hot, transparent liquid poured in. Pandora genome. Tier 4 unlocks all potential mutations in an organism, high risk. This thing had been mass-produced on a large scale over the past 3 years. This is why he made up his mind. Both civilizations in the universe had prepared major projects for him. So instead of trying to delay or treat the problem in stages, it would be better to undertake an even bigger project to completely solve the problem. What about natural disaster civilizations and mechanical revolutions? Just merge them all, and it'd be fine. But if he wanted to follow the path of fusion civilizations, relying solely on NPCs was unlikely. He didn't want to be seen as an idiot anymore. As a pathfinder, he had to pave his own way, no matter how narrow, so that subsequent civilizations could easily integrate their technologies and expand. Currently, the Pandora genome seemed like a good option. Since theoretically all possibilities could be unlocked, unlocking one fusion possibility wasn't unreasonable. As for unlocking other possibilities, what to do? Of course, cut them off. What else could he do? Watching the senior engineer step directly into the Pandora pool, even Huang Yuanli, a mutated being, couldn't help but sigh, this boss is ruthless. He actually dared to play like this. Almost the instant the senior engineer entered the pool, the mutation began. The pool water rapidly turned red, and bizarre, fleshy monsters and skeletal creatures roared forth. In Huang Yuanli's eyes, she could see that among them were radiated species, mutated creatures, bloodthirsty beings, and even informational life forms. And many more hybrid offspring. A myriad of shapes and sizes, thousands upon thousands. However, regardless of the type of species, the moment they appeared, the wooden sword stuck in the pool's edge would tremble. Simultaneously, these unformed monsters would instantly disintegrate, transforming into countless cells invisible to the naked eye. This is truly impressive. Huang Yuanli murmured to herself, then, as if she heard something. So, what were originally 3 water inlets now became 5. Huang Yuanli's hand made a grasping motion, and instantly, a series of species enhancement buffs appeared. Compared to mechanical blueprints, biological blueprints have one advantage. They can be directly integrated into the body of a high-level organism, and then evolve to produce effects, without needing to create corresponding biological devices. Therefore, Huang Yuanli instantly bestowed upon her opponent thousands of top-tier third-order biomagnetic fields. Also, your sword is powerful enough, but its lack of durability is also a problem. This is ultimately a science fiction world, or rather, a world governed by the law of conservation of matter. There is no situation where a higher cultivation level can suppress everything. No matter how high the cultivation level, if the bioenergy is insufficient, it's all for naught. The engineer said before that he could cut Huang Yuanli down with one sword strike, and that wasn't a lie. The problem is, after he unleashed that strike, he was done for. It was extremely short-lived. Huang Yuanli shook her head, gripping the sword hilt. In the next instant, the bioenergy of a subspace was completely drained. The next moment, the suspended dust froze in midair, and the spatial tearing pattern solidified into glass. The trembling hum of the sword blade wasn't a sound, but a shudder of space itself. Where the arc of light swept across, all things revealed their true nature. The frequency of the various monsters appearing, and the pattern of the sword light's fluctuations, both exceeded the range of the third tier, even surpassing the space-time limits of this universe. A massive ball of light appeared above the entire pool. And the moment the ball of light appeared, the bioenergy of another subspace was instantly drained. Huang Yuanli quickly replenished it, gritting her teeth as she opened all the water inlets. Outside this biological planet, a mechanical entity hovered in the air, its electronic eyes reflecting the same sword light. The black tide behind it gradually enveloped the planet. The biological entity lacked bioenergy. But mechanical bodies don't lack mechanical energy. And the 189% specialization is shared by both biological and mechanical bodies. The Pandora genome is merely a catalyst, allowing the shadow of 2 bodies resonating together. Chapter 1671. This swordsmanship. This sword. This. The difference elder gasped after every few words. Later, feeling this behavior was unbecoming of his seniority, he stopped speaking. However, he was still amazed by the swordsmanship evolved by the high engineer. In fact, he wasn't unfamiliar with this level of skill. For example, the 7th-tier absolute purification match beside the ancient mech elder possessed a similar aura to this opponent. But the problem was, those were 7th-tier, and not just any 7th-tier, they were the strongest individual match beside the ancient mech elder. Even the ancient mech elder was reluctant to release them. But what was happening now? Had it reverted to its ancestral form? However, this ferocious aura seemed different from that of absolute purification. It didn't seem to be solely directed at carbon-based machines. So, it's a combination of atavism and mutation? Should I reconsider this little thing's suggestion? As a former 6th-level information science veteran, Senior Engineer was perfectly aware of the thoughts of these experienced individuals. He also knew that for these veterans, simply trying to deceive or cheat them would not only be a waste of time, but also easily offend them completely. So, after much deliberation, Senior Engineer finally decided to be honest and tell them about using their identity to register as a member of the Endless Starry Sky Archives and free-loading fusion data. Upon hearing this, Difference Elder's first thought was, "You're really something. You even came up with this kind of crazy operation." Then his second reaction was, "What nonsense are you spouting? As a former member of the Great Purification, I can't just lend you my entire title to mess around like that. If I were exposed, I'd be utterly humiliated in front of my colleagues, losing face completely, more humiliating than failing my ascension. But what if they really only needed that little bit of information, and then they succeeded?" To be honest, Difference Old Man was quite interested in the legendary fusion civilization. So, he hesitated. The fusion process wasn't subject to human will. When the high-level engineer's mecha frenzy became the planet's atmosphere, and resonated with the underground sword arts through the same sword arts, the pitch-black mechanical atmosphere began to be tinged with a pure, destructive white light. The entire experimental planet entered a miniature red giant eruption mode. The pitch-black, high-temperature surface was submerged in fiery red magma, and the magma, after sinking only a few meters, seemed to have reached its limit, erupting outwards, transforming into pure energy and powerful radiation. This radiation was so intense that it stained the entire orbital space a fiery red, like a branding iron. But when this high temperature and energy reached the atmosphere, it was easily extinguished by the thin layer of white light. Unable to escape, the high temperature could only be forced inward. The cosmic background, originally like a red-hot iron, began to seep into the depths of space like molten black steel. Upon reaching a certain level, it became a black hole. Fortunately, this was just a planet, lacking the terrifying energy of a star. The difference was hundreds of millions of times greater. After ejecting half of this energy, the entire planet began to crumble. Beneath the hard surface lay billions of tons of molten planetary impurities, interspersed with pieces of insoluble fourth-order material. "Pa, pa, pa." The Difference Elder glanced at her, and saw a branch extend from the void, from which Huang Yuanli's figure emerged. A carbon-based undead leader. Normally, in this situation, one would need to use purification code to seal her undead body, then delete line by line, and then endlessly format her. As long as the opponent wasn't a particularly high-level undead leader, this method would be sufficient to deal with them. However, things were different now. The Difference Elder, after his failed ascension, had long since calmed down. So he only glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. Huang Yuanli herself was unaware that she had just walked a tightrope between life and death. She lay on the branch, panting heavily, her face deathly pale, looking much like the tree demon who had drained the essence of 10,000 young boys. No, more like the tree demon who had been drained and returned by 10,000 young boys and girls. After panting for a long time, she finally managed to utter a single sentence. "The rich woman assassin is truly terrifying. She almost drained me dry. A full 10,000 biological subspaces. What kind of reverse-train life-draining technique is this?" "Huh?" Just as Huang Yuanli's calves were trembling, she suddenly felt the surrounding air become humid. Wait, where would air come from in this vacuum of space? But why does this environment feel so comfortable? Huang Yuanli instantly felt so comfortable that she wanted to drowsy. Wait a minute, isn't this the postcoital period? I have a postcoital period too? Huh? The bioenergy I lost before is starting to recover rapidly. Through her body's perception, one biological subspace after another lit up, and the bioenergy she lost before was quickly replenished, even more abundant than before. If it weren't for the information recorded on the biocomputer, and their own complete memories of what had just happened, it truly felt like a dream. Huh? When Huang Yuanli and the differential elder looked towards the planet, they found it had completely changed. A clear spring gushed forth from the planet's core, spreading endlessly outwards. Seemingly slow, it covered the entire planet in just a few breaths, smoothing out all magma, flames, spatial tears, and energy tides wherever it passed. The entire cosmic vacuum seemed to be healing itself. With the differential elder's electronic vision, he could naturally see a wooden sword stuck in the center of the spring. And when he looked at his metal hand, he noticed that the cracks on his palm were slightly itchy. The differential elder suddenly looked up at the figure emerging from the void, his gaze burning with fervor. Meanwhile, the senior engineer gradually awoke from the afterglow of what had just transpired. The process wasn't complicated. Utilizing the Pandora genome to evolve billions of mutation possibilities, and simultaneously leveraging the 189% sword realm, it created a resonance between the carbon-based flesh and the mechanical body. Just after he himself had slain countless non-fusion evolutionary possibilities, the life embryo C, which had previously vanished with the explosion, suddenly reappeared, then disappeared again. Many years ago, the High Engineer's awakened fusion mutation ultimate move, Infinite Blood, also suddenly appeared, then disappeared once more. Next came the Cyber Frenzy, which similarly appeared and disappeared, but with a new wave of change, because the High Engineer actually saw within it the matrix within the matrix of information. Then, more than a dozen more changes occurred. The final change was actually vacuum decay. However, this vacuum decay was different from the all-annihilating original. It wasn't the all-annihilating white, but a milky white. A milky white brimming with a special vitality. And as this milky white gradually overflowed, it became transparent, seemingly without end. Therefore, when the senior engineer woke up, he immediately opened the system panel, skipping over the various kill records and increased experience points, and jumped to the very end. You have opened the path of fusion, leader reputation plus 20,000, personal experience plus 100 billion. You have obtained the fusion civilization evolution Sea of Life. Within the Sea of Life's coverage area, all injuries will be infinitely repaired. Within the Sea of Life's coverage area, carbon-based life forms and mechanical beings can be infinitely transformed. Within the Sea of Life's coverage area, both carbon-based and mechanical life forms can receive all carbon-based/mechanical buffs. Holy crap, that's powerful. The senior engineer's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Putting aside everything else, carbon-based civilizations, especially nomadic civilizations, are best at generating all sorts of buffs. With thousands upon thousands of buff auras, any level 90 with even a little talent could be stacked to tier 4. The senior engineer's special types of mechanical legions, such as the Berserker Legion, Shipgirl Legion, and Doomhammer Legion, will receive even more buffs. That's insane! An unlimited conversion. Isn't that a theoretical feature, something only available in version 7.0 of the game? Real-time battlefield transformation. Theoretically, to achieve version 7.0, both biological and mechanical computers would need to be stacked with the computing power of planetary computers. Just figuring out how to fit these two planetary-level hardwares into the human body is enough to burn out brain cells. Perhaps this direction isn't intended for ordinary mechanical/biological entities, but rather for colossal life forms. Or perhaps it's installed in a constantly communicating subspace. For example, Huang Yuanli has at least 1,000 biological computers, planetary level, crammed into different subspaces. And now, within the Sea of Life's coverage area, what only an immortal leader like Huang Yuanli can do, even an ordinary player can accomplish. As for the first infinite repair, if it's the kind of infinite repair the high-level engineer imagines, wouldn't that be equivalent to a level 1 immortal leader? An immortal leader with very low health. Of course, instant kills will still happen. But if you're not instantly killed, then you're practically immortal? TSK TSK. TSK TSK TSK. The senior engineer repeatedly sighed. Each of the 3 evolutions of the Sea of Life was equivalent to a super-enhanced version of a civilization's trump card. No! It should be called a natural disaster attribute. Each one was equivalent to a natural disaster attribute. No wonder the few civilizations he saw in his previous life were so monstrous. One civilization withstanding the onslaught of hundreds, even millions, of civilizations of the same level. It was like they were cheating. Now it seems, they really were cheating. Because the civilization enhancement from the Sea of Life was so monstrous, he hadn't even looked at the personal attribute that appeared later. Now, after glancing at it, he immediately smiled. Under the enhancement of the Sea of Life, your Undying Leader plus level 2 adding to the previous level 3, the senior engineer was now a level 5 Undying Leader. One level higher than that Ant Lord. He happily shut down the system, then looked up to see the old man's face right in front of him. Infinite repair? Oh, infinite repair. The senior engineer immediately realized that his library membership was secured. Chapter 1672. 3 days later. Ah, so comfortable. So refreshing. Hee hee. At this moment, in front of the senior engineer were two water spheres composed of the Sea of Life, one occupied by Huang Yuanli, and the old man of the differential Wang. Both of them looked extremely pleased. The first effect of the fusion civilization's evolution was actually creating a hot spring for people. The senior engineer himself was in a two-part state, one sitting and one standing. The sitting body was his physical form, while the standing body was his mechanical form. However, whenever his physical body switched to his mechanical form under the influence of the Sea of Life, the mechanical form would automatically switch back to his physical form, thus thwarting the senior engineer's idea of simultaneously transforming into two mechanical forms. Seeing a hint of disappointment on the senior engineer's face, the difference elder pondered for a moment and said, "There's a rumor about a fused civilization. Would you like to hear it? Please speak, senior." The reason the fused civilization possesses such powerful and incredible strength is because the fusion of two technology trees, to some extent, breaks through the hierarchical limitations of the entire observable universe, hence its extraordinary power. But this is only to some extent. Don't think that after fusion, you can do whatever you want. The senior engineer looked thoughtful. Then how did you know, senior? The difference elder was unwilling to speak this time, vaguely saying, "I heard it by chance, by chance." The senior engineer didn't press further but nodded. "What you say makes sense, senior." Although it was just an individual breakthrough that brought three abilities that could be considered catastrophic, the Sea of Life was more of a civilizational aid, far inferior to the suppression or fusion that the senior engineer desired. So, whether it's the Endless Star Archives or the Queen of Blades, they both need to put in the effort. They could even make a deal. Has the Queen of Blades dual blade technique reached Gao Gong's current level? She definitely reach it in the future, but it's hard to say now. If she hasn't, the same operation might not work. Moreover, Pandora's genome is at level 4. For the other side to replicate it, they need at least level 5. However, these are all the other side's problems. They can leak this information through Xiao Xianhong and try to make a deal. Facing the formidable enemy from his previous life, Gao Gong is still quite wary, and being hunted has given him some PTSD, so it's best to avoid meeting her if possible. As for Xiao Xianhong's contact information, she must have given it to Huang Yuanli before she left. Contacting her is no problem. A deal? I try. Saying this, Huang Yuanli was lazy, showing no intention of moving at all. Hurry up and go. My life hot spring covers a galaxy-wide area. As long as you don't leave this biosimulated galaxy, there won't be any problems, the senior engineer urged. Then I go, Huang Yuanli said, still soaking in the water, but looking at the senior engineer with a puzzled expression. But something's not right with you, kid. Before, when you saw these rich, powerful women, your eyes would light up and you pounce on them. Why are you avoiding them like the plague now? Have you really retired from the business? Even with my innate gigolo talent, I can't just seduce any rich woman, especially since she's a female insect. The senior engineer sighed. Go ahead. From now on, all liaison with the insects will be yours. You're a leader of a biological civilization. It'd be beneficial for you to communicate with their higher-ups. All right then, but are you sure they won't do anything to us? The senior engineer laughed, revealing a set of white teeth. Not to mention we have no enmity, and even some past ties. Just the fact that we're a registered civilization with the Time-Space Investigation Bureau means they won't do anything to us. The senior engineer chuckled. While a fused civilization is undoubtedly invincible among its peers, if she wants to be ruthless, let's wait until she ascends to level 6. I understand. After Huang Yuanli left, the differential elder sighed again, pulling out a frosted cloth from somewhere to wipe his back, and suddenly said, Do you know why I know the secret of the fusion civilization? I don't know. You know that many years ago, all the ancient machines of our ancient mechanical civilization didn't have reproductive systems, right? The senior engineer was now somewhat interested. As a master of fantasy, the senior engineer knew very well that robots had absolutely no need for this kind of thing. If you were really interested in this kind of carbon-based life-form entertainment, installing a simulation system and running games would be enough. Although he hadn't dared to use the exploration feature before, as an authority in this field, he could tell at a glance that the purple giant stars system was the original one. That's why he called her the mechanical mature woman. Most ordinary machines, especially ancient machines, were old relics, and didn't even have simulators installed. Actually, many years ago, the ancient mechanical ancestor was also interested in the power of the fusion civilization, but because he was rather stubborn, for certain reasons, he didn't think much of carbon-based species. Although the difference elder phrased it rather euphemistically, The senior engineer immediately understood. It was nothing more than a purge wave, and besides that, there were likely other similar carbon-based mass extinction movements orchestrated behind it. After a round of extinctions, they found themselves relying on the power of these worthless carbon-based creatures. The ancient machine ancestor couldn't bear the embarrassment. So the ancient machine ancestor wanted to simulate the effects of all carbon-based creatures on mechanical bodies, and then evolve a fused civilization through the fusion of machines? That's right. This sounded like a genius. Failed, didn't it? Anyway, there were no results, the difference elder said rather euphemistically. The senior engineer was speechless, truly speechless. If you 100% simulated carbon-based life, why not just use carbon-based species to evolve a civilization? This old man's personality is so awkward. On the other hand, the difference elder seemed to have a strong urge to speak. If your civilization fusion is successful, ascension should be relatively easy for you. After becoming part of the ascended civilization, have you considered going back? The differential elder asked. Go back? The senior engineer was taken aback by the question. If I go back, won't I be immediately expelled? Developing a carbon-based civilization, going to find an ancient mechanical civilization that's carrying out a purge is practically suicide. Normally, that's how it is, but your situation is special. You were infected while reporting an urgent message. On a grander scale, this is a great service to saving civilization. Under these circumstances, there's a high probability that your ancestors will forgive you. Furthermore, since you successfully traversed the fused civilization, the ancestor will likely be quite pleased to see you, the differential elder said tactfully. But the key point is the latter part. According to him, the old mechanical being coveted the power of the fused civilization while simultaneously being put in an awkward position by the title of pure-blooded machine. In this situation, unless some extraordinary accident occurs, there's probably no way out. But now that I think about it, isn't he, the senior engineer, no, the Cybertronian general, that extraordinary accident, pure-blooded machine, accidentally infected, fiercely loyal, accidentally broke through. This perfectly avoids all the ancestors' pitfalls. Alas, I'm a standard mechanical supremacist, but after all, he's my henchman's henchman, and he owes me a great debt of gratitude for saving civilization. I have no choice but to accept him. Oh dear. I didn't want to follow the path of fusion civilization either, but my subordinates need to improve, so what can I do? I can only help them. I'm not doing this for myself, it's entirely for the sake of my loyal subordinates. Oh dear. We come this far, what can I do? If I don't follow the fusion path, wouldn't I be blocking my subordinates' way? I'm not that kind of person, I'm a pure mechanical type, how annoying. The engineer immediately conjured up an image of an old robot resembling Uncle Ben Sean in his mind. But here's the problem. If I succeed in fusion civilization, will I go back to being a servant civilization for you if I lose my mind? Although a level 7 peak ancient mechanical civilization is indeed very strong. The problem is, in my previous life, I started at level 6, okay, this life, with the NPC template, my goal is level 9. Don't even mention level 7, level 8 is useless anyway. So the senior engineer gave a dry laugh. Then let's talk about it after ascension. The differential elder could tell from the other's expression that he was very unwilling. Putting himself in the other's shoes, he realized he would be extremely unwilling too. Despite making a great contribution, they were treated as a pawn because of their civilization's attributes, and after overcoming countless difficulties to successfully complete the fusion route, they were now being forced to become a servant civilization. He had never heard of any fused civilization being a servant civilization. So he dropped the topic aside and warned, it was agreed beforehand that I could lend you my status as a civilization leader, but how you use it is up to you. If, and I mean if, you fail, you absolutely must explain to everyone that you stole my civilization leader's mark without my knowledge. If anyone asks afterward, I will absolutely not admit to using the status of a failed civilization leader to freeload. Relax, relax, the senior engineer said with a smile. A flash of light appeared in his palm, revealing a token. The token was unremarkable in shape, except for the trace of 5th-tier ascension power on its surface, which was unmistakable. A civilization leader certificate, similar to a civilization leader's ID card, requires an immortal civilization leader to create, and its creation difficulty is no less than that of a physical technology tree. Moreover, its sole purpose is to prove the identity of a civilization leader. Generally speaking, only ancient civilization leaders would create such a thing. Civilization leaders who have ascended within the last 10 billion years prefer to register directly with the Civilization Council. As the leader of a servant civilization of an ancient civilization, Difference Elder naturally wouldn't register, so creating this thing was the obvious choice. This was a compromise Difference Elder had pondered for a long time before coming up with. Anyway, he couldn't afford to lose face through me. Oh right, before registering, I have something else to arrange. Do you want to come with me? The senior engineer definitely wouldn't tell Difference Elder about the carbon-based civilization, so Difference Elder paused for a moment, then said, "Is it the mechanical pulse that happened 200 years ago?" "Yes." The senior engineer paused. "That was another backup plan I arranged, but now that the path to fusion has been taken care of, there's no need to continue there. I also want to see what results they achieved." Chapter 1673. Parallel universes are vast. Theoretically, their scale is roughly the same as the main universe. Therefore, on such a massive scale, encountering anything is not surprising. In some parallel universes where concepts are vague and rules are unclear, even vast areas are filled with vacuum decay. Empty, utterly white. Difference Man has observed that this parallel universe, while possessing all the characteristics of the early universe, unstable spacetime, cosmic turmoil, and frequent disasters, is still a fairly good parallel universe. At least its timeline doesn't break without reason, nor does it suddenly experience a cataclysmic event without warning, violating any cosmic rules. This is why he decided to start anew in this universe. However, precisely because this universe is so vast, and because the early universe lacked concrete landmarks like galaxies and galaxy clusters, the area where Difference Man has been active for the past 1,000 years is only a few surrounding galaxy regions. He's genuinely worried about wandering too far and not being able to return. After all, spacetime here is unstable, and spacetime coordinates aren't very accurate. However, 300 years ago, at a spacetime coordinate not far from this simulated biological star field, he sensed a peculiar mechanical fluctuation. At such close range, and with the fluctuation feeling somewhat familiar, it goes without saying, it must be that Cybertronian kid's doing. Out of consideration for others' privacy, and also because he felt that as a former leader of the mechanical system who had ascended to immortality, he had seen it all, he didn't bother to investigate. He wasn't a peeping Tom. However, seeing Cybertron's serious attitude piqued a sliver of interest in him. This kid's already taken a half step into the threshold of a fusion civilization. Who knows what strange things he's researching? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. The mechanical body, naturally, doesn't suffer from mana shortages like a biological body. It directly used 189% of its swordsmanship to simulate a Stargate, pseudo, for intergalactic teleportation. In a few breaths, it approached the mechanical coordinates. Your swordsmanship is indescribably monstrous. How did you train it? What's your name? Seeing the high-level engineer's almost divine, creation-like skill, the differential elder couldn't help but ask. The high-level engineer didn't mind revealing how he trained his swordsmanship. After all, this experience had nothing to do with the system. A genuine cosmic adventure. If you're so capable, why don't you try crashing into vacuum decay yourself, record it, and see if any cosmic risk-taker will protect you. However, this swordsmanship definitely needs a name. It can't just keep calling itself 189, 189, it sounds like some bar names. So what should it be called? The Sword of Vacuum Decay? The Sword of Reboot? The Sword of Cataclysm? As for the senior engineer's hesitation, in the eyes of the differential elder, it was a reluctance to answer, so he didn't bother to ask further. He glanced around and let out a soft "eh." Have you built so many celestial hardware units over the years? I can't remember the exact number, but I remember instructing that 1/3 of the main universe's production capacity be used here. Like all mechanical worlds, the vacuum is filled with countless self-optimizing modular units. They are like a swarm of metal bees, constantly decomposing, recombining, and flowing according to some supreme algorithm. The matter itself is programmed, performing coordinated operations from the nanometer level to the planetary level. Mechanical architecture, space logistics, material factories, void factories, refining systems. As a mechanical leader, the differential elder had seen far too much to even consider. The only surprise was the sheer quantity of stellar hardware here. Dyson Sphere Processor, Stellar Surface Level, Black Hole Singularity Core, Stellar Cloud Computing Array, Neutron Star Signal Receiver, Dark Matter Cloud Storage, Nebula Cache, Red Giant Radiator, Gravity Wave Sensor, Quadratic Display. Compared to purely planetary computers, the hardware here was truly astonishingly large. You're only at Tier 3, and you're already making hardware of this level? That's a bit much. The differential elder commented, pointing. This wasn't a lie. Higher-level equipment wasn't always better, because higher-level equipment had lower compatibility, was more prone to damage, and was harder to replace. For example, the trump card of a mechanical civilization, if disassembled, would contain very little advanced technology. The vast majority of cross-civilization equipment components were of high quality, excellent, or even basic. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. This was the fundamental principle of mechanical civilizations. Compared to planetary computers, this kind of stellar hardware, clearly requiring a fourth-order architecture to function properly, can indeed provide computing power far exceeding that of a third-order civilization. However, how to operate, transport, and calculate such massive computing power is a single, no, countless, and voluminous problem. This requires a massive amount of fourth-order blueprints to solve. Therefore, the differential engineer, who saw this, couldn't help but offer his opinions, eager to teach others. In his view, the senior engineer's actions were typical of youthful arrogance, wanting to achieve too much too quickly. That's not how mechanical civilizations operate, little brother. The senior engineer, though reprimanded, wasn't upset, nor did he intend to retaliate. A leader at the ascended level was imparting knowledge to him. He hadn't received such treatment in his previous life, and had ended up stepping on countless landmines. However, as they spoke, the differential elder himself fell silent, the differential pointer in his eye socket clicking rapidly. He noticed something very strange. The computing power, which should have been uncontrollable, was actually under control. Theoretically, this was something only a fourth-tier civilization, or even a not-so-ordinary fourth-tier civilization, could accomplish with its galactic computers. Many fourth-tier civilizations use galactic-level computers for ascension data storage. Strange. This is impossible. How could this be? The differential elder muttered to himself, increasingly perplexed. Until the computing power of the galactic computer became visible to the naked eye, what lay before us was not a neat array of circuit boards, but a slowly rotating, dazzling sea of stars. Dozens of stars were precisely anchored by some unseen force to enormous geometric vertices, forming an incredibly vast polyhedron. Between them, there was not emptiness, but rather flowing bands of light, as thin as hair, composed of pure energy, pulsating with faint halos like nerve bundles. The nebula was no longer chaotic dust and gas. It was like a diffuse, translucent network of signals, flickering and breathing with a deep rhythm. When a large-scale computation was initiated, you could see a portion of the nebula suddenly illuminate, complex geometric patterns of light rapidly flowing and spreading within, like electricity flowing through the folds of the brain. In the distance, some red giants resembled giant heat sinks with periodically blowing air, their dim light layers revealing massive, dark red ripples that rolled rhythmically. Furthermore, several black holes, as the deep core of this system, emitted extremely dazzling yet tightly bound gravitational lensing effects at their event horizons, like the burning pupils of singularities ceaselessly performing ultimate calculations. Difference Old Man stared at a black hole for a long time. With his knowledge, he naturally wouldn't utter something as foolish as how come your CPU is inside a black hole. Instead, he exclaimed in surprise, a simulated black hole? Yes. The senior engineer nodded. Is it really a galactic computer? How did you do that? Simulating black holes, or rather, black hole central processing units, wasn't unusual. Differential Old Man himself had even seen black hole machines. But to see such hardware in a Type 3 civilization was indeed quite rare. No, it was the first time he ever seen it. That mechanical pulse before came from inside the black hole. No wonder I couldn't sense it when I tried to detect it again. The differential elder looked around, showing no sign of being embarrassed. Instead, he said with a touch of pride, "See? That's the power of mechanical civilization. Simply simulating a black hole, and building a black hole model, is a method of the information system. However, in the real universe, using computing power to create a black hole, the mechanical system is the expert, because this involves the cooperation of the entire hardware system. Shaping and modifying gravity and radiation, the giant structure enveloping the star, capturing all the energy output of the star, providing a near-limitless energy source for the entire cosmic computer, the precise modulation of quasar jets and accretion disks, displaying graphics and information on an interstellar scale, preventing the black hole from being transformed into some strange contraption. Without this level of hardware support, creating a black hole purely through deep information manipulation is, as a former senior engineer and leader of an information civilization, quite difficult. Of course, information civilizations also have some operations that seem unbelievable to outsiders, especially their outlandish ones, which we won't elaborate on. This simulated black hole is the smallest possible black hole, but even so, It's at least the size of 2 stars. The outer accretion disk alone is enough to take some civilizations that can't break the speed of light a lifetime to travel. In this situation, the senior engineer could only repeatedly draw his sword to simulate a stargate. However, the ordinary wooden sword, which even level 4 civilization weapons couldn't break, carved from Huang Yuanli's essence, was cleaved in 2. Fortunately, they reached the black hole's entrance. You need a better weapon. How about I use some of my old connections to find you a high-level mechanical weapon? The senior engineer glanced at him sideways. Thanks, but not for now. If you were to find me a mechanical greatsword enhanced with a purging protocol, would I use it or not? Not enough turmoil from the mechanical revolution? Another wave of purges? As for the great sword, the senior engineer recalls 1 or 2 relics of that type, but it's not time for it to appear yet. It's time to make some preparations. Let's go in. This time, there wasn't a ramen noodle feeling upon entering. After all, the parameters for this simulated black hole had been set up since his arrival as the mechanical leader. However, there was a strong sense of sinking. It was remarkably similar to the feeling of falling when entering some information space via the internet. Chapter 1674. The Difference Elder stroked his chin, hesitant to speak. He really wanted to say, this simulated black hole is so realistic. As a veteran mechanical engineer, he knew that with powerful hardware, it was possible to simulate black holes, and even other celestial bodies. But creating such a model was no easy feat. It involved complex and intricate information models. A mistake could destroy the entire hardware system. The black hole model was particularly troublesome. It was a system that only allowed data to enter, but not exit. He stretched out his hand, his aged metal arm rapidly transforming into noodles, endlessly pulling downwards. This noodle-like feel was perfect. Only the most realistic black holes could possess this sensation. The senior engineer glanced at him, offering no explanation. This level of black hole model was something he, a veteran information engineer, had personally crafted. It was so realistic that if it resonated with a white hole in the endless starry sky, a wormhole, Einstein-Rosen bridge, would naturally form. Because this situation was difficult to explain, the senior engineer simply chose not to explain it. While the Difference Elder was initially puzzled, his confusion quickly dissipated. A greater question arose. What is this? During the descent, tiny specks of white light appeared in their vision. The white light began to expand, not as nothingness, but as a surge of tides incomprehensible by common sense. It was neither water nor wind, but a rhythmic pulse formed from the convergence of billions of mechanical souls. They were not cold creations. Each flickering node carried a kind of consciousness tempered by the gravitational singularity. They were like fragments of starlight, or flowing mercury, rising and falling, breathing, under the extreme gravity. A mechanical soul? A mechanical soul? The Difference Elder couldn't comprehend it. He truly couldn't understand it. Mechanical life forms aren't hexagonal species. They actually have many shortcomings. One of these shortcomings is that, except for ancient machines, most mechanical life forms are created by carbon-based life forms. Of course, some mechanical civilizations will claim that carbon-based species are merely transitional products, like their excrement, absorbing nutrients and then needing to be expelled from the civilization system. However, this argument doesn't explain everything. For example, the earliest mechanical life form souls, or rather, the prototypes of their AI code, originated from the carbon-based species that created them. And the pursuit of souls is the lifelong goal of some mechanical civilizations. However, this kind of soul technology is generally something that only at least a level 4 civilization can pursue. Only through ascension can the underlying code be completely refined and the mechanical genes reset. But what's going on now? Why are there so many mechanical souls? Hey boss, you're here. One of the mechanical souls, seeing the senior engineer, instantly focused its empty eyes, transforming them into 2 miniature displays. Number 3, how's it going here? The senior engineer asked with a smile. Number 3 perked up. Great. Boss, I feel like I've gotten close to the edge of lost technology again. Are you sure? You were so certain to me the last few times, and you got nothing in the end. This time, I'm absolutely certain. Very good. If this succeeds, you be the first academician of civilization among your black sages, a title I bestow upon you. Ha ha. The first academician of civilization, fantastic. I knew I was the smartest. Those two, number 1 and number 2, are just my outdated versions. The senior engineer chuckled, looking at the third black sage, or rather, the academician of the Confidential Institute, who had studied lost technology for millennia. Confidential Institute academician, Tier 3 Confidential Institute academicians are not traditional mechanical engineers. They repeatedly verify the source of life of mechanical life by researching forbidden technologies, such as spacetime interference, mechanical psychic abilities, and energy alchemy. Legend has it that after cracking this forbidden mechanical problem, the source of life, one can even touch upon a portion of lost technology. This third black sage was the audacious guy who dared to record vacuum decay data. Although he was unlucky enough to burn through his memory and get kicked by Director Du, he turned misfortune into fortune, being transformed into a confidential institute academician by the senior engineer. Not long after, he was sent to this parallel universe to conduct research on the final professional knowledge chain, the Differential Confidential Institute. As for the core bloodline knowledge chain, the senior engineer naturally gave it top priority, rapidly working on blueprints. However, just as he was about to complete it, a temporary quest unexpectedly activated. Generally, temporary quests are optional. For example, the senior engineer currently only has 5 boss template quests. From the perspective of a civilization leader, adding 1 or 2 more boss templates wouldn't have a significant impact. However, this temporary quest greatly interested the senior engineer. Temporary quest: Research on Lost Technology. Name: Research on Lost Technology. Difficulty: Unknown. Quest description: As the third black sage continuously uses the mechanical soul tide to evolve the soul technology related to the secret institute, he frequently observes certain multidimensional mechanical phenomena through spacetime resonance. These spacetime phenomena seem to lead to a lost civilization. Quest objective: Before synthesizing the mechanical bloodline through the differential secret institute, capture and analyze the multidimensional mechanical phenomena. Mission reward: Transtemporal mechanical bloodline, fragmented, *1. Note: the benefits of a lost civilization aren't limited to this, the prerequisite is that you can decipher it. Of course, if you already completed all the development of this knowledge chain beforehand, especially the development of the mechanical bloodline, you might not necessarily gain the recognition of certain wills. Temporal machinery. No, a transtemporal mechanical bloodline. This is far more valuable than any trashy third-tier bloodline. For example, the Star Dwellers, who inherited the Star Destroyer's bloodline, even without legendary skills, based on his memories from his previous life, he knew that species possessing a transtemporal bloodline either became honored guests of the Time and Space Administration or were on the Time and Space Administration's wanted list, and at the very top. And if they developed a kind of time and space civilization using the time and space bloodline, that would be even more incredible. Holy crap, a multiverse civilization. In his previous life, the high-level engineer was the kind of person who drooled with envy. For this kind of time and space civilization, discovering parallel universes is at least 10,000 times easier than for ordinary civilizations. As for the mechanical civilization legacy, he wasn't particularly concerned. However, the Difference Elder became interested after hearing Number 3's explanation. What interested him was the lost civilization, because judging from the situation, it was most likely a mechanical-based lost civilization. He understood lost civilizations. An ancient mechanical civilization that perished for some reason, leaving behind a vast mechanical legacy for some mechanical species to inherit. Most importantly, this ancient mechanical civilization might have been established by one of the old man's old friends. He might even have seen it before. After all, the first mechanical lifeforms born since the Big Bang weren't just the ancient mechanical elder. Over the years, some have perished, others failed to ascend, and few of the old friends remain. That sounds quite interesting. Regarding forbidden technology, I can offer you some pointers to prevent you from going astray and straying onto the path of certain evil machines. The senior engineer glanced at the other man, shook his head, and remained silent. The Difference Elder frowned. What, do you think I'm not qualified to guide you? That's not it, but you seem to have forgotten why we came here. Wasn't that mechanical pulse a result of research into forbidden technology? Then do you think this level of mechanical soul tide can be developed with third-tier forbidden technology? The Difference Elder paused, looked around, and stroked his chin. That's true. This level of mechanical soul purity really doesn't look like anything special. Theoretically speaking, researching forbidden technology can lead to all sorts of contraptions, dangers, permanent contamination, negative effects, and even potentially level 9 mechanical monsters. Even if results are achieved, they're rarely this pure. There will always be some flaws. This level of soul tide purity requires a master in the forbidden field to achieve with only third-tier technology. How's the mainframe? The senior engineer asked. It's still undergoing further iterations. Number 3 paused, then whispered, Boss, although I research forbidden technology, the current version of the mainframe. The dangerous aura it exudes. It always makes me a little afraid. Can we still communicate? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Sometimes, I feel like I'm facing a terrifying operating system capable of destroying all mechanical life. The senior engineer sized him up. You used to be quite daring, even recording data on vacuum decay. You used to be so reckless. Why are you so cowardly now? Sigh. I'm just scared from researching forbidden technology. One of the mechanical soul's display screens suddenly enlarged, becoming a holographic projection. Within the holographic projection, a Rubik's Cube was reflected. It was number 3's true form. However, the Rubik's Cube was currently in a disgusting state. A third of its surface was covered in strange metallic crawlers, another third was rusted, and there were large, corrosive holes, some even emitting malevolent roars. If I hadn't been careful, boss, you wouldn't be seeing me again, number 3 said with a sigh. That means your research has reached a certain level, the differential elder said with satisfaction. The senior engineer shook his head, casually flicking his broken sword. In the holographic projection, the water sphere formed from the sea of life enveloped it. The Rubik's Cube spirit let out a comfortable moan. Once it was in, it didn't want to get out. Let's go, take me to see the mainframe first. Number 3 finally snapped out of his daze, and led the senior engineer to the core of the soul tide to see the mainframe. Or rather, shall you? Chapter 1675. Shall you? The difference elder was taken aback. He had heard of this little girl, supposedly a cyborg-modified life form, but such cyborg modification was barely acceptable. So he hadn't paid much attention. But he never expected that this level of mechanical soul tide was actually created by her. A cyborg creating a high-purity mechanical soul. This sounded a bit far-fetched. There weren't many complex mechanical constructs inside the black hole. When the 3 arrived at the core of the tide, the source of the white pulse, they saw Xiaoyu sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. The girl's breath first resonated with the tide, then with the entire simulated black hole. This resonance produced a peculiar phenomenon. The immense computing power originally generated by the celestial hardware was directly channeled into the girl's body. The difference elder, with his vast knowledge, immediately realized that something he hadn't understood before was now clear. Why could the computing power at the level of a galactic computer be so obediently controlled? The simulated black hole, combined with the white hole evolved from the girl before him, resonated to form a wormhole. It continuously received this massive computing power. Ingenious design. Even the difference elder couldn't help but applaud. Stargates, widely used between advanced civilizations, are essentially wormhole technology. To achieve this before ascension is truly remarkable, worthy of his junior. However, if the millions of celestial bodies outside could forcibly simulate black holes by stacking hardware performance. So how could this girl possibly simulate a white hole? Black holes and white holes. One absorbs endless matter and information, the other expels endless matter and information. If they can't synchronize, they can't create a wormhole. The difference engine's eyes clicked incessantly, and the enormous phantom of the difference engine that had evolved during his battle with the Elder Chaos reappeared. In this state, he first saw the girl's abdomen, the engine part. He saw that the engine core was being rewoven in the glow of some special protocol, breaking through the limits of virtual computing power and entering an incomprehensible state of awareness. It had become a reality engine, and the previous mechanical soul tide was the external change brought about by the engine's roar. Since it's a reality engine, isn't the transformation from virtual to real, the evolution of machinery into a soul, a very ordinary thing? Moreover, the girl was part of the relic during her time at the cyber experiment field, specifically the part related to her soul. Difference elder saw limbs from her abdomen, a azure dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right. The old mechanical man looked again, his eyebrows twitching. On her left arm, light was bending, matter was endlessly compressed, as if a supreme dragon sat coiled in the void, its surrounding laws naturally pressing down, causing the surrounding space-time fabric to deeply indent. This is gravity, and on her right arm, there was white light of various frequencies. At different frequencies, everything from the vast cosmic vacuum and billions of galaxies to various microscopic particles, even various mechanical creations, evolved and formed under this interwoven light. The white light resembled a ferocious tiger, and everything around it seemed to become its accomplices: gravity, electromagnetism, the dragon of gravity, the tiger of electromagnetism, and in her lower body, two more forces were frantically generating, though not yet as perfect as the former two. Gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, the Grand Unification Protocol. For advanced civilizations, The research on the four fundamental forces of the universe had long since transcended the grand unification theory. It was a genuine, substantive unification of the four forces. The benefits of this unification were simple, and almost all advanced civilizations envied it. Once the four forces were completely unified, they could create their own parallel universes. This alone was enough to drive all advanced species mad. Creating a parallel universe, adjusting its output, acquiring endless resources, making each artificially created parallel universe a cosmic gem. The universe itself is a gem. This is the Infinity Stones theory after the unification of the four forces. Back in the day, the Difference Elder had also harbored such thoughts, but they remained just that, thoughts. A civilization capable of achieving this would be at least a level 7 civilization, a genuinely advanced civilization. He, a mere old codger who had failed even at level 6 ascension, could only dream about it. But it was just a thought. However, the grand unification agreement now presented before him was undeniable. For a moment, the Difference Elder was speechless with shock. The senior engineer realized he overreacted. He pushed the old man too far. Did this old rascal really think he was going to create parallel universes? Don't be ridiculous, buddy. I haven't even successfully explored 1/1000th of this universe yet. Senior, why don't you take another look at the underlying code of this grand unification protocol? The difference engine, snapping out of his daze, materialized without a word. Gears, linkages, and shafts spun wildly, and the intricate markings and numbers on its surface lit up. Reason told him that this was impossible. Forget merging civilizations. Even a civilization couldn't leapfrog to such a level. Directly jumping from a non-ascended civilization to a truly advanced ascended civilization. Therefore, there must be something he hadn't discovered within this phenomenon. He directly bypassed the material level and saw the other party's mechanical source code. Unlike what he had imagined, since the four great forces of the universe had appeared, the code level should also be composed of various cosmic rules. The other party's mechanical source code was only third order, and it wasn't beyond his comprehension. After being observed, the code jumped directly from 2 dimensions to 3. The symbols, organized together, transformed into host machines. Different types of host machines. Different styles of host machines. Host machines composed of a mechanical world, host machines composed of a mechanical civilization, and host machines composed of a mechanical universe. Host revolution. The Difference Elder recognized it immediately. Even the purification protocol on his body activated. This was so familiar. A portion of the host revolution code was within the purification protocol. Looking at Xiaoyu again, an indescribable sense of familiarity welled up within him. The Difference Elder suddenly turned around. The truth was now clear, yet it still seemed unbelievable. You pushed the mainframe revolution to this level in a parallel universe? Are you trying to use it to suppress the Onic crisis? Clever, isn't it? The senior engineer raised an eyebrow. The Difference Elder was speechless, truly speechless. A genius. A true genius. Using a revolution to suppress a revolution, using the first-generation mechanical revolution to suppress the second-generation mechanical revolution. This move was too ingenious. He had never imagined in his entire mechanical life that these two mechanical revolutions could clash. So, the four great forces of the universe, including the Grand Unified Protocol, are all evolutions of the mainframe revolution. That's right. I noticed long ago that the mainframe revolution is a computing power revolution. As long as computing hardware is continuously added, and the mainframe protocol is iterated, theoretically, it's possible to increase the strength of carbon-based species without exterminating them or assimilating mechanical civilizations. As for everything you're talking about, it's all a mechanical illusion, or rather, a method only targeting mechanical civilizations. The senior engineer said frankly. Only you could do that. The Differential Elder sighed. What kind of Type 3 civilization could so easily develop stellar hardware and find such a resource-rich parallel universe, expanding wildly with almost no restrictions, pushing the mainframe revolution to this point? In the Differential Elder's impression, the mainframe revolution, at a deeper level, could indeed achieve a preliminary simulation of a mechanical universe. And the Grand Unified Protocol, the four great forces of the universe, are all illusions of this mechanical universe. So, this girl is the mainframe, right? That's right. I originally planned to do it myself, but that accident happened 10 years ago, forcing me to use the backup option. But now it seems like a miscalculation though. She's iterated far more times than I imagined. Even if I were in her shoes, I might not have done any better. Of course you can't compare to her, the Differential Elder blurted out. In his eyes, the girl before him was a prodigy, completely incomparable to the other. The senior engineer smiled, offering no rebuttal. If he hadn't experienced being the leader of a level 6 virtual civilization in his previous life, this statement would have been entirely appropriate. The internal iterations and system reorganization of the mainframe revolution were perfectly suited for an information civilization leader like him. This is why, even with the rampant AI crisis outside, and even with the slow progress of the fusion civilization, he was confident he could ultimately suppress the AI interstellar wave. Of course, a small variable emerged during the process. That is, his mechanical body's mechanical frenzy was disrupted by the Ant Lord, leaving his prepared mainframe revolution without a mainframe. This was a real headache. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Xiaoyu jumped in. "I handle this." The senior engineer's first reaction was, "Girl, do you even have that kind of intelligence?" Xiaoyu replied, "Yes, I do." As it turned out, she really did. Looking at Xiaoyu, who had already simulated the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, the senior engineer felt that even he probably couldn't have done as well as her. Because simulating the 4 fundamental forces of the universe is an extremely complex model structure. To achieve this, one either needs to be a veteran in the virtual reality field, possessing extensive experience in creating virtual worlds. That's a science fiction approach. The current situation is undoubtedly fantastical. It's as if a certain girl, with her single-minded intellect, has directly copied and pasted the model of the 4 fundamental forces into the depths of the universe. Currently, it seems the other party is the second type. But none of that matters. Looking at the mainframe's computing power surging higher and higher, and the mechanical universe evolution that the mainframe system can simulate to a preliminary degree, the senior engineer murmured to himself. "Trying to overthrow me, the old big brother, but I, the old big brother, also want to carry the steel torrent through to the end." On the other side of the primordial universe, countless light years away, Little Red stood above a star, clad in Insect King armor, wielding a strangely shaped double-headed great sword, her blood-red hair flowing wildly. Around her were endless worker bees. These worker bees were not a third-tier species similar to honeybees. In fact, these worker bees are incredibly diverse, including humanoid and non-humanoid forms, irradiated and non-irradiated life forms, space behemoths, and even purely biological planets. All of these are worker bees. Within the framework of the queen bee civilization, the so-called worker bees refer to a functional, non-speciesized basic class. They do not develop from unfertilized eggs like earth bees, but are multi-species chimeric life units cultivated by the queen bee, or mastermind, genetic weaver, through sophisticated bioengineering, possessing a portion of the secondary queen bee's genes. This class largely represents the species' productivity of a carbon-based civilization. With each breath of Little Red, these worker bees begin to reproduce, and the methods of reproduction are varied. Some worker bees self-divide, some mate, and some lay eggs on a massive scale. With each breath, billions of new species are born. Moreover, the explosive growth in the number of these worker bees, in turn, promotes the evolution of the queen bee, even the evolution of genes not belonging to the queen bee herself. Accompanying the self-divide of the worker bees, a vast black curtain appears on the surface of the primordial star. Initially, it's just a small, scattered portion, then it rapidly expands, covering the prominences, consuming the corona, and slowly enveloping the primordial star beneath its feet. Although it only lasts for 3 seconds, Little Red begins to falter, her face turning pale, and the tips of her bright red hair wither as if scorched. Simultaneously, hundreds of billions of worker bees are ignited, creating a dazzling spectacle, like a galaxy. The swarm of bees is not a swarm of insects after all. Possessing infinite repair genes, and the ability to briefly envelop a star is already quite impressive. But unfortunately, if it could go any further, it could truly inherit my sword's power. A hoarse, rough female voice, even carrying the crawling sound of an insect swarm, slowly rang out. Accompanying the voice was a colossal being of stellar scale. Her body was not of ordinary flesh and blood, it seemed to be forged from the very depths of the dark universe, its lines sharp as a meticulously crafted battle blade. Her skin was not smooth, but covered with an extremely fine layer of dark crystalline scales, as if tempered in a stellar furnace. These scales refracted a cold, fragmented luster like stars in the dim light. Most striking were the biological structures that naturally extended from behind her forearms and elbows. They were not metal, yet more deadly than any known alloy. They resembled 2 pairs of living, curved, gigantic blades, their forms reminiscent of some ancient predator beyond the realm of insects and reptiles. The blade was so thin it was almost transparent, with a barely perceptible, ghostly blue energy glow flowing along its edge. Even in stillness, It seemed capable of cleaving through the surrounding space. Her face was beautiful, yet it possessed a kind of inhuman perfection that was almost unbearable to behold. Her cheekbones were sharply defined, and her jawline was sculpted with perfect clarity. Her eyes burned with a blazing white light, like the core of a star. Pupils were invisible, only endless light and heat emanating from them. "So how about you reconsider being my daughter?" Little Red pursed her lips. "I already have a mother." "I never said I would be your mother. According to the genetic traditions of our blade insect race, what I will be is your father." Chapter 1676. Little Fresh Red was speechless again. Although she was born in the cyber experimentation site and had seen all sorts of bizarre ethical relationships, this situation seemed a little off. "Haha, don't force Little Fresh Red anymore. I picked out so many bloodline inheritors for you before, and you didn't like any of them, but you shown a particular fondness for a non-Zerg queen bee." Accompanied by teasing words, this space began to fold, nest, and twist, forming countless honeycomb-like holes. Each hole pulsated, emitting a low, hungry hum that wasn't sound, like some kind of deformed cancer. The next moment, the cancer personified, becoming a voluptuous noble woman. Gravity around her transformed into a long dress and shawl, while these cosmic holes became her pores, within which countless insectids seemed to crawl. "Ms. 8 pregnant." Little Fresh Red immediately bowed her head in greeting. The noble woman chuckled and pinched the other's cheek. The little red face could even feel the roughness of her hand, and the overwhelming power of ascension. What a wonderful universe! If I were in the main universe, even if I were to colonize an entire galaxy, ascended civilizations would still get in my way. Now, the feeling of swallowing an entire galaxy cluster is wonderful. The noble woman licked her lips, her tongue turning purple, her mouth seemingly a black hole. "You have a good mother." The woman turned to the Queen of Blades. "Why are you here? Weren't you conquering the stars? How many ascended civilizations have you provoked this time?" 10, the Queen of Blades said coldly. "Fighting 10 fourth-tier civilizations simultaneously, quite in line with your style. That makes it even stranger. According to your style, you wouldn't stop until you caused a complete upheaval. So, are you here to recruit soldiers or?" The Queen of Blades remained silent, her palms outstretched. Her radiance instantly enveloped the entire galaxy, and then, star-sized debris manifested, the corpses of colossal beings, powerful biological weapons, or gene banks of carbon-based civilizations. Genetic code flowing from these structures, sensing energy, rapidly evolved into ascended units, only to be instantly annihilated by the Queen's radiance. "You're quick," the 8 pregnant woman said, her brow furrowing rather than showing delight. "So what do you want to do now?" "You know what I want to do. Then you should also know I won't agree." The Queen of Blades frowned, forcing a smile as she explained, "The opportunity is excellent. We use a resource universe to breed the Zerg. Don't tell me you can't evolve the star-eating milk yet. With this 5th-tier ascension resource, and with the help of my insect blade, we can." I said, "I don't agree." The 8 pregnant woman replied, her brow furrowed. Throughout the entire Blade civilization, only she dared to interrupt the Blade Queen. Anyone else would likely be killed by her in the next instant. The Blade Queen herself showed obvious displeasure, her face as cold as ice. The entire universe cooled rapidly as a result, as if a cosmic freeze was spreading from her core. "The timeline here is fragile. If you disrupt it, all our work across the universe will be in vain," warned the 8 pregnant woman. "There are still so many unexplored areas in this universe. Wouldn't it be better to explore them slowly? You like challenging the strong." Over the years, I gradually sensed the traces of the first cosmic life forms. These powerful beings born from the Big Bang, you can use them one by one to hone your blade. Evolution never pursues perfection, only sufficiency. Don't forget, the Blade civilization has already been added to the Civilization Council's red list. Once designated as a civilization to be destroyed, all our efforts over the years, our sacrifices on the path of fusion, will be reduced to ashes. As a leader of a civilization, can't you even suppress your own murderous intent? It seemed that a single sentence had moved the Blade Queen. The cosmic freeze that had spread across the entire galaxy finally stopped. The Blade Queen stared intently at her opponent, remaining silent for a moment before that extremely unpleasant voice rang out again. "I can wait, but don't expect me to give up. Isn't being invincible among those of the same level enough? Why do you insist on challenging the 3 laws of civilization, challenging a higher level ascended civilization?" The 8 pregnant lady was at her wit's end. Originally, her opponent only had this initial idea, but after discovering this parallel universe and witnessing the Zerg's frenzied evolution, her idea seemed to have spread wildly along with the Zerg's evolution. And once this person made up her mind, It was the kind of decision even a 9th-tier species couldn't sway. Little Red was completely stunned. What had she heard? A challenge beyond its level? And by a 4th-level ascended civilization, challenging a 5th-level ascended civilization. This was beyond her comprehension. Would such a civilization even allow this? The Blade Queen glanced coldly at Little Red, her indifferent expression softening slightly. There are no individuals, only races, no death, only nourishment. Remember, our evolution is endless. She finished speaking, adding, I have already issued a summons to the 7 generals. They will arrive soon. The matters of genetic assimilation and breeding are entrusted to you. Then, shattering the void, it vanished. Ms. 8 sighed deeply. This wasn't a question, it was clearly a decision already made. She was starting to regret it. If she hadn't found this resource universe, this one might have calmed down a bit. Now, how could she persuade this stubborn girl? Ms. 8 sighed again and patted Little Red's head. Let's go back. According to the timeline ratio between the main universe and this universe, by the time we return, those others will probably already be back. Sure enough, as Ms. 8 expected, when she returned to the star system level Zerg spaceship, she sensed several familiar fluctuations. They're all a bunch of civilization war fanatics. Ms. 8 shook her head and entered the Zerg cavity. The cavity opened on its own, its size reaching the light-year level, and the two of them stepped across in one stride. Then, waves of aura, some dark, some destructive, some terrifying, burst forth unrestrainedly. Zerg monsters, some planet-level, some humanoid, were engaged in heated exchange. Doomsday, how many civilizations did you wipe out? 3 ascended civilizations, one of which was in its later stages. What about you? Haha, I can't compare to you. I only had 2. By Xian, what about you? I'm not like you roughnecks. What's so great about fighting and killing? I've been researching how to evolve 5th-tier ascended units lately. Good. You hurry up with your research. The deaths of billions of beings pave the way, just to advance the race by a millimeter. This evolutionary war that challenges the laws of civilization, this is fantastic. The 8 pregnant lady, who had just entered and heard these words, darkened her face and glared fiercely at the predator overlord. This usually arrogant and domineering Zerg general immediately became much more obedient. This year's Zerg queen has separated the right to procreate from her royal authority, handing it over to Lady 8. Therefore, from the perspective of Zerg ethics, Lady 8 is the mother of all the Zerg present. The hierarchical concept based on bloodline is probably the only rule followed in this cataclysmic event. Behind Little Red and Lady 8, in this world of common 4th-tier, and even 5th-tier ascended species, she is a standard little Karami. Moreover, the aura of destruction, and the Queen's authority emanating from each cataclysmic general are incredibly profound. Fortunately, everyone present knows that this is now the Queen's favorite little one, and some even greet her warmly. Little Red even sees 2 old acquaintances, the microscopic Zerg Queen and Old Pooh. These 2 are also little Karami, sitting in a corner. The microscopic Zerg Queen is climbing onto the table, happily munching on a dish of ore, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Old Pooh seemed unconcerned about their past enmity, nodding amicably. Now, Old Pooh had lost all his masculine features, and could be called Aunt Pooh. The Queen of Blades, seated at the head of the table, held her wine glass expressionlessly, while the 8 pregnant lady who had just entered also looked displeased. With these 2 supreme leaders of the Zerg in such a state, the Zerg scourge below all fell silent, making the scene somewhat quiet. There's something I need to say, the usually silent Zerg general Time Zen suddenly spoke. Compared to those who had achieved great military exploits over the years, this General Zen was rather unlucky. First, he was assigned to a low-level civilization as a military supervisor, and then he had been guarding this parallel universe for over 1,000 years. Surrounded by the grotesque, monstrous organs of the Zerg scourge, Guanyin Chan now resembled a middle-aged scholar. Not only was he fully humanoid, but his face and outer garments were also clad in blue. All that was missing was a scroll in his hands. What is it? Another Zerg general, Baishin, glanced at him curiously. With her discerning eye, she couldn't detect his biomagnetic field, nor even his genetic code. His current state was too astonishing. He had definitely not wasted these 1,000 years. Perhaps, he had progressed even more than them. The leader of the Legion civilization we know has made a trade request, offering his understanding of the path of fusion in exchange for His Majesty's guidance. Little Red looked up. Mother? The surrounding Zerg scourge, upon hearing this, didn't laugh or scorn, but rather paused, then exchanged glances. They hadn't misheard, had they? The path of fusion? It was also a fusion civilization. Even the Queen of Blades, toying with her wine glass, cast an interested glance. Ms. Ba was also taken aback. That little guy, he took the fusion route. Using the Queen Bee civilization? That's unlikely. Their Queen Bee is still here. Are you sure that Legion is taking the same civilization route as us? Doomsday asked blankly. He's seen many ascended civilizations, but this was the first time he's seen one besides their fusion civilization. If what the other party said was true, was this guy seeing things? Time Zen didn't waste any words and directly explained the methods the senior engineer used to break through the fusion route. As a low-level civilization, they already lacked persuasiveness. If they were still hiding things at this point, there was no way they would talk to him. So, regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, the senior engineer had already informed them of the breakthrough method during the initial contact, along with supporting evidence. Using a high-level gene chain as a catalyst, then using cosmic-level swordsmanship to piece it together, triggering resonance between the mechanical body and the carbon-based flesh. It's a crude and extremely risky method. By Xian shook his head. This is a method of individual breakthrough fusion. Did the other party take the route of individual breakthrough first? Another Zerg Calamity asked. This is completely opposite to the route they were taking. The Queen of Blades also became clearly interested. However, her interest was completely different from the others. That low-level civilization leader really knows cosmic-level swordsmanship. Guanyin Chan silently stood up and presented a broken sword. This broken sword, apart from being made of 4th-tier material, had nothing appealing about it. The Zerg Calamities present, except for a few who seemed thoughtful, were mostly bewildered. However, with the Queen present, these Calamities behaved themselves. They were all waiting for the Queen to clarify. The Queen of Blades grasped the broken blade, the edge behind her elbow, stimulated by something, began to tremble noticeably. The blade shattered inch by inch, almost vanishing into nothingness. Silence! The 2 blade fragments instantly fell silent. Those present were all experts. They knew perfectly well that the double-edged blade that accompanied the Queen of Blades was a cosmic relic, possessing its own consciousness. The fact that this weapon relic could be disturbed spoke volumes. Interesting. Very interesting. The Queen of Blades stroked the blade, her eyes growing brighter. Finally, she couldn't resist and clenched it tightly. Black blood filled the cracks. At the same time, in the center of the arena, a high engineer composed of countless insect shadows was rapidly taking shape. No one present was surprised by this method of creation. It was a manifestation of the Zerg's infinite genetic development reaching its deepest level. Those present were not only the Zerg Cataclysm, but also other Zerg queens, and these queens were not merely Tier 3, but uniformly Tier 4. The reason these Zerg queens were willing to offer their core Zerg genes and merge with the Blade Zerg was not because they were also queens, but because of their unparalleled dominance at the Zerg genetic level. This insect-formed high engineer had even been elevated to Tier 4, though it only possessed swordsmanship skills and lacked other memories. But it was also pure. Where his sword intent landed, the first action was not oppression, but negation, negating the legitimacy of the existence of all other life. Under the shroud of sword intent, all laws fell silent, and the laws retreated. Many of the natural disasters, simply forced by this sword realm, were compelled to reveal their massive true forms, their ascension light flashing wildly. Who among you will try? Almost all the Zerg signed up. This was very interesting, extremely interesting, not only about the leader of this civilization pursuing the path of fusion, but also about the existence of this seemingly cosmic-level swordsmanship. Alright, let's see. Thus, this welcome banquet for the Zerg High Command was moved to the deck. A cosmic swordsmanship was used as entertainment against the backdrop of the cosmic starry sky. However, as time passed, the expressions of many Zerg High Command members gradually changed, from indifference to astonishment, and then from astonishment to increasingly grim expressions. Chapter 1677. Admittedly, not all cataclysmic species are strong in close combat, some specialize in range control. However, within the Blade civilization, even the strangest and most bizarre cataclysmic species possess formidable combat power. Without it, they could not survive. Therefore, everyone initially viewed the swordsmanship of a leader of a low-level civilization with amusement. A cataclysmic insect went up, only to be swiftly and decisively cut down to the nanoscale by the opponent. Having barely recovered its original form, it manifested its true cataclysmic form, its endless genetic chains forming a radiant light like the sun. However, the enemy simply retreated, feigned a grip, then stepped forward and drew its sword, cleaving the sun in two and remanding its true form. No, this time, even the true form could not be maintained. Finally, This cataclysm directly invoked the power of fusion, the power of the cataclysm, the power of the Zerg, and the power of freezing, a trinity, achieving fusion. His aura instantly surged from the 4th tier to the 5th. Then, a sword strike fell again, knocking him down from his 5th tier. Simultaneously, his physical body was instantly obliterated. He was utterly dead. The boundless power of the Queen surged forth from the void once more, resurrecting him. However, this time, he obediently retreated. In the Blade civilization, cowardice is a death sentence. But equally, blind arrogance and ignorance are not permitted by the Zerg genes. Retreat did not signify fear, but rather an admission that his current genetic evolutionary abilities were insufficient to assimilate the opponent's destructive power. After all, the Queen of Blades never considered herself the strongest. Therefore, the Queen of Blades' ambition has always been to challenge a higher-level civilization, not to challenge a level 9 civilization right now. This is also one of the 3 great laws of the universe. Developing civilization through the most extreme, high-risk, high-reward methods has always been her principle. She has a premonition that if she breaks through the limitations of her rank and forcibly devours a level 5 ascended civilization, absorbing all the genes of that level 5 species, she, the Blade Insectoid, could even bypass the ascension restrictions and become a level 5 being ahead of time. In fantasy terms, that's called a half-step level 5 civilization. However, the current situation doesn't match the Queen of Blades' ambition at all. One insected cataclysm went up and was crushed. Another cataclysm general learned its lesson, received the opponent's insected genes, evolved, and felt it could withstand the attack. Then the opponent's swordsmanship style changed, evolving from endless slaughter to void transformation, relying on the interplay of reality and illusion to grind the opponent to death. The next one, having learned from the mistakes of the previous 2, swiftly split into 2 bodies, one for combat and destruction, and the other for fighting the void. Then, the opponent's swordsmanship changed again, transforming from swordsmanship that ordinary people could bear to look at into the swordsmanship of a demon god. Each trimmer of the sword light manifested a 5th-order cosmic demon god. When 999 cosmic demon gods had manifested, this one finally couldn't withstand it. The 2 bodies began to kill each other, unleashing a massive swarm of insects that devoured each other, even affecting innocent bystanders, creating a rather chaotic scene. Since the previous Zerg scourges had all suffered bizarre defeats, this time a heavyweight finally appeared. Doom, one of the 7 Zerg generals, finally wielded his precious Doom blade, a thin, straight blade that seemed to burn with hellfire, without a hilt. When he gripped the blade, the surrounding void began to melt like glass. This was a very special weapon, as it was a relic embryo. After absorbing enough species worth of carnage, it would evolve into a full-fledged relic. Moreover, it immediately displayed techniques completely different from the previous scourges, cosmic-level swordsmanship. With each rotation of the Doom blade, a dim yellow light emanated from the blade, sealing all carbon-based effects of all carbon-based species in its path. Even against a body personally crafted by the Queen, possessing the power of infinite Zerg genes, it was no exception. Many knew that this one originally followed a 2-handed sword style, the same style as the Queen of Blades' double-headed swords. However, during a conquest of a late-stage level 4 pantheon, he successfully transformed his swordsmanship, creating his own style, Ragnarok. In the evolution of Ragnarok, he successfully caused the fall of over 100 carbon-based gods, completing the true twilight and adding hundreds of nascent carbon-based fruits to various corners of the universe. And Ragnarok, too, transformed into a cosmic swordsmanship. Or, in the system's words, a move that breaks through the skill ceiling. Ms. 8 watched silently for a while before saying, "I didn't expect that this little dog would also forge its own path of fusion. It's still just a fused blade." The Queen of Blades always held her trusted subordinates to extremely high standards. At this moment, one of the Queen of Blades' eyes flashed with the shadow of a sword, while the other gleamed with the light of a blade. The Queen of Blades was a pure combatant, possessing unimaginable combat potential. She was frantically enhancing her dual-bladed sword through someone's swordsmanship. And the rate of enhancement was terrifying, increasing at almost a 1% rate. That's right, just as G had guessed, the Queen of Blades' swordsmanship hadn't yet broken through 200% at its peak in her previous life. Currently, according to the system standards, her dual-bladed swordsmanship was around 151%. But with the help of someone's 89 heavens of swordsmanship, it quickly reached 160% and was still rising rapidly. Then, it was Doom's turn to suffer. Both possessing cosmic-level swordsmanship, the Queen of Blades was previously at 151%, while this one was around 130%. The insected engineer, however, displayed around 140% of its power. Previously, with its terrifying Zerg combat talent, the nascent relic, the suppression of carbon-based species by Ragnarok, and the powerful attribute boost from the fusion path, it was actually dominating its opponent. But as the Queen of Blades swordsmanship leveled up, the engineer also leveled up, and Doomsday was horrified to discover that it was starting to lose its grip. Even within cosmic swordsmanship/knife techniques, there are different levels. When the engineer's swordsmanship reached 150%, each of its strikes carried a faint white tinge. This white tinge seemed to be a higher level of Ragnarok, capable of easily obliterating Doomsday's swordsmanship and creating a true apocalypse. After several forced collisions, the blade of Doomsday groaned in pain. The 7 Zerg generals, possessing fused genes, offered no resistance. Just as the opponent's sword light expanded and contracted, miraculously appearing on the back of his neck like vacuum decay, the entire cosmic vacuum suddenly experienced a massive cancerous eruption, with numerous and dense rashes appearing, a surge of cancerous phenomena. The High Engineer's sword was firmly held between the fingers of the 8 pregnant lady, and that glimmer of vacuum decay light was also submerged by the endless cosmic cancer. However, the 8 pregnant lady finally understood just how dangerous the swordsmanship that even the Queen of Blades was interested in truly was. Because when the sword light was finally suppressed, half of her 2 fingers became transparent. Your performance was poor. You will all remain here for intensive training for the next 100 years. Finally, the Queen of Blades' cold voice ended what should have been a victory celebration. And so, soon, the previously arrogant and powerful Zerg scourge slunk away one by one. Even the 7 Zerg generals, beings of their stature, quieted down. After all, the most arrogant and domineering Doomsday would have been hacked to death by the swordsmanship of a low-level civilization leader had it not been for the timely intervention of Lady 8. Being hacked to death wouldn't have mattered much. The crucial point was that its prized Ragnarok was no match for the opponent's ordinary swordsmanship. How shameful! Doomsday left with a dark expression. Lady 8 was also pleased. At least for the next 100 years, she, the leader of this civilization, didn't plan to cause any major trouble. Thus, amidst the mess of cups and plates, only the Queen of Blades, Lady 8, Little Red, and Time Zen remained. The last 2 stayed behind at the request of Lady 8. The Queen of Blades continued to toy with her broken wooden sword, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, her eyes fixed solely on her studies. This demeanor would likely continue for over a decade, until the Queen of Blades fully assimilated someone's swordsmanship and evolved her own double-edged sword to the same level. Lady 8 was already used to this, and chuckled, "The universe is indeed vast and full of wonders. It's a good lesson for those kids. Don't think you're invincible. As for that little guy's suggestion, we agree. Light Time Zen, give the order to have the Cocoon Clan leader make a trip." Light Time Zen hesitated for a moment, then silently nodded. Lady 8 then looked at Little Red. "You haven't been back for many years, have you? If you want to go back, you can. If you want to come back, come again. Blade and I both like you very much. Just make yourself at home." Little Red breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly. Just as the 2 were about to leave, the Queen of Blades, in this state, suddenly raised her head, stared at Little Red, and said seriously, "Your mother is quite attractive." Little Red? What? You want to sleep with my mom? 8 pregnant lady opened her mouth to explain. But for a moment, she didn't know how to say it. After saying this, the Queen of Blades returned to her withdrawn mode. After the 2 had left, 8 pregnant lady thought for a moment and said, "That little guy's fusion path seems different from ours. He seems to be taking a carbon-based plus mechanical route." The Queen of Blades didn't answer. Purely relying on sword resonance, it does seem like a promising direction. However, let's see if we can cultivate this level of 5th tier gene ourselves. The difference between going from 3rd to 4th tier, and from 4th to 5th tier, is completely different. From 3rd to 4th tier, it's a chasm between ascension and non-ascension. Therefore, a 4th tier gene can certainly withstand this level of resonance. But 4th and 5th tiers are both ascension species. Leaving aside strength, the different directions of ascension mean they can't simply copy each other. Ms. 8 immediately realized that unless it's a 5th tier insected gene, such resonance is impossible. "We can try," the Queen of Blades said without looking up. "Yes, we can try." Ms. 8 finally smiled slightly. This level of swordsmanship, combined with this special fusion attempt, could at least hold off the Queen of Blades for 200 years. She could also relax for 200 years. That little thing is really something. The Queen of Blades' favorability towards you plus 1,000. Ms. 8 Pregnant's favorability towards you plus 2,000. Current relationship, Friendly, the senior engineer was momentarily stunned by these two sudden notifications. The Queen of Blades has a good impression of him. Could the system have made a mistake? In his previous life, the Queen of Blades' favorability towards him had skyrocketed to -1 million, a relationship that was irreconcilable. Okay, even if his path of fusion had given this female demon some inspiration. But what about Ms. 8 Pregnant's favorability towards him? Could it be that she's lusting after his beauty? Is this notification a bit late? The senior engineer wondered, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Du Xiaodi coughed lightly. The senior engineer immediately snapped back to reality, his expression turning serious. Damn it, fantasizing about another rich woman in front of one. This was a direct violation of his professional ethics. Sure enough, not being a gigolo for so many years had even caused his basic professional ethics to atrophy. In that case, I go register then. Du Xiaodi nodded silently. The reason this rich woman had come was also to control the war fortress. With a flick of her finger, the star system level war fortress began to transform, with third-order signal towers rising one after another. Simultaneously, its interior began to hollow out, and a simulated neutron star rapidly took shape. Simulating black holes was the most difficult, and once the technology for simulating black holes was mastered, simulating other celestial bodies would simply be a matter of scale. And as a cosmic-level library, Endless Starry Sky not only offered online registration services, but also multiverse services. Be careful, Du Xiaodi said with concern. Don't worry, even if registration fails, at worst you'd be kicked out, not killed, the senior engineer said calmly. As a neutral knowledge organization, the Endless Star Archives is truly neutral. Although several advanced ascended civilizations are behind this organization, its founding goal makes it seem relatively pure. Because the organization's ultimate research direction is to explore and expand the boundaries of the observable universe. A very peculiar research direction. And its cosmic public welfare activities have earned it funding from the Civilization Council. And a neutral organization backed by the Civilization Council will not easily change its neutrality. When the senior engineer entered the simulated neutron star, beams of spacetime light lit up at the edge of the primordial universe. Soon, a spacetime special agent investigation team, 10 times larger than before, appeared in the primordial universe. And the one leading the team was an unexpected character. The newly appointed deputy director of the Time and Space Administration Bureau, the Time which Olga. Chapter 1678. After extensive preliminary investigation and research, the Time and Space Administration's counterattack finally arrived. This retaliatory team, with the exception of a few members from the Southern Bureau, was mostly composed of members from the Northern Bureau. There's a saying that the Southern Bureau is actually an investigation bureau, specifically for investigation. The real management is handled by the Northern Bureau. After all the dirty work, especially cutting timelines, is done by the Northern Bureau. And Olga, the Witch of Time, was promoted to Deputy Director of the Northern Bureau, a genuine powerful figure. At this moment, Olga was reviewing the civilization data of this universe. We applied for the observation mirror from the Civilization Council, and discovered that the main timeline of this universe is still in a pre-civilization era. The few civilizations that exist are all immigrants, 2 level 3 civilizations, and 1 level 4 ascended civilization, which is also an insected race. As for the first life forms in this universe, we also mark them. Following the normal timeline of evolution, the first batch of evolved civilizations consisted of 27 beings. Among them, 5 are associated with that mysterious level 9 life form, the primal embryo, Tang Zhu, the carbon chain weaver, Narcissus, and the filamentous precursor. And coincidentally, they are all carbon-based life forms. A cold smile crept onto Olga's lips. That's right, Lady Olga. These are all evil carbon-based life forms. They should all be captured and interrogated. Show no mercy. Gaffrey, standing nearby, immediately puffed out his chest, his face filled with righteous indignation. This posture drew subtle glances from the 2 Northern Bureau agents beside him. Dude, have you forgotten you're under internal surveillance? Why are you acting like you found a backer? This isn't how you flatter someone. Gaver's condition, ever since he learned that the Witch of Time was leading this operation, seemed to be spreading. Olivia couldn't help but take a second look at him. Has this guy given up on himself? Or does he have some other intention? The Witch of Time's appearance doesn't match her menacing reputation at all. She stood there, like a phantom emerging from the folds of time. You couldn't tell her exact age, the clarity of a young girl, and the vicissitudes of an ancient being subtly intertwined in her eyes. Her long hair wasn't a single color, it was like faded moonlight silver, with the ends shimmering with the pale gold of pre-dawn. Occasionally, A few strands would flash like stardust, as if time itself was flowing silently across them. Most striking were her eyes. Deep within her left pupil, a slowly contracting clock gear seemed to lurk, while her right eye reflected a constantly expanding nebula vortex. When you met her gaze, a strange illusion arose. It was as if you could simultaneously see the burgeoning life of early spring and the fading splendor of late autumn. However, when she looked at her subordinates, only the cold indifference of winter and the withering of all things remained. Gaffrey met her gaze and instinctively shivered, feeling a chill run to the depths of his heart. Damn it, had Boss G forgotten to inform this deputy director of our relationship? Or was my previous warning insufficient? Does this witch still not know I'm one of her own? Gaffrey panicked and blurted out instinctively, actually, I have a very close relationship with Boss G of the Legion civilization. The Witch of Time was taken aback. And then? He's the one who told me about the coordinates of this parallel universe. So, Lady Olga, you understand? Me understand what? A flicker of confusion and thought crossed Olga's eyes, but she quickly regained her coldness. The ramblings of a low-level agent were insignificant. She wasn't there to solve this problem. She went straight to making her plans. As per the previous plan, our team split into three. I, Olga, and Tiga will go to the future of this timeline to investigate that mysterious ninth-tier species and the possible resurrection ritual. The remaining 10 senior agents, along with a portion of the Paradox Legion, will return to the past to first subdue the 5 suspected timespace accomplices. The remaining causality stabilization force will conduct timespace stabilization work in the normal timeline to prevent timeline backlash, and be prepared to sever the timeline at any time. Ask any questions. Olga's team members were all elite agents from the Northern Bureau, accustomed to this type of work. A few instructions were sufficient. Should we temporarily recruit civilizations from this parallel universe? A senior agent asked. Those conducting interdimensional warfare would at least be ascended civilizations, but the Zerg, especially the Blade civilization Zerg, according to records, were notorious, if not infamous, at least extremely vicious. They were the kind of people who were almost kicked into the Destroyer faction. Olivia decisively shook her head. There's no need for that. Several other senior agents, even top-tier agents, raised questions and gave responses. Gaffrey, having waited a while and not being mentioned, quickly stepped forward and stated, Sir, according to internal procedures, this kind of action requires alerting the registered civilization in this universe. I'm willing to go, as their representative, to communicate and prevent them from failing to escape in time should a large-scale space-time disaster occur. The senior agents looked at him in surprise. Are you out of your mind, kid? Doesn't he know that given Lord Olga's mission-oriented style, this kind of information requires top-level secrecy? Olga frowned, just about to exile this clueless brat, when a ripple suddenly appeared in the vortex of her eyes. A signal has leaked out of this universe? Is it a coincidence, or an internal intelligence leak? Olga immediately became alert. Considering this low-level agent's previous strange behavior, was there really something wrong with this kid? Was the appearance of the 9th-tier creature not an accident? Then what was that rambling nonsense just now? A threat? A warning? Cooperation? Olivia's eyes suddenly deepened. She instantly scanned all of the agent's mission data and internal ratings. This is a low-level agent with no ambition or potential for development. If it weren't for his time-space bloodline, he wouldn't deserve to join the Time-Space Administration Bureau. Although the rating is low, it also means there's no problem. If there were a problem, the rating wouldn't be this low. So, his previous behavior was all a facade? Olivia silently requested an internal intensive investigation for him, then gave him a deep look. What you said makes sense. According to procedure, we should remind the registered civilization of that universe. Ray, you accompany them. The group of senior agents were all stunned. This doesn't make sense. When did the Witch of Time become so kind? As for Ray, she was one of the few top agents present, capable of carrying out high-level combat missions independently. Gaffrey immediately became smug. Sure enough, I'm truly Lady Olga's one of her own. Having a top agent accompany me on a mission, what kind of treatment is this? That's a standard trusted confidant. Ray's eyes also deepened. Could this kind of person, so easily seen through, be an enemy spy who has been lurking for years? Such superb acting skills? The senior agents were completely unaware that their online registration had caused such a blunder. At this moment, he was located at the center of the simulated neutron star, his face solemn as he returned to his old profession, capturing and compiling information. The wisps of ascension power on the civilization leader's certificate were being decomposed and deformed by his masterful manipulation. As one of the strongest signal-generating celestial bodies in the universe, This simulated environment greatly aided the engineer. Soon, a differential manner was formed. As for the things the old mechanical man had repeatedly emphasized, the engineer completely forgot about them. Are you kidding me? If I fail this mission, can't you at least lose face? The differential manner looked up, estimating the signal's propagation time in the multiverse, and thought to himself. The invitation code I remember should be correct. I'm not worried about it expiring, I'm just worried it's too advanced, and I won't be able to get it. In the previous life, this kind of cosmically neutral organization would send out a large number of invitation codes to ascending civilizations to recruit members. However, considering that some civilizations' coordinates were not in the main universe, and that the timelines of many parallel universes differed greatly from, or were even completely reversed from, those of the main universe, the so-called reverse timelines. Then, these invitation codes had an extremely long validity period. But even the worst-case scenario could happen. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. Soon, the simulated neutron star signal was rapidly extracted and evolved into an endless starry sky, a vast starry sky composed of countless stars that could never have appeared in the early universe. Then, the stars formed a universal script. Welcome, leader of the differential machine civilization under the ancient mechanical alliance. May I ask your name? Differential master. What is your purpose? Transformation of the starry script. Register as a member. Please fill out the relevant forms, sign the knowledge-sharing agreement, cast, based on your civilization, and submit the shared files you wish to share. We will reply within your current timeline, on a standard one-stellar day. The senior engineer silently filled out the forms. As a seasoned expert in information science, he quickly realized that these forms and agreements contained a very strict information vetting mechanism. Besides verifying the identity of the civilization leader, hidden causal chains would verify whether there was coercion, whether a signature was made on behalf of someone else, and whether relevant knowledge would be leaked to the destroying civilization. Most of these implicit verifications could be passed directly. After all, geniuses like the senior engineer are rare. However, a small portion required the senior engineer to use his initiative to provide borderline descriptions. Fortunately, he was a professional when it came to skirting the rules. Especially after sending out the merge knowledge, he added in a deep tone, I hope the civilization path I'm currently pursuing, and the civilization knowledge I'm submitting, is in privacy mode. This mode is also commonly known as watching porn mode. Those who know, know. Merging civilization knowledge? Interesting, you mean? I get it. The starry text changed again, clearly switching from a robot to a human customer service representative. And this person sounded knowledgeable. But old machine, why didn't you send a higher level merge data? After all, with your current civilization level, this data is a bit too low level. The difference elder snorted coldly, saying without any politeness, do you think I'm a fool? You're handing over your best skills without getting any benefits? If you're so generous, why don't you share your newly discovered observable universe detection area with me? Haha, it's not impossible, but there are a few small conditions. You understand once you join, old man. Our organization is one of the most open among all knowledge organizations. Also, I just checked your signal coordinates. You didn't register in the main universe, did you? What? Is it to hide it from your ancient machine elder, or? Your elder specifically instructed us not to register in the main universe. You talk too much nonsense. The difference elder seemed embarrassed and angry. Are you going to register or not? If you're not going to register, I go to a few other organizations. The Ancient Ones Research Society isn't without relevant information on few civilizations. Haha, old man, you're so easily amused. If you were looking for information at the Ancient Ones Research Society, wouldn't your old man's secret research into fusion civilizations be exposed? Don't worry, our endless starry sky has been established for billions of years. Have you ever seen a leak of information from a member of an advanced civilization, one that's related to my family? Besides, this isn't some extremely important secret. Which advanced civilization hasn't researched fusion routes? What if you really anger your old man, and he launches a purge at our archives headquarters? Approved? But let's make it clear beforehand. While the fusion information you provided is quite innovative, it's too low level. I can only provide you with publicly available fusion civilization information. For higher levels, you need to use starry sky coins. Oh, that's our knowledge points. I want publicly available information. I can't handle the advanced stuff you offer right now. He hasn't ascended yet. Just as the senior engineer's thoughts flashed through his mind, a series of notifications sounded. You join the Endless Star Archives, gaining regular membership, leader reputation plus 10,000, and knowledge development plus 1%. You gain star coins plus 3. You need to provide one knowledge document, fly upgrade, to the archives every 100 stellar years, main universe, knowledge development. Every 20% unlock automatically activates a knowledge side trend of thought. The senior engineer secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he managed to fool them. The ancient machine elder's name really works. You probably aren't in the mood to look at other types of materials, so I just teleport you directly to the archives related to fusion civilizations. We don't have much material in this area, but with you, we can supplement it. You better work hard, old machine. Accompanied by a teasing voice, the senior engineer's vision blurred, and after regaining his sight, he found himself on a virtual planet. Or rather, in a planetary-level library. Chapter 1679. At this moment, the senior engineer hovered in the void, gazing at the branch of the archives before him. It was an endless expanse of bookshelves, layer upon layer. These buildings were not of the same style. Some were massive, bronze-colored structures, some were made of crystal-like materials, and some seemed to be built entirely of pure shadow. They were tightly joined together, covering the entire surface of the planet, forming an incredibly complex and enormous bookshelf system. The senior engineer even saw several archive buildings in the style of a tech tree. With a thought, he appeared before a cluster of bookshelves. They weren't individuals, but clusters, huge, towering bookshelves, like mountain ranges stretching to the horizon. The bookshelves weren't filled entirely with books. There were scrolls, glowing crystal plates, liquid memories slowly rotating in transparent containers, and even a biological brain, still slightly pulsating, sealed within an amber-like substance. There were no administrators. And no service AI. However, the moment the senior engineer entered, a vast amount of information about the integrated knowledge archive, including catalogs, coordinates, and categories, appeared in his mind. It was as if it were his own inherited memories. Clear and accurate. The senior engineer didn't immediately begin searching for relevant knowledge. Instead, he first studied the rules of the Endless Starry Sky organization, the exchange meetings held every 100 years, in the main universe. Private knowledge exchange meetings hosted by senior members. The official platform for trading civilized knowledge. Lectures by ascended civilizations. Various rewards for submitting high-level scientific research achievements. Various activities sharing cosmic resource coordinates. Activities exploring the edge of the observable universe, accessible only to senior members. A total of over 10,000 items. After digesting them all, the senior engineer rubbed his temples. Quite a lot. While these activities were dazzling, participation required knowledge points, also known as star coins. This was the initial purpose of most cosmic libraries, to acquire vast amounts of relevant information through knowledge trading. In his previous life, the senior engineer was a frequent guest of various libraries, given the unprecedented XP technology he developed. While there was research in this area, someone like him, who literally ascended to a level 6 civilization using XP technology, was truly a genius. Many people were extremely interested in his technological development. However, in this life, the senior engineer had reformed. He began studying a higher level of power. The senior engineer walked familiarly to a bookshelf and picked up a book. It was a very special book. Its pages were composed of flowing lightning, and the universal script on its cover exuded a dense, destructive power. An investigation, discussion, and reflection on the merging of civilizations and the Ascension Tribulation. Undoubtedly, this book is about ascension. And this book can also solve a question that has long puzzled the senior engineer. That is, how many ascensions are needed for civilization ascension, especially the merging and ascension of two technology trees. One for each civilization, or a single large-scale merging, or, to go even further, one tribulation for each civilization, then another after successful merging, for a total of 3. The senior engineer didn't want to go through all the hardships of ascension, exhausting all his preparations, only to find there was another way to go. That would truly be a death wish. How much time had passed was unknown, but that didn't matter. Libraries of this level were basically equipped with time-stopping technology. That is to say, no matter how long you stayed here, it was only a fleeting moment in the outside world. Without this technology, it would be impossible to provide multiverse registration services. Finally, when the senior engineer closed the book, he let out a long sigh. It turned out that the number and difficulty of ascensions for a fused civilization could actually be adjusted. The simplest ascension was to first perform a carbon-based ascension, then a mechanical ascension. This was the basic version, and also the version without any advantages. Of course, even the simplest version was twice as difficult as an ordinary civilization's ascension. After all, it required two ascensions. Theoretically speaking, the strongest version was a single fusion ascension, with the difficulty pushed to the limit. Thus, once ascension is successful, the benefits gained are the greatest. But the death is also the fastest. According to the book, more than half of the fused civilizations perished through fusion ascension. After all, fused civilizations are invincible among their peers. After the Dark Forest ended, in the current era of the Civilization Council, higher-level civilizations find it difficult to target lower-level civilizations, especially ascension-based civilizations. Therefore, besides fusion ascension, it seems there aren't many other ways to die. Of course, much of what's in the book is the author's speculation. The author of this book doesn't seem to be a member of a fused civilization, but rather a scholar specializing in fusion civilizations. Therefore, the content contains a large amount of speculation and theoretical assumptions. For example, the Ascension machine model at the end of the book, which adjusts the difficulty of fusion, is a purely theoretical large-scale model. Whether it actually exists is still uncertain. At least the system didn't even generate a single incomplete blueprint. One can imagine its low value. Before returning the book, the senior engineer specifically glanced at the author. Although most of the book's content is supported by theory, the author's admiration for the fusion civilization is evident in the text. Chandra, the dream-predicting clan, predictive beings? These beings, along with fortune-telling species, are known as the two great diviners of the universe. They are both old riddle-tellers. The book isn't very riddle-like. After returning the book, the senior engineer skillfully pulled out another book from the same bookshelf. A visual record of cross-dia units in the fusion civilization. This time it wasn't a setting-focused book, but a documentary. This was also a topic that the senior engineer was very interested in. The creation of cross-dia units is always increasingly difficult at higher levels. The more advanced the civilization, the harder it is to achieve. The complexity of the technology tree, the information barriers of ascension technologies, the difficulty of matching advanced knowledge domains. Let alone level 7 or 8 civilizations, even among ascension civilizations, the senior engineer has practically never seen cross-dia units. And as far as he knows, almost every fusion civilization, regardless of its level, will have cross-dia units. Or, as the outside world says, fusion units. Mechanically empowered? Carbon-based empowered? After an unknown amount of time, the senior engineer closed the book again, muttering to himself. This was another technical term he learned. Enabling technology in fusion civilizations. So, in this 1+1 operation, who comes first and who comes last is very important. After all, the latter is what provides the empowerment. The senior engineer muttered to himself again. This book had much less content than the first one, but because it was in documentary format, it seemed much more reliable than the previous one. He glanced at the author, anonymous. TSK. Doing good deeds anonymously, excellent. However, after scanning around this time, he couldn't resist the temptation of clickbait titles and chose one. Among the 4 great civilization systems, which is the most suitable fusion route? Sure enough, it's clickbait. After some time, the senior engineer casually tossed the book back onto the shelf, his expression one of sage-like disdain and arrogance. Garbage. It's not even as good as the first one. Reading it was a waste of time. If the first book was for enthusiasts, this one was purely a sales gimmick. The book is riddled with inconsistencies. Theoretically, carbon-based, energy, information, and machinery can each be paired to form a fusion civilization. However, a major reason the senior engineer chose carbon-based plus machinery is that among the 6 level 9 civilizations, the only fusion civilization has followed the carbon-based plus machinery route. Therefore, the senior engineer's main focus in this life is plagiarism plus imitation. But that female demon is pursuing carbon-based plus energy, and from what I recall, it's an ancient type of energy. Damn! She really struck gold. Early universes, like the primordial universe, are the most likely to contain this ancient energy. If she finds 1 or 2 more ancient energies, she might go even further than in her previous life. What a huge loss. After an unknown amount of time, the senior engineer rubbed his eyes, his gaze returning to the void. The text transformed from the stars reappeared, seemingly waiting for the difference man. How about it? Nothing good in the public information, right? If there were anything good, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? This is data from a fusion civilization. How about considering exchanging your fusion route data for the relevant data for a high-level membership? I guarantee you won't lose out. If I had it, I would have exchanged it already. The senior engineer thought to himself. However, on the surface, he snorted coldly. The endless star archives, it seems, is nothing special now. Haha, old mechanical man, you need to understand one thing. The core technology of a true fusion civilization cannot appear in an organization like ours. The fusion civilization hasn't fallen to such a state. However, it's not only data fusion that can inspire the technological advancements of fused civilizations. Let me tell you a secret. In our historical archives, at least 3 fused civilizations exchanged for our organization's observable universe model, one of which was a high-level fused civilization. High level? That means at least level 6. A fused civilization of that level wouldn't be a minor player in the entire history of the universe. Observable universe model. What's the use of this? Over the past billion years, our observable universe model has been updated more than a dozen times, and the results are definitely better than before. Aren't you interested? The senior engineer couldn't keep refusing, as it would affect his public image. So he said in a deep voice, I need to submit an application to the old master. You should know that whether or not to exchange it isn't actually up to me. I'm relieved to hear that. How about I take you sightseeing again? To meet some of our senior leaders? Or perhaps attend some public book clubs? Forget it. While the senior engineer was confident in his IT skills, the probability of being exposed would increase if he ran into an IT leader of the same or even higher level. He had barely managed to sneak in. I'd rather go sightseeing alone. Also, although it's unlikely, will my browsing history be recorded? You can rest assured about that. Our information processing system is completely public. There's no possibility of tampering or trading. After all, every species has its own preferences. Who knows if a leader of a mechanical civilization focused on purging might fall head over heels in love with a type of carbon-based life form. Don't be angry, I'm leaving. After the text was completely erased from the starry sky, the senior engineer regained his calm expression. He was an old hand. He wouldn't trust so-called neutral attributes without any reservations. But for now, the old man's reputation as an ancient mechanical being could still hold for quite some time. As long as his act was convincing enough. He should go back and learn more from the old man of the differential age. 3 more starry sky coins, the senior engineer muttered to himself. He had already learned that attending a book club required at least 5 starry sky coins. Of course, he could accumulate knowledge points by participating in a series of archive activities. But wouldn't that increase the risk of exposure? However, 3-star coins weren't a small amount. According to the rules he understood, an ascended civilization typically started with only 1-star coin upon joining this organization. While 3-star coins couldn't be used to participate in the book club, they could be used for 3 targeted consultations. These consultations couldn't exceed the current civilization's level, didn't involve any member privacy, and didn't include paid content. But for the senior engineer, this was enough. The senior engineer opened his palm, and the radiance of the endless starry sky condensed in his hand, transforming into a round coin. It was a coin that seemed to extend infinitely. Upon closer inspection, it had countless points of light, these points being individual galaxies, galaxy clusters, superclusters. The senior engineer gently touched it with his thumb, and the star coin disappeared. The stars before him simultaneously lit up. There were no words, but a mature, intellectual voice, genderless and seemingly echoing throughout the universe, resounded in his mind. Please select your question. I want to know the evolution of the interstellar great Khan's myriad races, from a Type 3 civilization to an ascended civilization. Soon, the stars began to light up, and a massive genetic lineage manifested. It was clear that the interstellar great Khan's genes were not a single lineage, but rather a spiraling, interwoven structure like the arms of a galaxy. His bloodline was formed from countless fragments of civilizations, each drop of blood carrying the miracles of evolution spanning millions of light years. The senior engineer's expression shifted between confusion, deep thought, and sudden realization. Finally, after all the evolution was complete, the senior engineer understood completely. So that's how it is. So the third attack back then really had nothing to do with the interstellar great Khan in the main universe's timeline, but... The senior engineer looked at the light-year-long evolution and ultimately fell silent. My second question is, I want to know about heirs, the mirror demon race. The mirror demon race is a natural observer race, and among observers, they are the most powerful. Rumor has it that every adult mirror demon's adult task is to replicate the technology tree of an ascended civilization. This behavior is incredibly powerful, but also incredibly suicidal. The third question. The senior engineer actually had many more questions he wanted to ask. About the Ant Lord, about the civilization demon, about the Ascension Whip, and about the various major dungeon storylines, even about the 3 calamities of the universe. But the former was a bit wasteful, and the latter most likely didn't exist, or if they did, it wouldn't be publicly available information. Just as the senior engineer was pondering whether to save one last star coin as a reserve, he suddenly asked a question as if possessed. What happens to cosmic-level techniques after breaking through 200%? Chapter 1680. Primordial Universe. War Fortress Core. Simulated Neutron Star. When the senior engineer in the neutron star opened his eyes, billions of starlight first burst forth in his pupils, then converged, as if establishing a higher-level link with a certain cosmic knowledge organization. You kid really did it? Outside the neutron star, the differential elder, who had arrived at some point, was first startled, then relieved upon seeing this phenomenon. It seems his old face has finally been saved. But this kid is really a master of the unorthodox path. He actually managed to pull off this kind of operation. Your knowledge development level plus 2%. This is the benefit the senior engineer gained after scanning all publicly available fusion data. What good stuff did you find in the archives? I heard that the founders of this endless starry sky archives are all ascended civilizations aiming to expand the boundaries of the observable universe. These kinds of civilizations are at least level 6. The differential elder couldn't wait to inquire. The senior engineer didn't hide anything, and briefly described what had happened. Upon hearing about the numerous activities of this cosmic knowledge organization, the difference elder couldn't help but sigh. Sounds quite interesting. I wish I had joined back then. The senior engineer glanced at him, but didn't reply. What, you think I'm not qualified to join? The difference elder asked, displeased. Of course not. It's just that when you were still the leader of a level 5 civilization, did you have the final say on these diplomatic activities? The difference elder thought about it and agreed, then deflated. A level 5 mechanical civilization was also a subordinate civilization, subordinate to the great ancient mechanical elder. These vassal civilizations have virtually no diplomatic power. Whether or not to join isn't really their decision. Especially as defenders of pure-blooded machines, they have a built-in 50% decrease in goodwill, and a 50% increase in their desire for purification towards any organization within pure bloodlines. If they were to join, they might end up signing a bunch of mechanical agreements with the other side. This act of impersonation not only touched the edges of the endless star archives, but also the edges of the ancient machine faction. Since the old man's failed ascension, the glory of those pure-blooded machines has probably been almost completely eroded along with it. If you have time, try to find out some clues about 5th-tier ascended machines for me. I try to find some things to exchange for points. Thinking about his own fall, the difference king lost interest, waved his hand, and prepared to return to the black hole to study that lost mechanical civilization. It had been particularly interested in this lately. Oh, by the way, your time-traveling agent friend is here. He said it's a secret mission? You better receive him if you have time. The senior engineer was taken aback. Gaffrey? So Ms. Olga sent me here? According to our internal regulations, as a registered civilization in this universe, when the administration is carrying out main missions in this universe, it's necessary to provide the civilization's leader with the necessary advance notice. Gaffrey explained the mission background in a serious tone, while winking at the senior engineer, completely oblivious to the senior engineer's increasingly strange expression. The time which Olga actually led a team to this parallel universe. What a coincidence. His identity as the Black Glove was a lie. His true identity was actually a target of a crackdown on prostitution. Of course, not only was Gaffrey unaware of this, but Olga certainly wasn't either, because the High Engineer had discovered it long ago. All indications proved that in this multiverse's timeline, there wasn't a single timeline that was his previous life. It was as if a mysterious force had erased this entire timeline out of thin air. Therefore, even the High Engineer himself was curious what the Time and Space Administration would find if they really investigated. For example, the top agent Ray next to Gaffrey. Although she was also a plain lady. An unremarkable-looking lady. But without a doubt, she was an extremely powerful time-space species. Even divine sense couldn't detect her attributes. This was a unique advantage of time-space bloodlines. However, if we switch to the perspective of the 89 heavens of Sword Dao, this leads to the accurate conclusion that although the target appears ordinary, their true form exists in a different timeline. They seem to be in the same place, yet on the other side. Very strange. One of the few targets the senior engineer isn't confident he can kill. I understand, the senior engineer smiled at Agent Ray. We will fully cooperate with the relevant departments. If you need any assistance, please contact us at any time. Thank you, Your Excellency, Ray said calmly. Then we take our leave. Almost immediately after the two left, the senior engineer's face darkened. Huang Yuanli was immediately summoned and instructed to inform the bugs that a major operation had arrived. The Time-Space Administration Bureau was actually conducting a main quest in this universe. Although this main quest sounded like a main storyline in a game, something that progressed step by step, Gao Gong, being a frequent target of anti-prostitution campaigns, was quite familiar with the various levels of the Time-Space Administration Bureau's operations. Main quests, side quests, time-space cleanup missions. He knew the underlying implications of the main quests perfectly well. During the mission, it would have a serious impact on the timeline, and in the worst case, it could sever the timeline's operations. Holy crap! If you sever the timeline of this universe, wouldn't all the factions' 1,000 years of cultivation in this parallel universe be wasted? Because severing the timeline would cause a vacuum decay effect. Everything related to the timeline, such as species evolution, technological achievements, and infrastructure, will be wiped clean, and this is most likely related to that old world lord. But he absolutely cannot bear the blame alone. Only an ascended civilization can withstand the pressure from a director-level entity. Of course, the consequences might not be as severe as the senior engineer imagines. After all, severing the timeline, even in the main storyline, is one of the most serious consequences. But considering that this mission is led by the Witch of Time, the senior engineer has no choice but to prepare in advance. This woman is known within the Time and Space Administration for her decisive and ruthless nature. While the senior engineer's expression was uncertain, Gaffrey, who had already left, quietly returned, his face beaming with joy. He immediately said, "Did you tell Lady Olga about my wrongful accusation? That's why she personally came to clear my name." The senior engineer paused for a moment, then nodded. "That's right, exactly. So, did you emphasize my contributions to Lady Olga?" "Of course." These two, one daring to boast, the other daring to agree, one trying to find out the ins and outs of this operation, the other trying to cultivate a relationship with the leadership, were having a very lively conversation. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Ray, another representative from the Time-Space Administration Bureau, was in a rather dire situation. Time-space species are not a single species, not even a category of species. The differences between different time-space species are even greater than the differences between mechanical species and carbon-based species. Ray is an extremely rare time-space species. Her time-space bloodline is called a time-space resonator. This is a super time-space bloodline classified as a controlled bloodline, and its confidential information can only be accessed by beings at the director level, even those at the bureau level in the main universe's timeline. And its effects are indeed powerful. The so-called space-time resonator is one that resonates simultaneously with all space-time anomalies. In other words, she can monitor all timelines in which space-time anomalies exist. She is essentially the collective consciousness of a space-time anomaly. And as a strategic weapon, even the director cannot send her on multiverse missions unless she so chooses not to. After all, her role in the space-time administration is no less significant than that of a cosmic relic. However, Olga had done her a great favor, so she didn't hesitate to be deployed. But now, she discovered that her abilities weren't as comprehensive as they seemed. Because she was astonished to discover a fact. That is, no matter how many space-time anomalies she activated, how many timelines she searched, to investigate this Mr. G, she found absolutely no clues. Impossible. Even the first life form since the Big Bang, at the same time as the creation of the main universe and the multiverse, would have given birth to numerous space-time anomalies. Even if those old monsters knew that space-time anomalies could affect their minds, and thus hunted them down on a large scale, we have our own list of protectors, and there are always some that slip through the net. This time, Lei discovered that there really weren't any. There truly wasn't a single space-time anomaly related to Mr. G. Lei now understood why Ms. Olga had told her to be cautious. A low-level agent who had been lurking in the Time and Space Administration for many years. A guy who couldn't find any space-time anomalies, and that legendary ninth-order species. A conspiracy. A huge conspiracy. A few days later. So, the director of the Time and Space Administration is very likely to investigate us? Du Xiaodi, who was tightening screws, asked without looking up. Not very likely, definitely will investigate, and it's probably already started. Du Xiaodi frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. Even killing them wouldn't be easy. That old world master wiped out a special agent team, and then the female director of the Time and Space Administration personally led the team. If something happens to that female director, wouldn't even more people come? Don't worry, even if they investigate, it won't affect us much, the senior engineer reassured her. After all, it was the old world lord who orchestrated the conspiracy, not them. They were merely lucky individuals who accidentally obtained the coordinates of a parallel universe. What I'm worried about are the two legions under the director's command. You mean the Paradox Legion and the Causality Maintenance Force? That's right. The Paradox Legion definitely has a paradox generator, while the Causality Maintenance Force has a barber's razor. Combined, they can create the effect of severing timelines. A paradox generator is a machine that infinitely produces paradoxical phenomena, its effect being to repeatedly overlap timelines. And the barber's razor is also a classic paradox. A barber declares, "I only cut the hair of those who don't cut their own hair." So the question is, should he cut his own hair? If he does, he falls under the category of those who cut their own hair, violating his oath. If he doesn't cut his own hair, he falls under the category of those who don't cut their own hair, and according to his oath, he must cut his own hair. These two paradoxical weapons. The former can disrupt the self-repairing of timelines by folding them, while the latter can sever them entirely. Combining the two can completely destroy the timeline. After hearing the senior engineer's brief description, Du Xiaodi became serious, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. "Why don't you ascend in this parallel universe? Didn't the archive say to go for mechanical ascension first? It won't affect your path of merging with civilizations." The senior engineer was taken aback. This idea, at first glance, it seemed a bit far-fetched, but upon closer inspection, it actually made quite a bit of sense. Within the framework of the Cosmic Civilization Council, there are several publicly stated red lines. Advanced civilizations oppressing lower civilizations without cause or reason is an old habit from the Dark Forest era. The Civilization Council has specifically dealt with several advanced civilizations for this reason, and they are definitely backed by a level 9 civilization. Besides this, there is another red line. No civilization may interfere with the process of civilization ascension. This ascension extends even to civilizations with destructive attributes. And these destructive civilizations are basically on the Civilization Council's blacklist. Even so, once a destructive civilization chooses to ascend, all targeted actions must cease. This is an operation that, to put it nicely, is morally upright. To put it bluntly, it's morally foolish. But the Civilization Council did just that. You may have all sorts of prejudices against this cosmic-level organization, but at least in the face of ascension, it has achieved equality for all beings in the literal sense. Of course, the ascension of a destroyed civilization is inherently extremely difficult. Even without underhanded tactics, the chances of ascension are incredibly low. Many destroyed civilizations have been besieged and blocked by different ascending civilizations, ultimately forced to attempt a forced ascension to break the deadlock, with almost none succeeding. Therefore, this operation ultimately did not provoke unanimous opposition from advanced civilizations. If it were an issue opposed by most advanced civilizations, even a level 9 civilization would not force its way through. Otherwise, this organization would have no reason to exist. And as one of the subordinate organizations of the Civilization Council, even the Time-Space Administration Bureau, due to its special nature, cannot violate the red lines of its superior organization. Du Xiaodi's idea was definitely a combination of the memories of Heluopa that led to this operation. Ascension, ascension. Gao Gong silently repeated a few times in his mind. Looking at the nearly completed Ascension building, the spine of 10,000 machines. He then glanced at the other 3 gift buildings of the Purple Giant Star. On another note, if he were to ascend now, what would his chances be? Chapter 1681. Prepare to conduct the 10th simulation run of the Myriad Machine's spine. Du Xiaodi was unaware of the engineer's dilemma. Allowing him to speak during work hours was already a considerable favor to this domesticated male model. Once in work mode, she was ruthless. With her activation, the entire Myriad Machine's spine entered trial operation. This was the main reason the mechanical leader came to the parallel universe, to develop the Ascension building. The Ascension building began to hum. It wasn't mechanical noise, but a slow, deep breathing sound, like a mountain range awakening. Its massive base was deeply rooted in the vacuum of space, and countless thick cables pulsated like the roots of a giant tree, transmitting an inhuman force to every joint of the spine. A silver-gray metal skeleton rose step by step, piercing the dim cosmic sky. Its surface wasn't smooth, but covered with dense, dragon-scale-like armor plates, each opening and closing slightly in rhythm with the breathing, exhaling thin, strangely sweet white steam. Ascension Chi? The senior engineer narrowed his eyes, pointing a finger. Numerous black lines traverse space-time on the mechanical body, appearing directly around the mist before manifesting their true forms. They were all broken, contaminated mechanical bodies. Their numbers were boundless. These were remnants of a great war in the main universe 10 years ago. Some of the severely contaminated mechanical bodies even began to spontaneously recombine. Indescribable shapes gradually coalesced. They were mountain-like in scale, their main bodies being deformed cavities formed by countless stacked abandoned engines. The pistons throbbed wildly with chaotic rhythms, spewing out scorching exhaust fumes with a mixture of sulfur and engine oil odor. Above the chest cavity, instead of a head, was a colossal, constantly fissuring and recombining geometric halo, composed of billions of shattered screens. Twisted code, broken faces, and incomprehensible blasphemous symbols flowed across these screens, emitting a white noise powerful enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, under the shroud of this white mist, these evil entities disintegrated instantly. The fragmented code regenerated itself, and the broken machinery visibly repaired itself. The evil energy emanating from them evaporated rapidly, replaced by a blanket of white mist. Finally, only the remnants of fungi remained. Effectively repairs ascending machinery during ascension. Material loss caused by mechanical ascension is increased by 30%, and the ascension success rate is increased by 3%. Ascension buildings are a perfect match for digesting natural disaster-inducing fungi. The engineer's health bar, which looked as long as a human's, was restored once again. After all, the mechanical god system can suppress evil, but it can't restore health. It's just that the ascension probability is a bit low. The senior engineer thought for a moment. These restorative ascension buildings didn't seem to offer much ascension success rate. After all, ascension isn't restoration, it's transformation. He then reviewed the attributes of the other ascension buildings. Ascension building, wings of annihilation, ascension building, phase prism bridge, ascension building, deep mechanical well. Of these three ascension buildings, wings of annihilation and phase prism bridge primarily increase ascension speed, with moderate increases in ascension probability, one at 8% and the other at 9%. The deep mechanical well, however, primarily increases the ascension success rate, adding 20% to the success rate. These four ascension buildings added a 40% success rate. And then, there were the previous system rewards. Advancement to immortality plus 5%. Evolutionary tech tree entity plus 20%. Deep evolution of mechanic agrarianism, mechanic agrarian era plus 10%. The addition of the cosmic noble Dujouti increases the ascension chance by 5%. 80% of player favorability is converted into ascension chance, for :1, increasing the ascension chance by 20%. That's a 100% ascension success rate. Ascension is guaranteed. The senior engineer happily checked it over, confirming that the increases weren't too significant, before sighing and looking at those damn things that reduce the ascension chance. 20 fiend fruits reduce ascension chance by 20%. The ascension curse that created the fiend fruits reduces ascension chance by 1%. The source code for the third mechanical revolution mechanical cage reduces ascension chance by 10%, a method used by the river goddess to pursue immortality and suppress stellar machinery. The ideology triggered by the Omnic Crisis mechanical dragon slaying technique increases ascension chance from 5% to 36%. Combined, this gives a 60% ascension chance. Frankly, this is quite good. Compared to most ordinary mechanical civilizations that only have a 10% to 20% chance of ascension on their first attempt, some superior mechanical civilizations can reach 30% to 40%, placing this in the top tier. Even compared to cataclysmic civilizations, this is by no means weaker. After all, a 60% ascension chance is about the limit even for some cataclysmic civilizations that have developed their cataclysmic abilities to the extreme. Why would the interstellar Khan risk being annihilated by an ascended civilization to create the whip of ascension? It's not that the ascension probability is too low. If its ascension probability were high enough, it would have ascended long ago. Why would it need to go through the entire interstellar space for free purchases? However, 60% isn't enough for the fusion civilization route. Because according to the data the senior engineer saw, when choosing a fusion civilization, regardless of the ascension method, there's a process that lowers the ascension success rate. For example, a carbon-based civilization lowers the ascension success rate of a mechanical civilization, and vice versa. And this lowering, according to the data, is around 10% to 20%. If it drops further from 60%, that's 40% to 50%. That's still less than half. Sure enough, matching the fusion civilization's abnormal strength also includes the abnormal difficulty of ascension. The senior engineer repeatedly studied and pondered which aspect of the existing deck could be recombined. If the mechanical free god system wasn't built from the beginning, it would directly decrease by 20%. The problem is, if he doesn't form a pantheon to suppress the Ant Lord's calamity and evil energy, Whether his mechanical body can survive is still questionable. Other options are similar. Where can I further improve it? The senior engineer muttered to himself. For example, after mechanized warfare is activated to 90%, it automatically awakens a state. State, ascension chance plus 10%. For each successful civilization war initiated, the ascension chance plus 1%. Theoretically, as long as 100 successful civilization wars are initiated, the ascension chance can be fully increased. But first, this thing has a 100% cap. Even a fully activated ideology couldn't be this distorted. Furthermore, the more civilizations conquered, the greater the negative impact of the machine crisis. Essentially, every time a mechanical civilization is converted, the ascension chance decreases by 1%. This addition and subtraction create a plateau. Therefore, the senior engineer strongly suspects that the mechanical agrarianism, having reached 99%, is stuck due to interference from the mechanical revolution. It's like asking you to engage in agrarian warfare, only to have you convert your steel comrades. It's absurd. As for the rest, player favorability has already reached 80% over the years, and it's very difficult to raise it any higher. Unless the senior engineer sells his body to develop smut technology among players, it might increase by a few points. But that's not enough. The senior engineer recalls that there are indeed some cosmic-level black market organizations that sell cosmic treasures that increase the ascension chance. But compared to the relatively clean cosmic knowledge organizations, those cosmic black markets are absolutely ruthless and predatory. Let alone Type 3 civilizations, even ascended civilizations are occasionally double-crossed. As for those naturally occurring cosmic treasures that increase the chances of ascension, the senior engineer thought it over carefully and realized he really didn't know anything about any of them. Compared to the locations where cosmic relics are found, these places are where advanced civilizations are frantically suppressing information. After all, cosmic relics are just a one-off event. Once they appear, the cycle ends. Those other places are different. They can continue to develop. So instead of relying on others, it's better to hope that this primordial universe will surprise you. After all, the early universe is one of the places with the highest probability of producing such treasures. After much deliberation, the senior engineer decided to first participate in the Ascension Whip to retrieve the relic of the Mirror Demon clan, and then take some risks. For example, the Cosmic Noble organization that Hiluopa had previously joined, the Society of Withering All Things. That place might hold clues to treasures that could increase the chances of ascension. After the little wolf dog completed his Sleep With Me service, President Du returned to the main universe with a satisfied expression to oversee the overall situation. As for whether to ascend, she told the senior engineer to consider it carefully and then get back to her. As for the senior engineer, she instructed him to send an elite research team composed of members of the Gao family and Black Sages after he returned. He planned to send them to the simulated black hole after they completed their class transformation to study lost technology. In his memory, upgrading all knowledge chains of a civilization to the maximum level could also increase the chances of ascension. The main reason the senior engineer hadn't done this before was because he was worried that these mechanical engineers would be affected by the mainframe revolution. But after the Sea of Life evolved, the senior engineer was no longer worried. Because he discovered that no matter what kind of mechanical imprint it was, once it was transformed into a living being using the Sea of Life, it would all be wiped out. Even if it was transformed back into a mechanical being, these mechanical imprints would no longer exist, unless they were reinfected. Based on this alone, the senior engineer was no longer so worried about the AI crisis. Moreover, he harbored another thought. According to the doctrines of mechanical agrarian warfare, every successful civilization war increases the chance of ascension by 1%. The 100 mechanical civilizations of the AI International were his own people, so it wasn't easy to launch a civilization war against them. But if you attack me first, wouldn't that mean you don't have to worry about the impact of the mechanical revolution, and you can also boost your ascension rate for free? Excellent. Keep up the good work, strive to rebel as soon as possible, at least give me a few dozen points of ascension rate. As an experienced player, it's impossible to prepare only one backup plan, even 3 wouldn't be too many. Whether it's cosmic treasures, the cosmic black market, the withering of all things, or even the benefits from suppressing the Omnic crisis, those are all from the perspective of an ordinary civilization. But the senior engineer doesn't believe that there really isn't a way to increase the ascension rate within a fused civilization. In fact, given the strength of a fused civilization, such a method should be more advanced. 3 days later, you mean, a way to increase the ascension rate? Yes, there is. Would you like me to explain it to you? After the senior engineer eagerly asked this question, He smiled at the burly, blue-faced man in front of him. The burly, blue-faced man, the leader of the Cocoon clan, was the very expert sent by the Queen of Blades to guide the advanced engineers in the path of fusion. The Cocoon clan, also known as the Ancient Cocoon clan, is a genuine ancient species, their genetic origins traceable back to the first wave of the primordial soup in the universe. This particular Cocoon clan is one of the few species within the Blade civilization that hasn't undergone insectization. Even the arrogant Queen of Blades and the cunning Lady A treat this individual with respect. To put it simply, having this Cocoon clan is equivalent to possessing an evolved cosmic relic, and a top-tier one at that, because it will actively strengthen itself as you ascend. Sending this individual here is sufficient proof of the female demon's sincerity. Just as the senior engineer was about to answer, he was interrupted by another. Mr. G, are you serious? The Time and Space Administration might be severing the timeline of this universe? Among the Zerg generals, Time Zen was usually the most polite, but now his expression was extremely serious. It was clear how important this matter was to him. The senior engineer had no choice but to answer the question first. That's right. I already notified Ms. Barin before. You probably didn't know because you were on your way. Time Zen inquired again earnestly. Is that a high probability? I don't know. It depends on the Time and Space Administration's assessment of the mission. If they determine that the impact of this matter will affect other parallel universes, or even the main universe, then this is the most likely contingency plan. The senior engineer spoke frankly. This was also the reason for his nervousness. Others might not know, but he did. This was the early plot of the mid-game major update, the world of infinite power. If that person digs deep enough, it's 100% certain they've been affected. Unfortunately, that time witch, Olga, is known for her exceptional abilities. So, the senior engineer is also having a headache. He's already prepared to relocate the nomadic civilization to the main universe. But once the relocation begins, the chances of it being detected by the interstellar Khan's perception are extremely high. The Ascension Whip might very well fall on him first. This situation is absolutely mind-boggling. Guanyin Chan stood up, paced around a few times, and suddenly said, I'm sorry, Mr. G, I may have to leave early. As for the guidance, Mr. Cocoon will give you a satisfactory answer. As soon as he finished speaking, a bright light of spacetime shone on Guanyin Chan's figure, and when the light disappeared, he was gone too. Was that really necessary? You can't do anything going back, Wang Yuanli said blankly. Wang Yuanli was the one who was responsible for receiving guests along with the senior engineer. She had also come to see her adopted daughter, Xiao Xianhong, whom she hadn't seen for hundreds of years. Xiao Xianhong still looked like the girl in the blood-stained dress. However, the senior engineer could clearly sense a trace of murderous aura embedded in time and space emanating from her. That unique blade aura of the Queen of Blades, and it was 100% beyond the skill's limit. That's not necessarily true, Mr. Cocoon smiled. If the situation is truly as dangerous as Mr. G says, then we must monitor the actions of those time-space agents. And among the 7 generals, the only one capable of large-scale time-space travel is our Zen general. He will probably need to go to some point in the future to confirm the situation. The 7 generals? The senior engineer was stunned. Weren't there 4 generals? Could it be that this little butterfly, flapping its wings, affected even the insects? That's unlikely. Chapter 1682. The senior engineer was well aware of the limited strength and scope of his own little wing's flapping power. No matter what, it wouldn't be large enough to affect an ascended civilization. Especially a totalitarian civilization like the Insectids. Precisely because of the Insectid Queen's totalitarianism. Theoretically speaking, one queen is enough. The rest, whether it's technological power or the number of strong individuals, can be handled with a single wave of battlefield evolution thanks to its abnormal evolutionary capabilities. Therefore, beings at the level of the 4 generals are not merely powerful fighters or commanders, but possess a deeper significance. Based on his experience from his previous life, primarily his experience of being beaten, the senior engineer discovered something. That's because this generation of Blade Queen, in her pursuit of pure power, constantly relinquished her royal authority, resulting in the 8 pregnant ladies and the 4 expeditionary generals. Zen General Lifetime Zen, Nightmare General 100 Hearts, Doomsday General, and Predator Overlord. But how come there are 3 more? The senior engineer's mind raced, his head spinning, but his mouth kept moving. 7 generals? That means there are 6 more powerful beings like General Lifetime Zen. Mr. Cocoon, could you give me a brief introduction? I'm so curious. Mr. Cocoon was taken aback, not expecting the other party to suddenly be interested in this topic. He thought the other party would eagerly inquire about things related to the fusion of civilizations. That's not impossible. A full hour passed before Mr. Cocoon finally finished briefly introducing the 7. There was no other way. Each of their achievements was too glorious, each representing an ascended civilization. He couldn't simply omit these achievements. The Eclipse Mantis Lord, the Forge Mother, the Singularity Tyrant. The senior engineer repeatedly searched his memories of his previous life, but found nothing. There are 2 possibilities. 1. His data collection was incomplete. 2. The information about these 3 was deliberately erased. Some information-based ascension technologies can achieve this. As a former leader of a level 6 information civilization, the senior engineer felt the latter was more likely. Based on the possibility of information erasure, 2 more branches emerge. One is that the insects themselves erased it. Considering the female demon's intelligence, it's most likely the work of the 8 pregnant lady, hiding her strength or carrying out a special mission. The other is that 3 were crippled by ascension technology, using the same information erasure method. Would a fused civilization be so badly defeated when facing a civilization of the same level? Or is it that in the not-too-distant future, the insects will encounter a fused, ascended civilization of the same level? Is it really such a coincidence? It just happens to be a fused civilization, and just happens to be of the same level? Mr. G? The senior engineer's reverie was interrupted by Mr. Cocoon, who coughed lightly. I was stunned by the glorious achievements of those insect generals, and inevitably lost my composure. I hope you will forgive me. Mr. Cocoon smiled mysteriously. You were stunned, and those 7 are quite stunned now too. No, to be precise, all the high-ranking insects are quite stunned now, under your sword. They were trained to a very miserable state. Among the Blade's high command, your reputation is now much stronger than that of some ascended civilization leaders. However, there's no need to elaborate on this humiliating situation. So the 2 exchanged a few polite words, and got straight to the point. To Mr. Cocoon's surprise, he himself was soon astounded. The reason was simple. His original plan was to first give this person a basic introduction to the fundamentals of fused civilizations. After all, a level 3 civilization, newly entering the field of fusion, would likely have a shallow understanding of it. However, he hadn't expected that the other person's understanding of fused civilizations was no less than his own. Although many aspects were discussed in general terms, the breadth and depth of the discussion completely exceeded his expectations. Even many of the theories and methods were quite beneficial to him. Mr. Cocoon hesitated for a long time, but couldn't help asking a rather offensive question. Mr. G, have you inherited the legacy of some fused civilization? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the other person's current situation. The senior engineer was taken aback, and quickly denied it. Absolutely not. This information about fused civilizations was found by me from a cosmic-level knowledge organization. General Guanyin Chan, I don't know if he mentioned it to you, but a former level 5 civilization leader lives here. The senior engineer briefly explained the matter of the endless starry sky archives. Of course, he concealed his own fake membership, only casually mentioning that it was Difference Elder using his temporary membership. That's why he was able to find so much fused data. To prove this, he even showed the mechanical old man civilization leader certificate. The level 5 mechanical ascension power couldn't be faked. Mr. Cocoon finally believed him. I see. We never thought that cosmic-level knowledge organizations actually had this kind of information. What a pity. Registering a member shouldn't be that difficult for the Blade civilization these days, right? The senior engineer asked curiously. An ascended civilization plus a fusion civilization plus an insect civilization. In some knowledge organizations, they might even be more popular than the old man from the Difference Machine civilization. Mr. Cocoon sighed helplessly. If you had told me this 100 years ago, it really would have been possible, but just recently, our Blade civilization was blacklisted by the Civilization Council. That's really. If it were a Difference Machine civilization, which wasn't registered, neutral knowledge organizations could still get away with it, since while the Difference Machine civilization wasn't registered, the old man from the Ancient Machine civilization was. But being blacklisted, even the most neutral cosmic library couldn't go against the Civilization Council's wishes. Isn't this a blatant slap in the face? Wait a minute. The senior engineer was puzzled again. To be honest, the Civilization Council is very cautious about blacklisting ascended civilizations. Or rather, they are very open to various survival methods of civilizations. A blacklist, that's a civilization-destroying privilege, disaster-causing species, insectids, even species with destructive attributes, as long as they don't go too far, like raising a flag of rebellion or openly declaring their intention to end the universe, they can all join the Civilization Council. Even if that female demon wiped out countless ascended civilizations, it's standard procedure and permitted in the Civilization Council's registered civilizations. Seeing the senior engineer looking at him with confusion, Mr. Cocoon sighed. We haven't registered yet. Huh? Because of the Queen's will, we have it registered as members of the Civilization Council. Huh? Those remnants of the ascended civilizations we wiped out have formed a large-scale lawsuit against us in the Civilization Council, using the guise of a natural disaster, not a civilization war. That makes sense. Some cosmic natural disasters do indeed possess their own will, and some even disguise themselves as civilizations. Since you're not registered, you don't even have the right to defend yourself when they sue you. If you were a member of the council, they wouldn't utter a sound. There are indeed powerful figures manipulating things behind the scenes, but, in Gao Gong's memory, the administrators of the Civilization Council aren't fools, especially since they possess several relics with observation attributes. Confirming civilization attributes is quite simple. This lawsuit isn't easy to win, unless you go too far and evoke pity from the civilization jury members. How large is this large-scale lawsuit? Mr. Cocoon recalled. There are probably 100. With all this debuff stacking up, if I were a jury, I have to agree to blacklist you too. Who knows when you wipe out my entire hometown? The senior engineer and Mr. Cocoon exchanged glances, both speechless. Truly speechless. Then why don't you register? Her Majesty believes that more enemies can better hone one's skills. Quite in line with the senior engineer's understanding of that person. Finally, Mr. Cocoon coughed and said, since it's already happened, there's no point in discussing the past. The main universe can't change the timeline, so there's no need to say more, especially not in front of the Queen. I do have a deal, said the senior engineer. Her Majesty the Queen asked me to guide you once, which is naturally no problem. But if Mr. G is willing to hand over the publicly available information you have, I'm willing to offer my assistance again. How about that? The senior engineer readily agreed. After all, there was no confidentiality agreement for the publicly available information. Thus, the two parties happily completed the transaction. The atmosphere immediately relaxed again. After understanding the senior engineer's current situation, Mr. Cocoon asked, Mr. G, are you planning to use mechanical civilization as the foundation and then empower it with carbon-based civilization? The senior engineer pondered for a moment and nodded. According to the information he had seen on fusion civilizations, although the final step is the complete fusion of the two civilizations' technology trees, becoming indistinguishable, before that, there is a primary and a secondary civilization. The primary civilization serves as the foundation, undertaking the fusion, while the secondary civilization provides the empowerment, achieving the fusion breakthrough. In other words, the senior engineer's initial idea of a balanced fusion was fundamentally flawed. No wonder it always ended in failure. Mr. Cocoon, true to his expert status, after learning the development levels of the two technology trees, directly stated, I have 3 fusion approaches, you can choose 2. First, you choose all the technologies on one knowledge chain of the mechanic civilization. I will use my own body to evolve the relevant biotechnology for you, and then perform carbon-based empowerment. In this way, all the technologies on that knowledge chain, after fusion, can break through to the 4th tier. Second, you choose a unit type, and I will also find a way to biologically empower you, allowing you to possess a 4th tier mechanical unit. Finally, Mr. Cocoon paused for a moment, you can choose a civilization's trump card, such as the collective consciousness evolution on your mechanical body. I can try to upgrade it to the 4th tier of fusion, of course, there is a certain possibility of failure. Chapter 1683. The senior engineer was taken aback, not expecting such a good deal, as choosing 2 out of 3. After a moment's thought, he directly chose option 1 and 3. With the Sea of Life, and the transformation enhancement, he could already bring ordinary mechanical units infinitely close to the 4th tier, and top-tier units would definitely advance to the 4th tier. Calculating it this way, this option was quite cost-effective. However, the senior engineer quickly said apologetically, but the civilization trump card I need to transform isn't completely finished yet, so Mr. Cocoon might have to stay here for a while. This ancient Cocoon clan leader was quite easy to talk to. It's alright, I take this opportunity to properly digest the information you gave me, sir. That's good. The senior engineer paused, finally returning to the initial topic. Mr. Cocoon just said there's a way to increase the chances of ascension? Mr. G, are you determined to take the carbon-based energy empowerment route? The other party asked in return. Yes. Then the way you increase your chances of ascension lies in your carbon-based bloodline. I wonder if Mr. G has ever heard of the primordial cosmic soup. After a long while, Mr. Cocoon finally took his leave. Of course, saying he was leaving was just a euphemism. He simply asked the senior engineer to arrange a room for him to digest the ascension data. As for the senior engineer, he remained motionless, lost in thought. The method provided was very special, involving carbon-based gene tracing, commonly known as atavism. The specific method was to trace one's bloodline back to its origin, which was the state of the primordial cosmic soup. The so-called primordial cosmic soup originally described the extremely hot, dense state of the early universe, within minutes after the Big Bang, filled with fundamental particles. You can imagine it as a pot of soup made up of the most basic components of the universe, boiling to its limit. The first life forms in the universe, such as the ancient mechanical elder, were born from this. However, with the development of intelligent life, the primordial soup of the universe gradually became a theory. It refers to the period in the universe when intelligent life was spawned on a large scale, such as the second primordial soup period, the third primordial soup period, and so on. The idea provided by Mr. Cocoon is to trace one's lineage back to the primordial soup state through genetic tracing. Not the first wave of the primordial soup. Most intelligent species, even if they enter the primordial soup, can only be ranked after the 100th wave. According to Mr. Cocoon, once one retraces to the primordial soup state and enters the fusion mode, one can attempt to absorb the primordial soup essence, one of the few treasures in the universe that can increase the chances of ascension. No wonder this guy asked me if I was going down the carbon-based empowerment path. If it's mechanical empowerment, it's really difficult to operate. Because most mechanical lineages are the result of AI technology, belonging to acquired species, and don't even have a primordial soup state. But how do you get this thing? The ancient Cocoon clan definitely possesses methods to enter the primal soup state. However, this is a core secret of the Blade civilization, and they certainly won't reveal it. Thinking about it, this green-faced guy is quite cunning. He gave me a bribe beforehand to shut me up. Otherwise, with my thick skin, I'd probably have to coax him out of anything, no matter how crucial the secret. If he can get a rich woman, why can't he get you? As for now, I just have to figure it out myself. Primal soup, primal soup. Damn it! I should have desperately preserved my previous bloodline. The fourth-tier bloodline, the Sea of Life, nurtured in the Cyber Tide, was, in terms of attributes, most suitable for returning to one's origins. But it was destroyed in the self-destruction 10 years ago. The senior engineer was instantly filled with hatred for the Ant Lord. Wait till I return to the main universe, I settle the score with you. The Zerg's infinite genes, including species, like the ancient Cocoon race that were immersed in the primal soup, are far beyond his reach. And even if he could achieve this through bloodline alone, with the primal soup ranked 100th and below, there would likely be very little left, limiting the chance of ascension. It seems he shouldn't rely on bloodline, but swordsmanship is still a possibility. The 89th level of Sword Dao, simulating vacuum decay, was the key to the senior engineer's own path to fusion. And importantly, vacuum decay itself possesses the function of restarting the universe. Especially the data that the senior engineer had previously unearthed through the endless starry sky archives. At the 200% breakthrough mark in cosmic level techniques, there would be an opportunity to enter the Dao. Of course, entering the Dao is a metaphysical term. In the professional terminology of information systems, it should be called accessing the underlying protocols of the universe. This is a very good opportunity. Mr. G, where are you taking me? Looking at the increasingly mechanized vacuum of space around him, Mr. Cocoon wasn't too worried that the other party would attack him, but he was a little curious about the civilization trump card that the other party mentioned. Because he had originally thought that the other party would choose the mech frenzy to allow him to undergo fusion and evolution. But clearly, the other party didn't think that way. Almost there. As they traversed the mechanical conduits, the place the engineer was heading to was clearly not in the physical world, but a mechanical subspace. Although the development of fusion technology wasn't going smoothly, the mutual reinforcement between the mechanical and carbon-based systems was quite beneficial. Thanks to the carbon-based simulated star system, the mechanical subspace was also developed smoothly. We arrived. With a flash of light, the two arrived at mechanical realm number 3. The first thing they sensed was the hum of various frequencies, the meshing of gears, and the rhythmic impact of pistons. This didn't affect them much. Then what came into view was an endless expanse of metal structures. Their vision was filled with an inexhaustible metallic landscape. Beneath their feet wasn't the ground, but a slowly rotating, seemingly endless plane of gears. Each gear was the size of a house, its teeth meshing precisely, emitting a deep and persistent rumble, like the heartbeat of this world. The gears' metallic surfaces weren't smooth, They were covered in intricate etched patterns, flowing with a molten gold-like energy sheen. Looking up, there was no sky, only countless thick metal pipes and drive shafts, layered domes, intertwined like the roots of a giant tree. Some pipes were a cold, dark iron color, while others glowed with a dark red hue due to the high-temperature liquid flowing inside, pulsating rhythmically like the veins of a colossal creature. Energy mist hissed from the gaps in the valves, forming brief rainbows. The spacetime here has been deliberately adjusted, specifically for conducting high-precision, mechanical experiments. The senior engineer explained, his gaze lingering on the gaps between the gears, where wisps of light from the passage of time could be faintly seen. Putting everything else aside, in this early parallel universe, it was definitely an excellent place to study spacetime technology. So, this is the trump card of civilization that Mr. G wanted me to enhance? Mr. Cocoon's tone was somewhat complex. Following Mr. Cocoon's gaze, a large, unfinished star armor hovered in midair, its surface being sculpted by numerous processing machines, such as various nanomechanical arms. Even in its unfinished state, its aura was terrifying. It dominated the scene like a cold, steel deity. Its armor was a matte tungsten steel color, etched with the emblem of the Interstellar Arbitration Council, a star orbit surrounded by scales and swords. The design language of the machine was minimalist and sharp, devoid of any superfluous decoration. Every angle was designed to minimize energy scattering and enhance sniping stability. It wasn't standing, but rather maintained absolute stillness by the eerie blue ion aura spewed from multiple vector thrusters on its back, as if merging with the void. The most striking feature was actually its right arm, not a traditional mechanical arm, but a colossal, terrifying orbital annihilation cannon. The barrel was encased in multiple layers of composite armor, with layers upon layers of heat dissipation fins emitting a dark red glow due to the destructive energy accumulating within. At the muzzle, space began to distort, forming a visible energy vortex. Countless leaping arcs of electricity converged at the center of the vortex, drawing stellar energy from the stellar energy bridge connected to the mech's back. The senior engineer smiled slightly at the other party. I never told you that the trump card of a level 3 civilization can only be level 3 technology. Name, Fallen Star Arbiter. Rank, 4th tier, Star Destroyer, Model, XK-0 Heavenly Punishment Orbital Annihilation Mech. Affiliation, Interstellar Arbitration Council. Position, Ultra-Long-Range Planetary Annihilation Unit/Strategic Deterrent Weapon. Description, Long-Range Sniper Type Star Destroyer Mech, possessing Star System Level 10, star-destroying capabilities. A single shot is enough to penetrate the core of a terrestrial planet, triggering a chain reaction of crustal collapse. When fully charged, it can vaporize small and medium-sized satellites. At this moment, Master Tonio was enthusiastically adjusting and correcting the Star Mech module. Compared to her lifeless and half-dead attitude towards the client's project, she was in a completely different state. While studying the Star Mech, her eyes were fervent, her face was flushed, and her whole body was filled with joy. This is clearly late-stage mech love. However, Mr. Cocoon's expression became complicated. A 4th-tier star armor fused again, wouldn't that be a 5th-tier one? 4th-tier fusion and 5th-tier fusion are completely different levels of difficulty. Wasn't it supposed to be just some pointers? I hadn't noticed before, but this Mr. G is a bit shameless. The senior engineer didn't care about others' opinions, cheerfully summoning the physical form of the technology tree. With a flick of his finger, the tallest and youngest branch of the mechanical tree fell down. Professional Knowledge Chain Differential Confidential Institute. As for the biological side of technological knowledge, I invited an expert from our faction to help you. With another snap of his fingers, the senior engineer, now middle-aged or elderly Dr. Yu, slowly emerged from the spatial passage. This is the knowledge chain of the mechanical soul side? Mr. Cocoon was already somewhat regretful. As an expert in the field of fusion, he naturally understood that the fusion of the soul and consciousness sides was the most difficult. He was just about to haggle with the senior engineer when G had already slipped away. I give you a thumbs up in front of Ms. Baran and Her Majesty the Queen. Just work here diligently. You can ask Dr. Yu for any needs. Shameless. These 4 words flashed through Mr. Cocoon's mind. Sir, when shall we begin? He turned his head and met Dr. Yu's fervent gaze. The arrangements on the Origin Universe side were mostly complete. The remaining tasks, such as the mission with the time which, were uncontrollable variables. One side was a 9th-tier species, the other was the time and space administration. Both sides were big shots, the kind the senior engineer couldn't afford to offend right now. He could only hope that while the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, they wouldn't go too far. The senior engineer had spent nearly 30 years in the primordial universe, which would be equivalent to no more than 30 planetary days in the main universe. Meanwhile, Operation Ascension Whip had completed its preliminary preparations. The celestial cluster, comprising 6,000 star systems, and over a dozen routes for the advance of cataclysmic civilizations. Large numbers of infiltrators, explorers, and various cataclysmic evolutions were all in place. On a mechanical satellite, a strange eyelash suddenly sprouted from the sky camera. Behind a mechanical fleet, bizarre cosmic deities were silently following. And on a strange galactic-level monitoring screen, complex algorithms were evolving, marking out Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3 civilizations. Within an algorithm incomprehensible to outsiders, certain civilizations failed to pass the test, marked as filtered. The underlying information of the entire galaxy is being rewritten by some supercomputer. At the edge of the Khan's personal guard, the Keshig, composed of extremist beings, a colossal figure stands in the void, its size comparable to that of a typical star. With each breath, an endless tide of life is engulfing the star map beneath its feet, each marked galaxy. Many Type 3 civilizations even directly sense a profound terror. On the surface of the interstellar Khan, with this galaxy-level breathing, wisps of ascending light begin to leap out like biocurrents. As these ascending currents increase, the star map beneath its feet begins to crack, and streams of biofluid of unknown origin flowed down the fissures. High above, at the coordinates of each civilization, countless high-ranking officials gaze at the sky, their expressions drastically altered. The sky seemed to be lashed open by a giant whip, as an endless army of extreme creatures roared in. The whip of ascension has begun. It's supposed to be a free interstellar purchase, but it's getting so hyped. The senior engineer cracked his neck, looking at the enormous mechanical hive beneath his feet. As the coordinate of the mechanical hive civilization, this hive was a quarter the size of a star. Its outline wasn't perfectly round, but rather a polyhedron forcibly pieced together from countless sharp geometric edges and twisted metallic curves. These armor plates weren't static, but rather undulating, sliding, and reconstructing at a dizzyingly slow rhythm, like the breathing of a behemoth. In some areas, the plate armor opened, revealing bottomless troop tunnels or starship berths below, large enough to swallow a planet. Other areas were densely packed with energy transmission towers and sensor arrays, towering like a forest, their scanning pulses sweeping across the surrounding void like invisible tides. The entire mechanical hive clearly sensed the high-level engineer as an enemy, its surface glowing a brilliant red light. This red light was clearly some kind of powerful collective consciousness. As the dominant civilization in this star system, it possessed over a dozen subordinate Level 3 mechanical civilizations. However, at this very moment, at least 100 civilization-level wars were unfolding, their reach affecting hundreds of millions of mechanical planets. Deepest within the mechanical hive, the super-quantum computer network finally completed its calculations. The instigator of this war was none other than the one before them.